Don't blink, because this absolute madman plays by no one's rules. With a wave of his hand, 10,000 swords rain down to obliterate entire sects. With a single step, he dives straight into spatial rifts to hunt down gods and Buddhas, giant monsters roaring in the sky, sliced in half with a single strike, arrogant experts from other worlds, flattened in an instant by a giant Buddha seal. There's no holding back here and absolutely no mercy. Cross his path and he'll send you straight to the afterlife. This is a relentless, face-slapping journey where absolute power shatters every rule. Welcome back to BALA Manhua Recaps. Without further ado, let's jump right in. This young man was originally a swordsman who had cultivated to the pinnacle of the Sword Venerable realm. However, just as he was about to become a divine king, he was ambushed and attacked by countless experts at Cloud's Peak, ultimately dying from exhaustion and regret. Fortunately, heaven does not forsake the worthy, and Wu Fu was reborn. When he woke up, he found himself in a dormitory at Cloud Sea University. He had truly been reborn, but all the spiritual energy within him had vanished. Wu Fu's 30,000 years of cultivation were completely gone. Those people had acted with excessive cruelty, but since heaven had given him a second chance, it was their misfortune. Wu Fu swore that when he set foot on Cloud's Peak again in this life, it would be the day those people paid the price. Just as he was thinking this, the dormitory door suddenly opened, and a fashionable, beautiful girl with a haughty expression walked in. "Oh, Wu Fu's awake?" she asked, looking at him without any emotion. This face, this voice, Wu Fu immediately recognized her as his college ex-girlfriend, Li Mengzhao. He also realized he had returned to the time when he was injured and recuperating in the dormitory. So why was Li Mengzhao here? He seemed to have guessed. Sure enough, Li Mengzhao then rudely threw several things onto the hospital bed. A bag, a phone, all gifts he had given her when they were dating. Then she declared matter-of-factly, "We've broken up. Now I'm returning this trash to you." Wu Fu had been injured like this because he wanted to find out why Li Mengzhao wanted to break up with him. She had abandoned him for a wealthy young master named Sha. Wu Fu clearly remembered that because he had offended Sha Tianhao, he was humiliated in front of everyone. Later, his father was also fired from the company by Sha Tianhao's father. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. At this moment, Li Mengzhao hadn't left yet. Seeing her face made Wu Fu very uncomfortable. "Is there anything else?" he asked coldly. Li Mengzhao frowned, then began to mercilessly criticize Wu Fu. "Wu Fu, who do you think you are? With your strength, you dare to offend Tianhao now that you're awake. Why don't you look in the mirror and see what you look like?" She also relayed a message from her new boyfriend. If Wu Fu and his father were willing to kneel and apologize, his father would let Wu Fu's father keep his job. "Remember, your whole family depends on your father's salary as a janitor," Li Mengzhao said unceremoniously. Wu Fu felt his heart turn to ashes. In his past life he had truly loved this woman. That feeling was still fresh in his memory. But he had lived a lifetime, and Li Mengzhao was now beneath his notice. Besides, a man's knees are as precious as gold. How could he kneel before others so easily? "Go back and tell Sha Tianhao that I'll face whatever he throws at me." Wu Fu refused outright, and his attitude infuriated Li Mengzhao. "I came out of old feelings to warn you. Since you're tired of living, I'm done." She threw out a parting remark and slammed the door behind her. Wu Fu didn't care about a vain woman like Li Mengzhao. His most important task now was to improve his strength before his enemies came knocking. Fortunately, he still remembered the secret cultivation techniques from his past life. Now was the perfect time to practice the 9 nether chi refining art. Entering the chi refining stage might just be a matter of time. Another important thing was that Wu Fu needed to heal his injuries. But just as he sat down to focus, a sword intent condensed above his head. Wu Fu opened his eyes in surprise. He had thought his sword soul had been taken away, but he never expected to be reunited with it. Wu Fu had manifested a divine weapon form before even entering the chi refining stage in this life. It was extremely dazzling. If discovered by other cultivators, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Wu Fu was about to hide the sword intent, but the moment he touched it, the blade shattered. It seemed things weren't going smoothly. The sword intent must have been severely damaged, so now only the hilt remained. Wu Fu absorbed the essence released by the shattered sword, and soon his injuries were completely healed. Next, he needed to test his current strength. Wu Fu stood up, walked to the wall, and struck out with a palm. A huge crack immediately appeared in the solid wall. This destructive act is strictly prohibited for children to imitate. Wu Fu was quite satisfied. Even ordinary fist and foot techniques could cause such damage. It seemed the path ahead was promising. Next, Wu Fu left the dormitory and went to the park next to the school to start cultivating. He sat on a high tree branch to avoid attracting attention. But there was a tricky problem. The spiritual energy on Earth was too thin. Cultivating to the chi refining stage wasn't a big issue, but to go further, this concentration of spiritual energy wouldn't be enough. Just as he was racking his brain for a solution, Wu Fu suddenly heard his roommate calling him, because he was sitting up high. He could clearly see what was happening below. His roommate was leading a group of thugs searching for Wu Fu. Strange, he usually likes to hang out here, but today he's not here. Why don't you come back tomorrow and I'll help you find him, the roommate said awkwardly. I think you're messing with us, the thugs replied, their tone very hostile. Wu Fu naturally remembered this friend. His name was Wang Mangmang, both his college roommate and his only good friend on earth. It seemed Sha Tianhao's thugs had come to cause trouble for him, but Wang Mangmang didn't dare take them to the dormitory and deliberately led them here. Boss, Wu Fu just recovered from his injuries. Let me go beg Brother Hao to spare him. Wang Mangmang pleaded again, but the thugs had no intention of letting him off. They said that their brother Hao had deliberately not broken Wu Fu's legs last time because Wang Mangmang had shown sincerity in paying respects. But this time Wu Fu had been arrogant in front of Li Mengjiao and deliberately made her deliver a message, so Sha Tianhao decided not to forgive him anymore. That's why he sent his underlings to find him. This time, no matter who pleaded for Wu Fu, it would be useless. Then they hit Wang Mangmang, believing he had deliberately brought them here to protect Wu Fu. Wang Mangmang was powerless to fight back and was beaten to the ground. The little husky they had raised was also targeted by these thugs. Wang Mangmang quickly shielded it with his body. Don't hurt it, it's just a small animal, you don't need to do this. Besides, Wu Fu has been lying down for days and hasn't woken up yet. If you keep this up, it could be life-threatening. Poor Wang Mangmang, because he lied to lure the thugs here, became their punching bag. But this time, just as those people were about to strike, Wu Fu appeared. He used his right hand, still wrapped in bandages, to firmly catch the opponent's fist. Not only that, Wu Fu also twisted and broke the opponent's wrist, making the bastard howl in pain. Finally, Wu Fu finished with an uppercut, causing the thug to bleed profusely. His massive body was sent flying several meters under the stunned gaze of the crowd. You'd better get lost before I get angry, Wu Fu threatened with a cold face. Seeing him out of bed and threatening people here, Wang Mangmang was very anxious. He quickly shouted for Wu Fu to run, thinking Wu Fu couldn't possibly beat these thugs. But those fools completely failed to realize that today's Wu Fu was different. They only knew that Wu Fu dared to show up and had injured their brother, so he had to pay with his life to compensate for the loss. Run, Wu Fu, Wang Mangmang shouted again anxiously. But Wu Fu was unusually calm, saying that today it was the thugs who should run, not him. They struck very viciously. Using sticks wasn't enough, so they pulled out knives. A guy with silver hair lunged at Wu Fu with a machete. In a flash, Wu Fu leaned back and successfully dodged the attack. The guy, having missed, lost his balance and lunged forward, giving Wu Fu the perfect chance to land a punch straight to his face. His fist was very powerful, and as a result, another person was knocked down. It was then that the chubby Wang Mangmang stood up, looking very excited. Brother Fu, you're amazing. How did you do that? Wu Fu didn't have time to explain why he had suddenly become stronger. The remaining two thugs had already charged at him. They wanted to fight 2 against 1 to avenge their brothers, but unfortunately, Wu Fu didn't give them that chance. He swung his hand and punched the guy on the right, sending him flying. The remaining red-haired thug, seeing this, began to get nervous. He didn't dare to charge anymore, just kept swallowing nervously. Impossible, he muttered. A few days ago, you were still a loser. Oh, you know that was a few days ago, Wu Fu replied. But unfortunately, times have changed. Both his tone and facial expression were so cold that they chilled the opponent to the bone. Then Wu Fu struck out with spiritual energy, but he deliberately missed, using it to shave off the thug's fluffy lion-like mane. This act of intimidation and humiliation made Wang Mangmang burst out laughing. I told you to leave earlier. Why didn't you get lost? Wu Fu didn't want to waste any more time with them. This time, the red-haired thug no longer stubbornly insisted on staying to fight, knowing he couldn't win. So they quickly helped each other up and left. But just as they had taken a few steps, Wang Mangmang's little dog started barking incessantly at several large trees. Wu Fu noticed this, and the moment he turned his head, a leaf flew at him like a hidden weapon. Wu Fu dodged sideways, and the leaf embedded itself deeply into the tree trunk behind him. This technique of plucking leaves and throwing flowers was very precise, indicating that the person who threw it was no ordinary individual. Then, the perpetrator of that move appeared, a middle-aged man who, upon seeing Wu Fu, began cracking his knuckles. He accused Wu Fu of bullying the weak, saying it was nothing special, and because he wanted to stand up for the 3 thugs, he intended to teach Wu Fu a lesson. Hurry up and leave, he said to the young men who couldn't beat Wu Fu. Although they were strangers, those 3 would have left on their own without him saying so. Seeing how fierce this man was, Wang Mangmang started to get scared again. He whispered to Wu Fu that they seemed to have run into an expert. Wu Fu knew the upcoming fight wouldn't be as simple as before, so he said, Wang Mangmang, take the dog and run first. If you can't win, run. Isn't that simple logic? Wang Mangmang was very worried. but when he saw his friend's confident smile, he decided not to stay and hold him back. Wang Mangmang ran off with the little dog, silently cheering for Wu Fu. With the irrelevant people gone, only he and the middle-aged man were left facing each other. "Friend, you're a cultivator. Isn't it shameful to attack ordinary people?" The man saw through Wu Fu's extraordinary identity at a glance. Wu Fu politely explained to him that those people had come looking for trouble first, so he had acted. Although Wu Fu was stating the truth, the other man thought he was making excuses. A cultivator with the strength of the chi refining stage being troubled by a few ordinary people? That sounds too absurd. Saying this, he clenched his right fist, which was filled with spiritual energy, then leaped straight at Wu Fu. He was indeed a fellow practitioner. This punch was extremely precise, but Wu Fu caught it steadily. Moreover, Wu Fu looked very composed, and then he quickly counterattacked. The moment he was pushed back by Wu Fu, the man panicked a little. This was definitely not the strength of a chi refining cultivator. He had underestimated his opponent. After being pushed back, the man suddenly felt a sharp pain inside his body and fell to his knees, clearly not caused by Wu Fu's previous strike. Wu Fu temporarily stopped attacking. Seeing his reaction, the man thought to himself, "He doesn't take advantage of my weakness. Could what he said be true?" Wu Fu studied him carefully, feeling that this senior, despite being 2 levels higher in cultivation, had very weak spiritual energy, as if he had long been suffering from internal injuries. His gaze seemed to see through everything. Then Wu Fu approached the man from behind like lightning and struck out, not to attack but to probe. As he had expected, the man's meridians were already damaged, which was why he couldn't use his full strength. The man initially panicked, thinking Wu Fu was ambushing him. But then he suddenly realized that his damaged meridians had mostly recovered. It turned out Wu Fu had been healing him just now. A chi-refining cultivator couldn't have such an ability. It seemed Wu Fu's identity had another story. "Boss!" At that moment, several men in suits and sunglasses ran over, shouting loudly. They seemed to be the bodyguards of the senior who had fought Wu Fu. Seeing blood at the corner of their boss's mouth, they panicked even more, and immediately assumed Wu Fu was responsible. So, without waiting for the boss's orders, a group of them surrounded Wu Fu. When they saw Wu Fu gathering spiritual energy in his right hand, they weren't surprised and immediately knew he was a cultivator. But even for a cultivator, they had ways to deal with him, so the bodyguards pulled out guns. The first bullet was fired and Wu Fu actually managed to dodge it. His speed was faster than a bullet, shocking them greatly. Then, Wu Fu closed in on the one who had fired with the same speed. But before he could counterattack, the senior suddenly shouted, "All of you get out of here." The bodyguards turned around in confusion, and the one who had fired was even slapped mercilessly by him. Then the man turned to Wu Fu, cupped his hands respectfully, and said, "Thank you, young brother, for healing me. It seems I misunderstood you earlier. My apologies." The bodyguards behind him didn't understand why their boss was suddenly so respectful to a young man. Wu Fu didn't hold a grudge over what had just happened. He had helped because he saw that the man had no ill intentions and was just standing up for what was right. If he had really been in league with those thugs, things would have been different. Seeing that Wu Fu, despite his youth, was powerful, calm, and composed, the senior felt he could be trusted. So he mustered the courage to ask for a favor, saying that he had a daughter at home whose meridians were also blocked like his, and he hoped Wu Shen could help her as he had just helped him. As soon as he finished speaking, the bodyguards nearby reacted. "Boss, the young lady's meridians have been blocked for a long time. Even Master Xuanyuan was helpless. How could he possibly do it? I think he's just a charlatan. Boss, you should reconsider." Wu Fu coughed a few times. These people didn't even bother to lower their voices when bad-mouthing others. Were they saying it on purpose for him to hear? But the one who had shot at him reacted the most fiercely. He pointed at Wu Fu's face and said rudely, "Even a half-step Grand Master is helpless against the young lady's condition. Who do you think you can fool, a chi-refining cultivator?" Then he was slapped again by the senior. "You brat. Are you the boss or am I? He's a master. Do you even need to understand him?" Wu Fu had no interest in watching internal squabbles. Seeing discord among them in his presence, he coughed a few times to signal the elder to stop. The other party seemed a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and said, "My apologies, young man, don't take it to heart. I don't recall ever agreeing to help you lot." Wu Fu replied coldly. His firm attitude made the bodyguard want to curse again. But just as he was about to speak, his boss shot him a glare, forcing him to shut up. Then the other party began to persuade Wu Fu. He said he could tell Wu Fu was naturally gifted, but the spiritual energy in the park wasn't enough for cultivation. However, he owned a villa in Tianfu Haoyuan, where the spiritual energy was dense, and Wu Fu could go there to cultivate anytime. The bodyguard grew angrier the more he heard. That villa was the young lady's favorite place. Yet the boss was willing to open it up to a young cultivator who had just entered the chi refining stage. But he dared not speak, afraid of getting slapped again. Wu Fu began to waver upon hearing about the dense spiritual energy. The elder noticed this and pressed on, saying the villa was very quiet, and no one would disturb him. Moreover, as long as Wu Fu cured his daughter, not only would the villa be his, but he could also fulfill any request within his power. In the end, Wu Fu agreed, since blocked meridians weren't a big deal to him. So he left his phone number with the elder. The man was overjoyed, as if he'd found a treasure, while his bodyguard muttered that if Wu Fu couldn't cure the young lady, he'd take his life. Wu Fu was leisurely walking back to the dorm when he received another call from an unknown number. He answered and asked who it was. A harsh, piercing voice came through the phone. Well, Wu Fu, not only do you not apologize, but you also hit someone. I'll give you 10 minutes. If you don't show up, who knows what'll happen to your dog and your friend. Wu Fu recognized the voice as Li Mengzhao's. It seemed she had truly turned hostile. He could also hear the silly husky barking in the background. It looked like Wang Mengming and the puppy had been kidnapped by Sha Tianhao and his gang. Good, he was just looking for them, and they'd delivered themselves. At that moment, Li Mengzhao and Sha Tianhao were drinking and cuddling in a KTV private room. 2 tall bodyguards stood by them. Not only that, but 2 thugs with iron rods were lurking near the door, ready to ambush Wu Fu. They figured that even if Wu Fu had skin of iron and bones of steel, those rods would shatter his bones. Brother Hao, stay back, careful not to get splattered with blood, the scumbag laughed smugly, imagining the scene of Wu Fu being taught a lesson. Meanwhile, Wang Mengming and the puppy were tied up, gagged, and thrown into a corner of the room. After a while, Wu Fu walked into the room just as they'd expected. But what happened next wasn't what they'd imagined, because he easily blocked the solid iron rod strike with just a raised hand. That kind of ability was nothing like an ordinary person's. Before the thugs could react, Wu Fu swung his fist and punched the one who tried to hit him. The blow was merciless. Breaking his nose and 3 teeth was the least of it. As a result, Li Mengzhao and Sha Tianhao sitting there were nearly scared out of their wits. Impossible, Li Mengzhao cried instinctively. You were in a hospital bed last night. That was last night, Wu Fu replied. He really didn't want to see her face anymore. The bodyguard beside Sha Tianhao whispered to his master, suspecting Wu Fu had hidden metal weapons on him. Otherwise, he couldn't have blocked that strike or delivered such a powerful attack. Hearing this, Li Mengzhao breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, I knew it, he's just a loser. How could he suddenly become so strong? He must have been prepared. Wu Fu paid them no mind and walked straight to his friend. Wang Mengming was still gagged, only able to let out muffled whimpers. But he was actually moved because Wu Fu had come to save him despite the danger. However, when Wu Fu sat down, he only untied the dog named Erha, then gently picked it up and asked, Erha, are you okay? Erha barked a few times. While Wang Mengming nearly jumped in frustration, he'd been moved for less than 5 seconds. This Wu Fu really valued the dog over his friend. Only after untying the dog did Wu Fu remember his friend. But as he bent down to untie Wang Mengming, Sha Tianhao's bodyguard attacked from behind. Wang Mengming didn't even have time to warn him before Wu Fu turned around and easily kicked the bastard flying. He slammed into the wall, blood streaming down, soaking his suit. Sha Tianhao seemed unafraid at the sight, because he had numbers on his side, and he believed Wu Fu wasn't worthy of fighting him. Sha Tianhao snapped his fingers, and a few more bodyguards appeared, this time deciding to attack together. However, in Wu Fu's eyes, these people were nothing but ants. No matter how many, just a swarm of ants, utterly harmless. Since they were eager to die, he didn't mind sending them off. Wu Fu threw a punch infused with spiritual energy, nearly tearing the space before him. The 3 bodyguards were simultaneously knocked down under their master's terrified gaze, and then Wu Fu raised an eyebrow at Sha Tianhao and asked, Anyone else? Bring them all on. This time, Sha Tianhao was truly scared. He and Li Mengzhao both shook their heads frantically. Calling more bodyguards now probably won't help. Better to surrender early. Wu Fu let out an "oh" and slowly approached. Since that's the case, it's time to settle our accounts, isn't it? Wang Mengming watched his imposing back, his emotions indescribable. He felt this was no longer the roommate he used to know. Wang Mengming turned to look at Erha and found it holding its head high, looking smug. Yeah, Wu Fu had changed for the better, no longer bullied, and even the dog was proud. By now he had reached the couple. Sha Tianhao was still racking his brain for a way to beg for mercy, but Li Mengzhao boldly shouted, Wu Fu is fighting all you're good at, let me tell you. A loser is always a loser. Shut up, Sha Tianhao barked, stunning Li Mengzhao. Since she'd cheated on Wu Fu to be with Sha Tianhao, this was the first time he'd yelled at her like that, and it was because of her ex-boyfriend. Li Mengzhao's eyes were filled with hatred. At that moment, all she could think was, why wouldn't Wu Fu just die? But that thought was interrupted when she felt something warm splashing on her foot. She looked down and saw Erha peeing on her foot. That dog really knew how to humiliate people. But before Wu Fu could settle the score with the couple, the room door was kicked open. A girl with a trendy hairstyle tied up in a topknot like Neza stormed in angrily. "Who dares to cause trouble on my turf?" the girl shouted. Wu Fu saw she was just a young girl, not fully grown, with 2 iron cones on her head, looking quite mismatched, and found it amusing. She in turn sized him up since Wu Fu was the only cultivator in the room. Seeing that he had only just formed a sword intent and was still weak yet dared to cause trouble on her turf, she was disdainful. "Hey, you nobody, daring to make trouble on my turf," she taunted. "Yeah, it's him. He's the one who injured my bodyguards." Sha Tianhao immediately accused Wu Fu, seeing a backup, but Wu Fu kept laughing not because of her, but because Erha had latched onto the girl's leg again, seemingly about to relieve itself. Wang Mengmeng had apparently given it a lot of water earlier. Feeling disrespected by him and his dog, the girl didn't want to waste words and attacked directly. Compared to Sha Tianhao's useless thugs, a cultivator like her was naturally harder to deal with, and the girl was fast. Wu Fu instinctively crossed his arms in front of his chest, forming a solid defensive stance. Even so, he was pushed to the wall by her. Her attack power was strong. Indeed, it was hard to fight across a realm. It was then that Sha Tianhao and Li Mengjiao realized Wu Fu had become a cultivator, explaining his sudden strength overnight. They secretly hoped the girl would teach him a good lesson, or else they were done for. After the first move, seeing Wu Fu not counterattacking, the girl continued with other vicious techniques. She struck quickly and was agile, but unfortunately, she seemed lacking in practical experience, revealing many openings. When she kicked out, Wu Fu seized the chance to counter, but the way he did it left the whole room in silence. Because Wu Fu directly slapped her on the butt, the girl gritted her teeth and called him a pervert. Enraged, she struck even harder, aiming a punch at his chest to shatter his heart. But when her fist hit his body, it became weak and feeble, while he remained calm. At that moment, the girl realized the spiritual energy in her body had been sealed. She also understood that Wu Fu's slap on her butt wasn't frivolous, it was to disable her spiritual energy. Then Wu Fu threw another punch infused with spiritual energy, and this time it was the girl's turn to futilely defend. She shouted, "You scoundrel, give me back my spiritual energy, and I'll spare your life." But just as she thought she'd be flattened by Wu Fu's fist, the spiritual energy in his hand vanished, and the fist turned into a pat on her head. Wu Fu now acted like a senior who wouldn't argue with a child. He replied, "Fine, I'll return your spiritual energy, but not now." Then he walked toward the couple. Sha Tianhao was already drenched in cold sweat. He almost roared. "What do you want?" The girl then blocked Wu Fu again, saying that no matter their grudge, the rule was no causing trouble here. Wu Fu pointed at the bodyguards he'd beaten, now huddled in a corner with torn clothes, and said, "Who's the troublemaker? Ask them, they know best." The little girl looked at them, feeling an invisible pressure, and they had to confess that Sha Tianhao had started it. He had hired them to deliberately teach Wu Fu a lesson. Hearing this, the girl shot Sha Tianhao a hateful glare. "You dared to lie to me." Then Wu Fu pushed the girl aside, walked up to Sha Tianhao, and demanded a proper apology. But this spoiled rich kid, who had always looked down on and bullied Wu Fu, naturally didn't want to bow his head and apologize. "Apologize, dream on," he roared, but was immediately slapped by Wu Fu. Sha Tianhao was shocked. Holding his numbing cheek, he asked, "You dare hit me?" To answer that question, Wu Fu added another slap to his other cheek. Sha Tianhao's anger flared instantly, and he swore he wouldn't bear the name Sha if he didn't kill Wu Fu, but he lacked the ability. "If you want revenge, come find me, but first you must apologize," Wu Fu insisted. The girl chimed in, "You were the one causing trouble on my turf first. I haven't settled with you yet. What's so hard about an apology?" Pressured by both after a fierce internal struggle, Sha Tianhao gritted his teeth and uttered, "I'm sorry." Hearing what he wanted, Wu Fu told him to get lost, and Sha Tianhao didn't want to stay a second longer. As he stormed off, Li Mengjiao hurried after him. She grabbed his sleeve, asking if he was okay. But of course he wasn't. Sha Tianhao harshly shook off her hand and yelled, "Leave me alone, get lost." Li Mengjiao was scolded again, furious, standing there thinking how she'd finally latched onto a rich, handsome guy, only for Wu Fu to ruin it. "Damn Wu Fu," she cursed through gritted teeth, while Wu Fu, back in the room, sneezed loudly. Then he and Wang Mengmeng said goodbye to the fierce little girl. As they still had classes to attend, the girl hurried after them, remembering that Wu Fu hadn't lifted the spiritual energy seal on her. But as soon as the door closed, she found she could control her spiritual energy again. This ability made her doubt whether he was really at the chi refining stage, but that wasn't as important as her anger over being slapped on the butt. After leaving the KTV, Sha Tianhao went to a pizza place. It was packed with thugs. Seeing his swollen face, they couldn't help but stir. "Brother Hao, who hit you? Let me go get even for you." Sha Tianhao ignored these small fry. He walked straight up to a big burly guy and said through gritted teeth, "Brother Biao, help me teach someone a lesson." The guy called Biao laughed and asked, "Which clueless fool dares to mess with the second young master Sha?" Doesn't he know who your brother Sha Tiangong is? He's just a nobody with no backing, how would he know? Sha Tianhao begged this guy to teach Wu Fu a lesson, but to leave him alive, because he wanted to personally make Wu Fu understand the consequences of crossing Sha Tianhao. The next morning Wu Fu went to class as usual, completely ignoring the strange looks from his classmates. His mind was only on his past life grudges. His enemy was a venerable one who had lived for tens of thousands of years, with unfathomable power. Now at the Qi refining stage, Wu Fu had to build a solid foundation, not rush, to develop his cultivation and successfully take revenge. Just as he was thinking this, the classroom door was suddenly kicked open. "Kid Wu Fu, you still dare to come to school?" The voice was full of mockery. Wu Fu then realized strangers had entered the classroom and they were targeting him, but he wasn't afraid, even responding calmly. "We're all students, why can't I come to class? Kid's got a big mouth," the guys laughed, then gave him a thumbs down. "Brother Hao is on our basketball team. You offended him. Have you thought about the consequences?" Wu Fu's classmates showed no reaction on the surface, but they were all ears. A few couldn't help whispering that since he'd offended Sha Tianhao, they'd better stay away from him. But these threats had no effect on Wu Fu. In his eyes, Sha Tianhao was just someone he'd already beaten. What consequences could there be? Those thugs still wouldn't let it go. They said the consequence of Wu Fu daring to hit Sha Tianhao was that he and the whole class would be targeted by the basketball team. Everyone knew how terrifyingly violent those guys on the basketball team could be once they went crazy. At that point, a few classmates couldn't help but stand up to argue. "What does Wu Fu offending someone have to do with us? If you want it to have nothing to do with you, that's fine too. Just play a basketball game with us. If you win, we'll let you off," the thugs replied, making such an unreasonable demand. Wu Fu had never learned basketball, and his friends all advised him not to accept this bet. But those guys started provoking him again. "What's wrong? Scared? Fine, let's play," Wu Fu replied. They probably didn't expect Wu Fu to actually agree. According to the usual rules, they declared that if they lost, they'd have to call him Dad every time they saw him from then on. Wu Fu countered by asking what would happen if the result was the opposite, meaning if they lost. But his response was met with jeers. "Lose to you? That's impossible. But if you want a dream, fine. If we lose, same deal, we'll call you Dad from now on." Once the bet was set, Wu Fu followed them to the basketball court. Many students who heard he had offended Sha Tianhao and was now settling it with a basketball game came over to watch the excitement. But when they arrived, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. Just by looking at them, the gap between Wu Fu's team and the official basketball team was huge. Aside from him and one other guy who looked decent, the rest, Wang Mengmeng was a fatty, and two other boys were short and skinny. The basketball team, on the other hand, were all tall and strong, muscular, with standard athlete physiques. The girls who came to watch started shouting Zhou Tan's name. He was the captain of the basketball team, handsome, good at studies, and great at sports. He was the dream guy in the girls' eyes, and his father was even the CEO of the school, the same guy who had just led people to Wu Fu's class. But to Wu Fu he was nothing more than a peacock showing off, completely harmless. "You're going to lose badly. Remember my name, Zhou Tan," he declared in front of everyone. This Zhou Tan was Sha Tianhao's close buddy, with a strong background too. The onlookers all thought Wu Fu had a death wish, because winning or losing didn't matter anymore. What mattered was that offending Zhou Tan or Sha Tianhao would make things tough for him at school from now on. Wu Fu also heard the whispers behind his back, but he didn't care. He just focused on the game. The referee signaled both sides to get into position. It had been announced earlier that the game would last 30 minutes, and the team with more points would win. As soon as the whistle blew, Zhou Tan grabbed the ball. Then he nimbly dribbled it close to the basket, ready to shoot a three-pointer. As the captain of the basketball team, Zhou Tan had no reason to miss this shot. Just 10 seconds in, the score was already 3-0, with the basketball team in the lead. The entire stands erupted instantly. All the girls were shouting Zhou Tan's name. Wang Mengmeng was in despair, thinking he was done for. Because not only were those guys great players, even the referee was on their side. But on the contrary, Wu Fu didn't look flustered at all. After all, the game had just started. His eyes were locked on Zhou Tan, since he was the team's main attacker, handling almost all the ball-carrying duties. The other players were tasked with blocking Wu Fu's teammates, and this time when Zhou Tan dribbled close to the basket, the result was different because Wu Fu successfully stole the ball from him. Wu Fu's speed just now was so fast that Zhou Tan couldn't react in time. He quickly signaled his teammates to intercept Wu Fu's dribbling path, but at that moment, the skills of a true cultivator came into play. Wu Fu broke through the layers of encirclement like lightning, then leapt high and successfully dunked the ball. Even the spectators outside the court were stunned. They never imagined Wu Fu could be this strong, not only stealing the ball from Zhou Tan but also smoothly bypassing all the other members of the basketball team. After doing this a few times, he closed the score gap between Zhou Tan's team and his own amateur team. Zhou Tan found himself in a weaker position than the person he wanted to suppress, and he grew more and more impatient. And the more impatient he got, the easier it was to make mistakes. Wu Fu also knew how to exploit his psychology. Evidence of this was that every time Zhou Tan was about to make a successful shot, Wu Fu deliberately stole the ball. The audience was now dead silent, especially those who had come to cheer for Zhou Tan. No one expected the school's basketball team to be utterly crushed by Wu Fu, and by now, Zhou Tan was panting heavily. Even he hadn't expected Wu Fu to be such a hidden talent. So Zhou Tan started changing his tactics, because aside from Wu Fu, the other members of his team were nothing to fear. So all his teammates focused on tightly guarding Wu Fu, not letting him dribble or pass. After switching to this dirty play style, they did gain the upper hand and started widening the score gap again. 2 against 8, looks like Wu Fu has no hope. Using tricks like this now, do they think everyone is blind? A few people outside were indignant, but Zhou Tan's crew showed no shame. Instead, they taunted Wu Fu. "Aren't you pretty tough? Show us what you've got." In this tense moment, Erha suddenly barked twice as if cheering Wu Fu on, and his classmates also started rooting for him, mostly because they didn't want to be bullied by these guys together. Wang Mengming looked a bit nervous, so Wu Fu patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Don't worry, there are still 10 minutes left in the game. It's just getting started now." The dazzling sunlight spilled onto the basketball court where a mismatched contest was underway. Someone passed the ball to Zhou Tan while his underlings blocked Wu Fu. Zhou Tan quickly dribbled past Wu Fu, not forgetting to taunt him. "You want to play with me? Dream on." With that, he smoothly dribbled past Wu Fu. Wu Fu's gaze swept to one side as if calculating a direction of movement. Then Wu Fu agilely turned, dodging the people blocking him. Just as Zhou Tan was bending his knees and gathering strength to shoot, Wu Fu had already flashed behind him. Like a shadow, Wu Fu ran in front of Zhou Tan, who was completely unaware. Zhou Tan aimed at the basket, jumped up and threw the ball with force. But unexpectedly at that very moment, Wu Fu's long hand reached out and intercepted the ball. Wu Fu grabbed it, landed and lowered his body. Zhou Tan had fallen for the trap. He jumped up to block, thinking Wu Fu would shoot immediately. Realizing he'd been tricked, he froze for a moment. As he landed, Wu Fu bent his knees and jumped. The basketball was thrown far away, practically across the entire court. Then, with an unbelievable accuracy, the ball went into the basket. Zhou Tan's team stood dumbfounded. "Oh no! Shot from that far away, am I seeing things?" And the crowd watching outside the court erupted in excitement. Even Zhou Tan couldn't believe his eyes. "This is impossible." The current score was 35-23. Meng Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "So strong." Zhou Tan didn't want to lose. He ordered 3 of his underlings to block Wu Fu tightly. You and you, guard him well." The underlings obeyed desperately, surrounding Wu Fu. Wu Fu didn't care at all. "You think you can stop me?" Like a gust of wind, he agilely dodged a blue-shirted underling in front of him. His body spun like a ghost in the wind, and Wu Fu broke past 2 other red-shirted underlings. The spectators outside kept cheering for both sides. "Block him, go Wu Fu." But at this moment, Zhou Tan was already close to Wu Fu's basket, and the distance between them was a bit far. He sensed what was happening behind him and gritted his teeth, thinking, "Can't even stop him like this." Zhou Tan jumped up to shoot, thinking, but no matter what, he won't make it in time. Yet no one expected that a foot would spring up from the ground, and Wu Fu's figure had already appeared beside him, knocking the ball out of Zhou Tan's hands just as it left them. He was stunned, frozen in place like he'd been hit. "What?" The spectators outside kept shouting encouragement. "Go, go!" Amid the cheers, Wu Fu bent his knees, gathered strength and whoosh. Standing under the basket on this side, he threw the ball with force toward the opponent's basket on the other side. Thrown so far and it still went in. The score was now 42-37. The friends watching outside were ecstatic. Everyone was buzzing with discussion. 2 against 8 and they can still win? Isn't Wu Fu a loser? How is he so good? Zhou Tan's face darkened and he gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. "This damn bastard has made me lose face. I'll deal with you later." An underling came over to remind him. "Brother Tan, let's go." Meng Ming called out to them. "Lost and want to run, forgetting something?" Xiao Zhou cursed angrily. "Get lost. You want Brother Tan to call you Dad? Can you handle that?" Wu Fu held Erha in his arms and calmly replied, acknowledging an unfilial son. "What's so hard about that?" Erha wisely barked twice in agreement. Xiao Zhou charged up in anger. "You're really asking for it." He threw a confident punch at Wu Fu, but Wu Fu dodged it agilely. He turned and kicked backward hard, landing a heavy blow on Xiao Zhou's chest, making him wince in pain. He was sent flying backward, knocking over several of Zhou Tan's other underlings. The people outside gasped. "A fight? No way!" Only then did Zhou Tan feel fear. He gritted his teeth and tried to slip away, but he hadn't taken a few steps before Wu Fu and Erha blocked his path. He was so scared that his footing faltered and he stumbled backward. Just then a hand grabbed Zhou Tan's wrist. Wu Fu held it tightly, and no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free. Wu Fu looked coldly at Zhou Tan. Lost and trying to run, not backing out of the bed, are you? He couldn't break free from Wu Fu's grip and silently marveled, how is this guy so strong? Wu Fu said impatiently, say it now. Zhou Tan was still trying to stall. The onlookers were witnesses and they loved a good show, urging him on. Say dad, a bet's a bet, say it. Zhou Tan was sweating profusely from the pain but his mouth was still tough. Wu Fu, you'll regret this. Wu Fu ignored his threat and tightened his grip instead. Zhou Tan howled in pain. Wu Fu glared at him, giving one last warning, can you say it now? Zhou Tan gritted his teeth and squeezed out a single word. Dad, hearing that, Wu Fu released his hand and turned to leave. I don't have a useless son like you. Get lost. Zhou Tan knelt on the ground, clutching his aching wrist, too humiliated to speak. Meng Meng followed behind, worriedly reminding him, Brother Fu, Sha Tianhao and Zhou Tan aren't easy to deal with. Watch out for their revenge. The scene shifted to Wu Fu's quiet dormitory. In the single room he sat on the bed cultivating in silence, with a curious Erha beside him, not knowing what his master was doing. Spiritual energy and electric sparks ripping through the air, light flickering. Wu Fu threw a punch forward and thunder crackled by his ear. After finishing his practice he muttered to himself, the 9 nether chi refining art is divided into 3 forms, corresponding to the early, middle and late stages of the chi refining realm. Wu Fu was thinking about finding a place rich in spiritual energy to break through to the early chi refining stage. Just then, Meng Meng pushed the door open and announced, Brother Fu, there's an outdoor camping activity. Are you going? He shared that the location was near Tianfu Haoyuan, a place with mountains and water, very scenic. Meng Meng seemed excited. The important thing is there are lots of beautiful girls. But in what he said, Wu Fu was only interested in one piece of information. Tianfu Haoyuan, Meng Meng nodded. Yeah, Tianfu Haoyuan gathers all the rich people in Yunhai City, he repeated. The important thing is it has the most beauties, Wu Fu pondered, stroking Erha's head. Almost time to break through. That place is good. So after thinking for a while, he nodded in agreement. Okay, Meng Meng thought he'd misheard. Really, Wu Fu nodded. I have some business to take care of there anyway. With his roommate coming along, Meng Meng was happier than ever. Awesome. The picnic spot wasn't in the city but near the mountains and forests. The school bus had to drive along a winding mountain road. The car sped along the road toward the destination. On the bus, Wu Fu didn't seem very welcome. A guy muttered discontentedly, why did he have to come, such a buzzkill? Meng Zhao's best friend sneered. Meng Zhao, your ex-boyfriend is something else. Not only did he offend Sha Tianhao, but he also made Zhou Tan lose face. Meng Zhao snorted coldly. I was just playing with him back then. How could he be worthy of me? He won't last much longer. Meng Meng felt uneasy hearing those words. Brother Fu, Wu Fu was indifferent, letting them talk. Meng Zhao's face darkened, thinking, this time Tianhao will make sure you're bedridden for half your life. Green mountains, white clouds and bright sunshine. It was a perfect place for building vacation villas. Just then the car passed through a villa area in the mountains, and the passengers burst into admiration. Meng Meng looked and sighed. Sure enough, it's the most luxurious villa in Yunhai City. Look! At that moment Wu Fu left his seat. He said to the driver, Sir, please stop the car. Meng Meng was confused. Brother Fu, we're not there yet. Wu Fu nodded. A friend invited me to his place. Meng Meng was puzzled. Tianfu Haoyuan, Wu Fu instructed. You go ahead, I'll find my way there later. Seeing him get off halfway, everyone mocked him for putting on airs. Meng Zhao snorted arrogantly. Disgusting to look at, a poor wretch like him. Worthy of me? A few guys in the class came over to mock Meng Meng. Fatty, your big brother sure puts on a good act. Someone even shouted at Wu Fu's retreating back. Tianfu Haoyuan is still far from the campsite. Putting on airs by getting off halfway. The car only stopped briefly before driving off. Meng Meng frowned at the bullying classmates. What snobs? Tianfu Haoyuan appeared faintly in the quiet and beautiful mountains. Wu Fu took out his phone and called Xu Yinxian. He coldly gave a brief notice. I'm here. Yinxian answered immediately. My daughter has been waiting for you for a long time. I'll be right there. After a while, someone from the luxury villa came out respectfully to invite him. This way, please. Wu Fu let Erha play outside while he observed the place. The spiritual energy here was decent. He reached out and pushed the door open, thinking to himself, looks like it's enough to break through to the early chi refining stage. Inside, a girl with 2 round buns on her head spoke up. Senior. Yinxian also introduced, Mr. Wu, this is my daughter. But when Wu Fu and Qingqing's eyes met, both froze in recognition. The girl accused loudly, Pervert, why is it you? Wu Fu looked at her, thinking to himself, the person Xu Yinxian mentioned, could it be her? Qingqing was also sizing him up. The extraordinary person my dad talked about, could it be his master? Thinking this, she looked behind him to see if anyone else was coming. Wu Fu saw through her thoughts and said, Don't bother looking, I came alone. Qingqing jumped back like a grasshopper, assuming a defensive stance. What do you want? She warned. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you have some skills. Wu Fu found it amusing. He shrugged. I'm here to treat your illness. You don't believe someone at the chi refining stage can cure me? Yinxian scolded his daughter. Ching, don't be rude, what's wrong with the chi refining stage? This young brother is extraordinary, Ching pouted defiantly. Extraordinary, he's just a pervert. A bodyguard brought a box up to Yinxian. Boss. The medicinal herbs were already prepared. He picked up the brocade box and handed it to Wu Fu. The herbs you needed, young friend, are all here. Take a look, are they enough? He glanced back at the box, his heart jolting. This was no small sum. Opening it, he saw top-quality herbs inside. Wu Fu relaxed. These were all prime materials for cultivation. Ching was convinced he was a fraud, fuming inside. Not only a pervert but a liar. I'll just wait and see how you treat my sister, Wu Fu said to Yinxian. Senior, your daughter's condition is severe. These herbs won't suffice. Hearing this, Ching grew even more certain of her suspicions. Even the Grand Master my father invited couldn't cure her. Yet a mere chi-refining stage brat dares to boast. Yinxian's female bodyguard furrowed her brows and warned. Boss, I think this kid is a con artist, don't fall for it. Yinxian sank into thought, recalling his own experiences. Could it all be a coincidence? But before he could react, Wu Fu had already gathered spiritual energy in his palm and struck out, probing Ching's condition. Senior, your daughter's meridians have been blocked for years. Not even a nascent soul grandmaster, let alone a void return expert, could help. With that, he made his move, his palm carrying spiritual energy as it swiftly pressed into the acupoint on Ching's chest. The spiritual energy quickly burrowed into her body. Wu Fu thought to himself, I am a tribulation transcendence venerable. Ching suddenly coughed up blood from the attack. Seeing this, Wu Fu smirked inwardly. A mere nascent soul stage couldn't compare. It's over. But Yinxian couldn't stay calm. His daughter was suddenly attacked, her fate unknown, he shouted. Ching, the female bodyguard raised her gun at Wu Fu. You want to die, Yinxian, burning with rage, let spiritual energy swirl around him and demanded, Who are you? At this, Yinxian's eyes widened, and he immediately ordered the bodyguard to lower the gun. He then cupped his hands and bowed deeply to Wu Fu. I've been rude, brother. May I ask who your master is? Ching spat out blood and felt much better. She circulated her spiritual energy and no longer felt pain. Sensing this miracle, Ching marveled inwardly. So comfortable, I'm really healed. Just then, the husky ran over and barked, catching her attention. Wu Fu, however, was lost in thought. Master, he mused, if not for my master's rescue in my past life, I'd be a pile of bones by now. So he replied, Master, he's not on Earth. Yinxian found it odd. Not on Earth? He assumed the other party was withholding his master's identity. Ergo was picked up by Ching. You're such a joker, she taunted bluntly. By that logic, your master must be an alien. Yinxian handed the keys to Wu Fu. As agreed, this villa is yours, he urged. From now on, if you ever need anything, brother, just come to me. I won't refuse. Ching pouted in displeasure. Dad, I really like this villa, Yinxian said sternly. Ching, don't be rude. Fortunately, Wu Fu didn't intend to keep it all to himself. I'm just cultivating here. If you don't want to leave, you can stay. Hearing this, she stuck out her tongue and made a funny face, delighted. Yinxian could only sigh at his mischievous daughter. Meanwhile, at the national park, the extracurricular activity for Wu Fu's class was underway, with everyone free to roam. A few girls laughed joyfully, like a garden of blooming flowers. Not far away, a figure sat on a bench, staring blankly. Clearly it was Mang. That girl is really pretty, he muttered, eyeing the girls, almost drooling. What a feast for the eyes. One of Xiao Hong's companions noticed Mang's lecherous gaze and got goosebumps. That fat creep keeps staring at us. So Xiao Hong linked arms with her friend and left. Let's go, we've been waiting for Wu Fu too long and even the girls are gone. Mang sighed. Bro, it's been too long. Could he be lost? Just then he heard barking. Not far away, a silly dog was wagging its tail, rummaging through something, and even licked the calf of someone in black leggings. Hearing the bark, Mang immediately thought of Wu Fu's dog, the husky. Sure enough, it was the husky. It was being chased by a girl with platinum blonde hair. Stupid dog, stop, it ran, barking as if calling for help. Finally, it ran back to its owner. Wu Fu held the husky and politely apologized. Sorry, I'll take responsibility. Nana was furious. She grabbed her handbag and cursed. Do you know how much it's worth? Can you afford it? A female classmate laughed and said to Nana, he lives in a luxury villa district, so he probably won't care about the money. Nearby classmates sneered. He's rich, a rich guy from the slums? Hilarious. Some even covered their mouths, snickering. He's really putting on an act. Wu Fu didn't mind much, turning to grab a skewer of food from the table. Mang ran over, scratching his head to mediate. Sorry, the dog is mine. Meanwhile, the husky was happily devouring the skewer of food from the table. Wu Fu pulled a stack of cash from his pocket. I said I'd take responsibility. The stack was thick, likely a substantial amount. He asked Nana coldly, is this enough? A few classmates jeered again. He's rich, really rich, probably borrowed it. Meng Zhao also saw this. She curled her lips and sneered, "How ridiculous. I can't wait to see what you do next." Poor kid still trying to play pretend. After resolving the conflict with Nana, Wu Fu swept a cold glance at Meng Zhao. With his hands in his pockets he walked up to her coolly. Meng Zhao was intimidated by his chill. What do you want?" Wu Fu leaned in and said softly, "Stay out of my way if you want to live," he warned coldly. "Watch your mouth." Meng Zhao had never been so humiliated. She gritted her teeth. "Let you have your fun for a few more days. I'll make you regret this." Just then, dark clouds rolled in and the sky turned gloomy. Someone worriedly said, "Oh no, it might rain. A picnic ruined by rain is such a bummer." Someone cursed. "Damn weather forecast," another fretted. "If it rains and the bus doesn't make it in time, what then?" Just then, everyone heard Meng Zhao on the phone. "Honey, it's about to rain. Come pick us up." After arranging the pickup, she hung up. Meng Zhao turned to everyone and said, "A car will come for us soon." Wu Fu didn't care about the car service. He suddenly spoke up, "I happen to have a villa nearby. Everyone can take shelter there." Meng Zhao sneered again. "A villa in Yunhai? Can't you live without bragging?" Hearing this, the classmates burst into laughter again. Mang asked worriedly, "Bro, is this okay?" Wu Fu shrugged, "It's up to them. I'm not forcing anyone." Meng Zhao was eager to see Wu Fu humiliated, so she suggested, "It's about to rain anyway. Why don't we go check it out? Maybe it's real." After a while, everyone gathered at the entrance of Tianfu Haoyuan. There were security guards at the gate. Wu Fu led Mang and the others over. Meng Zhao sneered, "Let's see how he gets in." A few classmates also chimed in. "I don't get why he has to pretend. So embarrassing. Let's just go back and wait for the car." Mang urged. "Bro, maybe we should leave." Wu Fu gave him a reassuring look. "We're already here. Where else would we go?" The security guard at the gate saw him and greeted him warmly. "Brother Wu bringing friends to hang out?" The classmates were stunned. "Brother Wu? No way." Meng Zhao was shocked. How could he?" The guard respectfully invited them in. A few classmates got excited. "Let's go." Mang gave a thumbs up. "Bro, that's amazing." Wu Fu called out to everyone, "Come on in, it's about to rain." The classmates walked in, marveling. "This is awesome. I thought he was bluffing." Only Meng Zhao clenched her fists, unwilling to accept it. "When I was his girlfriend, I thought he was a pauper. Who knew he was hiding it so deep?" She darkened, her brows furrowed almost into a knot. "Wu Fu, you bastard," when you went in. He didn't forget to instruct the guard. The guard asked respectfully, "Brother Wu, anything I can do?" Wu Fu pointed at Meng Zhao and said, "They're all my friends except her." The guard dutifully blocked Meng Zhao at the gate. "Sorry miss, you can't enter without permission." She cursed in fury. "Bastard." Just then, heavy rain poured down, large raindrops pelting Meng Zhao. She gritted her teeth and swore, "Wu Fu, you'll regret this." Soon, a black car pulled up to the entrance of Tianfu Haoyuan. Meng Zhao got in and slammed the door shut. She said to the driver, "You have to kill him." Tian Hao nodded. "Don't worry, I've already arranged it." "Daring to hit me, just wait." Inside the villa, the classmates exclaimed in admiration, "So luxurious." Some thought secretly, "He actually owns this villa, was he hiding it or—" That was Xiao Hong's thought, and she seemed unenthusiastic. Just then, someone shouted, "Isn't that Xu Qingqing?" Hearing this, Xiao Hong immediately looked up. A classmate exclaimed in surprise, "Really?" Meng looked up at Xu Qingqing. "Isn't that the big sister from the hotel?" Xiao Hong murmured, "Xu Yunhai's house. Could this be Xu Qingqing's villa? No wonder they're rich." Mang patted Wu Fu's shoulder and gave him a knowing look. "Bro, you're really deep." Wu Fu ignored him. "It's getting late, pick a room and rest." Wu Fu explained, "That's right, this villa used to belong to Qingqing's family." Mang asked curiously, "Bro Fu, what's the story?" Wu Fu twirled the keys in his hand, "But now it's mine." He couldn't be bothered with those ignorant or jealous girls. "Anyone who doesn't want to stay can leave now." Mang saw them out. Mang, point to the door right here. "Everyone please." Xiao Hong curled her lips and sneered, "Who are you to decide? Sister Qingqing hasn't said anything yet. What are you trying to do?" Another girl chimed in. "Lying without even blinking." Upstairs, Qingqing looked down at them. "Hey, what are you all doing?" She crossed her arms and glared at everyone below. Xiao Hong was startled. She looked up and put on a fake smile. Qingqing stared at that insincere face without saying a word. Xiao Hong and her group thought they had backing and laughed arrogantly. Unexpectedly, Qingqing ordered them to leave. "Get out of here now." Xiao Hong was stunned. Sis, Wu Fu invited us in." The blonde girl with her echoed, Yeah. But Qingqing said coldly, "Didn't he just tell you to leave?" She clarified a fact. "The villa is Wu Fu's. He decides who stays and who goes." The blonde girl froze. "It's really his?" A male classmate stammered in shock. The villa is really his?" Qingqing snapped. "Still not leaving? Do you want me to escort you out?" Wu Fu gestured toward the door. "Please." Xiao Hong's face darkened with rage and she gritted her teeth. "I'm leaving." With that, she opened the door and walked out, slamming it shut behind her. Xiao Hong sneered upon hearing this. "Rest? Who knows if you'll be kicked out while sleeping. Everyone, think about it. How could a pauper own a luxury villa? I bet this villa belongs to Xu Qingqing." Qingqing stood on the second floor, arms crossed, watching her spout nonsense. But Xiao Hong persisted. "You say it's yours? The real owner is still upstairs. If we're staying the night, shouldn't we greet the actual owner?" The girls with her suddenly realized. "So this is the big sister's home." Xiao Hong snorted. The senior let us in to avoid the rain. Who are you to act high and mighty? Wu Fu felt his kindness was wasted. I let you in out of kindness to avoid the rain, not for you to mock me. Night fell and rain poured outside. Wispy strands of spiritual energy surrounded the villa, seeping into the rooms. They converged on Wu Fu's body as he cultivated. After driving away the clueless Xiao Hong, Wu Fu looked up at Qingqing. Still awake? She snorted. Too noisy, it woke me up. Mang Mang patted his shoulder with a smug grin, as if pitying the unlucky guy who'd drink 12 cups of water. Bro Fu, you beast, when did you latch onto her to get so rich? Above his head hung a broken sword, just a hilt. Suddenly, Wu Fu's eyes snapped open, and he withdrew from cultivation. The broken sword above him vibrated constantly, emitting a faint hum, then spiritual energy radiated outward in a circle enveloping Wu Fu's body. He was inwardly satisfied. Qi refining mid-stage. In his past life it took him 3 years to break through to the Qi refining stage, but after rebirth he'd reached Qi refining mid-stage in just a few days. Suddenly a crackling sound came from outside, followed by a rumble and the husky's growl. Wu Fu was startled and turned his head. He walked to the balcony and asked the husky, "What's going on?" Of course it couldn't speak human language. It just kept barking toward the lightning. Seeing it so agitated, Wu Fu urged, "Let's go." Rain pattered on the leaves, rustling. The husky braved the rain and dashed into the woods. Wu Fu followed and saw some trees struck down by lightning. The sword hilt above his head kept vibrating. He also sensed something off. Why is the star sword vibrating so much? Wu Fu looked at the husky. What did you see? It responded with 2 barks. He looked around. The trees here were charred black by lightning, their crowns gone. Just then, Wu Fu suddenly noticed the husky's strange behavior. It stopped and started digging at something. After a while it turned and barked twice as if seeking praise. Under the husky's paws was a black sword hilt it had just unearthed. Amid the rumbling thunder, Wu Fu froze. He bent down and picked up the hilt. It was covered in black rust. As the husky pawed at it, the rust flaked off. Washed by the rain, a gleaming sword hilt emerged. Wu Fu was shocked. Nebula sword? This hilt is very similar to the broken hilt above my head. In my past life I traveled across 1,000 stars to forge a single star sword. I never thought after rebirth I'd find another star sword hilt. The hilt above his head hummed, as if resonating with the one in his hand. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be absorbed by these 2 broken hilts. He laughed heartily. I've found the 10,000-year star sword. I'm coming back. He raised the broken hilt high. Once I gather the star sword, it will be your end. Even if you're already high in the celestial realm, I can still kill you. The next morning, a pair of long legs appeared at the school gate. In the martial arts training room, the sunlight was warm. Seeing the girl walk in, everyone perked up, welcoming the club president back to school. That person was none other than Qingqing. A few female martial arts students gathered around to greet her. The president is back. Qingqing replied calmly, I've rested long enough. It's time to return. Does anyone know Wu Fu? A pink-haired girl named Xiao Ya raised her hand. President, I know him. I know him. Qingqing continued. Where is he now? Xiao Ya said. He's a new student who offended Tian Hao as soon as he arrived. Now he's blocked at the gate. This time he's probably in big trouble. She asked curiously, President, do you know him? Hearing such a sensitive question, Qingqing panicked, blushing as she turned away. Oh no, I don't. He cursed that damn thug under his breath. At the school gate, Wu Fu suddenly sneezed loudly. Just then a black car sped over, followed closely by another. Wu Fu narrowed his eyes warily and looked around. Sensing something was off. It wasn't just 1 or 2 cars, 4 or 5 were closing in, leaving him no escape. A thug yelled at the watching students, What are you looking at? Looking for trouble? Wu Fu coldly watched the thugs get out of the cars, but the husky in his arms wasn't so calm. It barked loudly a few times as a thug approached Wu Fu. The husky in his arms barked even more fiercely. The opponent was a burly man named Da Biao, who sized up Wu Fu and asked, Are you Wu Fu? A group of lackeys holding baseball bats saw Wu Fu's scrawny frame and spoke up, Bro Biao, let me take care of this kid. Another said in surprise, Tian Hao actually got humiliated by this trash. Wu Fu set down the husky, ready to fight. Let me teach you a lesson. Da Biao's lackeys swung their bats and the dog charged to bite one. A vicious bat swung toward him, aiming to put him in the hospital, but Wu Fu dodged. Another bat grazed his face and he sidestepped lightly. Then, Wu Fu pushed off with one foot, kicking high with the other. Snapping the baseball bat in the opponent's hand, the thug stared in shock at the broken bat in his grip. Wu Fu sneered, I thought he'd bring some real fighters, but this is disappointing. Da Biao curled his lip and mocked. Oh yeah, beating a few small fries makes you think you're invincible. Wu Fu didn't notice the 2 hands reaching for him from behind. 2 of Da Biao's lackeys grabbed him tightly. Bro Biao hit him. Da Biao weighed the bat in his hand and said menacingly, At Yunhai University, you dare to challenge me, you weren't even born yet. As he spoke, the husky below charged and bit him. Da Biao angrily kicked it away. Damn dog. The husky hit the ground, gravely injured and barely alive, while Da Biao remained fierce. I'll make sure your master stays in bed for life. On the balcony, Qingqing saw this and instructed Xiaoya, quick, call an ambulance. Xiaoya replied, yes, even if Wu Fu is useless, he's still a Yunhai University student. I'll call right away. With that, Qing turned and left without looking back. No, that ambulance is for those thugs. Xiaoya was confused. For thugs, President, why call an ambulance for thugs? Qing didn't answer, just smiled faintly. He's strong. Sure enough, the two thugs downstairs could barely hold Wu Fu. We can't hold him. One thug froze, thinking, what's going on? His strength suddenly surged. Biao gritted his teeth and cursed his lackeys. Useless, let me handle him. But Wu Fu had already furrowed his brow, his eyes icy. Too bad. He flung the two lackeys behind him. Too late. Biao swung his bat and charged at Wu Fu. Wu Fu shot forward like a cannonball. Biao waited, bat raised. As Wu Fu closed in, Biao's bat came down. Wu Fu squinted, calculated, then kicked, bending the bat in Biao's hand. His foot completed an arc, smashing the bent bat and his foot into Biao's face. Biao hit the ground, the bat flying from his hand. The lackeys were terrified. Bro Biao, are you okay? Biao didn't answer. He was unconscious, foaming at the mouth, waiting for emergency care. But even after defeating the leader, Wu Fu didn't relax because the lackeys came at him like madmen. One after another they lunged. Wu Fu said coldly, looking for death. Before the thug could react, he punched him in the face. The remaining few, seeing their comrade attacked, also charged. This bastard, let's get him together. A group rushed in with bats like moths to a flame, trying to take him down. Minutes later, the red-haired thug was battered and bruised. He muttered, what kind of monster did Tian Hao mess with? The thugs helped each other up. Wu Fu ordered, stand up, support him and follow me. One mustered the courage to say, boss, we were wrong today. Please spare us. Before he could finish, his comrade covered his mouth. Boss, have mercy. Wu Fu didn't allow objections, saying coldly, move. The thugs had no choice but to obey. Yes, yes. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a girl from the martial arts club ran back to report to Qing. President Wu Fu is so stupid he actually went to find Tian Hao. Hearing the report, she smirked slightly. Qing mourned for Tian Hao for a minute. I feel sorry for you, Tian Hao. At the main teaching building, the sun shone brightly. The only discordant note was the group of battered thugs supporting each other behind Wu Fu. Inside the building, Class 3 was upstairs. Zhou Shen opened the classroom door and walked in. Bro Hao, Tian Hao and a few classmates looked over in surprise. Zhou Shen said cheerfully, I got Brother Biao. This time Wu Fu is done for. Meng Zhao laughed. That's what happens when you cross us. Tian Hao rested his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. From now on, there's no Wu Fu at Yunhai University. Zhou Shen chuckled, good riddance, trash. Just then, the classroom door opened again. Tian Hao and Zhou Shen both looked at the door in surprise. Meng Zhao saw the newcomer and shouted in panic, Wu Fu. He was holding someone by the collar, looking at the people in the room. You looking for me? Wu Fu let go gently, and the man immediately fell to the ground. I was looking for you too. That man was Biao, still unconscious, twitching occasionally. Zhou Shen saw the man on the ground and screamed, Biao. Meng Zhao stammered in fear, Wu Fu. Tian Hao finally realized the situation was against him. Cold sweat broke out as he thought, how is this possible? Wu Fu is no pushover. Bare-handed he fought off the surrounding thugs without a scratch. Painful cries echoed at the school gate. Then a few people in the class stood up and walked toward Wu Fu. He barely glanced at them, saying nothing. The instigator in a white shirt said arrogantly, Kid, don't you know to knock when you enter, or are you ignoring us? He pointed at Wu Fu's face. Now get out of my sight immediately. Seeing Wu Fu silent, as if he hadn't heard, the man grabbed his collar. Damn it, are you deaf? Then the instigator learned what a loud slap meant. One slap sent a row of teeth flying. Wu Fu slapped him and warned, this isn't your business, get lost. Qing had already entered the classroom, commenting from below, he's really arrogant. Someone asked curiously, how did he suddenly get so strong? Hearing Qing's voice, Wu Fu looked at her. Qing was surprised to see him walking toward her. Wu Fu handed her the husky, I'm going to avenge it, take care of it for me. The dog was happy to see Qing, but she darkened her face, suddenly becoming a dog-sitter. She cursed inwardly, damn bastard. Zhou Shen, seeing Wu Fu's arrogance, yelled, Wu Fu, this is a school. Dare to cause trouble here? Wu Fu didn't answer, just glared coldly. Zhou Shen was too scared to speak, thinking, terrifying. Wu Fu warned coldly, get lost before I lose my temper. Wu Bai picked up a chair and invited, sit down and talk. Though polite, his action was as fierce as if he were about to strike. He raised the chair to hit Wu Fu. Die! Wu Fu just glanced at him, channeled his energy, turned, and punched him unconscious. The chair flew off and stuck into the blackboard. Zhou Shen looked at the cracked blackboard like a spiderweb and swallowed hard. Wu Fu gave his final warning. If you don't want to die, get out of here. With that, he turned and left, ignoring the trembling voices behind him calling, wait. Wu Fu walked toward Tian Hao. It was over. Meng Zhao stepped in the way again. Wu Fu, what do you think you're doing? Tian Hao, hiding behind the woman, still had a sharp tongue. Think a little kung fu makes you tough in front of me? In my eyes you're just Before he could finish, Wu Fu's fast kick landed. Too much nonsense. Meng Zhao froze, relieved the kick completely bypassed her. Wu Fu brushed past her. Don't play with fire or it'll burn everything you have. Then, Wu Fu left, and Meng Zhao ran to check on her new boyfriend. Are you okay, Tian Hao? In the hallway, Qing walked out with Wu Fu, analyzing. Tian Hao is just a second-generation brat from a family. With your current strength you have no chance against Tian Gang. You're in big trouble. Wu Fu remained indifferent, unconcerned. I wonder who's really in trouble. Qing was speechless, snorted, arrogant fool. The scene shifted to a high-end city hospital with good facilities. A ward door bore Tian Hao's name and he shouted, Dad, you have to help me kill him. In the ward, lying on the bed with his arm in a cast was Tian Hao, while his father, Mr. Xia, stood by the window looking out. He said, Dad has contacted your brother. He'll be back in Yunhai soon. He lit a cigarette, comforting his son. Don't worry. No one in Yunhai dares to touch our family. I was planning to talk to him anyway. Just then, the ward door opened, and a gloomy aura filled the room. Tian Hao turned in surprise to see a red-haired man with a braid down to his waist who spoke. Uncle, don't worry. Wu Fu, if he's only at the qi refining stage. The red-haired man showed a sinister smile. Then within a few days I'll make him disappear. At the school dormitory, golden sunlight filled the hallway. A dorm room echoed with dog barks. The husky had knocked over the trash can, and Wu Fu completely ignored it. Suddenly, Meng burst in, shouting frantically, Fu Zhe, it's bad. Wu Fu lay calmly on the bed, hands behind his head. What's the rush? Meng reported. Zhou Shen and the homeroom teacher are coming to your dorm. The homeroom teacher is Zhou Shen's uncle. They're almost here. Hide quickly. But it was too late. Zhou Shen and the teacher were already at the door. Zhou Shen crossed his arms arrogantly. Trying to run, not so easy. The husky barked loudly at the bad guys. The teacher stared at it with an unfriendly gaze, making it back off. Wu Fu's face darkened, his eyes sharp as he looked at the uninvited pair. The teacher adjusted his glasses, showing a sly smile, and passed judgment without asking, daring to bring thugs into school to hit my student and raising a fierce beast in the dorm. Meng tried to explain. Teacher Wu Fu didn't collude with those thugs. Those people were all brought by Tian Hao. Zhou Shen threatened from the side. Did I say you could talk? Shut up. Wu Fu looked at the uncle-nephew pair at the door and advised Meng, don't say any more. He frowned. Beasts always mistake money for power. Since that's the case, Wu Fu activated his inner energy, spiritual power swirling around his palm. Meng, knowing his friend's temper, quickly stopped him. Fu Zhe, don't. Before he could finish, Wu Fu's fist flew toward Zhou Shen. But it didn't land. The speed of Wu Fu's punch created a strong gust that swept toward Zhou Shen and the teacher. Unfortunately, the wind was strong enough to blow off the teacher's wig. Wu Fu pointed at the door. Get lost. Zhou Shen was scared but didn't want to show weakness. Wu Fu, I advise you not to cause trouble here. Truly, virtue doesn't match position. Wu Fu grabbed his collar. Need me to see you out? The teacher, terrified, ran out to pick up his wig and put it on. He threatened loudly, Wu Fu, I'll report this to the school authorities. You'll be severely punished. With that, he abandoned his nephew and fled. Zhou Shen finally reacted, save me, don't leave me alone. The teacher ran faster than a rabbit, completely ignoring the screams coming from Wu Fu's room. The next day, in a Yunhai University classroom, Meng turned around and said, Fu Zhe, were we a bit reckless yesterday? Before he could finish, the classroom door suddenly burst open. The homeroom teacher walked in with several other teachers, and the class fell silent. He stood at the podium, picked up a pointer, and began, I have an important announcement. The teacher twisted the truth. Male student Wu Fu disrupted school discipline, disrespected teachers, and injured student Xia Tianhao, sending him to the hospital with severe injuries. Murmurs filled the classroom. A red-haired boy asked, Did I hear that right? A girl next to him replied, It's true, I saw it yesterday morning. Xia Tianhao blocked Wu Fu at the school gate, but Wu Fu taught him a lesson instead. The teacher read the disciplinary decision. After discussion with school leaders, we've decided to expel Wu Fu indefinitely. The red-haired boy was puzzled, but Xia Tianhao started the trouble. Why punish Wu Fu? The girl sighed. Blame Wu Fu for offending big shots. Zhou Shen stood outside the classroom sneering, That's what you get for crossing me. Bastard. The teacher asked in the classroom, Wu Fu, do you have anything to say in your defense? Wu Fu remained silent, his face full of killing intent as if figuring out how to handle this. Just then the classroom door opened again. Someone shouted, Hold on. The teacher was startled, looked at the door and scolded coldly. Shoo Qing, this is class time. Get out, Qing replied fearlessly. Teacher, the martial arts club was established to protect the rights and safety of our school's students, including Wu Fu. With that, she turned and pushed Da Biao into the classroom. Get in. Qing pointed at him. This guy was hired to attack Wu Fu. We caught him and are investigating. The whole class was stunned, finding it hard to believe there was a twist. Wu Fu showed a sarcastic smile, completely unconcerned about his suspension. He stood up and said to Qing, Thank you very much, but I'll handle this myself. The girl was annoyed. Arrogant, without me bringing the biao, how would you handle this? Wu Fu activated his Dantian energy again. Dealing with these scumbags is just a small matter. Qingqing's eyes widened this aura. When did he get so strong? The teacher angrily pointed at the door. Wu Fu, you're expelled. If you dare cause trouble here, I'll call the police immediately. Zhou Shen had somehow entered the classroom and said arrogantly, "There's no evidence to prove your innocence. Get out of school now." But he still felt uneasy. Shu Qingqing is the jewel of the Shu family. Would she really pressure the school for this kid? Wu Fu walked coldly toward the podium. As he passed Zhou Shen, he whispered with a laugh, "Blame yourself for having no background and still acting tough. Get lost, fool." That stung a bit. Wu Fu immediately turned around with a dark face, smiling as he looked at Zhou Tan. "No background, is that what you think?" Wu Fu raised 2 fingers and snorted coldly. "Trouble comes from the mouth." His 2 fingers shot forward like lightning. Zhou Tan could only watch helplessly, unable to dodge in time. His eyes widened, but he saw nothing. Suddenly a chill struck his forehead and his head snapped back as if someone had flicked his forehead. Intense pain surged through him, and Zhou Tan screamed, clutching his head. This sudden turn of events made the homeroom teacher shout sternly, "What did you do to my nephew?" The classmates buzzed with discussion. "What happened? What's wrong with him? Serves him right, that spoiled brat." The homeroom teacher supported his nephew. "How dare you hit my nephew?" Zhou Tan pointed at Wu Fu. "You, what did you do to me?" Wu Fu had only raised his hand, never touching him. He retorted, "Any evidence? Others may not know, but I know its spiritual power." Suddenly, Zhou Tan knelt on the podium. Wu Fu, I was wrong," Wu Fu said coldly. "My name isn't for you to call casually." Though unwilling, Zhou Tan immediately changed his words. "Dad, I was wrong, please spare me." Wu Fu's words were like hypnosis. "Tell the whole truth." Zhou Tan, clutching his head, confessed that Sha Tianhao had instigated the trouble against Wu Fu. Wu Fu, everything was planned by Tianhao. The classmates felt the plot had reversed too quickly. The homeroom teacher slammed the table and shouted. Wu Fu looked at him calmly. "What's wrong? Didn't Zhou Tan make it clear?" Turning to look at his nephew, he saw him gasping for breath, the pain seemingly easing, but yellow liquid had soaked his crotch. The homeroom teacher, furious, temporarily set aside the punishment for Wu Fu. "I'll investigate this thoroughly. Don't be too pleased too soon." Qingqing hugged her arms and smiled, reminding him. "I hope the homeroom teacher will seek justice for Wu Fu, a member of our martial arts club." She raised her chin in a threatening manner. "Do you understand, teacher?" The homeroom teacher thought unwillingly. When did this kid get involved with the Shu family? But he couldn't show weakness. "Rest assured, Shu, our academic affairs department will enforce the law impartially and won't favor any side." With that, he opened the door and left, making sure to slam it shut. Wu Fu looked at the girl beside him. "When did I become a member of your martial arts club?" Qingqing glanced at him. "Little pervert, I did this to prevent them from continuing to frame you." She smiled. "I, the prestigious Shu family, am unique in Yunhai. But someone behind the scenes reminded me." Wu Fu, the club president, left. Qingqing blushed with anger. Does he really think he can handle this on his own? So arrogant. In a dormitory not far from the teaching building, a hand opened the door and walked in. As soon as Wu Fu opened the door, the husky barked a few times and ran out. Looking at the messy room full of dog hair, he scolded it softly. "Husky, what have you done to my room?" Just as he was about to punish it, his phone vibrated. Wu Fu opened it and saw a message from Meng Meng. "Fu Zhe, I need to get my shoes repaired." Probably the husky had chewed up his shoes. Wu Fu picked up the husky. "Let's go." So 1 man and 1 dog left the dormitory. By the wide pool of a luxurious villa, Qingqing and Xiaoya were leisurely sunbathing. Rustling sounds came from the nearby grass. Because Wu Fu didn't like being disturbed, the villa was quite deserted with few servants. This made it easier for a thug to sneak in. The red-haired man had already jumped over the railing and successfully infiltrated the villa. Hearing the noise, someone shouted, "Who's there?" The husky poked its head out and barked. Seeing it was a dog, Qingqing relaxed her guard. "So it's the husky." She looked toward a certain room thinking, "Is that brat Wu Fu here too?" Qingqing suddenly blushed. "Watch me catch you, you pervert." At the door, Wu Fu slowly walked in. Damn, he's already sensed something unusual. Wu Fu entered the villa looking for the husky. "Husky, husky," as he called out loudly. 3 sharp darts shot toward him. Wu Fu had vaguely sensed them. He turned his head to the side. It was better he hadn't looked. Seeing 3 darts flying at him, he was startled. Shit! But who was Wu Fu? He stepped back, easily dodging the darts that embedded themselves in the wall. He turned toward the direction the darts came from. "Who's there?" The other party chuckled with interest. "Got some skills. You're the red-haired one, here to assassinate Wu Fu. But unfortunately, you've fallen into my hands and it's your dead end." Wu Fu squinted, assessing the opponent's strength. The red-haired man carried a heavy killing intent and bloodlust. Unnoticed, he had produced several more darts. Without further ado, he waved his hand and threw the darts at Wu Fu. Wu Fu watched them fly toward him calmly and indifferently. Then he channeled spiritual energy to wrap around his palm. He waved his hand in an arc, knocking away the darts one by one. As soon as he finished, the red-haired man flashed in front of him. He held a red longsword attempting a sneak attack. Wu Fu used spiritual energy to shield his palm and block the sword. He turned his hand using it as a sword and knocked the red longsword out of the red-haired man's hand. Under the setting sun, their figures quickly separated. The red-haired man was extremely excited. Sword aura, this kid is indeed strong. Wu Fu channeled spiritual energy and turned. Since my rebirth, this is the first time I've met a worthy opponent. I'll play with you. The red-haired man gripped his sword tightly, his bloodlust and killing intent surging. I acknowledge your strength, but it's too early for you to act arrogant in front of me. As his words fell, his eyes turned icy and his voice filled with deathly aura. Die. The red-haired man slid his foot, flashing behind Wu Fu. He immediately swung his hand to attack from behind. But Wu Fu agilely turned and blocked the attack with his hand. You're lucky, the storm has passed for now. The next second, the red-haired man swept his sword at his head, but Wu Fu leaned back in time to dodge. At this he shouted angrily. All you know is to dodge, coward, Wu Fu replied fearlessly. I'm afraid you can't withstand a single blow from me. The red-haired man charged with the momentum. Even at death's door you don't change your arrogant nature. He quickly closed in. Wu Fu's eyes sharpened and he said seriously, I'm done playing with you. The red-haired man froze for a few seconds, and Wu Fu condensed a sword aura with his magic, hurling it at the enemy. Lucky for the red-haired man, he dodged in time. The sword aura materialized, and Wu Fu's attack ultimately struck the pillar behind the red-haired man. He was terrified, glancing back slightly. This power can't possibly belong to a kid under 20. The red-haired man looked at him and asked, You, who exactly are you? Wu Fu replied bluntly. You're not worthy of knowing. Nearby, a petite figure had been observing everything. Jingjing thought to herself, he's only at the mid-stage of Qi training, yet he completely defeats a peak Qi training expert. She stared at Wu Fu. This brat is indeed not simple. Suddenly, the red-haired man noticed Jingjing. He also sensed her staring at him, but her reaction was a beat slower. The red-haired man immediately pressed the tip of his sword against her neck. Wu Fu was also shocked by this. The despicable red-haired man grabbed Jingjing as a hostage and threatened him in a sarcastic tone. Kid, if you don't want your girlfriend to die, come with me obediently. Wu Fu waved his hand and said, Don't misunderstand, this little girl isn't my girlfriend. Jingjing's face darkened upon hearing this. She shouted angrily, Bastard, do you have any humanity? He grabbed me as a hostage for you. And not only do you not save me, but you also explain yourself? The red-haired man sensed something was wrong. Jingjing, furious in his grasp, was continuously releasing her power. The red-haired man looked at her coldly. Another expert. The next second a loud noise came from the building. Two girls standing outside the building exchanged surprised glances. The pink-haired girl asked, What happened? An explosion, the white-haired girl quickly replied. The club president seems to be inside. Inside the scene, the red-haired man was kneeling and begging for mercy. Spare me, heroine. Jingjing stared at him and said, Hey, I could kill you with one finger and you still dared to grab me as a hostage? I think you're asking for death. The red-haired man had a hidden trick. He stuck out his tongue, revealing a poison needle, and blew it out with his breath. Jingjing quickly sidestepped to dodge. Wu Fu immediately sensed the problem. As Jingjing sidestepped, he immediately gathered momentum and charged forward. Wu Fu raised his foot and kicked the red-haired man. He was sent flying into the wall, spitting out blood. Wu Fu stopped, stared at him for a moment, then slowly walked toward the red-haired man. He was coughing uncontrollably. Seeing the situation was bad, the red-haired man quickly said, Wait, we can negotiate. He held his stomach and said with difficulty, Without the antidote, this little girl will surely die. With that, he looked at Jingjing and laughed loudly. How ironic, she hadn't dodged. The poison needle had struck the back of her neck. Wu Fu looked at him coldly, then summoned a sword. Wu Fu immediately finished off the red-haired man. He clutched his neck, his expression filled with agony. Then the red-haired man groaned with wide eyes. No, Wu Fu ignored him and turned to leave. Then he stared at Jingjing. She was now slumped on the ground, struggling to call him. Wu Fu. Jingjing's eyes were bruised and her face was turning purple from the poison. I can't die yet. Wu Fu looked at her and said, With me here, even the king of hell wouldn't dare take you away. Then he bent down to pull out the poison needle, which still had a bit of her blood on it. Wu Fu looked at it, thinking, There's still a little residual poison. He sighed. A drop of water fell into the lake, creating ripples. Jingjing closed her eyes, feeling comfortable. The spiritual energy was so familiar, so warm, like. Jingjing pursed her lips, then gradually relaxed her facial expression. Wu Fu was using his mouth to suck the venom from her neck. Jingjing slowly opened her eyes, and then a scream came from outside. Jingjing was startled, her eyes wide open, while Wu Fu glanced lightly toward the direction of the sound. Both of them looked at the intruders who had just burst in. The white-haired girl covered her face with her hands, having seen Jingjing in a rather awkward scene. Club president, please continue, the pink-haired girl said, blushing. Sorry, we'll leave now. Then they both turned and left. Wu Fu stood up after finishing. She's fine. The toxin has been completely removed by me. Qingqing used her hands to push herself up to sit, blushing as she brushed her hair and replied, "Thank you." He looked at his phone and casually answered, "No need, they were targeting me. If you had died I would have felt a bit guilty." Then Wu Fu pressed the call button on his phone while Qingqing stood frozen. Does he have to be so blunt? The scene shifted to the hospital. Tianhao lay on the hospital bed with his hand bandaged. Meng Zhao picked up the phone and said to Mr. Sha, "Uncle, it's Wu Fu calling." He pondered and replied, "Failed again." Mr. Sha looked out the window and told Meng Zhao to answer the call and put it on speaker. Wu Fu's cold voice rang out. "Within 3 days, Sha Tianhao must come to school and kneel to apologize to me. This is his last chance." He hung up and the room fell silent. On Wu Fu's side he had just hung up when Qingqing, standing beside him, turned and said, "Does the Sha family think they can do whatever they want in Yunhai?" Wu Fu's face darkened. "The Sha family, I don't even consider them worth mentioning." She pouted and silently cursed him, braggart. The scene shifted back to the hospital. Tianhao's hospital room door was slightly ajar. He gritted his teeth and said, "Who does he think he is, making me apologize in person?" Mr. Sha lit a cigarette and instructed Tianhao, "Your brother will be back in 2 days. I guarantee he'll die a miserable death." Back at Wu Fu's place, someone called him frantically. "Fu Zhe." Meng Ming pushed open the door and walked into the room, panting, "The husky is getting worse. It chewed up my shoes the day before yesterday, and today it wet the bed." The husky he was referring to was a dog. Meng Ming looked at it and said, "I don't know you." Outside the corridor, a group of people with red and green hair had banded together to find Wu Fu. "Brother Jin, Wu Fu is in this room, go in." They lined up in front of his door. Meng Ming looked at Wu Fu helplessly. "Brother, you didn't go provoke the karate club people again, did you?" he replied coldly. "I don't even know who they are," a short-haired kid spoke up. "Brother Jin, are you going to personally teach a freshman a lesson?" The one called Brother Jin said contemptuously. "This kid has some skills, but he's too arrogant, daring to lay a hand on the club president's younger brother." Wu Fu tilted his head and asked, "Are you Sha Tiangang's lackey?" Brother Jin pointed at himself confidently. "That's right, I'm temporarily taking over the karate club for the president." Then his gang of lackeys rushed forward in unison. "Brat, we're going to avenge Brother Hao." He curled his lips in contempt, mocking them. "Another bunch of rabble." Wu Fu quickly rose, using his momentum to kick one of the lackeys in the face. The force of the kick was so strong that it sent the man flying to the door. The lackeys, upon hearing this, clamored to deal with him. "Damn, this kid is too arrogant. Brothers, get him." Wu Fu suddenly glanced at the one who had just provoked him. Then he threw a punch at that person's face. Wu Fu put his strength into this punch, using magic to enhance its power, directly knocking the man to the ground. Wu Fu stepped over the fallen man and walked toward the rest. He looked at them and asked, "You want to cripple me?" he said coldly. "Come on, keep going." The lackeys, unaware of their danger, swarmed him. Wu Fu grinned and said softly, "Ungrateful wretches." He quickly condensed magic into his fist and sent 2 people flying with one punch. Wu Fu swept a light glance, nimbly turning to borrow momentum. Then he punched one person in the face, sending the last lackey flying. The last lackey also fell. The only one left was Brother Jin. Wu Fu looked at him and said, "It's easy for a Qi training stage to deal with a few ordinary people, but against me." Brother Jin began to cast a spell. "You're dead meat." Wu Fu extended his index finger in a provocative gesture. "Come and get me if you can." He immediately swung his hand horizontally at him, but Wu Fu dodged. Brother Jin quickly condensed magic into his hand and continued to strike at him. Wu Fu felt he had some skill, but Brother Jin was determined to stab him with his enhanced hand. Wu Fu also strengthened his fist to block the attack, but he was faster, catching a flaw and punching Brother Jin in the stomach. Brother Jin was stunned by the sudden blow. He instinctively used his foot to borrow momentum and slide back to avoid falling. The lackey hiding behind the door asked him, "Brother Jin, are you okay? You all right?" Brother Jin clicked his tongue. "Damn, my heart's about to stop." Jing took the opportunity to kick him in the butt. Wu Fu was also very surprised by this situation. He roared angrily, "Who is it?" The man clutched his stomach and coughed. "Get him together. This kid is too strong." Meng Meng was a bit worried about Wu Fu. "Brother, be careful," he said calmly. "These people," Wu Fu rotated his wrist, ready to give them a thorough beating. "I don't even consider them worth mentioning." Qingqing appeared from somewhere to watch the excitement. "When did you dare to bully my people?" One of the lackeys recognized her and couldn't help but blurt out in fear, "Ah, he's from the martial arts hall." Brother Jin frowned at Qingqing. "This is none of your business. If you don't want trouble, stay out of it." She raised her voice without fear and shot back, "I'd like to see what trouble your lousy karate dojo can cause me." Seeing that this deal wasn't worth it, he turned and retreated. "This isn't over." The gorilla glared at him. "Oh really?" Jin Jie didn't miss the chance to taunt Wu Fu. "A so-called man hiding behind a woman? How disgraceful. Dare you come out and fight me?" Meng Meng warned. "Brother Fu, don't fall for his trick." Wu Fu smirked and said, "Fine. Ching Ching immediately called him crazy upon hearing this. His strength is on a completely different level from yours, your dog suddenly barked, and Jinjay thought helplessly, like owner, like dog. He raised his index finger and pointed it downward, a gesture full of contempt for Wu Fu. We'll meet this afternoon at the stadium. On the other side, the group of lackeys were egging him on. Brother Jin, you have to finish him off this afternoon. Yeah, you must. Meng Meng asked him worriedly. Brother Fu, why did you agree to him? Wu Fu replied calmly. Because I think it's interesting. The curly-haired senior beside Ching Ching leaned in and whispered, President, isn't this a bit childish? She answered calmly. How is it childish? Our martial arts school has always spoken through strength. Ching Ching pointed at the dog being held by Meng Meng, including the husky. They were all members of the dojo. Ching Ching turned her face away and said, How embarrassing. Even if you don't care about yourself, you should at least save some face for the dojo. Wu Fu was puzzled and asked, When did I become a member of your dojo? Ching Ching said seriously, I don't care, I don't care. You're part of the dojo anyway. Meanwhile, Meng Meng was silently crying in her heart, realizing she wasn't even as good as a dog. The scene shifted to the gym. Tian Hao with a dark face shouted loudly, I want to watch him die right in front of me. Jin Jie, holding several poison needles, said confidently, Don't worry, even without these I could still kill him. The atmosphere around them suddenly fell silent. Tian Hao still said to him, Take this, and instructed Jin Jie, Use these poison needles as your trump card. One of the lackeys opened his watch to check the time. Then he said to everyone, Brother Hao, it's been half an hour. Could it be he doesn't dare to come? Tian Hao gritted his teeth, looking extremely furious. The lackeys murmured among themselves, After all, a male college student is just a male college student. Haha, why bother gathering so many people? I alone am enough. Tian Hao, sitting in his wheelchair, softly called out a name of someone who was laughing. Come here, Brother Hao. The person lowered his head. What is it? He erupted with rage, exuding killing intent. The next second, Tian Hao punched that person in the face with his good hand. He roared, If you useless bunch could beat him, I wouldn't be stuck in this wheelchair. Get lost. Suddenly, Tian Hao saw someone approaching, and Jin Jie said, They're here. On the opposite side, Wu Fu and Ching Ching walked slowly over. Then he stopped and asked, Tian Hao, aren't you here to apologize to me? He squinted and replied, Apologize? I'm afraid you won't have the chance to be arrogant anymore. Wu Fu coldly retorted, Oh really? Tian Hao gritted his teeth and said, You're dead today. Wu Fu, however, remained very calm. You're quite confident. Meng Zhao, standing behind Tian Hao, raised her hand to signal finishing him off. Jin Jie took the order, stepped forward and exuded an extremely powerful magical aura. Jin Jie looked at Wu Fu and said, A mere chi-refining stage brat dares to spout nonsense here, looking for death? Seeing this, Ching Ching thought to herself, This is the transformation stage. She looked at Wu Fu with some concern. This is bad. Maybe you should just surrender. Wu Fu turned to her and said, Take care of the husky for me. Jin Jie then threatened him. I don't plan to let you leave here alive. Wu Fu immediately replied, Same to you. As soon as he spoke, Jin Jie quickly launched an attack. Wu Fu lightly tilted his head to dodge the blow. Jin Jie stared intently at Wu Fu. His hand suddenly flipped, and Wu Fu immediately sensed something was off. Jin Jie then threw the poison needles hidden in his palm. He swung his hand, shooting the needles at Wu Fu. Wu Fu agilely blocked the hidden weapons with his short knife. Jin Jie followed up with another round of hidden weapons. It's not over yet. Wu Fu stood still, watching the poison needles flying toward him. Ching Ching quickly shouted, Watch out! Jin Jie raised his hand and swept the needles horizontally toward Wu Fu's face. However, Wu Fu quickly blocked the incoming needles with his dagger. Meng Zhao, who had been watching from the side, was stunned. Is this magic? Jin Jie swiftly moved behind Wu Fu. I know you can condense chi into a sword. He smirked and said, What a pity. Jin Jie then strengthened his palm, ready to strike Wu Fu. Wu Fu stomped his foot hard, using the force to leap into the air, dodging his palm strike. Jin Jie missed his attack and quickly searched for Wu Fu's figure. Wu Fu shouted from midair, Spirit Sword Art! The dagger gradually transformed into a long sword. Wu Fu slashed heavily at Jin Jie, who, after being hit, widened his eyes, his heart severely damaged. No, impossible. Ching Ching looked at him in fear. Meng Zhao's face showed terror, and Tian Hao was also shocked by the scene. Jin Jie's lackeys shouted in panic, Murder, run! Seeing the situation turn bad, Tian Hao quickly called to Meng Zhao, Push me away, quick! But she was too scared to move, collapsing to the ground. Tian Hao knew he couldn't rely on her, so he crawled out of the wheelchair, struggling to escape. Damn it, I didn't expect Wu Fu to be this strong. However, he was blocked by the husky. It looked at him and barked fiercely. Tian Hao felt a chill run down his spine. Wu Fu had somehow already approached him with his sword. Where are you going? Tian Hao, terrified, begged for mercy. I'm sorry, I was wrong, Wu Fu said in a deep voice. Weren't you quite confident? He desperately begged Wu Fu, Big brother, please let me go. I swear I'll never bother you again. Wu Fu glanced at him and said, I've given you many chances. It's too late now. As soon as he spoke, a poison needle pierced directly into Tian Hao's arm and the toxin began to spread on his hand. Tian Hao shouted in panic. Meng Zhao, give me the antidote, quick. He reached out. Hurry, give it to me. But Meng Zhao turned on him and cursed. What's the point of you, a cripple, still living? He weakly squeezed out a few words. You? Then Tian Hao spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Seeing this, Meng Zhao cursed. Useless thing. Wu Fu suddenly glanced at her. Meng Zhao said guiltily. Don't kill me, he replied calmly. You can't die yet. You have to live and feel despair. Wu Fu's face darkened as he thought to himself. Even the grudges from my past life you'll have to repay double. The scene shifted to a mountain peak in a lush forest. On this mountain a guild was in operation. And a voice came through. This is one of our sect's 3 treasures. Bai Shi looked at the magical artifact in his hand and said, don't underestimate it. It can take your life in an instant. Tian Gong lowered his head and replied, if I can't avenge myself, I'm afraid I can't focus on cultivation. Thank you, master, for your help this time. The old man told him to cleanse his inner demons before returning to cultivation. He replied briefly, yes. Early in the morning on a tall building, Meng Zhao stood by the railing planning to end her life. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. Meng Zhao muttered to herself, rather than living in such humiliation, it's better to die. She didn't forget to curse others. Wu Fu, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off. With that, she climbed over the railing and jumped. Fortunately, someone reached out to stop her. This person caught Meng Zhao's hand in time and she turned to ask her savior. Who are you? Tian Gang frowned and said, Tian Hao just died not long ago. If you die too, who will be left to see Wu Fu's miserable end? The scene shifted to Wu Fu's bathroom. He had just finished showering and was drying his hair with a towel. Suddenly he opened his eyes and looked at his hand. Wu Fu tried to circulate his energy, thinking, am I nearing the breakthrough point of the qi refining stage? He looked at himself in the mirror, recalling past events. In my past life, thanks to my master refining spiritual pills, I was able to forge high-level magical tools. In this life, though I have no spiritual pills, my tools are still as powerful as ever. Suddenly a wailing voice came from outside. Don't lick there, Wu Fu immediately shouted. Who? He then walked out of the bathroom to check. In his room was Lu Ling being licked by the husky. So gross, stop licking. Lu Ling saw Wu Fu and called him over. Won't you come sit with me? Wu Fu pointed at her and said, this is my bed. Lu Ling put on a hurt expression and whined. A senior comes to your room voluntarily, can't you be a bit more welcoming? Wu Fu asked warily. What's your purpose in approaching me? She stood up and said, of course there is. Lu Ling then took out a small magic wand, twirled it in her hand and shot magic from it to attack. No you? I'm here to test your strength. Wu Fu stood calmly in place, the towel on his shoulder knocked to the ground by the force of Lu Ling's attack. She looked at him and asked, why didn't you dodge? He replied calmly, why should I? Unbeknownst to her, several long swords had appeared around Lu Ling, ready to counterattack. Seeing this, she withdrew her hand. It's the silent sword shadow. I didn't even notice it. Lu Ling blinked and asked, when did you make your move? Wu Fu replied coldly, from the very beginning. Suddenly he felt something off in his body. Wu Fu's condition caught Lu Ling's attention, and his power was now rising significantly. Not good. I seem to be entering the breakthrough phase. Seeing this, she said, the dormitory has sparse spiritual energy. It's not a good place for your breakthrough. Wu Fu sat back on the bed. If you hadn't disrupted my original plan, I wouldn't have to break through in this dormitory. Lu Ling said, I'm the student council president. You caused such a big commotion, so it's my duty to interrogate you. He shouted, shut up. She blinked and asked, do you have any pills ready? Wu Fu closed his eyes and replied, no. Lu Ling helplessly raised her hand and tapped her forehead. I didn't expect you to be this foolish, he said softly, because I don't need them. Lu Ling was stunned. Ha! Spiritual energy surged from all directions, enveloping Wu Fu. Is this something a qi refining stage cultivator can do? Wu Fu focused and entered a meditative state. Suddenly he opened his eyes and vast spiritual power poured into his body. Lu Ling asked dazedly, is this the breakthrough? Then, for some reason, all her clothes were torn apart. Lu Ling screamed in panic. Several guys standing outside his room whispered, hey, let me see, don't push, let me go first. Damn, did Brother Fu actually do it with the senior? Meng Meng curiously peered through the peephole. Then the group directly burst the door open. Meng Meng's eyes widened. Before him stood Lu Ling, completely naked. Stared at by a group of guys, she was overwhelmed with shame and anger. Wu Fu roared angrily, get out! Meng Meng turned back and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Fu, you're amazing. With that he turned and left, closing the door behind him. At this moment Lu Ling blushed and said to him, aren't you going to turn around? Hurry and get me a set of clothes. The scene shifted to an extremely luxurious mansion. The wall clock ticked away, the hands pointing exactly to 9 in the morning. Xia Zhe asked worriedly, Uncle, it's this late and he still hasn't come. Could he be messing with us? Just a qi refining stage and he's putting on such airs. He shrugged and said, how strong can a qi refining stage be? Ching Ching crossed her arms and said, at least stronger than me. Yin Xian shouted angrily. Shut up. Shang Yao looked out the window and said, he saved Ching Ching's life again this time. What's the harm in waiting another day? Everyone replied. Yes, the scene shifted to a forest where the weather was exceptionally clear and open. Wu Fu and the husky were walking when he suddenly stopped. He sensed something and said, since you're all here, why not show yourselves? The husky suddenly turned to look behind them. Behind Wu Fu were Tian Gang's brothers. With your chi refining stage strength, you're not thinking of running to a crowded place to beg for help, are you? The man with graying temples blinked and said, deliberately luring us here, you're asking for death. Wu Fu replied contemptuously. No, I'm already at the transformation stage, they shouted. With your meager strength you dare to offend senior brother Tian Gang? Wu Fu countered. Did Tian Gang send you? The man with tied back hair said softly. Brother only sent us to investigate you. The man with graying temples glared at him. But if we happen to bring your head back, the man with tied back hair drew his sword from behind. Before he finished speaking, he swung his sword and attacked Wu Fu from a distance. Wu Fu focused his gaze on them. The scene shifted to Ching Ching's home. Yin Xian asked her anxiously, Ching Ching, has Wu Fu arrived? She held her phone, equally anxious. Strange, he should have been here by now. Suddenly, barking came from outside. The husky ran in frantically. Seeing this, Yin Xian scratched his chin and thought, could this be his dog? Could it be? Shan Yao looked displeased and cursed. Damn it, a chi refining stage brat dares to bring a dog to humiliate us. Ching Ching crouched down and asked the dog, Husky, where's your owner? It immediately grabbed her sleeve. Ching Ching understood and continued, you want me to go out? Shan Yao said seriously, given the situation he's probably in trouble. Yin Xian then said, let's go back to that forest. At that moment Wu Fu was being attacked by the man with tied back hair's sword. He lightly tilted his head to dodge. The man with tied back hair controlled the sword with his hand, and it turned direction, continuing to attack Wu Fu from behind. Wu Fu quickly sensed it and dodged again. The man with graying temples took the opportunity to draw his sword and close in on Wu Fu. Wu Fu calmly focused on dealing with him. The man with graying temples raised his sword and attacked Wu Fu. Wu Fu immediately condensed a sword from his magical power, blocking his attack. The man with graying temples looked at him in surprise. Transformation stage? You actually broke through. Wu Fu stared at him intently. There's a lot you don't know. Ching Ching and the others arrived just in time, and she immediately shouted, 2 transformation stage cultivators, Wu Fu is in danger. Shang Yao stopped her. Ching Ching called out in confusion, Grandpa? Shang Yao said, no, Wu Fu has already broken through the chi refining stage. At this moment, Wu Fu was using his sword to block the man with graying temples' slash. Then he exerted force and cut through the opponent's sword. The man with tied back hair was extremely shocked. Sha Zhe watched dumbfounded. Yin Xian was frozen on the spot, while Ching Ching's eyes widened at the scene. Shang Yao thought calmly, such a shabby spiritual energy transformation has such power. Wu Fu's slash was so powerful that it sent the man with graying temples flying. Shang Yao suddenly widened his eyes. No? He saw another sword floating above Wu Fu's head. Suspended above his head is a real sword. Wu Fu looked at the fallen enemy and said coldly, looks like I've been underestimated again, sending only a useless one. The man with tied back hair tried to flee. The intel was wrong. This guy is definitely not at the chi refining stage. He looked back at Wu Fu and, this guy's transformation stage items look a bit like those of our sect. Wu Fu glanced at him. Trying to run? Not so easy. Then he raised his sword and Wu Fu slashed out a sword aura. The man with tied back hair noticed the aura, but it was too late. He was also taken down directly. The man with tied back hair said unwillingly, impossible. Then he collapsed in front of Wu Fu. The husky saw Wu Fu and ran over happily. Ching Ching looked at Sha Zhe and asked, third brother, isn't this a one-against-many situation? He scratched his head and laughed. The moon is really round tonight. Yin Xian looked helplessly at Sha Zhe. This idiot was such a disgrace. Wu Fu looked at the man with his hair tied back lying on the ground and pulled a spirit stone from the husky. Sha Ka exclaimed in surprise. Ah, this dog actually swallowed the spirit stone. The dog licked its lips, looking as if it was delicious. The white-haired man clicked his tongue among the crowd, saying, what a waste of a treasure. Sha Ka shouted in confusion, such a good spirit stone and a dog ate it. The husky wagged its tail proudly, looking smug as it enjoyed its meal. Wu Fu gazed at it with affectionate eyes. The rich spiritual energy from the stone was good, and luckily it was all absorbed. Not bad. The husky raised its head and let out a loud woof, its eyes sparkling as if it had accomplished a great feat. Ching Ching hurried over and asked worriedly, Wu Fu, are you okay? Sha Ka glanced down at the dog at his feet and cried out in panic, this dog has mutated. Both of them were startled and looked down at the husky. Dongqing exclaimed, huh? At that moment it bared its teeth in a grin, revealing sharp knife-like fangs that glistened. Everyone stared intently at the husky, their expressions a mix of surprise and excitement. Meanwhile, in another place, 2 luxury cars slowly stopped one after the other in front of a building. Seconds later, the doors immediately popped open. A man stepped out and stomped the ground heavily in anger. Tianqing frowned, fuming inwardly. They were just sent to investigate that Wu Fu's background. Why hasn't there been any news for so long? He roared. A life for a life, Wu Fu, come out here. Seeing the person emerging from the building, Tianqing froze. How could that old man from the Shu family be in Tianfu Haoyuan? Xiao Lao asked curiously. Could that kid Wu Fu really be dead? Tianqing replied coldly. That depends on whether they have the skill. If my two junior brothers really killed him, it saves us the trouble. Meng Zhao stood behind him, her eyes fierce, a mocking smile curling at the corner of her mouth. You want to die? Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared, startling both of them. Who are you looking for? She asked in panic. Tianqing, didn't you say Wu Fu was dead? He replied silently. Both of my junior brothers are in the transformation stage. Wu Fu, at the Qi refining stage, absolutely couldn't be their match. The Shu family must have helped. Xiao Lao widened his eyes, pointing at Tianqing and shouting, How dare you, Shu family, kill a disciple of the Zhangyang sect? Sha Ka quickly retorted. Don't talk nonsense. Wu Fu killed them. The Shu family has nothing to do with it. Hearing this, the people nearby immediately darkened their faces, cursing inwardly, this guy has no shame. Tiankang's eyes turned icy cold, and he gritted his teeth, saying, How can you make me believe that? Shang Yao angrily shouted, Sha Tianqing, you're quite impressive. The Shu family has stood firm in Yunhai for so many years, always keeping their word. How dare you question us so easily? After speaking, he immediately ordered, All Shu family members, listen up. Anyone who dares to step into the Shu family will be killed without mercy. The Shu family responded in unison. Yes, Wu Fu tightly gripped the corpse in his hand, his voice ringing out, Thank you, elder. I appreciate your kindness. But Wu Fu raised the corpse high, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Let me handle this myself. The man in his hand was immediately thrown down hard, crashing with a bang in front of that group. Tiankang's face turned ashen, his eyes filled with murderous rage, and he gritted his teeth in fury. Wu Fu looked at him provocatively. If you want revenge, it depends on whether you have the skill. Then Wu Fu quickly channeled his spiritual energy, and streams of sword chi surged out, swirling around him like sharp ribbons. The Shu family members exclaimed in surprise, Sword chi is so powerful. Tianqing gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open, his mind in turmoil. In just half a day he had broken through to the transformation stage. His companion immediately advised, Tianqing, the Shu family's strength is not to be underestimated, and Shu Shangyao is a master-level figure. Let's retreat for today. Tianqing turned and left in anger, not forgetting to glare at him, his voice full of resentment. Wu Fu, just wait. I'll make your life a living hell. Suddenly, the husky sensed danger approaching and barked wildly. The sword in Wu Fu's hand trembled, emitting dense spiritual energy. His eyes turned icy cold, and his voice rang out sharply, I can feel it. On the other side, Meng Zhao sneered. What skill does a guy relying on the Shu family have? Hao Feng chimed in. When he comes out, I'll show him what's what, inside the Shu family villa. Sha Ka flattered obsequiously. Come on, Wu Fu, come sit. Wu Fu, have some tea. He clung to Wu Fu, continuing to butter him up. Brother Fu, your transformation stage is amazing. If you teach me, would I still worry about finding a girlfriend? Watching the scene, Qingqing could only roll her eyes. This guy really has no shame. Shang Yao looked at Wu Fu with a wary gaze and cautiously said, Young friend, your skills are extraordinary. Even I can't tell that you're connected to Master Jin. Wu Fu replied calmly. He'll come to Yunhai for a visit sometime. Shang Yao glanced at his granddaughter and silently calculated, originally thinking this kid was just arrogant, but it turns out his backing is so deep. If the Shu family wants to go further, they might need to rely on him. Shang Yao spoke, his tone meaningful. Wu Fu is a good kid. I heard you're in the same school. She blushed and reacted fiercely. Grandpa, what are you thinking? He scratched his head and laughed it off. Meanwhile in the dormitory, Meng Meng was lounging on the bed when the door suddenly opened. He jumped up in panic. Who is it? One of them spoke. Tianqing. Besides Wu Fu being close to Qingqing, there's this guy too. Meng Meng froze, his voice trembling. You're Sha Tianqing? He immediately pointed at Meng Meng and shouted, I'll make Wu Fu regret killing my brother. Beat him up. Meng Meng backed away in fear, screaming in terror. No, don't. Over at the Shu family's place, Wu Fu bid farewell to everyone. That's it. I'm going back to school now. Yin Xian held up a box and called out, Wait. He quickly opened the box, revealing 2 gleaming green spirit pills. Seeing the contents, Sha Ka froze and Long Zan exclaimed in surprise. Spirit God pills? Wu Fu asked in confusion. This is... Yin Xian immediately replied, This is a gift from my father to repay you for saving his life twice. Just a few pills, nothing worth mentioning? He asked curiously. Second Master, Spirit God pills are only effective for cultivators in the Tongxuan realm. Isn't it too early to give them now? Shang Yao frowned, his eyes sharp as knives, his face angry. Qingqing is my only granddaughter, and Wu Fu helped her twice. Do I need to consult you about giving a Spirit God pill? Sha Ka stammered. It's just, Spirit God pills are too precious. Wu Fu pointed at the valuable item in front of him and gently declined. Elder, giving me a Spirit God pill would be a waste. Qingqing glared at him impatiently. Are you stupid? Who said you have to use it now? Wu Fu said calmly. If I want to improve my cultivation, I have my own ways. At that moment he thought to himself, this kid knows what's good for him. He quickly took out a fragment of a broken sword, his eyes full of reverence. No need for the pills. Could you elders help me keep an eye out for this sword fragment? She frowned angrily, her tone sour. A spirit god pill is way better than your broken sword. Are you stupid? Hearing this, Wu Fu was very surprised. Broken sword? He immediately waved his hand and a sword chi tore through the air, shooting straight toward the pool. The sharp, cold light split the space, rumbling like thunder. At that moment the ground cracked, splitting in two, forming a huge pit. He was filled with shock. With just a sword he could rival a Tongchuan strongman. No wonder he showed no fear facing Sha Tianqing. Shang Yao sighed softly, his eyes thoughtful and worried. He pointed at the sword, his gaze probing. This divine sword is probably Master Jin's treasure. Wu Fu stared at the sword in his hand, his voice ringing out meaningfully. It doesn't belong to this world. Shang Yao didn't ask further and said firmly, I'll keep an eye out. Wu Fu cupped his hands and bowed his head. Thank you, elder. Wu Fu continued, then I'll take my leave now. At that moment at the gate of Yunhai University, a luxury car slowly stopped. The tires screeched against the ground. Jin Lu and his companions stepped out arrogantly, looking disdainful. Yunhai University. Moments later, Zhou Tan ran up to them, panting. He sneered, Is Yunhai University really this weak? Jin Lu grabbed the guy's head and laughed loudly. If we beat you again this time, won't you kneel to welcome us? He didn't dare to retort, only forcing a smile, his eyes full of flattery. Suddenly, Zhou Tan spotted a familiar figure. The husky sensed danger and immediately froze. Looking at Wu Fu's back, a glint of calculation flashed in his eyes. Got it. Zhou Tan immediately changed his attitude, angrily shaking off Jin Lu's hand. He pointed behind him, his tone provocative. Winning once doesn't mean you'll win this year. Our school has some tough guys this year. He angrily grabbed Zhou Tan's collar and threatened. Kid looking for a beating with your level, get past me first. He pretended to be scared and shouted back, Wu Fu, save me? Jin Lu quickly punched Zhou Tan in the face, shouting, calling anyone won't help. Who are you trying to scare? Seeing the person in front wobble unsteadily, he sneered, worthless, go bring some girls to play with us brothers. Zhou Tan angrily provoked, Wu Fu, aren't you supposed to be tough? Aren't you the hope of Yunhai University? Fight them. He looked at Zhou Tan in surprise and asked doubtfully, what did you say? Seeing things not going as expected, he grew anxious. Why isn't this kid getting angry? Jin Lu laughed triumphantly, his tone mocking. See, Yunhai University is full of trash. In this cultivator exchange match, you Yunhai University are doomed to lose. Wang Gang hurried over and blocked Wu Fu. Hey, did I say you could leave? He grabbed Wu Fu's shoulder and gritted his teeth. Call the seniors over. This bastard. Wu Fu's face darkened, his lips pressed tightly, silent. He immediately lifted his foot and kicked Wang Gang directly. Wang Gang winced in pain, his knee buckling as he was sent stumbling back, cursing angrily. Brat, you're asking for death. Wu Fu patted his shoulder and said coldly, if you have something to say it nicely. Don't get handsy. Wang Gang clutched his aching stomach, gritting his teeth. Kid want to die. Suddenly a flash of golden light shot straight at Wu Fu's face. His spiritual energy surged around him, emitting an overwhelming pressure. Jin Yun sneered. Senior's family's fierce tiger fist is powerful, but don't kill him. His accomplice quickly chimed in. Don't worry, just scaring him. Wang Gang quickly pushed off the ground for leverage, charging at Wu Fu like lightning in the blink of an eye. Wu Fu frowned, his eyes icy cold. Focusing all his attention on every move of his opponent, a deafening collision rang out, the air trembling violently. The surrounding crowd stared wide-eyed, nervously watching every change. Jin Yun couldn't believe what he saw. His eyes wide with shock. How is that possible? Wu Fu's hand cleanly blocked Wang Gang's fist, making his arm tremble violently. Wu Fu warned coldly, you're no match for me, get lost while you still can. Wang Gang gritted his teeth, his face tight with anger. Who do you think you are, acting tough in front of me? Sha Li curled his lips in a cold smile. Met a real expert, huh? Jin Yun sneered. Didn't expect Yunhai University to have a few trash with some skill this year. Wu Fu calmed down, his eyes sinking. Are you serious? Wang Gang roared, spiritual energy exploding in his fist as he swung. I'll show you what happens when you act tough in front of me. Seeing the commotion, a girl rushed over, screeching to a stop behind them. Lu Ling's eyes widened in shock. Seeing the intense standoff, she shouted to her companion in panic, go help. At that moment, Wu Fu remained calm, lightly waving his hand to face Wang Gang's powerful fist. Instantly, blue light flickered around Wu Fu, his calm face full of confidence. Then he immediately turned, sweeping his foot for leverage, and in the blink of an eye drove his knees straight into Wang Gang's waist. Lu Ling and her companion froze, their faces full of shock. He raised an eyebrow provocatively. I told you. You're no match for me. Sha Li and Jin Yun shouted angrily, pointing at Wu Fu. Aren't you from the student council? We're talking about you. Wu Fu paused, raised his hand to his chin, pretending to think. Sorry, let me think. If I count, I'm Wu Fu. Before he finished, a hint of triumph flashed in her eyes. So you really are a student council officer at Yunhai University, he chimed in. How despicable, trying to hide your identity to sneak by. Wu Fu suddenly clapped his hands as if he'd just thought of something, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Oh right, I'm from the martial arts club. Xia Li shouted angrily, enough nonsense. The student council is your school's strongest representative. Never heard of that martial arts club. She pointed directly at Lu Ling, her tone provocative. President Lu will come to you for advice this time. I hope this kid shows up too, she replied calmly. No problem. Wu Fu frowned, his eyes coldly sweeping over the people nearby, his tone irritated. Did you ask for my opinion? Lu Ling said angrily. I'm the student council president. Do I need your opinion? She pointed at Wu Fu and continued. Also, Lu Ling went on to take credit. The Sha Tianqing incident was all handled by the student council for you. Consider this repayment. Don't argue any more. Hearing this, he frowned and thought. It was true that no one at school had come to bother him since. Wu Fu had to give in. Just this once, she raised her hand in agreement. Fine, wait for me in the student council meeting room. Lu Ling watched Wu Fu's retreating figure, thinking to herself, I didn't expect Wu Fu to be this strong. She continued pondering. He just broke through a few days ago and can already beat the normal college's fierce Tiger Wang gang, who's at the transformation stage. Lu Ling felt triumphant. In this exchange match, maybe our school can win. Later, in the student council meeting room, a voice rang out, Yanhai University has never beaten the normal college in the exchange match. Because the normal college is too strong with Tongxuan realm experts too, losing isn't shameful. Lin San pointed at Wu Fu and continued, but letting a freshman who just enrolled participate, are you treating the match as a joke? She slammed the table in anger with a smack. Lu Ling replied helplessly. The student council is Yanhai University's strongest representative. If we lose this time, I don't care where the student council goes. Suddenly, Wu Fu spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere. If there's nothing else, can I go? She reminded him coldly. Wu Fu, the exchange match is this afternoon. Don't be late. Lu Ling said softly, your opponent is stronger than fierce Tiger Wang gang. You can't underestimate him. Wu Fu showed no fear, stroking the husky's head. Just the Tongxuan realm, what's there to be afraid of? He shouted angrily. Kid, don't get cocky. You only beat the normal college's weakest Wang gang. Don't think you're all that. Wu Fu completely ignored Lin San, quickly walking to the door and turning the lock. Feeling slighted, he immediately charged at Wu Fu. The president is talking to you right now, you bastard. Wu Fu frowned, his face full of anger, when suddenly a deafening roar echoed through the entire school. He dropped a harsh warning, I suggest you save your strength. Lin San's face turned pale, and he glanced back in fear. The entire wall behind him had shattered into pieces. Wu Fu slammed the door shut and left without a word. At that moment, Lu Lin's lips curled into a smug smile. It seemed there was hope this time. The scene shifted to the dormitory where items were scattered everywhere. Man sat on the bed clutching her wound and groaning in pain. Lost in thought, she didn't notice that Wu Fu had already returned. Sha Tiangang was so strong, if Brother Fu found out, he would definitely seek him out. Seeing the mess, he froze for a moment. His eyes filled with concern. Wu Fu asked, has Sha Tiangang been here? Man raised her hand to cover the injury on her face, stammering as she licked her lips. Brother Fu, what are you talking about? I fell on my own. His face darkened, determination flickering in his eyes. Don't hide it. I saw everything. Don't worry, I'll make him apologize to you. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the competition venue was electric. Voices mingled in a cacophony. People from the normal college are here to learn from the student council. Look, it's President Lu. I hope we win this time. A worried voice from the student council asked, President, the normal college is our opponent. Isn't it too risky to use first-year and second-year cultivators? Lu Lin replied confidently. Not at all. Yanhai University has many powerful fighters. Ling Tong spoke up skeptically. Are we really letting freshmen replace our student council in the competition? And Lan calmly answered. The president must have a plan, someone nearby added excitedly. If you can beat him, you'll move up. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind them, and she quickly called out, He's here. He snorted coldly. It's my duty to uphold the dignity of our student council. And Lan hastily urged, Hey, stop causing trouble or the president will scold you. Ling Tong ignored her completely and stepped forward, his tone provocative. Hey kid, he said contemptuously. Want to join the exchange match? Then get past me first. Wu Fu stared silently at the man before him, thinking he had intimidated him. Ling Tong snorted disdainfully, and then Lan tugged at his sleeve to stop him. If you don't stop, you'll get yelled at. Ling Tong pushed her away, annoyed. You're so annoying. As the two argued, he turned and walked away. Is that so? Then I won't participate. Lu Lin pointed at Wu Fu in a rage, threatening loudly. Once Wu Fu is here, he's not leaving. Sensing danger, he agilely ducked low behind him. His opponent spun and kicked at Wu Fu. He quickly raised his fist, concentrating spiritual energy in his hand. In an instant he blocked Ling Tong's kick. He stumbled backward, a flicker of fear in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Ling Tong quickly regained his balance and slid backward. His face was covered in cold sweat, his heart filled with terror. Was he really just a freshman? Wu Fu raised his fist and taunted, "Want to try again?" Ling Tong shook his head in fear. "No, no." A thought crossed his mind. Are all freshmen this ruthless now? Just then, Ching Ching arrived, asking in surprise, has the match started?" Ling Tong's heart skipped a beat. "Shu Ching Ching from the second year," she continued. "I haven't even arrived yet. Why is it starting so early?" Seeing Ching Ching's level, he thought in terror, who the hell is at the late stage of transformation realm? Suddenly, someone shoved Ling Tong from behind. He roared angrily, "Which bastard?" Tiangong gritted his teeth, murderous intent radiating. Ling Tong immediately changed his attitude, muttering softly, "Blind me nothing." His face twisted in fear as a thought surged within him. Tongxuan realm, Sha Tiangong. Sure enough, all these first and second years were talents. Seeing Wu Fu, he exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, didn't expect you to be here too." His gaze locked coldly on the figure ahead, when suddenly Man came running from behind, shouting, "Brother Fu!" He slammed on the brakes, standing between the two. Man tried to ease the tension. "The exchange match is more important. The exchange match is more important." Suddenly, Wu Fu spoke up. "With or without him, the result is the same." His face darkened as he continued confidently, "It's a win either way." Hearing this, he was moved to tears and said coquettishly, "Brother Fu." Suddenly, a loud bang echoed and smoke filled the air. Wu Fu couldn't contain his anger and struck out. He said in panic, "Sorry, I couldn't help but act automatically." Man lay on the ground, trembling as she called out to Brother Fu. On the other side, Tiangong asked coldly, "Want to avenge your brother? What about my brother's grudge? You should pay with your life." Wu Fu replied angrily, "He deserved to die. If you want revenge, I'm ready anytime, but first, you need to apologize to him." "It was me who killed your brother, not him." Tiangong laughed mockingly. "A defenseless, ordinary person worthy of my apology." He turned around and pretended to apologize. "Hey, fatty, I'm apologizing to you. Do you dare accept it?" Man immediately jumped up and shouted, "8." Tiangong frowned, gritting his teeth in silence. "Then you're asking for death." He quickly channeled his power and produced an item. He stared at it, his eyes full of vigilance and doubt. It shook violently, and Tiangong's voice was filled with triumph. "The reaction of the three great treasures of Zhongyang sect is so intense, it seems even it wants you dead." Wu Fu replied contemptuously, "Is that so? I felt that way since the first time I saw you." He stared blankly at the three great treasures of Zhongyang sect, worried. "What's going on? Why is the reaction getting stronger? I feel like I'm losing control." His eyes turned cold, and he frowned, concentrating to control it. A call immediately echoed in his mind, "Come here." Hearing the command, the three great treasures of Zhongyang sect instantly flew out of Tiangong's hand. Without hesitation, it quickly flew toward Wu Fu. He was terrified, a thought surging within him. Oh no! The three great treasures of Zhongyang sect immediately resonated with the sword in his hand. It instantly emitted a dazzling spiritual light, forcing everyone around to raise their hands to shield their eyes, exclaiming in admiration, "The sword aura is too strong," Ling Tong praised. "What a fine treasure!" Tiangong roared angrily. "Give me back the treasure." Facing such a powerful opponent, Wu Fu showed no fear. He quickly channeled his power and executed a defensive move against the earth-shattering punch. The collision sent Wu Fu flying backward. At that moment, bruises appeared on his arm. And someone exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the power of the Tongxuan realm?" Then Tiangong charged forward rapidly, shouting as he ran, "This is..." He continued his attack, his voice cold. "The power of the Tongxuan realm." Suddenly, a voice rang out in the tense atmosphere. "Everyone stop!" The two glared at each other, sparks of anger flying from their eyes. Suddenly, a tremor passed between them. Tiangong instinctively raised his hand to shield his face, unable to help but marvel at the overwhelming strength. The two were then knocked apart. Lu Lin turned around angrily, her eyes full of displeasure. Her gaze startled Wu Fu. He pretended to cough, and Man thought, "A gentleman takes revenge even if it takes 10 years. Man froze, confused, and called out, "Ha!" Meanwhile, Tiangong pondered, a mere transformation realm kid could attract the three great treasures of Zhongyang sect. "This treasure is mine." One of his teammates widened his eyes in shock. "Peak Tongxuan realm strength," someone nearby asked curiously. "Is he also a student at Yunhai University?" She continued. Sha Tiangong, a second-year student at Yunhai University, reached the Qi refining realm a year ago. The woman watched quietly ahead, sighing to herself, "Yunhai will be tough to deal with this year." Suddenly, Erha started digging frantically as if searching for something. Man asked in surprise, "Erha, what are you doing?" It continued digging enthusiastically, completely ignoring its surroundings. He crouched down and picked Erha up from the ground. Nearby, Lu Lin was angrily cursing, "I'm talking to you. You've only reached the transformation realm and want to fight Sha Tiangong, who has Tongxuan realm strength. Are you asking for death?" And there's the exchange match, suddenly he shouted, his face full of murderous intent. Wu Fu, Tiangong stomped hard, shattering the earth and stone beneath his feet, and growled. Give me back the treasure, Wu Fu said calmly. This treasure has simply returned to its master. Tiangong tightened his grip on the sword, roaring in fury. 3 years ago, the fragments of the divine weapon were placed in our Zhongyang sect. Don't make excuses. His eyes darkened, murderous intent surging. Give me back the treasure now. Tiangong charged at him with overwhelming force, but as soon as he spoke, he stepped into the hole Erha had just dug. Tiangong fell flat on his face, dragging himself along the ground. Immediately, thunderous laughter erupted around them. Man covered her mouth, struggling to hold back her laughter, tears streaming down her face. He was mortified, his face darkening as he roared angrily. Shut up! A flash of sword light struck straight at him with astonishing speed. Man shouted in panic. Oh no! In an instant, Wu Fu's sword swung across to block the attack. Tiangong's eyes widened, murderous intent flickering in his gaze. He had just escaped death, his eyes full of gratitude as he whispered, Brother Fu, he threatened angrily. You fat bastard, if you want to live, keep that stinking dog away from me. Wu Fu quickly said, You go first. At that moment, Tiangong thought to himself, what a treasure. A thought crossed his mind. If that sword gathered all its fragments, what power would it have? If Wu Fu's strength increased a bit more, even he wouldn't be a match. Suddenly, Lu Lin shouted sharply, Can you two put aside your grudge for now? She pointed at the crowd watching on the sidelines, saying angrily, Don't embarrass us in front of the normal college. Dong however, looked intrigued and said cheerfully, It's fine. Xia Li quickly chimed in, Your internal affairs are more important than the exchange match. Another person added sarcastically, I didn't expect your internal issues to be so complicated that you're resorting to violence, she continued. In my opinion, that Xia Tiangong isn't worth worrying about. Dong asked curiously. Then who is he? Xia Li quickly replied. I heard he's a first-year freshman, seems to be on the same level as Xia Tiangong. He focused intently on the drama unfolding before him, commenting, But I feel like this kid hasn't gone all out yet. At that moment, Tiangong charged at him fiercely, ready to settle the score. Wu Fu remained calm, silently observing his every move. In the blink of an eye, he swung his sword, precisely blocking the incoming attack. Wu Fu reversed his sword and immediately counterattacked. A lethal thrust aimed straight at his opponent. Tiangong quickly leaned back to dodge. He hastily raised his sword to block the one pressing down on him. Then Tiangong swiftly turned his foot and stomped hard to gain leverage. In an instant he lifted his foot, kicking straight at his hand. The sword in Wu Fu's hand flew out instantly. It spun through the air, flying away under the stunned gaze of everyone. Then Tiangong quickly leapt up, gritting his teeth. The treasure should be mine. The sword immediately fell into his hand. Without this divine weapon, you're just a waste. The energy in Wu Fu's hand exploded, cracking the ground beneath him, causing large chunks of earth to tremble violently. Tiangong pursed his lips tightly, his eyes full of tension. Wu Fu quickly attacked him, leaving no openings. A loud bang echoed, shaking the entire space. A dazzling light burst forth before that attack. Tiangong fell backward, his feet scraping against the ground, kicking up dust. After swaying for a moment, he finally steadied himself. But just then, Tiangong's clothes immediately tore. He frowned, his eyes full of tension, thinking to himself, Sword aura. Tiangong looked at the sword in his hand, delighted. It doesn't matter, the treasure is already in hand. But in an instant it turned and broke free, flying rapidly back to Wu Fu. Soon the sword was back in his hand. Wu Fu taunted, It has always existed within me. You can't take it away. Seeing this, Dong cursed loudly. Damn it, is he really just a freshman? Xia Li said solemnly. 2 months ago he was hospitalized by Xia Tianhao over a relationship issue. He asked curiously. Xia Tianhao is Tiangong's brother, right? He's just an ordinary person, she continued. Based on my guess, either he's only been training for 2 months, or he's been hiding his true strength all along. At that moment, Wu Fu's face darkened, his eyes full of murderous intent. He quickly charged at his enemy with his sword, exuding an astonishing pressure. Tiangong froze, unresponsive, his heart filled with fear. It's over. In an instant, a powerful invisible sword aura struck him directly. Lu Lin instinctively raised her hand, exclaiming in surprise, The sword aura is too strong, he's only at the transformation realm. How can he easily defeat someone with Tongxuan realm strength? Seeing the scene before her, her heart skipped a beat, and she thought in panic, how is this kid possible? Now his entire body radiated terrifying power, surging spiritual energy rolling like a giant monster, emitting an astonishing pressure. Tiangong mused, so he's using a secret technique. He turned to leave, not forgetting to threaten. Wu Fu, next time I'll settle both old and new scores. Man cheered excitedly. Damn, Brother Fu is amazing. Brother Fu was so cool back then. Suddenly a voice rang out. The gift of power is good, but unfortunately. Dong continued, Too reliant on divine weapons, he said coldly. Are you here to cause trouble at my school? He calmly continued. Junior, this exchange match between cultivators has always been a tradition among schools. We're not here to cause trouble. He pointed at the people from the normal college, provoking them. Sha Tiangong was beaten away by me. Then I'll take his place this time. Who's first? Donger frowned angrily and said, Kid, don't think that just because you have a divine weapon, you can do whatever you want. Sha Li warned, your cultivation is only at the transformation realm. Even with a divine weapon, if the boss steps in, you won't last long. He waved his hand contemptuously. I hope you all come at once, it'll save time. Rage surged, and he growled with murderous intent, too arrogant. I'll make you pay. Donger immediately drew his weapon and threatened, Kid, it's not too late to regret now. He stared intently, murderous intent exploding fiercely. Don't think that just because you have a divine weapon you can beat me. Wu Fu raised his sword in challenge. Then come on. Suddenly a hand landed on his shoulder and a voice hissed through gritted teeth. Hey, Lu Lin threatened in a low voice, with Sha Tiangong we had at least a 60 chance of winning. If you lose, I'll really eat you, you know. Suddenly Ching Ching stood behind them shouting in panic. Hey? She pushed the two apart. Isn't this a competition? The opponent is right in front of you and you two are standing so close, the opponent will feel awkward, got it? Donger quickly waved his hand. No, Ching Ching cursed angrily, a bunch of low-level scum. I'll wipe you out right now, he said sarcastically. Jealous? This guy's got quite the luck with women. Flustered and furious, Ching Ching snapped. Do you want to die? The moment she spoke, she stomped the ground to gather strength, her body tensing like a drawn bow ready to strike. She lunged at Donger with fierce momentum, cursing, jealous of your mom? A mocking smile curled at his lips. She was still far from his level. Then Donger's entire body tensed instantly, muscles bulging. A defensive light sphere immediately enveloped him. Ching Ching's attack had no effect. He stood motionless. She stared wide-eyed in shock, marveling inwardly at his incredible defense. Donger swung his arm to counter. You want to die? Don't blame me then. Ching Ching's face turned pale with terror, and she had no time to dodge. The attack blasted out at a terrifying speed, kicking up dust that obscured the space. He stared at the scene, his mind in chaos. She was gone. As Donger looked up, he saw Wu Fu holding her. While Jing Jing still trembled with closed eyes, he quickly drew his sword, ready to fight. Wu Fu spoke coldly. Your opponent is me. Hearing the familiar voice, she opened her eyes in surprise and called out softly. Wu Mansion. He gripped his axe tightly and taunted. So you finally decided to step up, Ching Ching warned softly. Be careful. Donger sneered, full of confidence. My family's protective technique, that broken sword of yours can't hurt me. He frowned, his eyes dark with disdain. Really? He lunged at Wu Fu with a claw strike. I'll take you down in one move. Jinyan raised his hand excitedly, shouting, hit him, hit him. They clashed fiercely, their moves exploding instantly, evenly matched after a round of combat. Both stepped back, dust rising at their feet. Suddenly he retracted his longsword, the blade slowly vanishing from sight. Luling's eyes widened in shock, a thought flashing through her mind. Was he giving up? She frowned, lips pressed tight, her displeasure clear. Are we going to lose again this year? A sharp crack startled them. Donger's defense shield shattered. Luling and Ching Ching froze, eyes wide. Xiaoli shouted in panic. Senior brother's protective technique was broken. Wu Fu raised his chin proudly. Nothing can stop the sword's intent. And from now on, no one will be scared out of their wits. The group from the academy huddled on the ground, slumped. Wang Gang stammered in defeat. We give up, he said calmly. Good that you know. Hand over the spirit stones. Wang Gang froze, sweat beading on his face, and asked in terror. Spirit stones? Erha barked wildly nearby. Wang Gang panicked. What are you doing? He replied calmly. My dog seems to really like spirit stones. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp gleaming teeth. Terrified, Wang Gang screamed, a sound echoing across the stands. Don't come near me. The scene shifted. Wind rustled through the treetops, leaves swaying gently. The purplish-red sky seemed to merge with the sunset glow. Deep in the forest, in a hidden hut, a wooden door creaked open, the sound echoing in the silence. Li Ju knelt, bowing respectfully. Master, I've sensed the power of the treasure in Tianfu Garden. The man quickly took out a divine weapon fragment. Seeing the object, his face turned pale and he exclaimed in shock, Master, do you mean? He coughed wearily, speaking weakly. The divine weapon is extraordinary. Since the flower already has an owner, give this sword to him. Li Ju froze, his heart racing, unable to accept what he'd just heard. Though unwilling, he could only feign obedience. Disciple obeys. A glint of dissatisfaction flickered in Li Jia's eyes as he thought to himself, such a precious treasure should only belong to me. The man kept coughing, worry surging. He suddenly stood up, his voice filled with panic. Master, Jingkong spoke grimly, it seems my time is near. If I can't reach the Harmony Realm, my lifespan will shorten. Meanwhile, in Tiangong's luxurious villa, Meng Zhao screamed in terror. Wu Fu is already that strong, and he said he'd make my life a living hell. A sharp slap landed on her face. Tiangong roared angrily. Damn it, shut up, he continued. This kid is no simpleton. I didn't expect him to match me with just a divine weapon. but his death is near. On another road, a familiar bus drove steadily, finally stopping in front of a magnificent shopping mall. A fat man stood by a wall, lost in thought, staring at the object in his hand, puzzled. What is this thing? It's a smart navigation map, can guide you precisely. Shang Kui clicked his tongue. Forget it, I'll ask someone. He quickly approached a nearby staff member. Hey, a commotion suddenly erupted behind Shang Kui. Sir, this is a private venue. Please show your invitation to enter. Wu Fu stood still, motionless, the entire space seeming to freeze with his breath. Then he quickly pulled out a crumpled ticket. Invitation, my dog chewed it up. Can this still work? The guard said coldly. Damaged invitations are not accepted. Suddenly a man appeared, sneering. I say, can someone like this be allowed into a high-class place? Startled, he spun around to see who the arrogant jerk was. He hugged the beauty in his arms tightly, mocking. And the excuse is the dog chewed it up? Couldn't you come up with a better one? The guard greeted respectfully. Young Master Zhou. Wu Fu asked calmly. As long as you have an invitation you can enter, right? The guard replied. Yes. Wu Fu turned, his gaze falling on the man behind him, a hint of a smile on his lips. Then it's simple. Zhou Tan turned to leave in fear. I suddenly have something to do, I'll be going. But before he could leave, Wu Fu grabbed his shoulder firmly. Zhou Tan stammered in terror. Brother, what do you want? It's not good to be rough in the street. He chuckled, but the smile was icy. You don't want to go in, he sneered. Who do you think you are? Ashen didn't know a poor wretch like you. Then she cooed. Aten, I saw a necklace I want, you have to buy it for me today. He hurriedly pulled an invitation from his pocket and bowed. Brother Wu, here you go. Ashen snapped. Aten, what are you saying? Zhou Tan groveled. I came here just to deliver this invitation to Brother Wu. Wu Fu quickly took the ticket and left. Thanks, he replied insincerely, my pleasure. Watching his retreating figure, Zhou Tan mused, he seems stronger. Wu Fu entered the luxurious restaurant and was greeted warmly. Wu Fu, over here. He bowed respectfully instead of speaking. Senior, will the fragment of this sword be auctioned here? The man replied immediately. Yes, so I informed you, young friend, to come see for yourself if it's the real fragment. Yin Xian added, young friend, you've helped my Shu family. We'll do our utmost to assist. Wu Fu replied respectfully, thank you, Senior, for your help. If it truly is the fragment of that sword, I will teach the technique to the Shu family. Hearing this, the Shu family sneered contemptuously. Brother, do you even know how much this thing is worth? A technique? Is it worth 5 million? He snapped irritably. Shut up, Wu Fu said firmly. I see that Master Shu has been stuck in the primordial spirit realm for a long time. This technique can help him break through to the return to void realm. The man froze, thinking he could tell. Does he really have a way? Soon the auction officially began. The heavy hammer fell with a thud. The auctioneer's voice rang through the hall. Distinguished bosses, big shots, and wealthy patrons, welcome. The auction officially begins. He glanced at him, his tone full of concern. Young friend, if you see something you like, just tell me, she continued. Today's first item, Supreme Spirit Marrow, the auctioneer announced. Starting bid 500,000. First bid wins. Seeing the item, Erha suddenly barked. A sign reading 5 million was raised high. The auctioneer shouted excitedly, 5 million, Ching Ching muttered. Dad, our family doesn't lack spirit stones. Spirit marrow is precious, but it's useless. Yin Xian replied calmly, Erha likes it. Her face darkened with jealousy. Even the dog gets spoiled, and what if Wu Fu is bluffing? Jing Jing grumbled. Dad's changed, he laughed cheerfully. Young friend, whether it's you or your dog, if you see something you like, just say the word. One by one, items were brought out. Dragon Vein Ganoderma sold for 5 million, Spirit Connecting Pill for 3 million, and Puta Stone for 2 million. Below the stage, a man asked, we're almost at the last item. What do you think it'll be? The person beside him replied, who cares what it is? I can't afford it anyway, the auctioneer continued. Today's auction is nearing its end. The final item has no reserve price. The next item was quickly brought up, covered with a thick cloth. Her voice rang out, today's final item. The cloth was yanked off, revealing the item beneath. The treasure's light reflected upward, drawing everyone's gaze. The divine weapon fragment burst into dazzling radiance. In an instant the entire hall fell silent, as if even breathing had stopped. Yin Xian immediately asked, young friend, is it this one? Wu Fu said, yes. Suddenly a man stood up from the crowd, shamelessly saying, I lead you am new here. Can someone bid on this fragment and give it to me? Someone sneered. A poor wretch like you dares to come to this auction and expects others to pay for you? Are you dreaming? Tiangong frowned, thinking, I thought Wu Fu was shameless, but this guy is worse. Those around looked at him with contempt. Hey, still not awake? Li Jia's face darkened. His expression gloomy, he remained silent. Suddenly his eyes widened, his gaze sharp enough to tear the air. The man panicked, his voice trembling. That's Master Yin Xian, eyes wide with shock. Wu Fu frowned slightly. His whole body tensing with vigilance, the entire hall shook, cries of surprise erupting. Such strong pressure, he asked again. Master said a gentleman's ambition is no fault, so can anyone here bid and give it to me? As Li Ju finished, Tiangong behind him immediately raised a bidding sign. I bid 10 million, Li Ju continued. Master also said, help those in need and repay doubly, he added. So I can grant you one wish after this. Come find me, and I'll do anything for you, he replied calmly. Treasures for the strong, it's only right. He was now intensely curious, thinking with such strength, who is this person? Yin Xian cautiously said. Young friend, the opponent's strength, Wu Fu quickly reassured. It's fine. This is no longer something your Shu family can handle, the voice continued. He'll give it to me willingly, he asked in surprise. Does he know you? Wu Fu replied immediately. No, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. But I know him. Later, in the Sha family villa, a talisman was slapped onto the table. Tiangong said excitedly, this person promised to grant me one wish. It'll be crucial in a pinch. A smug look spread across his face. Wu Fu, you think you can fight me with just a divine weapon? Suddenly, urgent knocking came from outside. Meng Zhao quickly went to open the door, asking softly, who is it? A fat man appeared before her, exuding an overwhelming aura. Tiangong greeted him warmly. Senior brother, you're here. Shang Kui boomed. Junior brother, master said someone's been bullying you. Tell me who and I'll twist his head off. He quickly waved his hand. No rush. Once we get the divine weapon, we'll have plenty of ways to torment him. Meng Zhao gloated inwardly. Wu Fu, you're dead this time. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, warm sunlight streamed through the windows, spilling into every room. Erha's barking echoed everywhere. It wagged its tail excitedly, mouth open, showing sharp teeth. Wu Fu exclaimed happily. Spirit stones really work. I didn't expect the spirit marrow to help with tooth evolution too. Suddenly, the door swung open and Lu Ling walked in. Oh, the little guy's grown. She sat on the bed and asked casually, so what do you want? She suddenly leaned close to Wu Fu. Nothing. Lu Ling climbed onto the bed, teasing. That won't do. She continued, looking for you. A man and a woman alone in a room. He smirked, his tone meaningful. Is that okay? Wu Fu grabbed Lu Ling's fair shoulder. A startled scream rang out, her face flushed red, eyes darting away, clearly embarrassed. Lu Ling shouted in panic. What are you doing? He held her hand tightly, his voice low. If you're not ready, don't play with fire. If it burns, Wu Fu whispered in Lu Ling's ear. It'll be dangerous. Flustered, she pushed him away, her face bright red. Lu Ling straightened her clothes, speaking irritably. I came to ask you to represent Yunhai University in a competition. Wu Fu turned, whistling a long, disinterested note. She continued, it's fine if you refuse. The opponents are strong anyway and Yunhai won't get a good ranking. Lu Ling blinked, adding, oh, and this time, there are 10 contestants at the Tongxuan realm. She pretended to leave. Guess I'll have to find someone else. He immediately grabbed Lu Ling's shoulder. Wait, she smirked triumphantly. This trick always worked. Wu Fu quickly proposed. No problem. Sign me up, he added, but there's something I need to do first. Suddenly, Wu Fu's clothes ripped open. Lu Ling's face turned crimson. She covered her eyes with one hand and shouted, what are you doing? Wu Fu calmly took off his black pants. The Tongxuan realm isn't hard to deal with, but I can't stay stuck in the transformation realm. Lu Ling cursed. You pervert. Wu Fu's voice rang out again in the room. First, break through to the mid-transformation realm. After hearing his reason, Lu Ling closed her eyes, covering her mouth awkwardly. So it's about training. She thought I was overthinking it. Lu Ling opened her eyes, hands on her hips, and shouted, brother, boosting strength isn't like buying radishes. You can't just break through on a whim. Wu Fu kept his eyes closed, replying, what's so hard about breaking through to the Tongxuan realm? She calculated to herself. Mid-transformation realm should be enough. Lu Ling tilted her head, watching the air currents floating like flowing light. He thought to himself, spiritual energy. Wu Fu's eyes snapped open wide, a suffocating aura bursting forth from them. Lu Lingru sensed something amiss and glanced at him in surprise. She immediately drew her sword, channeling her power to form a transparent protective barrier around herself. The streams of spiritual energy Wu Fu released toward Lu Lingru were all blocked by the barrier. After an unknown amount of time, the attack finally ceased. She sighed in exhaustion, relieved to have escaped disaster, thinking that otherwise this time would have been. Meanwhile, Wu Fu sat cross-legged on the other side, his entire body radiating a dazzling glow. Seeing this, Lu Lingru froze, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. You've already broken through, Wu Fu said, opening his eyes and looking at her. What else? Lu Lingru turned around, raising a hand to rub her hair in frustration. I've racked my brains. It took me 5 whole years at the Qi refining stage. I wasted 2 years at the transformation stage and you just casually break through. Just then, Meng outside the door pressed his ear against it, eavesdropping, muttering curses under his breath. Damn, the noise inside is way too loud. Inside the room, Lu Lingru pressed down on the door handle. The door swung open and seeing the person standing outside, both fell into silence. Meng waved his hand, pretending nothing had happened. Senior sister, you don't need to say anything. I get it, you were cultivating. Yeah, definitely cultivating. He crouched down, stroking the fluffy head of the husky. Wu Fu, I'm off with the husky. Leaving a single dog here with a man and a woman alone is just too cruel. The husky seemed to understand, barking excitedly, knowing it was time for a walk. Just then, Lu Lingru stepped out of the room and slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Seeing this, Meng Meng asked curiously, "Did I come at a bad time?" The husky barked as if in reply. He stood up, picked up the husky and smiled as he made a suggestion. "Wu Fu, it's my birthday today. Let's grab a drink later." Wu Fu readily agreed. "Sure." Receiving the answer, Meng Meng happily ran out of the room. "I'll go prepare, take your time." On a bustling street lined with skyscrapers and various shops, a phone screen on a table suddenly lit up with the sound of a new message. Sitting on the sofa with his back to the window, old Shah asked in confusion, "Who's calling at this hour?" Tian Gong picked up the phone and replied, "It's the person I arranged near Wu Fu. Seems like that fatty is taking him to a bar today." Meng Zhao repeated the place he mentioned. A bar. She had a sudden idea. "Right. Today is Wang Meng Meng's birthday. If we give him a little sweetener, maybe." Tian Gong seemed to know what she was about to say and continued, "Are you thinking of arranging someone to go to Yunhao Bar? The owner there, even the Shu family has to show some respect. The tactic of using a borrowed knife to kill isn't off the table." Elsewhere, deep in a secluded mountain forest inside a simple tile-roofed hut, Li Ju knelt on the ground, earnestly calling out to the person sitting with head bowed before him, "Master, master, take your medicine." Jing Zong raised a hand to cover his mouth, coughing a few times. Seeing this, Li Ju worriedly reminded him, "Master, take it slow." Jing Zong still kept his head down, but the corners of his mouth moved as he spoke. "I feel my body failing day by day. I can't even sense the aura of the divine artifact anymore. If you meet someone fated, bring them to me." Hearing the instruction, Li Ju knelt on one knee, clasped his hands and respectfully replied, "Disciple obeys." Jing Song added, "Perhaps they can help me achieve harmony with the Tao." Li Ju looked up, his eyes gleaming with determination, and answered, "Yes." An emerald green antique glass wine bottle rolled back and forth on a table covered with bamboo leaves. Residual wine dripped from the bottle, forming a small puddle on the ground. A scolding voice came from nearby. "You fat bastard, wake up!" Meng Meng, his face flushed, mumbled while slumped over the table. "I'm not drunk, another round." No sooner had he spoken than a foot in black stockings and high heels kicked him hard in the back. "Fat bastard, get up!" Seeing no effect, Lu Lingru changed position and kicked him right in the middle of his butt. He shot up, eyes wide, letting out a painful scream. Meng Meng felt as if a chrysanthemum had bloomed on his rear. He flopped face down on the sofa, clutching his butt and groaning, "Ow, ow, ow, ow." Lu Lingru stood nearby, arms crossed, asking angrily, "Fat bastard, why did you call us here?" Wu Fu also asked in confusion, "Fatty, how did you end up here?" Hearing Wu Fu's voice, Meng Meng finally sat up. "Brother Fu, you're here." A dog barked nearby. He turned to look at the source, saw the husky standing there and called out, "Husky." The husky barked back a few times in response. Then the husky lowered its head and spat out something it had been holding onto the table. Meng Meng's expression darkened slightly as he pointed at himself and asked, "For me?" The husky nodded excitedly, barking twice to confirm. Meng Meng looked at the thing in his hand with concern. "Guess this counts as a birthday gift." Before he could put the thing in his mouth, a dazzling golden light suddenly shone from nearby. Lu Lingru was startled, turning her head to look around. She shouted a warning to the other two. "Not good, something's wrong. Run!" Wu Fu turned his head, frowning as he stared at the ground. He saw a blurry layer of sand slowly spreading toward him from a distance. The sand extended from the ground all the way to the ceiling. After an unknown amount of time, the ground at Wu Fu's feet had completely turned to sand. The surrounding scenery transformed into a desert. The grains of sand were sucked up by some force, floating in midair. Lu Lingru and Meng Meng both stared wide-eyed, stunned by the sight before them. In front of them was a massive golden snake. Its eyes glowed red and its long tongue flicked out. In the blink of an eye, the snake opened its huge mouth, trying to swallow Wu Fu. Seeing this, Lu Lingru, standing behind, shouted, "Watch out!" The three quickly retreated to dodge the attack, and the snake's head slammed heavily into the ground. It raised its massive head again and charged at them. "Once you're in my illusion, it's not so easy to get out." Meng Meng grabbed the arm of the person next to him, shouting in fear, "Brother Fu!" The husky planted its forepaws on the sandy ground, bared its teeth, and suddenly released a burst of power. In an instant, a massive dog materialized, facing the giant snake head-on. Lu Lingru was shocked beyond belief, her eyes wide as she asked herself, "What?" The husky bit the snake's neck precisely. The snake let out a pained cry and then gradually dissipated. All the spirit stones that fell from the snake's body were absorbed by the husky. Meng Meng walked over with a smile and praised it. "Good husky." Wu Fu picked up the husky with both hands. "Not bad." The spirit stones weren't wasted, unbeknownst to them below. Tong Tian had been watching through a screen for a long time and spoke up, That's a dog." Standing beside him, Meng Zhao was also stunned. Even a dog by his side is this powerful. Tong Tian felt afraid, but still lowered his head to comfort himself. "But it's okay, this is my illusion. As long as we're inside, I can destroy him." Lu Lingru looked at the dining table standing alone in the desert sand and asked, "What now?" Meng Meng tightly gripped Wu Fu's clothes. "Brother Fu, where is this?" Wu Fu replied, "We're still in the room." He held the husky in his arms as he walked toward the table, explaining, "It's just an illusion called Ghost Wall." As long as we find something that coexists with reality and break it, we can shatter the formation. Wu Fu stopped, glancing at the tabletop. Putting something so obvious here, do they really think we're blind? He clenched his fist and then slammed it hard onto the table. Lu Lingru was startled by his action and shouted, "Don't!" The stone table was hit by the force, shattering into countless pieces. At the same time, cracks flickered on the ceiling of the room where Meng Zhao and Tong Tian were. Seeing this, he yelled, "Not good." The ceiling exploded and large chunks of rubble fell straight down from above. Flying debris shattered the window glass of the room. Wu Fu jumped directly through the hole created by the explosion into the room below. Lu Lingru coughed a couple of times from the dust filling the air. Clearly hiding right below us, Wu Fu glanced at the person in front of him. "So it's you here?" he asked her directly. "Looks like all this was your and Sha Tian gang's doing, right?" Meng Zhao admitted without fear. "So what if it was? Wu Fu, you're dead this time." Wu Fu looked utterly disdainful, picking his ear with his pinky. "I'm tired of hearing that." Tong Tian tightened his grip on the sword at his waist, slowly approaching him. "Kid, if you want to leave, hand over the divine artifact first." Wu Fu calmly looked up, glanced at him and observed. Lu Lingru, standing behind him, shouted a warning. "Wu Fu, Zhou Tong Tian of Yunhai has considerable influence, be careful." Wu Fu handed the husky to Meng Meng, instructing, "You hide by the roadside and run around, let the husky take care of you for a bit." The husky barked, "Woof." Meng Meng, sweating profusely, nodded in agreement on this side. Tong Tian had already drawn his sword, muttering threats. "Hiding is useless. Since you broke my illusion, none of you are getting away today." Wu Fu pulled out a sword from nearby, sneering. "What kind of trash is this? An illusion anyone can enter and you dare flaunt it in front of me?" Tong Tian's eyes behind his sunglasses widened as he looked at the scene before him, realizing he had been pulled into another illusion. Around Tong Tian was a desert with withered trees. Wu Fu had somehow already leapt into the air, hovering midair. By now, Tong Tian felt some fear, thinking to himself, "Transformation stage strength, even the illusion." Wu Fu looked down at him from above and then commanded, "Kneel." Instantly, Tong Tian's entire body was suppressed by a force, his knees hitting the ground. He thought, "This aura is terrifying." Tong Tian frowned, feeling the changes in his body. "Even I, at the peak of the Tong Zon stage, have lost all my abilities. This is bad." Ahead, Wu Fu infused power into the sword in his hand and swung it toward Tong Tian, who knelt motionless on the ground. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed in the space. "Young friend, bullying the weak, have you no shame?" Hearing the mysterious voice, Wu Fu paused for a second. The surrounding scene shattered, revealing a void, and a hand reached out from it. The hand precisely grabbed Tong Tian by the collar and yanked him entirely into the void. Outside, Li Ju forcefully pulled Tong Tian out of the illusion, back to the original room. Li Ju looked into the illusion and greeted, "I've been searching for you, brother. Seeing you today, you're truly talented." Wu Fu withdrew the illusion, thinking to himself, "Li Ju, in your past life you poisoned your master to break through. In this life, I'm destined to come before you and expose your hypocritical face." But aloud he asked, "What do you want with me?" Li Ju raised his hand in invitation. "I wonder if young brother could come with me?" Lu Lingru placed a hand on his shoulder warily. "Wait, Wu Fu." He turned his head and patted her hand to reassure her. "It's fine, I'll be back soon." Having said that, Wu Fu looked up at the other side. "Besides, can you refuse a nascent soul stage powerhouse?" Lu Lingru's eyes widened, repeating the words she just heard in her mind. "Nah, nascent soul stage." The scene returned to the past, a blood-stained sword tip dripping onto the ground. Wu Fu called out, "Master." He looked at the white-haired old man sitting with head bowed under a tree and said, "Your disciple has been searching for you for over 3,000 years. Wu Fu raised the incense burner high in his hand. "You actually passed the cauldron to an outsider." He frowned, his eyes turning fierce, "since you have no heart. Don't blame your disciple for being heartless." Back in the present, Wu Fu affirmed in his heart, "Master, I've been reborn to this outcome, not to reenact the same play." A voice sounded from outside the tile-roofed hut in the forest. "Master, look, I've brought him." Jing Song, sitting inside, saw the two standing at the door and said, "Please, come in." He looked at Wu Fu and praised with a smile, "Young brother is truly talented." Wu Fu clasped his hands and directly asked his doubt, "May I ask, senior, what business do you have with this junior?" Jing Song didn't hide his purpose. "I've heard that young friend possesses a divine artifact. I can sense it, the fate is deep. I hope to find a way to break through from this artifact." Wu Fu stated his speculation. "Senior is stuck at the return to void stage and cannot break through. This junior believes it may be that the time has not yet come." Hearing this, Jing Song asked eagerly, "Does young friend have a solution?" Li Ju glanced warily at the person standing nearby, thinking to himself, "This kid." Just then, Wu Fu also responded, "Senior Jing is correct." He slowly walked to the table by the wall. "When I entered, this junior smelled a very strong medicinal odor." Li Ju angrily scolded, "How dare you, speaking recklessly. Be careful you don't lose your life." Jing Song instead rebuked Li Ju. "Brood, silence him." Wu Fu seemed unconcerned as he opened the lid of the incense burner on the table to inspect it. "This junior believes senior's body is weak. He extended 2 fingers, glancing to Judge. I'm afraid it's an old ailment. Jing Song's eyes widened in surprise, thinking to himself, he can see my physical condition just like that. Who is this person? Why does he feel so familiar? Wu Fu turned around, holding up 1 finger. Senior's illness this junior can cure, but I have one condition. Li Ju could no longer hold back, gritting his teeth and flicking his sleeve. Do you know my master's strength? A mere transformation stage brat dares to spout nonsense? Wu Fu's eyes narrowed slightly. Li Ju pursed his lips, thinking, this kid seems to have noticed I switched my master's medicine. Wu Fu extended his hand, a force slowly gathering between his 2 fingertips. He waved his hand in front of Jing Song's face at lightning speed, and immediately, glowing runes appeared on Jing Song's face. Seeing this, Li Ju rushed forward. Dare to harm my master, you're asking for death. Suddenly, Jing Song shouted to stop him. Hold! He closed his eyes, placing his hands on his lap, and explained, young friend is just teaching a technique, don't overthink it. Li Ju called out in dissatisfaction. Master, seeing that Jing Song wouldn't change his mind, he gritted his teeth and plotted inwardly. Looks like this kid can't be kept. I need to find a chance to get rid of him or he'll become a major threat later. After some time, the sky outside remained clear and calm. Inside, Jing Song's body emitted a stream of white energy. He closed his eyes to sense it. Having only cultivated halfway, his meridians had already become much smoother. Young friend truly hides his depth. Wu Fu pointed to the side. I sense a fragment of the divine artifact on you. Can we trade this time? Jing Song gestured to him. Li Ju, didn't I say to give it to anyone fated with the artifact? Despite his reluctance, Li Ju had no choice but to clasp his hands and obey his master's words. Yes, disciple will give it to him. He took out the divine artifact fragment sword from his person. Finally, Jing Song walked outside the hut to bid farewell to Wu Fu. In all my years I've never seen such a treasure. Young friend, please take good care of it. Li Ju supported his hand, reminding him worriedly, Master, take it slow. Before leaving, Wu Fu also said his final words, this junior will be careful. Back in the city, towering skyscrapers stood tall. Li Ju placed a white porcelain bottle on the table and demanded, get rid of Wu Fu and this condensation spirit pill is yours. Tongqian nodded vigorously like a garlic pestle. Yes, yes, yes. I'll gather the men immediately. By tomorrow morning he'll disappear from this world. Li Ju cursed inwardly. Brat, you think having your master protect you means I can't touch you? Anyone who dares take my things must vanish. That night, in an extraordinarily grand 3-story villa, the clock hanging on the pillar struck exactly 9 o'clock. From the bathroom, the sound of running water and waves of steam drifted into the hallway. Inside, in the glass shower, white mist filled the entire space. Through the glass, a woman's figure was faintly visible. The girl tilted her face up, enjoying the feeling of the clear water washing over her. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Wu Fu, get out here. Ching startled, glancing warily toward the door. She immediately twisted the shower valve shut, then reached out to grab the towel hanging on the rod. As Ching wrapped the towel around herself and turned to shield her body, 3 people walked into the room. The lecherous underling spoke teasingly. Teaching Wu Fu a lesson comes with a bonus. Ching asked them calmly, who are you? I suggest you get out now. Tongqian looked directly at her and asked, where's Wu Fu? Ching frowned as she replied, he hasn't come back yet. The 2 underlings rubbed their hands together as they slowly approached her. Can't find the one we're looking for, then let little sister have some fun with us big brothers. A round-faced underling lunged at her with a lecherous grin. Come on, baby. Ching stood still, unmoving, but her gaze had turned extremely sharp. She swung her hand precisely, sending the round-faced underling flying, red liquid spurting from his mouth. Tongqian's eyes widened as he realized she was a transformation stage cultivator. The other underling's face froze, and he glanced to the side. He saw his comrade fly past him, mouth agape in shock. How can a little girl be so strong? Just as he wasn't paying attention, he turned back to see a woman's knee pressed against his cheek. Where are you looking? Ching's knee struck suddenly, slamming hard into the side of the other underling's face. He crashed straight into the glass, shattering it. Tongqian tilted his head to look at the unconscious underling in the mirror. He turned back to face the person opposite him. With Wu Fu's transformation stage strength, there's no need to worry. It's you I'm concerned about. Hearing this, Ching raised her hand and asked, so you think I'm stronger than that bastard Wu Fu? Tongqian added, I'll deal with you first. As he spoke, Wu Fu suddenly appeared behind him and asked, hey, are you talking about me? Tongqian reacted quickly, leaping away. He crouched by the bathtub flustered and asked, when did you get there? Sweat beaded all over Tongqian's face as he stared at him. Wu Fu's expression darkened. I've been standing here watching you fight for a while. Tongqian realized his panic and quickly pretended to cough twice, forcing calm. You're just a mid-transformation stage brat. If I hadn't been careless last time, you'd be dead by now. Wu Fu's eyes flickered as he asked, you didn't say, why isn't he coming? Tongqian lowered his head, a threatening smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. It's overkill to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. You can't escape. Ching shouted a warning. Wu Fu, watch your feet. Wu Fu hugged the husky in his arms and looked down at his feet in confusion. An illusion, he thought. Chains crawled slowly up Wu Fu's legs from below, glowing with golden spiritual energy. Some chains wrapped around his hands, others coiled around his body and emerged from behind. In moments, chains covered Wu Fu entirely, locking him tight. He recalled Tongtian's movements. I see. The moment I jump, I fall into the illusion. Wu Fu decisively summoned his sword. Sword, come. He swung it, shattering the chains and the illusion. Seeing him break free, Qingqing asked worriedly, Wu Fu, are you okay? Wu Fu countered. Where are they? She pointed at the shattered glass door. They all ran. Tongtian has already escaped, he cursed in frustration. Damn it, he has a divine artifact, I can't even open the formation. Wu Fu jumped down, landing in front of him. Then don't use the spirit sword, Tongtian sneered, without a divine artifact. He charged forward, throwing a punch. Someone like you is no match for me either. The first punch aimed at Wu Fu's face missed. The second hook aimed at his head also failed. He dodged the punches, moving nimbly, while watching for Tongtian's next move. Sure enough, Tongtian kicked, but it missed again. He cursed in fury, are you just going to dodge? Wu Fu didn't answer. He smiled as he dodged an uppercut. His steps retreated rhythmically, and he accidentally fell into the quagmire Tongtian had created. Wu Fu glanced at it, finding it troublesome. His legs sank, trapped by the mire. Unable to move, Tongtian rushed over, throwing a punch. Where will you run this time? Wu Fu didn't respond, his eyes cold as he watched the approaching fist. A thunderous roar shook the wall behind him, cracking it open. But when he looked again, it wasn't Wu Fu, just a coat. Tongtian realized something was wrong. The coat, at that moment, Wu Fu appeared behind him. Had enough fun? Tongtian turned his head, but it was too late to do anything. Not good, he sensed a powerful sword aura and roared, Sword aura, who are you? Wu Fu's fist was already in front of him. He replied coldly, you don't need to know. His punch was incredibly powerful, striking Tongtian squarely. With a bang, the wall collapsed, cracks spreading like a spiderweb. The aftershock was so strong that Qingqing had to cover her eyes. He's gotten stronger. All that remained was Tongtian's shattered glasses. Wu Fu picked up his coat and put it on, then said to Qingqing, help me clean up the place. She frowned. Can't I just send someone to handle it? Qingqing was a bit worried. Wu Fu, with Zhou Tongtian's physique, if you want him to die in your house without being discovered. Before she could finish, her towel fell off. The towel slipped to her feet. Wu Fu froze. Qingqing stiffened for a few seconds, then quickly crouched down, covering herself with the towel and cursing, pervert, are you still looking? The husky barked enthusiastically. Wu Fu denied it. I wasn't looking. On the rooftop, a masked figure stood watching everything that had just happened. This seems more and more interesting. The person smirked slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. Qingqing stormed toward the room. If I catch you peeking, I'll gouge out your eyes. She covered her body with the towel, both embarrassed and angry, and walked into the room. Wu Fu covered one eye behind her and said with a smile, I wasn't looking. I wasn't looking. Qingqing walked into the bathroom and slammed the door shut. She was about to untie the towel and change clothes. Damn pervert. But suddenly, she realized she wasn't alone in the bathroom. She turned around and saw the husky wagging its tail enthusiastically, waiting for her to change, its dog face looking foolish like a bunch of lecherous idiots ogling a beauty. Qingqing coldly threw it out. Get out, you pervert dog. After a while, the bathroom door opened. The girl had changed clothes, her hair neatly arranged. Just then, spiritual energy rippled around the husky. Qingqing stared at it in surprise. Husky? Wu Fu looked at it with satisfaction. Looks like it's about to break through. After eating so many spirit pills, it'd be hard not to change. The husky barked proudly. Qingqing was speechless. She had never heard of a dog being able to cultivate. The husky's breakthrough didn't take long. Its claws became sharper. It sharpened its teeth, their bite force strong enough to chew through wooden floors. Qingqing thought darkly, teeth and claws again, it's getting better at wrecking the house. Like owner, like dog. Just then, two patrolling guards carried Tongtian's body in and asked, Miss, should we take the body back for the head of the family to handle? Wu Fu stopped them. No need for that trouble. I know who the real mastermind is. Qingqing was curious. Who? He looked upward. Up there. Hearing this, she quickly opened the door and ran out to look. Damn it. Wu Fu slowly walked out. Don't bother looking, he's already gone. Qingqing pointed at the roof. He was there the whole time, he nodded. That's right. Then Wu Fu ordered Zhou Tongtian to be taken away. I've never had a chance to visit the Sha family before. This opportunity is rare. Qingqing ordered the guards. Take Zhou Tongtian to the Sha family. The guard hesitated, trying to dissuade her. Miss, I think we should consult the master first. Forget it, the girl said confidently. In Yunhai, the Sha family wouldn't dare touch a single hair on my head. Shoo Qingqing. Seeing that she couldn't be stopped, the guard had no choice but to obey. Yes, the black car carried Qingqing and Wu Fu toward the Sha family villa. The gatekeeper saw them and immediately ordered, Go report to the young master. The Shu family and Wu Fu are here. The guard followed the order. Yes, the car stopped in front of the gate and someone inside asked politely, Who are you looking for? The husky poked its head out and barked twice. The guard in the passenger seat turned to ask Qingqing for instructions. Miss, what now? Wu Fu spoke up. It seems they haven't seen me yet. Why so many guards? Without overthinking, he opened the door and got out with the husky. Wu Fu said calmly, Hurry up. Too many people are coming to welcome us." Several guards rushed out, recognizing him. They became even more aggressive. "There's a road to heaven, but you won't take it. There's no door to hell, but you barge in. Grab him." The Shu family guards couldn't help but prepare to draw their guns. "There are so many of them. Should we run and get reinforcements?" Ching Ching stopped them. "Just sit tight," she smiled as she looked outside. Outside, a group of guards charged at Wu Fu. Seeing this, the husky leapt out fiercely, barking. It even jumped up and bit a guard's hand, making him howl in pain. "Damn it, catch him and the dog." Inside the luxurious villa, someone reported loudly, "Young Master Wu Fu has come looking for you." Tianhao was startled. "I wasn't going after him, and he dares come to me." Meng Zhao was worried beside him. "What do we do now?" Tianhao's eyes flickered with anger. "I've arranged over a dozen skilled guards at the gate. If they can drain just 30% of Wu Fu's power," he thought. "Since you're here, don't think you'll escape." But things didn't go as planned. Several guards were defeated by the husky one after another. Dog barks echoed through the villa. A guard spotted Tianhao and begged for help. "Young master, you're finally here. We're being bullied by a dog." Tianhao kicked the guard aside in annoyance. "Useless bunch, get lost." Seeing the newcomer, Tianhao warily prepared to defend himself. "Wu Fu, we're irreconcilable. I wasn't coming after you, yet you dare come to me?" Wu Fu didn't waste words with him and simply ordered the Shu family guards to bring him up. Tongqian's body was thrown in front of Tianhao. Meng Zhao was stunned. Zhou Tongqian," Tianhao said clearly. "Don't misunderstand, I didn't send him." Wu Fu crossed his arms arrogantly. "Don't worry, I just want you to hand Zhou Tongqian over to someone." Tianhao was curious. "Who?" Wu Fu narrowed his eyes and spoke a name. "Li Ju." As dusk fell, Meng Zhao and Tianhao stood dumbfounded at the villa's entrance, watching Wu Fu's car fade into the distance. Tianhao clenched his fists. "At this inter-school competition, I'll make sure he dies." Meng Zhao was worried, but he even killed Zhou Tongqian. Just then, someone stood on a tree watching him and comforted his girlfriend. With Shang Kui's divine power, Wu Fu is no match. Tianhao sensed something and turned to shout. "Who?" Li Ju, grim-faced and wearing a hood, appeared behind the tree canopy. Seeing him, Tianhao was startled by his own audacity. He and Meng Zhao immediately bowed. "So it's the young master. I haven't used this talisman yet, and you've already come." Li Ju calmly drew his sword. "I've been here since Wu Fu arrived." Tianhao was alarmed. "Do you know Wu Fu?" Li Ju smiled. "Of course. He's the one who detoxified my master. I wonder what he thinks." Tianhao stated his position. "Senior, I have an irreconcilable enmity with Wu Fu. Even if you mediate, the Sha family won't agree." Li Ju narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing. "Is that so?" He thrust his sword into the ground, cracking it open. Then Li Ju swung his sword and a dark death spread. Tianhao swallowed hard. The pitch-black sword aura barely grazed him before the building behind him was split in two. Belated guard shouted, "Where is he? Protect the young master." After just one slash, Li Ju discarded the sword. He murmured, "Black as night, sharp enough to cut iron, truly a fine blade." The sword spun in the air a few times before landing and embedding itself in front of Tianhao. Li Ju hinted, "Even a Tongxuan stage cultivator would want one." Tianhao was stunned for a moment. He tested the waters. "Senior you," Li Ju turned to leave. "I just want him dead. Zhou Tongqian was sent by me." With that, he leapt away and vanished, leaving Tianhao and his group standing frozen. Picking up the sword, Tianhao said smugly, "Wu Fu, blame yourself for making too many enemies. With a Yuanshan stage cultivator helping me, you're as good as dead." The next morning at Wu Fu's villa, Ching Ching urged, "Wu Fu, the election is about to start. Let's go quickly." He looked up in a certain direction. "Wait, I have something to handle first." "I'll be there soon. Take the husky and go ahead." Wu Fu focused on the sky, sensing a fluctuation of spiritual energy from the direction of the back mountain. He stepped into the back mountain, where the lush green forest was rich with spiritual energy. He wondered, why has the spiritual energy in the back mountain suddenly become so dense? After walking for a while, Wu Fu arrived at a lake. Looking at the dense spiritual energy, he thought, "This is the place." Ripples purred across the water, but no one was in sight. "Damn it," Wu Fu noticed wet footprints on the shore. Someone must have been here. Just then he heard the rustle of leaves behind him. Wu Fu sensed a sword aura hurtling toward him. The blue sword aura was incredibly sharp. It struck the spot where he had been standing. Luckily he dodged it nimbly. "Damn it," but Wu Fu didn't relax. Instead he frowned even more. This time the sword aura struck the ground where he stood again. He sidestepped to avoid it. "Damn it." The sword aura grew fiercer, the attack more dangerous. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, Wu Fu wrapped spiritual energy around his hand, turning it into a sword to block the opponent's strike. Then both sides retreated. After a distance, Wu Fu stomped hard on the ground to reduce the impact. He crouched down, finally steadying himself on the ground. On the other side, a white dress fluttered as the opponent landed lightly on a rock. She exhaled, her thin lips slightly parting. Luo Shi was like a celestial maiden descending to earth. She held her sword and opened her eyes, speaking coldly. "Who goes there?" Wu Fu explained calmly. "What if I said this was a misunderstanding? Would you believe me?" Luo Shi held her sword horizontally in front of her. Then I'll gouge out your eyes first." Her gaze was icy, her heart turbulent. The sword manual is top-tier swordplay. This person is only at the transformation stage, yet he can dodge it. Without another thought, she swung her sword fiercely at Wu Fu. He watched her moves coldly, then sidestepped lightly to dodge. Luo Shi lunged forward, thrusting her sword at the flames. Wu Fu tilted his head to avoid the blade and said flatly, "You're overthinking it." Luo Zai's sword was swift and fierce. Wu Fu raised his hand to summon a protective sword aura. He gently grasped the tip of the girl's sword and casually pushed it aside. It really was just a misunderstanding. Luo Shi sensed his sword aura and was startled. A sword aura. Using the momentum of the sword, Wu Fu slid forward a short distance. Also, he turned back and explained sincerely, "I really didn't see anything." Luo Shi wasn't convinced. She gritted her teeth and cursed, "Damn it, don't let me see you again next time." The scene shifted to the school, where the setting sun slanted slightly westward. In the room, the husky let out a big yawn. Teacher Chen Hao counted heads. "Is everyone here?" Someone responded. "Teacher Wu Fu hasn't arrived yet," he said discontentedly. "It's him again," another person sneered. He even dared to hit students from the 253rd batch. This cultivator gathering, he probably didn't take it seriously at all. Just then, Wu Fu walked in, and the husky barked happily twice. Hearing himself being badmouthed, he lifted his foot and kicked that person. Wu Fu glanced at his watch. It was exactly 3 p.m. "I'm not late." Chen Hao wanted to find fault but couldn't, so he turned and shouted at the group. He crossed his arms and looked at the arena. The event officially began. Only 8 people from 1st to 4th year can participate. That means only 2 from your 1st year. These 8 were bound to be the strongest representatives of each grade. After hearing the rules, Wu Fu squinted and sneered. "Interesting." He immediately jumped onto the arena, taking the upper hand. Wu Fu looked down and challenged, "Who's first?" The classmates were indignant. "This kid is too arrogant." Just then, laughter came from behind. A person enveloped in a gloomy purple aura walked over. Someone recognized him. First-year male student Fang Kun, peak of the transformation stage. That classmate continued to explain, "Master of hidden weapons, rumored to have never missed." Fang Kun grinned and said, "I've long heard you're arrogant. Nice to meet you. I hope you'll go easy on me." Wu Fu didn't reply. He just hooked his finger to signal the other to attack. He let out a sinister laugh, his gloomy aura spreading all over his body. And then, like a whirlwind, Fang Kun vanished from his spot. He charged forward, closed in on Wu Fu and threw a punch. However, Wu Fu had already noticed something was off. With a bang, Fang Kun's punch landed on Wu Fu's face, knocking his head to the side. The martial arts class student stared in shock at the scene. When teacher Chen Hao saw it, he felt as if struck by lightning. What? Wu Fu had taken that hit just to get evidence of Fang Kun's dirty tricks. 2 poison needles had already been blocked by his spiritual energy. Instead, the 2 poison needles were being suppressed by his spiritual energy. Fang Kun frowned, thinking, impossible. Then Wu Fu moved. He snapped the poison needles. Fang Kun was terrified and immediately retreated, wanting to get far away. But as soon as he took a step back, his foot was stepped on by Wu Fu, who pressed the attack while taunting what trying to run. Fang Kun was at a disadvantage. What? Wu Fu struck out with a palm infused with spiritual energy. With a bang, the palm force hit Fang Kun square in the abdomen. Yellow urine soaked the arena floor. He now truly understood what it meant to be scared shitless. Wu Fu warned, "For the sake of being classmates, I can spare your life, but if you use poison again, I'll kill you." Fang Kun lay on the ground, clothes tattered. Though he had escaped death, he felt deeply humiliated. Seeing this, Chen Hao was unwilling. Fang Kun had failed. Wu Fu looked down at the arena. Anyone else? The first-year students were silent. No one dared to step up. He smiled at Chen Hao. "Teacher, it looks like I've secured one of the 2 spots for South 1. Chen Hao gritted his teeth, lost in thought. Just then, the door was pushed open roughly. Seeing the newcomer, Chen Hao shouted, "Third years, what are you doing here? Haven't the names on the list been decided? You came in pretty confident." "That's right." The long-haired youth named Hua Feng had his hair tied back, giving him a stylish look. He spoke up. "Third year chose me. I'll compete alongside President Liu." He sized up Wu Fu on the arena. "Come on, let me see who's been crushing our seniors' pride." Wu Fu looked at Hua Feng without a trace of fear. He was naturally combative, and being stared at like this only made it more interesting. Students who knew the situation quickly backed off. Senior Hua Feng has been in seclusion for nearly half a year. Coming out now, his strength has probably increased a lot. Step back. Don't get caught up. Although Chen Hao didn't like Wu Fu, this was still his class, and he didn't want third years bullying first years. "Hua Feng, what are you trying to do?" Hua Feng didn't take a teacher like Chen Hao seriously, and called 2 underlings onto the arena. Naturally, to teach this junior a lesson, one underling holding a baseball bat walked forward with a grin. He was still grinning when Wu Fu's figure flashed past him. Wu Fu frowned, assessed the situation, and decided to take out the 2 underlings before dealing with the leader. No sooner said than done. Wu Fu moved immediately. He struck the bat-wielding underling hard in the stomach, then punched the other underling in the shoulder. After finishing, Wu Fu moved in another direction and finally stopped behind Hua Feng. Hua Feng sneered mockingly, channeling his azure blue spiritual energy, daring to show off speed in front of me. He cast a contemptuous glance at Wu Fu. "You're still green." As he spoke, he moved, instantly leaping from his spot. To everyone's eyes, he had almost vanished on the spot. Chen Hao couldn't help but admire. The Hua family's legendary lightness skill truly lives up to its reputation. Hua Feng's figure flickered across the arena, his voice coming from near and far. "I thought you were something special. Your reactions disappoint me, just your reactions." Hua Feng leapt around the arena, while Wu Fu stood still the whole time, letting the other show off his speed before him, unmoving as a mountain. Then Hua Feng's figure flashed behind Wu Fu. "Enough to kill you 10 times over." Wu Fu didn't speak, just grinned as if he had predicted the attack at that moment, and punched through the air straight at him. But it hit nothing. Hua Feng couldn't believe his eyes. He scanned the arena, gone. To avoid a surprise attack, Hua Feng immediately retreated. He frantically searched for Wu Fu, panicking inwardly. What just happened? Where is he? Just then, Wu Fu appeared behind him. "Looking for me?" Chen Hao's face showed horror. His speed is even faster than Hua Feng's. Hua Feng's gaze swept over Wu Fu, who had passed behind him. "What the hell?" He leapt to move. Hua Feng moved quickly and decisively. He dodged Wu Fu's dangerous strike. Amid the white dust, Wu Fu's eyes showed satisfaction. Hua Feng turned and jumped away. Though his face showed some panic, he still dodged. Before anyone could catch their breath, Wu Fu charged forward with powerful steps, accompanied by loud words, "Since Senior has come." Seeing this, Hua Feng couldn't help but startle. Wu Fu's voice still carried mockery. "Don't leave so soon." Hua Feng's eyes grew anxious as he witnessed Wu Fu's speed. Too fast. Wu Fu's attack caused a massive explosion, sending Hua Feng flying. His arm was injured from blocking Wu Fu's strike. How can his power be this strong? Wu Fu didn't wait for Hua Feng to regain his composure. He advanced with agile steps. Wu Fu's terrifying speed made Hua Feng freeze. "This kid," he gritted his teeth. "Is he really just?" Hua Feng looked at Wu Fu's face, a thought forming. At the transformation stage, Wu Fu struck out with a palm. He sent Hua Feng flying off the arena. Someone cursed. "Damn it!" Hua Feng flew out, hit the wall, and then fell to the ground, landing on his knees as bright red blood gushed out. Though injured, Hua Feng still forced himself to ask in a doubtful tone, Are you really just at the transformation stage?" Facing his question, Wu Fu walked to the edge of the arena and said, to be precise. He looked down and said in a warning tone, "My cultivation is much higher than yours." Somewhere, sunlight shone on that building. In a secret room, a girl's voice rang out. "The 8 names for this competition. 4th year is tentative, 1st to 3rd year are set." The girl slammed the paper in her hand onto the table. "Number 53, Lu Ling, Hua Feng, 5th year. Sha Tiangong, Shu Qingqing." The voice belonged to Lu Ling, 1st year. Wu Fu, Fang Kun. As she spoke, she glanced at Wu Fu. "You've just offended Hua Feng, and now Sha Tiangong too. You must be careful," Wu Fu said bluntly. "With Sha Tiangong's skill, he's not even worthy to be my opponent." Lu Ling said to Wu Fu with some concern, "I heard Sha Tiangong is about to break through to the Tongxuan stage." But Wu Fu was fearless, eerily calm. "I'll deal with whatever comes. What's there to fear?" Still, Lu Ling reminded him. "It never hurts to be careful." The scene shifted to a temple in the forest where a voice came from inside. "Master, it's time for your medicine." Jing Song spoke up. "After just a few days of cultivation, my body has clearly improved, and I've recovered a lot of my power too." Li Ju approached with a medicine bowl and said, "It's mainly because Master has a good foundation." Jing Song ordered him, "Go call Wu Fu over quickly. I must thank him properly." Li Ju bowed and accepted the order. Yes, in a modern-style building, inside a bathroom, a red mist could be seen spreading outward from outside. Inside, a terrifying red object appeared. Tian Gang sat in a bathtub filled with some liquid, eerily calm. Hearing strange noises from the bathroom, the group outside charged in aggressively. Tian Gang. A murderous intent flickered in Tian Gang's eyes, and his words were laced with deep hatred. "I'm just one step away from the nascent soul stage. When that happens, Wu Fu, let's see how you'll fight me." The morning sunlight shone on the corridor of the student council classroom. Lu Ling placed a piece of paper on the table and said, "Everyone's about here. Let's start the meeting." She raised the paper in her hand and looked at those present. "The competition roster is set. Does anyone have any objections?" The participants' identities showed. 1st year Fang Kun, 2nd year Sha Tiangong, 3rd year Hua Feng, 1st year Wu Fu. Seeing no objections, Lu Ling was about to finalize it. "If there are no objections, then..." Suddenly, a dissenting voice came from outside the door. The entire meeting room shook, and everyone turned to look at the source of the sound. Outside the door, Xiao Yao's imposing figure appeared and walked in. "South 4, Xiao Yao." Lu Ling's expression changed, a flicker of thought in her eyes. Could this be the only participant from South 4 this time? The person in charge beside her immediately said, "South 4 student Xiao Yao will be fully responsible for this competition." Lu Ling leaned close to Wu Fu's ear and whispered, "To keep you from competing. Even he's here, you really have some clout." She added some necessary information for Wu Fu. "Yunhai's most capable senior, heir of the Shao family fist technique. His cultivation is about to reach the nascent soul stage. Hearing this, Wu Fu's eyes sparkled. Not bad. Lu Ling showed a surprised expression. Even he's here, it's uncertain whether you'll be able to compete. The person in charge left, leaving only a word for Xiao Yao. It's in your hands. Xiao Yao leaned against the doorframe, his tone somewhat displeased. Senior Lu, I went for an internship and Yunhai has no one left? Hearing his slightly reproachful words, Lu Ling could only smile awkwardly. Senior, what do you mean? Xiao Yao walked over and picked up the paper with the competition roster. First year Fang Kun is a Tongxuan stage cultivator, and there's more than one at that stage. After reading, he glanced at Wu Fu mockingly. How did this kid get to compete? Fang Kun took the chance to echo Xiao Yao's words. Senior is right. This Wu Fu has only been arrogant thanks to a divine artifact. Without it, he probably wouldn't even have any strength. Hearing this, Xiao Yao opposed Wu Fu's participation even more. I see, then let me eliminate him from this competition. Tian Gang sat nearby hearing all this. A thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. What background does this Xiao Yao have? How many people has Wu Fu offended? From behind, Lu Ling gently patted Wu Fu's shoulder. Hey, she pointed at Xiao Yao and said to him worriedly, he's about to strip you of your competition eligibility, and you're still this calm. Wu Fu wanted to tease Lu Ling. President, it's so obvious, haven't you figured it out yet? Wu Fu achieved his goal, angering Lu Ling, who cursed, You bastard, you're really infuriating. Amid the tense atmosphere, Senior Sha Tiangong spoke up, his gaze and words carrying a tone of support for Wu Fu. This Wu Fu, his personal strength isn't bad. Even I can't beat him in school. Sha Tiangong's words made Xiao Yao's expression darken. Lu Ling panicked, but when she looked at Wu Fu he was eerily calm. Even Hua Feng glanced at Sha Tiangong suspiciously. Doesn't Sha Tiangong have a grudge against Wu Fu? Why is he speaking up for him? Lu Ling stood up abruptly, her gaze sweeping over everyone in the meeting room. She raised her voice about to speak. Wu Fu scanned the room when suddenly Xiao Yao's voice rang out. Wu Fu's abilities aren't determined by words. Wu Fu's gaze sharpened as he looked at him. He waved his hand and launched an attack straight at Wu Fu. We'll find out by trying. Lu Ling saw the danger and shouted a warning, watch out. A majestic golden lion charged straight at Wu Fu. Xiao Yao's fist was about to reach Wu Fu. His eyes hesitated slightly due to Wu Fu's unusual calmness. Though Xiao Yao was tough in words, seeing Wu Fu's composure, a thought crossed his mind, just at the transformation stage, yet he's reached this level. But he didn't know that multiple swords were aimed directly at him from above. Suddenly, after a moment of silence, Wu Fu stood up abruptly. His words gently echoed in the air. I stopped being at the transformation stage long ago. The atmosphere around them froze as Wu Fu continued. I'm at the Tongxuan stage now. Amid the gazes of the many in the meeting room, a questioning voice was clearly audible. Is he about to break through right now? Seeing Wu Fu's decision, Lu Ling immediately warned him loudly. Wu Fu, don't go crazy. Cultivation has to be step by step. You'll easily go into chi deviation like this. Wu Fu's eyes were cold and eerily dark, and he had already summoned a sword in his hand. I'll correct the spiritual sword myself. Cultivation level doesn't truly reflect one's strength, but if they want, Lu Ling opened her mouth to say something but couldn't make a sound. His voice was filled with anger. Then I'll show them. The entire room suddenly exploded. Glass windows shattered and black smoke billowed fiercely in the room. Smoke rose, and caution appeared on everyone's faces. This is a breakthrough. Lu Ling looked at Wu Fu with concern. It exploded as expected. Good thing I dodged. He looked at Xiao Yao and said, I am now a Tongxuan stage cultivator. May I ask, Senior, can I participate in this competition now? Hearing this, Xiao Yao had to say, you can. Sha Tiangong was stunned by the news. Tongxuan stage. Without waiting for anyone to react, Wu Fu turned and waved his hand, walking toward the door. That's settled then. See you in the arena. Just as his foot was about to cross the threshold, a click of the tongue and a voice rang out, effortlessly breaking through the Tongxuan realm. Wu Fu followed the sound and saw Li Ju leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Boundless potential. In response, Wu Fu retorted, Senior must have already broken through the late Yuanshan stage. How dare I, a mere Tongxuan cultivator, mention it? Hearing the mockery, Li Ju's face darkened. Inside a building, noise erupted and a questioning voice came from the room. So, did we eliminate the Wu mansion from the competition? Xiao Yao sighed. With his Tongxuan strength I couldn't stop him. Zhou Qin couldn't believe what she heard and raised her voice. Impossible. He only broke through to the mid-washing stage not long ago. How could he be at Tongxuan? Seeing her disbelief, Xiao Yao spoke with a hint of sarcasm. He broke through in the meeting room. I saw it with my own eyes. On the other side, Li Ju pondered. No one except my master knows my cultivation level. His eyes clearly showed confusion. How could he know? Li Ju couldn't help but harbor great doubts about Wu Fu's background. Wu Fu, who exactly are you? Yet he remained calm as if nothing had happened. Didn't you come to see me to meet that senior? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ju decisively swung his blade, the edge grazing past Wu Fu's body. Li Ju's gaze seemed ready to devour him alive. Who are you? Wu Fu dodged his strike. Ah, I'm just Wu Fu. Wu Fu drew the sword he had used when his cultivation erupted earlier. Even Li Ju felt something strange. The divine weapon had naturally changed. Strange thoughts surfaced in his mind. Could this kid be refining his body into a sword? As Li Ju pondered, he quietly began to slowly sheathe the sword behind his back. If I let him live a little longer, won't this divine weapon be damaged? Seeing Li Ju suddenly stop attacking, Wu Fu asked, "What, not fighting anymore?" Li Ju turned his head slightly, his calm voice carrying a warning. "I don't care who you are, but I advise you not to set your sights on the cauldron." Memories surfaced. In his past life, his master had coveted the supreme elixir, leading to Li Ju's fatal pursuit. Wu Fu confronted Li Ju. "So master also practiced alchemy." But before he could finish, Li Ju interrupted him with a threatening tone. "Don't play word games in front of me, or I'll kill you right now." Watching Li Ju leave, a calculating glint flashed in his eyes. "At least you can't kill me now. Given the situation, I need to speed up my cultivation." In the tranquil mountain scenery, sunlight bathed everything. Sounds came from a temple where an alchemy furnace emitted a mesmerizing green glow. In the silent space, Jing Song was earnestly refining elixirs with his abilities. Suddenly his disciple Li Ju's voice came from outside. "Master, Wu Fu is here." Startled, Jing Song lost control of his alchemy tools, which scattered. A loud bang followed. Thick smoke billowed deep in the mountains. From the wreckage of the explosion came Jing Song's coughing. Seeing this, Li Ju greeted him. "Master, are you all right?" Wu Fu chimed in. "Looks like the furnace exploded." Seeing both disciples' concern, Jing Song reassured them. "It's fine, it's fine." He looked at the elixir in his hand, puzzled about which step had gone wrong. Spotting the elixir in Jing Song's hand, Wu Fu immediately recognized it as the supreme elixir. Jing Song sighed with a hint of regret. Failed again. His mind wandered back to past life events, calculating according to the timeline of his previous life. Still half a year before the supreme divine elixir is complete. Li Ju supported Jing Song and comforted him. "It's okay, master." A resolute look appeared in Wu Fu's eyes. "Why not refine the supreme divine elixir first? If fate follows the exact same path as my past life, that would be too boring." Wu Fu cupped his hands in salute to Jing Song. "Senior." Seeing him speak, the old man brightened. "Young friend, you're here. At such a young age you have such a mindset," Jing Song said. "I don't know how to repay you, but I do have plenty of elixirs." He immediately called out, "Li Ju." "Yes," came the reply. With that, Li Ju approached, holding several elixir bottles. "These are the elixirs I've refined recently." Jing Song pointed at the elixir bottles and said to Wu Fu, "Young friend, take your pick." Wu Fu unceremoniously picked one up to examine it, found it wasn't what he needed, and casually tossed it behind him. This startled both Jing Song and Li Ju. Li Ju roared furiously, "You're asking for death," but his master stopped him. Jing Song said softly to Wu Fu, "Young friend, what does this mean? If the elixir doesn't suit you, I have other things." Wu Fu held up a red elixir, his eyes showing interest. "If I'm not mistaken, this is a blood chi elixir, right?" Everything Wu Fu said reached Jing Song's ears. With such meager spiritual energy, this kid can recognize the blood chi elixir. Truly remarkable, but too stubborn. He calmly stated what he knew. The blood chi elixir is a treasure for boosting blood chi and breaking through cultivation. But then Wu Fu's expression shifted noticeably. "But its effect is the complete opposite." Jing Song's face changed, darkening. Seeing his attitude, Li Ju angrily cursed. "You bastard!" Jing Song remained calm as he spoke. "I've been refining elixirs for over 200 years. Though I can stay composed, I can't help but feel a little displeased. You say this blood chi elixir doesn't aid breakthrough but is actually poison? What evidence do you have?" Li Ju, on the other hand, had long wanted to rush up and tear him apart. "If you can't explain yourself today, I'll make sure you die here." Wu Fu showed no fear, holding the elixir out to Li Ju. "Why don't you try it yourself?" Jing Song said. "Li Ju, try this elixir." "Go ahead." As soon as he swallowed it, a terrifying glint flashed in his eyes. "Kid, you're dead." Wu Fu just watched with a faint smile. Jing Song let out a grunt from his throat. Li Ju didn't hesitate to draw his blade, his gaze locked on Wu Fu. He charged at him without a second thought. But just as he was about to reach him, Li Ju's step suddenly halted. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Wu Fu's mouth. Li Ju's face turned pale, sweat pouring down like rain. The sword in his hand clattered to the ground. Li Ju looked at Jing Song clutching his stomach and struggled to speak. Master." At that moment the old man could no longer stay calm. "Impossible." Li Ju immediately ran back. "Master, this disciple takes his leave." Jing Song's gaze followed Li Ju's direction, and he let out a helpless sigh. Wu Fu held the elixir high and said, "There's something wrong with the blood chi elixir. It's not a mistake in your refining method, senior. Rather, the spiritual energy within you is toxic." Hearing Wu Fu's words, a thought surfaced in Jing Song's mind. "Toxic spiritual energy? You also understand alchemy?" Wu Fu smiled lightly and responded calmly. Though Li Ju was in the restroom, his voice still carried out. "Master, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. He's up to no good, definitely has ulterior motives." Jing Song shouted. "Shut up, just do your business." "Yes." Inside, Li Ju angrily punched the door, his face as dark as ink. "Scolding me for an outsider, you're so senile, why don't you just die already?" Wu Fu's voice rang out. "Senior, let me see the elixir you just refined." As soon as he saw it, he immediately sensed something off. "This elixir is profoundly mysterious, but I still feel it's missing something." Hearing this, Jing Song suddenly understood what he needed. He chuckled as if enlightened. "Young friend, your words have awakened me. No wonder I've experimented for years without progress," Wu Fu asked. "So what did you think of, Senior?" In the restroom, Li Ju listened to their conversation outside. Nothing. Young friend and I are truly fated. Take this set of elixirs as a thank you gift." He gritted his teeth, filled with rage. How does he know? It must be a coincidence. In a modern building, morning sunlight streamed through the corridor, illuminating a path. A door opened and footsteps appeared. Entering the room, obvious confusion showed in Wu Fu's eyes. On the floor, furniture fragments were scattered everywhere. Under the bed were a few torn pieces of paper. Drawing closer, Wu Fu realized someone was there. He reached out and turned on the light. It was Meng Meng, hugging her knees and crying, "Brother Fu, you're back." Seeing this, Wu Fu didn't know what to say. "It's okay that you're safe." Before he could prepare, Meng Meng rushed over, grabbed his leg and sobbed, "If you'd come back any later, I might not even have bones left." Wu Fu had to comfort her in the end. "Didn't I come back?" He handed her an elixir bottle. "This is for you as compensation." Meng Meng was still dazed, not knowing what it was. "What is it?" She took the bottle, noticing the words on it. "Big strength pill." Her eyes lit up as if she'd found a millennium treasure. "Is this the ultimate man's artifact?" Wu Fu simply said flatly, "Try it and you'll see." As soon as the bottle opened, a greenish aura drifted out. Outside, lightning struck straight down. Somewhere, Li Ju seemed to sense something, staring directly at where the beam of light appeared. A breakthrough, but he immediately noticed something off. "No, this isn't Sha Tiangong," murmurs came from the building. "Old Master Shu has broken through. Congratulations, the first half-step Grand Master in Yunhai, congratulations." Yin Xian spoke to Qing Qing, who stood by the door. "Please come in." Qing Qing glanced at him and said, "That arrogant guy is late every time. Let's not wait for him." Yin Xian taunted, "Wu Fu isn't here, so you can't go in," she shouted irritably. "Dad," others waiting in the room chimed in. "Must be that big shot, right? The current head of the Shu family is already a half-step Grand Master. Who has such influence to make the Shu family welcome them like this?" Old Master Sha remained silent, but thoughts raced through his mind. The Shu family is so close with Wu Fu. What's this about this time? He raised his hand to summon his men. Old Master Sha reminded his men to cause chaos at the banquet and keep an eye on Shu Qingqing. A loyal response came. Yes, someone's voice also anticipated Wu Fu's arrival. "Has he come yet?" Qing Qing grew annoyed at his delay. "So late, everyone's waiting for you alone." People in the room commented on Wu Fu's appearance. "A half-step Grand Master waiting for a greenhorn. I bet this kid got lost." Qing Qing teased him. "The arrogant guy is always late." At that moment, Wu Fu was doubting the influence of that technique. That technique only passed down one part, yet it caused such a stir. Only Old Master Sha sat calmly at the table, but a deep cold glint flashed in his eyes. That Wu Fu kid again. The Shu family is actually currying favor with a washing stage brat. Suddenly, the subordinate Old Master Sha had ordered attacked Wu Fu from behind. "Wu Fu, your life is mine." He and Qing Qing immediately turned their gaze behind them, while Old Master Sha sneered. A commanding voice rang out in the oppressive air, "How dare you!" Before the man could touch Wu Fu, someone struck him through the body, right in the forehead, blood spurting out. He fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Everyone in the room couldn't comprehend what had just happened. The sight terrified Tian Hao's father, who stammered, this." After witnessing Shang Yao's power, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the strength of a half-step Grand Master?" Moreover, Shang Yao's fierce killing intent scared Tian Hao's father badly. Then Shang Yao turned and ordered his men, "Throw that trash out." His words enraged Tian Hao's father, who roared, "Old man, you dare!" He naturally paid no heed to such anger, just cleared his throat and announced before everyone, "From today on, anyone who dares to touch Wu Fu is an enemy of the Shu family." His declaration infuriated Tian Hao's father. He immediately left with his two subordinates. "Let's go." But before leaving, he didn't forget to mock Shang Yao. "Shu Shangyao, a half-step Grand Master like you, groveling to a washing stage brat." Even Yin Xian looked at Shang Yao in confusion, then called softly, "Dad." He recalled the time he discovered his father had reached a new height. "Dad, you've broken through." The first half-step Grand Master in Yunhai back then. Shang Yao looked satisfied at the technique Wu Fu had given him, believing it didn't belong to this world and that he might have another identity. Returning to the present, just as Tian Hao's father stepped out of the shop, he declared loudly, "Listen up, from now on, whoever is Wu Fu's enemy is the Shu family's mortal foe." In response, Wu Fu let out a contemptuous laugh. Suddenly, Shang Yao charged at Sha's two subordinates and said, "In that case, you stay." As Tian Hao's father felt the killing intent behind him, Shang Yao activated his inner energy. A loud bang accompanied bloodstains on the ground. After cleanly disposing of Sha's 2 lackeys, Shan Yao directly declared war. From today on, the Shu family and the Sha family are irreconcilable. It all happened so fast that everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. What happened? Did I miss something? I don't know what happened either. After a moment of shock, Tian Hao's father finally calmed down and said, "Half-step Grandmaster, I see, don't forget. I'm still a true disciple of the Chongyang sect." Shang Yao ignored his arrogance, just glanced at him, then flicked a burst of inner energy toward him. Faced with Shang Yao's power, Tian Hao's father naturally had no choice but to resign himself to his fate. But unexpectedly, another burst of inner energy flew in and knocked Shang Yao's away. This shocked Shang Yao, Yin Xian, and Qing Qing greatly. Then Wu Fu's calm voice rang out, "Senior, I understand your intentions. The Sha family has pushed me to the brink time and again," he stated coldly. "To kill him, naturally I'll do it myself." His words enraged Tian Hao's father. Just as he was about to say something, a blade suddenly pierced his chest. "Kill, you dare." He walked toward him step by step, saying coldly, "From the moment you harbored murderous intent toward me, the outcome was already sealed." Shouts came from the school. "Come here, you fatty, weren't you so talkative just now?" A bottle of elixir was knocked over, and Meng Meng was being bullied by a group enduring it all herself. Just then, a passerby saw this and called the police. "Hello, is this 110? Someone took a strength pill and is about to collapse." Meanwhile, though beaten black and blue, Meng Meng still picked up the elixirs one by one, putting them back into the bottle, muttering as she did, "Wu Fu, you've doomed me. If I'd known, I wouldn't have taken it." One elixir rolled to Lu Ling's feet. She picked it up and quickly recognized it. Vajra strength pill. Then she directly asked the fatty, "Where did you get this? A Vajra strength pill costs millions each. Such a rare thing, and you have a whole bottle." Meng Meng ignored her entirely, just crying and complaining. "My heart aches terribly right now." At the same time, a grief-stricken cry of "Dad" echoes from Tian Hao's home. He kneels in agony, staring at his father's corpse. Meanwhile, Meng Zhao panics. "We need to go apologize to Wu Fu right now." The moment she finishes speaking, Tian Hao smashes the table in a rage, gritting his teeth with a cold sneer. Still flustered, Meng Zhao babbles, "We're no match for him. If this continues, I'm afraid." But by now, Tian Hao has gone mad, his killing intent surging as he spits out each word. "He killed my brother first and now my father." His gaze sweeps over to Meng Zhao as he interrogates her. "You're telling me to go apologize to him?" As he steps closer to her, she stammers in fear. What are you going to do?" Tian Hao grabs Meng Yao by the hair, his eyes wide as he demands, "Aren't you his girlfriend, or are you still clinging to old feelings?" His current state leaves her too terrified to utter a complete sentence. Ignoring the fear in her eyes, he raises his palm, brimming with inner energy, and says coldly, word by word, "I don't just want him dead, I want him to rot in infamy." Meng Zhao knows what he's about to do to her and thinks in terror, no. Back in the dorm after taking the pill Wu Fu gave him, Meng Meng immediately feels his inner energy surging through his body. This fills him with joy as he shouts, "I've become a cultivator too." Outside the door, Lu Ling secretly witnesses everything. She mutters disdainfully, "Such a good pill would only be useful for chi-refining cultivators. You're nothing but a waste." Then she turns and leaves, seemingly making a call. "Hey, have you checked it out?" The voice on the other end replies. "Miss, I've checked so far and found nothing unusual." This gives Lu Ling pause, and she then orders the person on the phone. "That itself is unusual, keep investigating." Meanwhile, at the Shu family estate, a few people walk by discussing the Shu family is turning things upside down. "That guy's a Grandmaster, why meddle?" One of them bows to Shang Yao to take his leave. "Grandmaster Shu, we'll be off now, no need to see us out." Shang Yao snorts dismissively. Suddenly, Wu Fu steps before him and says, "Old man, why draw such clear lines?" Shang Yao replies calmly, "The Sha family of Yunhai holds considerable power." He then bows solemnly to Wu Fu and answers respectfully, "Without your guidance, young friend, I would never have come close to being a half-step Grandmaster." Wu Fu humbly responds, "Not at all, Junior hasn't even broken through to the connection realm." But Shang Yao insists firmly, Shu never misjudges a person. In his eyes, Wu Fu carries an undeniable divine power. Just then, someone starts scattering paper money everywhere. Wu Fu immediately senses a wave of hatred approaching him. The leader, holding a portrait of the Sha family, roars angrily, "Wu Fu, this blood feud is irreconcilable." Facing this hatred, Wu Fu shows no fear, instead taunting, "Your Sha family sure works efficiently." Unlike his calm demeanor, Yin Xian and Qing Qing are already alarmed by the people the Sha family has sent this time. In contrast to the two women, Shang Yao remains unusually calm. He recognizes the newcomer, Sha Tiangang, along with the Zhongyang sect. He then says in a deep voice, "The Zhongyang sect is a reclusive sect. The air is now thick with killing intent." Shang Yao demands, "Showing up at the Shu family doorstep today, are you here for tea?" Facing the question, the Zhongyang sect disciples show no fear, instead smiling faintly. Suddenly someone speaks from the black car behind them. Just reached Grandmaster. The voice is both composed and oppressive, and the speaker's gaze, full of killing intent, locks onto Shang Yao as he emphasizes each word. Arrogant. As soon as he speaks, his pressure is immediately released, warning those with hostile intent. Yin Xian and Qingqing both go on alert, and even Wu Fu looks at the person in the car with a different perspective. Shang Yao quickly counters the pressure with a sharp glare. After a moment of silence, Qingqing stammers, Grandmaster. The person in the car calmly states his purpose for coming today. I've come to see who caused my disciple's family to be destroyed and to congratulate Brother Yaolon on reaching half-step Grandmaster. Wu Fu immediately recognizes who's in the car. The Grandmaster of the Zhongying sect, Sha Tiangang's master. Suddenly, someone warns Wu Fu loudly, Wu Fu, don't be impulsive. Seeing Wu Fu dare to step forward and confront the Sha family, Yin Xian quickly cautions, Wu Fu, Grandmasters can kill without a trace, be careful. But at this moment Wu Fu is locked in a contest of inner energy with Sha Tiangang, and he's clearly gaining the upper hand. You're just a lackey of the Zhongying sect, unworthy of speaking to me. Wu Fu's contemptuous words enrage Sha Tiangang, who wants to attack him, but before he can act, the person in the car calls out loudly, Disciple. Hearing his master's call, he quickly turns around. The man doesn't let him argue with Wu Fu and the others, only ordering, let's go. Then the Sha family and the Zhongying sect disciples quickly depart. Seeing this, Qingqing hurries over to ask, Wu Fu, are you okay? Though blood is already seeping from the corner of his mouth, Wu Fu calmly replies, I'm fine. But when Qingqing sees the blood stain at his lips, she panics and shouts, You're bleeding. He seems unconcerned, wiping the blood as he muses, things are getting more interesting. This action makes Shang Yao think even more highly of him, being able to withstand a Grandmaster's pressure alone. Then everyone urges Wu Fu to rest. Go rest now. You're clearly no match for them, yet you act like this, so arrogant. In a large courtyard, one hand tightly grips another. Qingqing pants, asking, What do you want? Wu Fu replies calmly, Since cultivation can break through, it can keep improving, so I want to ask for your help. His words, paired with his handsome face, make Qingqing instinctively let out an ah. Ignoring her infatuated expression, he directly pours cold water on her. Don't daydream, I need you to help me find fragments of the divine artifact. His romantic killing move leaves her annoyed, but she still holds back. Fine, I'll endure it. I'll endure you, you arrogant jerk. At this moment, Wu Fu is focused on training. From a distance, Yin Xian recognizes what he's doing in surprise. He's about to break through. From where he stands, a powerful vortex of inner energy suddenly appears, growing larger and larger, as if it will pierce the sky. Though Sha Tiangang has already driven far away, he still sees the vortex through the car window. He quickly turns and calls out twice, Master. The man he calls Master says coldly, Soon the divine artifact will be half-formed. Han Po thinks to himself, when the divine artifact appears, heaven and earth will change. He immediately orders his men, Spread my command. All Zhongying sect disciples are to collect fragments of the divine artifact. On Shang Yao's side, he also urgently instructs his men, at all costs help Wu Fu collect the divine artifact fragments. Sha Zhe finds this inappropriate and says, Wu Fu is just a mystic realm cultivator. Why does our Shu family value him so much? But Shang Yao declares loudly, if it can lead the Shu family to a broader world, what does it matter if we lose everything? Hearing this, Yin Xian realizes what he's planning and asks, Are you gambling? Shang Yao stares at the vortex of divine power and says calmly, Almost certain. After a while, the vortex gradually dissipates and a sword appears in Wu Fu's hand. He suddenly opens his eyes, and a deafening explosion follows, scattering dust everywhere. But Wu Fu calmly exhales. Qingqing and Yin Xian sense the change in him and shout in alarm. He's about to enter the mid-stage of the mystic realm. Qingqing thinks reluctantly. He wasn't even at Qi refining before, and now he's surpassed me. Seeing her suddenly leave, Yin Xian asks, Where are you going so late? She answers loudly. To train. A single thought burns in her mind. I'll make that arrogant jerk pay. When Wu Fu finishes his training, Shang Yao claps and praises, Not bad. Wu Fu humbly replies, I can't let you work for nothing on the divine artifact fragments. He then generously gives Shang Yao a few pills. These 2 bottles of pills are for you, senior. Though you have half-step Grandmaster support in the return to Void Realm, you can't neglect training. Shang Yao takes the gift, his eyes widening in amazement. Heart-refining pills, priceless and hard to find, and you're giving 2 bottles at once. Seeing his surprise, Wu Fu explains the reason. Right now, the gap between you and a Unity Grandmaster lies in your body's endurance. Once you break through that barrier, you'll become a Grandmaster. His reminder makes Shang Yao pay attention to the body's endurance. Understanding the implication in Wu Fu's words, Shang Yao replies respectfully, I will follow your guidance. Seeing his deference, Wu Fu makes a condition. If you find the divine artifact fragments, I have something to offer in return. Knowing the offer must be excellent, Shang Yao quickly answers, The Shu family will do its utmost. Yin Xian seems to sense that Shang Yao has guessed what Wu Fu's reward might be and asks, Dad, have you figured something out? Shang Yao says slowly. Just a guess. I can't be sure if it's true or false, but his gaze is now filled with killing intent as he warns, the Sha family is about to act. Our first step is to build connections. His words leave Yin Xian confused and she asks, isn't Qingqing the first step? Shang Yao says softly, I'm afraid the gap is too big for her to keep up. Meanwhile, somewhere else a vengeful person stabs a dagger viciously into 2 photos on the table, grinding his teeth. First kill my brother, then kill my father. The 2 photos are of Qingqing and Meng Meng. This person seems to harbor a deep grudge against them and declares bluntly, then I'll kill your good friends. His eyes full of hatred, he orders, bring me their heads by tomorrow morning. Several subordinates quickly accept the order, replying in unison, yes. Now only 2 people remain in the room. The woman standing beside him cautiously asks, they're only at Qi refining, can they complete the task you've set? He explains coldly, Wang Mengmeng is a defenseless waste, sending 3 assassins is enough. Sha Tiangong warns fiercely, remember your mission, called out by him. Meng Zhao swallows nervously and he calmly commands her, go quickly and come back. At the student council, Lu Ling hands a competition list to someone and warns, your opponent this time is strong. Don't let your guard down. The person takes the list and replies calmly, if the opponent is too weak I won't bother. Wu Fu Shang Kui. Lu Ling not only warns him but also mentions another matter. One more thing. The competition is only 3 days long, and a sword arts professor at the school has specifically requested to teach you. Wu Fu is puzzled. Specifically requested? Then Lu Ling places Luo Zai's photo in front of him, saying it's her. Of course, as soon as he sees the person in the photo, he recognizes who it is. He then asks, are you sure she's teaching me? Lu Ling keeps reminding him, Miss Luo Zai's understanding of sword arts far surpasses yours. You absolutely cannot slack off. As she finishes speaking, the student council office door opens. She bows respectfully to the person entering. Miss Luo. Wu Fu remains calm watching the newcomer. Luo Shi coldly demands, follow me to the back mountain. Then she turns and leaves. Wu Fu doesn't rush to get up and follow. Instead he asks, so you're the one teaching me sword arts? She replies coldly, no, I'm polishing you. Her words make Lu Ling curious and she mutters to herself, it's just another way of saying teaching. In the small forest behind the school's back mountain, Lu Ling walks beside Wu Fu, constantly praising Luo Shi in his ear. She's been stuck in the mystic realm for years, but her strength is far beyond what you can imagine. It seems Luo Shi overhears her and can't help but smile faintly. Lu Ling keeps chattering, whispering to Wu Fu, when the time comes, just give in a little and admit defeat. Just as she says, after all she's a teacher, Luo Shi puts on an angry face, turns around and demands, you think I'll lose? Caught off guard by being overheard, Lu Ling is startled. She steps back nervously and replies with a smile, you two continue. After a while, in an open space, Luo Shi confidently declares, below the nascent soul realm no one dares to show off in front of me. She quickly draws her sword and then demonstrates a powerful sword technique. Wu Fu remains indifferent, while Luo Shi shouts loudly, you lose. As she speaks, her inner energy surges toward Wu Fu. Despite the energy closing in, Wu Fu stands motionless, then suddenly mutters something. Instantly, a vortex of inner energy appears, sending all of Luo Zai's flashy slashes flying. This sight makes Lu Ling's eyes widen in amazement. So strong. But Luo Shi, unwilling to give up, wants to continue the duel. She says coldly, when it comes to sword arts I say 1, just as she's about to attack again, shouting no one dares to say 2. She suddenly senses something wrong. What? She realizes something in the air. Sword aura. Looking at Wu Fu, Luo Shi seems to understand the problem. No wonder I can't hurt him. In the air, 2 butterflies formed from her inner energy still flutter gracefully. Landing docilely on Wu Fu's hand, he coldly points out the flaw in Luo Zai's sword technique. A dual cultivation sword technique, and you've butchered it like this. No wonder you've been stuck in the mystic realm for so many years. His words make Luo Shi exclaim in surprise. How do you know? He remains indifferent. After you modified this dual cultivation sword technique, it developed many flaws, starting with 2 fatal ones. Luo Shi quickly asks, which 2? Wu Fu chuckles lightly, and before revealing the flaws makes a condition. If I help you find the flaws, you adjust the competition roster for me. This condition puzzles Luo Shi. You want a weaker opponent? He denies her assumption and replies calmly, no, leave the strongest for me to handle. His confidence makes Luo Shi want to remind him, you've just broken through to the mystic realm. But he thinks, cultivation level has never represented true strength. With that he releases a trace of power, showing Luo Shi his ability. After witnessing his displayed strength, Luo Shi agrees to the condition. I accept, with the deal made. Wu Fu says coldly, follow me. Then he and Luo Shi head somewhere. Meanwhile, in an alley near the dormitory area, a crashing sound is heard. A panicked person stammers, How is this different from what we planned? His accomplices seem to have been knocked out. You, the one doing the beating, steps forward calmly, saying angrily, if it weren't for Brother Fu's medicine, I'd probably be dead at your hands. terrified by this person's strength. The assassin quickly begs for mercy. Next time I won't dare. But Meng Ming isn't about to let him off easily. He grins slyly and replies, since you're here, leave something behind. Erha also charges fiercely at the assassin. After a while in the forest behind the school's back mountain, Wu Fu and two girls stand before a cave entrance. Qing says, I'll wait outside. So only Wu Fu and Luo Shi enter the cave. He asks, is this where you went into seclusion? Luo Shi merely responded with a confirming hum. After observing this place, you judged it to be better than expected, and the spiritual energy here is decent. Seeing that he hadn't mentioned the flaws in her swordsmanship, Luo Shi quickly demanded, now can you tell me the weaknesses of that sword technique? Wu Fu suddenly suggested that she take off her clothes and lie down. Of course, his proposal made Luo Shi grit her teeth in anger and warn, I think you're asking for death. Unexpectedly he conjured something, and the sight before her left Luo Shi utterly astonished. She recognized what he had produced and blurted out the slaughter sword technique. Her heart was now filled with doubt. How could he know the secrets of her family? Understanding her unspoken question, Wu Fu didn't rush to explain, only ordered again, nothing in this world is a secret to me. Take off your clothes and lie down. Luo Shi had no choice but to snort coldly and say, I'll trust you this once. She quickly removed her top. Suddenly she saw Wu Fu also undressing and immediately asked warily, isn't this about passing on techniques? Why are you taking off your clothes? He explained helplessly that removing clothes was also part of the technique transmission. With things already at this point, Luo Shi could only close her eyes and comply. Come on then. At that moment Wu Fu was focused on transmitting his power to her, and she had to fully concentrate on feeling the power flowing through her body. At the same time, she realized the errors in her swordsmanship as the slaughter sword technique was completely corrected. After some contemplation of the technique, she finally opened her eyes and asked, Wu Fu, who exactly are you? Wu Fu replied calmly, a freshman at Yunhai University. As the two of them fell silent, Luo Zai's hand slowly touched the white cloak on the ground. Then she suddenly flipped it up, swinging a sword from within, its tip aimed directly at Wu Fu. He showed no fear at all, instead curling his lips into a smile and asking, what, you want to repay kindness with enmity? Luo Shi then asked directly, the slaughter sword technique is a secret of my clan, never passed on to outsiders. How do you know it? Wu Fu said calmly, I don't just know the slaughter sword technique. He casually brushed her sword tip aside and said slowly, I also know your grandfather is about to reach the return to Void Realm. Hearing this, Luo Shi stammered in shock. You suddenly? Wu Fu backed her into a corner, leaned in and coldly declared, nothing in this world is a secret to me, including you. Then he turned and prepared to leave as if nothing had happened, but still reminded her of the conditions they had agreed upon earlier, and the matter of helping him get the list. However, Luo Shi couldn't help but worry and remind him that many strong participants would be in this competition, and she had heard that quite a few powerful new students had arrived at the academy. Even so, Wu Fu confidently asserted, trust me, bet it all. Meanwhile, in a villa, Tian Gong handed over a sword and pleaded solemnly, Senior brother, you must do your utmost to kill Wu Fu. Shang Kui, though eating, had his gaze fixed on the sword in Tian Gang's hand. He recognized the sword, then picked up a pig leg from the plate and said, this Ching Cheng sword you usually carry for self-defense, it should give you some confidence. He reassured Tian Gang, rest assured, junior brother, no one below the nascent soul stage can be my match. Hearing this, Tian Gang smugly believed that Shang Kui, with his innate divine strength, could even defeat a mid-nascent soul cultivator, and with their master's help, Wu Fu was as good as dead. A few days later in the arena, the venue was already buzzing with noisy excitement as the opening gong was struck. Han Po announced the start of the competition on behalf of everyone. I declare the third inter-school arena competition officially begins, his voice echoed through the venue. Just then, three figures entered through the door. Bao Qingqing immediately recognized the newcomers and asked in surprise, Dad, why are you here? Yin Xian calmly explained his reason for coming and asked, to protect Wu Fu. Where is Wu Fu? Why haven't I seen him? Qingqing quickly replied, he hasn't arrived yet. Her words stunned him. He hadn't expected Wu Fu to still be absent. Qingqing suddenly asked, Wu Fu's strength isn't bad, is all this really necessary, Dad? Yin Xian quickly explained, the referee for this competition is Sha Tian Gang's master, the great elder of Zhang Yang. His gaze fell on Han Po standing in the arena, and he called out his name seriously. Han Po. Moreover, Yin Xian explained to Qingqing in detail, Han Po has been a half-step Grand Master for many years. Wu Fu is likely facing a near-death situation this time. Meanwhile, Lu Ling saw him from a distance and thought to herself, just for Wu Fu, the Shu family has mobilized all their forces. Her eyes suddenly shifted to the side, focusing on Shang Yao's direction. His appearance was enough to surprise her. Shu Shangyao is here too. After a while, Yin Xian finally saw the person he was waiting for. Wu Fu arrived, greeted by the barking of a husky. Just then, someone reckless approached Wu Fu and asked arrogantly, "Are you Wu Fu?" As soon as he spoke, Wu Fu glanced over. The one who had called out to him was Shang Kui with Tian Gang standing behind him. Seeing these two adversaries, the husky barked a few times in warning. Shang Kui suddenly leaned in close to Wu Fu and whispered a threat. "I'll chop off your head and kick it around like a ball later." Then he walked away calmly, leaving Wu Fu with a murderous look. At that moment, Qing noticed the schedule displayed on the screen. The matchups were out, clearly showing who was fighting whom. Wu Fu versus Shang Kui, Wu Fu versus Huang Tianqi, Wu Fu versus Hao Ran. The audience below saw that Wu Fu had to fight 3 people alone and erupted in uproar, exclaiming, "We're having 3 matches today, and only Wu Fu is fighting?" Tian Gang disdainfully thought he was arrogant and asked the senior to add more opponents. "I'm afraid he'll lose in the first match." Without wasting more time, the gong for the start of the competition sounded. A loud bang suddenly echoed from the arena. The audience below was startled by the noise. Someone in the stands seemed to recognize the person on stage. That person who just stepped up seems to carry a formidable divine power. The audience below was so frightened they stammered in shock. They were terrified by the level of the person on the stage. A nascent soul powerhouse, a bespectacled spectator in the stands easily identified the divine power level of the first contestant. Nascent soul powerhouse. The person next to him commented on the stage, "Yunhai University's strength shouldn't be underestimated. Just watch." Meanwhile, Qing was anxiously warning Wu Fu, "That's a nascent soul powerhouse, you must be extremely careful. If you can't win, jump off the stage immediately." But he confidently declared, "I've never lost." With that, he calmly stepped onto the stage. Everyone was stunned by his actions. Was this a mistake? A nascent soul powerhouse. And Yunhai University sent a kid at the Tongxuan stage to fight. Wasn't that just asking for death? Ignoring the noisy chatter from the stands, Wu Fu just curled his lips into a slight smile. A few people in the stands looked at each other with amused expressions and said, "Tongxuan versus Nascent Soul, how can that compare? Just watch." Suddenly, a loud bang rang out. Lu Ling, Luoxi and Qing were all startled by the scene on the stage. Even Tian Gang was stunned. It was Wu Fu who struck first. He punched his opponent in the stomach, sending him staggering back. At the same time, the audience's noise grew louder. As the battle raged on in a student dormitory, a door was pushed open. A voluptuous woman walked in, muttering angrily to herself, "Wu Fu, even if you die." She seemed to be plotting against Wu Fu. "I'll make sure you're disgraced and despised." Meanwhile, at the school, Zhou Tan urgently advised the homeroom teacher, "Uncle, don't get involved in this matter. Listen to me." But he insisted, "This concerns the school's reputation. Someone wants Wu Fu dead." Just then, a piercing scream came from the corridor. Zhou Tan and the homeroom teacher rushed into the room where the sound came from and saw a naked girl on the bed. It was none other than Meng Zhao. She pretended to be the victim, pinning all the blame on Wu Fu. "Wu Fu drugged me." After that, Zhou Tan, fooled by her seductive act, believed her and gritted his teeth in fury. The few people following him were also swayed, shouting in unison, committing indecent acts in broad daylight, shameless and even using drugs. Seeing everyone on her side, Meng Zhao played her role even more deeply. She squeezed out a few tears, looking utterly pitiful. Even so, the homeroom teacher asked seriously, "Classmate Li, are you sure this is true?" His question made Meng Zhao a bit uneasy, and she thought to herself, "Hasn't Tian Gang already made it clear?" But since she had started the act, she had to see it through. "Every word I say is true. Wu Fu." Last night, before she could finish, a crisp slap rang out, leaving a handprint directly on her face. This stunned Zhou Tan and his accomplices. The homeroom teacher who had delivered the slap shouted angrily, "Nonsense!" His action panicked Meng Zhao, and she blurted out, Homeroom teacher, Sha Tian Gong, hasn't he already explained? He's just a student." Before she could finish, he said loudly, "What? It's not his place to speak." Then he revealed why Wu Fu couldn't possibly be the one who did wrong to Meng Zhao. Moreover, Wu Fu wasn't in the dormitory last night. He was at the Shu family's place. This news stunned Meng Zhao, and the homeroom teacher walked away calmly. "Let's go." Zhou Tan, realizing he had been deceived, cursed angrily. "If you want to die, don't drag us into it." Back in the arena, the person Wu Fu had punched quickly steadied himself. Though Shang Kui felt some pain from the hit, the humiliation angered him more. "Damn it, making me step back and lose face." So he roared like a madman, "I'll kill you." A few people in the stands, seeing him so enraged, murmured, "The nascent soul powerhouse is going all out." Yin Xian thought calmly, "Wu Fu, the entire Shu family hopes you come out unscathed." At that moment, Shang Kui prepared to strike Wu Fu with all his might using an axe, but Wu Fu remained motionless, letting the axe come down on him. Suddenly he opened his eyes, filled with killing intent, and uttered just one word. Scram! Instantly, a deafening explosion occurred, releasing an extraordinary pressure. This made everyone exclaim in surprise. "Is this guy really just at the Tongxuan stage?" a secret disciple of the Buddhist sect appears after many years. Could he be a true disciple of the Buddhist sect? On the stage, Wu Fu calmly caught Shang Kui's strike with his hand. This sight terrified him, and he asked, You're not using a sword?" Wu Fu curled his lip disdainfully and replied, "Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Using a sword before was just to whet the blade." Shang Kui thought he was boasting and arrogantly declared, "Watch me take you down." Wu Fu continued to stare at him with cold, fearless eyes. Shang Kui let out a roar accompanied by a whirlwind of divine power. Dai Tian Gang, watching from the stands, smugly thought his senior brother was going all out, enough to rival top nascent soul powerhouses. Shang Kui planned to ambush Wu Fu while he wasn't paying attention. Lu Ling, seeing this from the stands, shouted in panic, "Watch out!" But Wu Fu seemed unconcerned, not even bothering to turn around and stay alert. This only made Lu Ling more worried. Then, when she saw Ching Ching still calmly eating popcorn, she asked in confusion, "Wu Fu's opponent might be a nascent soul powerhouse, and you're not worried at all?" Ching Ching replied with a smile, mimicking that arrogant tone. "Even a nascent soul stage can't withstand one blow, so no need to worry." As she said, on the stage, Wu Fu had already shifted into a state, ready to unleash a massacre. As Shang Kui's blade rushed toward him, he quickly stepped back to create distance, then punched and shattered the incoming blade, his eyes devoid of any emotion. This left Shang Kui stunned, shouting, "What?" Wu Fu said coldly. "I told you, cultivation level doesn't represent true strength." The audience in the stands was thrilled by the exciting battle. In the stands, Sheng Yao calmly analyzed the situation. Sword energy flows through his entire body, a sign of some supreme martial art. Even a top nascent soul powerhouse might only need one move. Hearing this, Yin Xian asked, "Did father see this long ago?" He replied seriously, "I came here to prevent Zhang Yang's great elder from causing trouble. He's the head referee of this competition." His gaze was wary as he looked at Han Po. "If he really makes a move, I'm afraid I wouldn't be a match either." Meanwhile, on the stage, Wu Fu prepared to deliver the fatal blow. "It's over." Knowing he couldn't beat him, Shang Kui urgently called for help. "Master!" Hearing his call, Han Po quickly intervened, and Wu Fu turned his icy knife-like gaze toward him. Shang Yao and Yin Xian on the stage were already anxious and worried, as Han Po had directly stepped onto the stage to block Wu Fu's attack. "It's just a spar, don't hurt anyone." Facing him, Wu Fu showed no sign of backing down. Even Han Po had to regard Wu Fu with newfound respect. After a moment of stalemate, Wu Fu agreed to spare Shang Kui. "In that case, hurry up and announce the winner." This scene annoyed Lu Ling in the stands, and even Ching Ching cursed under her breath. "Damn it!" Suddenly, Tian Gang stepped onto the stage and called out, "Senior brother Shang Kui." He offered his Ching Cheng sword and said, "This is a divine weapon of mysterious iron gifted by Senior Li Jushao. Now is the time to kill Wu Fu." Sensing that these people were planning to play dirty, Wu Fu quickly channeled his inner energy. His divine power shot out like slashes toward the Ching Cheng sword, eventually cutting it into several pieces. Then Wu Fu looked at Han Po with angry eyes and demanded, "Is this what the senior calls a spar?" He suddenly added, "Then let me give the senior a gift." Han Po realized what he was about to do and urgently shouted, "Shang Kui, run!" But now how could he give Shang Kui a chance to escape? It was too late. As Shang Kui stood there stunned, not understanding what was happening, Wu Fu's powerful divine power flew toward him. A loud bang accompanied the shout, "Please accept this gift, senior." This scene made Han Po pale in shock and cry out, "Shang Kui?" Witnessing what had happened, Tian Gang stared in terror, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Shang Kui?" With that, he immediately leapt up. In an instant, Tian Gang appeared behind Wu Fu and demanded, "How dare you kill someone on the stage?" Wu Fu turned to look at him calmly and replied leisurely, "If he hadn't wanted to kill me, he wouldn't have died." But Tian Gang refused to let it go and responded with murderous intent, "But he's dead, and what about you?" Hearing this, Wu Fu quickly unleashed his power and declared calmly, "I don't need to explain to you. Since I killed him, then I killed him." Tian Gang refused to accept defeat and immediately ordered that a life must be paid for with a life. Just then, a resolute voice rang out from somewhere, "Protect Wu Fu." Instantly, a group of people appeared from nowhere, jumping into the fray and surrounding Wu Fu to protect him. Seeing those people, Tian Gang paused slightly, frowning. Sensing the tense situation, the audience below murmured and scattered in panic. "Wu Fu, if I remember correctly, he's just a freshman. Run, there's been a murder." At that moment in the stands, Han Po began to channel his power to launch an attack, when suddenly a hand appeared and rested on his shoulder. That hand belonged to Shang Yao, surrounded by spiritual energy no weaker than his own, blocking the way. "Old Master Han's opponent is me." Han Po squinted slightly, glancing at the hand on his shoulder. His father asked, "For that person named Dan, are you willing to throw everything away?" In response, Shang Yao's other arm was gathering power. "This matter doesn't require my brother's concern." With that, he roared and shouted, "Take this!" Immediately, a shocking collision erupted on the platform, stirring up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Han Po still stood proudly, full of disdain. You've just broken through recently, you're no match for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Jingjing urgently urged the protected person behind her. Wu Mansion, my grandfather is holding off Han Po for you. Hurry down. But things weren't that easy. Tian Gang had no intention of letting him go and taunted, at death's door you still rely on a woman. Wu Fu, are you even a man? Hearing his provocation, the Erha below the platform immediately barked indignantly a few times. Fearing trouble, Jingjing quickly warned him but didn't notice the mysterious smile on his face. Wu Fu, Sha Tian Gang is trying to provoke you. Don't fall for it. As soon as she finished, he leapt up, leaving the ground. Wu Fu hovered in midair, releasing power around him, issuing a challenge. Come at me all at once. Seeing his move, Jingjing helplessly pressed her forehead and sighed. Knowing this would happen, responding to his challenge, the disciples of Zhangyang sect immediately charged forward to attack. Kill him! Watching the crowd rushing at Wu Fu, Yin Xian sensed a problem and shouted in panic, not good. Sha Tiangang came prepared. Looking at the scene in the sky, Han Po confidently said to Shang Yao, who was struggling to stand nearby, that side should be over, and so should we, but as he spoke his eyes suddenly widened in shock. Because at that moment a small glowing circle suddenly appeared before Wu Fu. He muttered something softly under his breath. Below, Jingjing seemed unable to believe her eyes and stammered, sword, sword. In an instant a flash of lightning-fast light appeared, sending all the Zhangyang sect disciples flying. Wu Fu's strike was heavy, stirring up a thick cloud of dust. Those on the ground had to struggle to steady themselves to avoid being blown away. When the dust cleared, Tian Gong finally saw what was before him. He refused to believe it and immediately roared, impossible, he's only at the Tongxuan stage. Before Tian Gan could finish, Wu Fu quickly interrupted and retorted, nothing is impossible. He slowly raised his hand, ready to command the thousands of swords behind him, and declared, the show has just begun. At that moment a familiar figure appeared and shouted loudly, how dare you? Under this command, Wu Fu's body trembled slightly and paused behind him. Han Po threatened with a dark face, try moving. But Wu Fu had no reason to fear him. Unyielding, he clenched his fist and shouted, chop! Tian Gang was terrified at this moment, and quickly cried for help. Master, save your disciple, kill him, but it was too late. Thousands of swords flew in an instant, aimed at his head and mercilessly fell straight down, crashing into the spot where Tian Gang stood, raising a thick cloud of dust. After a while the dust gradually dissipated, and a dark figure slowly emerged among the forest of sword-like stakes. Tian Gang, filled with despair, weakly uttered his last words, you Wu. This completely enraged Han Po, who immediately attacked Wu Fu. Wu Fu, your life is mine. Just as his hand was about to touch Wu Fu's body, it suddenly stopped. Looking closely, some threads had tightly bound his hand at some point. Seeing these threads, Han Po trembled slightly, slowly rolled his eyes and glanced at the person who had appeared behind him. That person was none other than Jin Song, who commanded with extreme calm, let him go. As soon as he spoke, Li Ju from the railing above shouted loudly, the master orders, release Wu Fu. After saying this, he immediately darkened his face, gritting his teeth in frustration. The people below the platform were slightly startled by Li Ju's message, but only Wu Fu remained calm, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Han Po erupted with power, letting out a roar that interrupted everything. The sound wave of his roar spread outward like a shockwave. Even here, you want to block my path. Under Han Po's move, Jin Song's fine thread snapped. Seeing the broken threads, he was slightly startled. After breaking free, Han Po quickly summoned ice shards and shot them forward. Wu Fu, you brat, your life is mine. Seeing this, Jingjing shouted in panic, watch out. Han Po controlled the ice shards, aiming directly at Wu Fu in the air. Die! The ice shards flew toward him at the speed of light. At that moment, Wu Fu's sword also immediately released its power. Then the two forces collided head-on, producing a massive explosion. This huge explosion scattered dust everywhere, shrouding the nearby spectators. Seeing this, Jingjing and Erha shouted anxiously. Wu Fu, at this moment, Li Ju secretly thought with satisfaction. With a Grandmaster's full force strike, Wu Fu is dead for sure. Below the platform, Jingjing's eyes were vacant as she muttered, arrogant fool. As soon as she spoke, something shocking appeared in the dust. It was Wu Fu's sturdy body standing proudly, completely unharmed. His hand gripping the sword unconsciously tightened. Wu Fu's eyes showed anger and disdainful mockery. Is this the power of a half-step Grandmaster? Just then, Jingjing ran to his side and scolded, you bastard, I thought you were dead. You scared me to death. As soon as she finished, Yin Xian helped her master over and softly remarked, he even withstood Han Po's full force strike. Shang Yao, injured, laughed heartily in praise. I didn't misjudge him. But just as they were celebrating, they were interrupted by Han Po's familiar voice, don't celebrate too early. Wu Fu immediately turned his head warily toward the direction of the voice. He saw that at some point a huge block of ice had closed in on him and Jingjing. Suddenly a bright red crack appeared on the ice. That crack was caused by a swift reflective slash from Wu Fu. Not only that, he continued to gather power to meet the challenge. Even a Grand Master has to leave something behind here. Han Po refused to back down, continuously firing ice shards back at him. That depends on whether you have the skill. Immediately, Wu Fu widened his eyes and shouted the name of his technique, Spirit Sword Art. Then he leaped up, stepping on each ice shard as a springboard to charge forward. When Wu Fu stepped on the last ice shard and jumped, it shattered instantly. And from a height he continuously slashed chaotic sword beams into the air. After accumulating enough sharp sword beams, Wu Fu shouted firmly, Chaos Spirit. Han Po was no pushover either. He pushed his energy to the limit, his face even growing haggard, and cursed, Arrogant brat. Then the two clashed, engaging in close combat. Watching the scene, the surrounding spectators couldn't help but swallow and sigh. He's like a monster, able to fight them to a draw. At the decisive moment, Wu Fu gave his all for a final strike. Han Po also refused to be outdone, mustering all his power for a final move. In the end, the two strikes collided, producing an explosion even larger than before, like a volcanic eruption, threatening to blow away everything around. When the explosion subsided, Han Po was knocked back several steps. One of his hands was now injured and bleeding. Han Po frowned slightly, unable to believe his eyes, muttering to himself, what kind of sword technique is this so powerful? At that moment, Jin Song jumped behind him and threatened in a deep voice, A mere half-step Grandmaster dares to hurt someone right under my nose. Hearing his voice, Han Po's heart faltered, cold sweat pouring down. And he thought to himself, a Grandmaster, it seems I can't kill Wu Fu today. With that he quickly used his lightness skill to flee, warning Wu Fu, my Zhongyang sect will never rest until you're dead. Before leaving completely, Han Po didn't forget to threaten. Next time we meet, I'll take your dog's life. Hearing this threat, Erha was startled. It forced a confused smile, since it was Wu Fu's dog and didn't quite understand his words. Suddenly Wu Fu felt unwell, quickly supporting his forehead with his hand, his body swaying. Seeing this, Jingjing scolded anxiously, serves you right for being arrogant. As soon as she spoke, Wu Fu immediately lost his balance and fell. Fortunately, someone appeared in time to catch him, and he fell into a firm yet soft chest. That person was none other than Lu Ling. She asked with careful concern, Han Wu Fu, are you okay? He struggled to calm down, leaving Lu Ling's embrace, and replied, I'm fine. His meager cultivation can't kill me. Though he said this, Wu Fu was secretly calculating, I need to recover my original cultivation as soon as possible. Amid their harmonious atmosphere, one person, Jingjing, was extremely displeased, looking at her own petite figure. While they were all busy, someone suddenly stepped forward to praise Wu Fu. I didn't expect this young friend to be not only skilled in alchemy but also insightful in swordsmanship. Jin Song was extremely satisfied, laughing heartily with interest. It was then that Shang Yao noticed his presence, seeing the other's surprised expression. Yin Xian asked in confusion, Father, what's wrong? Shang Yao seemed unable to believe his eyes and stammered in reply, This is a Grand Master. On the other side, Jin Song took out a pill and handed it over. This is a pill I refined a few days ago. It's very good for stamina. Looking at the scene, Shang Yao sighed with emotion. Yunhai Realm has produced a Grand Master, and he's so close to Wu Fu. Wu Fu took Jin Song's pill and replied politely, Thank you. After receiving the pill, Jin Song immediately cupped his hands to express his intent. I've been stuck in the Tao of alchemy for years. A few days ago, thanks to your few words of guidance, I gained much insight. If you don't mind, would you take me as your disciple? Hearing this proposal, Wu Fu suddenly spat out another mouthful of blood. Jin Song panicked and quickly asked, Han, what's wrong? He hurriedly waved his hand and replied, It's nothing, nothing. Though he said it was nothing, he thought to himself, You're the one who should be my master. To avoid further awkwardness, Jin Song made a suggestion. If you think I'm putting you on the spot, then take your time to consider and we'll discuss the apprenticeship later. With this smooth recovery, Wu Fu could only sigh helplessly. The pill shop had turned a new page, naturally different. At the same time, the scene shifted to the main hall of Zhongyang sect. Han Po now occupied the highest seat and ordered, Spread my command. Wu Fu, the Shu family of Yunhai, and any reclusive cultivators must all die. As soon as he spoke, the other disciples in the sect immediately cupped their hands in acknowledgement. Just then, the main hall's doors suddenly opened. From outside, a mysterious young figure walked in and spoke, Elder, what do you need me for? Soon, the scene shifted back to the competition platform. The host stepped forward and announced, Only one remains on the martial stage. Yunhai University has performed exceptionally well this time, if there are no challengers. Just as the host was about to declare the winner, someone interrupted, Hold on. From outside the arena gate, a group of 3 strange students appeared. Aren't you ashamed to let a freshman take all the glory? The 3 were students from Wuha Academy. The pretty girl with a charming smile was Huo Shuang. The young man in the middle pushing up his glasses was Captain Qin, and the one beside him with a grim expression was Fu Dui. Seeing them, Lu Ling quickly walked over to Wu Fu and warned, Those people are no pushovers. Be careful. Jingjing chimed in to further introduce them. They're cadres from the Student Council of South China Martial Arts Academy, and also some of the organizers of this competition. The mentioned student council cadres now faced them with extreme confidence. After a while, amid Erha's continuous barking, Fu Dui stepped forward and questioned him. "Are you Wu Fu?" Unafraid, he answered frankly. "Yes." Sensing no goodwill from the person before him, Erha kept barking, successfully drawing Fu Dui's attention. Without further ado, he immediately swung his fist at Erha and shouted, "Shut up, you annoying dog!" Just as Fu Dui's fist was thrown, a familiar hand quickly reached out to block it. The next second he seemed to sense something, a flicker of panic crossing his face. Wu Fu showed no mercy, directly throwing Fu Dui to the ground and warning, "Don't touch my dog." After throwing him down, Wu Fu issued a challenge with a fierce aura. "Anyone else?" As he said this, Wu Fu revealed a confident smile. Meanwhile, Huo Shuang and Captain Qin were stunned and shocked. At that moment, Captain Qin muttered in disbelief. Fu Dui's strength isn't low, especially in power, not inferior to mine, yet he was easily thrown by a greenhorn freshman. The mentioned person, now holding his dizzy head, asked himself, "What happened? Where am I? Who am I?" When Fu Dui sorted things out and sat up, everyone was praising Wu Fu. "This freshman really didn't disappoint us." Afraid he might be too heavy-handed, Lu Ling reminded him again. South China Martial Arts Academy is the top school in the entire Beihai province, and a distinguished guest invited to this competition. Offending them won't do you any good. As soon as she finished, Captain Qin loudly addressed the students on the platform. "Just a green freshman and no one can beat him?" Hearing this, they immediately scrambled to find excuses to leave. "I suddenly remembered I haven't finished my homework. I just remembered my cat is still pooping at home. I need to rush back to take care of it." Seeing them making excuses to back out, Huo Shuang sneered in disgust. "A bunch of useless cowards can't even beat one." With that, she stepped forward to challenge. "Captain Qin, step aside. Let me take down this kid in the ring." Seeing the person stepping onto the platform, Lu Ling immediately became alert. "Be careful." Once on stage, Huo Shuang released her power and said proudly, "Little brother, I hear you're quite something. Let big sister test you with a few moves." Wu Fu didn't back down and released his power in response. "Big sister overestimates herself. Don't blame little brother." Hearing this, she mocked slightly. "Oh really?" Before she finished, Huo Shuang had already attacked. "Come on." She nimbly turned to the rear, gathering power for that strike. Wu Fu remained unmoved, calmly waiting for Huo Shuang to execute her technique. Then a truly massive hammer appeared, crashing straight down at him. Giant fist. After this strike, Huo Shuang still said proudly and confidently, "Let's see you cry." But as she spoke, a crack appeared on her hammer. Then a powerful force erupted, shattering the entire giant hammer. Huo Shuang seemed unable to believe her eyes, and exclaimed in shock, "What?" Wu Fu, with overwhelming killing intent, looked at her with wary eyes. Wu Fu swept past Huo Shuang like a gust of wind, his killing intent undiminished as he said, "It's over." Her reddened eyes widened. Suddenly applause came from a distance. A male student actually managed to defeat all the senior students. Captain Qin approached from afar, scolding as he walked. "Haven't you embarrassed yourselves enough?" Wu Fu turned around and proposed, "How about? The squad leader personally came up to teach me a few moves." Ching Ching sat in the guest seats of the gymnasium, next to Lu Ling. She covered her face, showing a helpless expression. This greenhorn didn't even know about South China Martial Arts Academy. Captain Qin pushed his glasses with his hand and didn't forget to taunt. "Junior, your skills are decent, but pretending to be suppressed in front of me, isn't that a bit much?" Wu Fu stood nearby listening, pondering to himself. He hadn't been here long and had already heard of South China Academy's reputation, yet he didn't expect there to be only this one academy. Then he extended 2 fingers and negotiated, "If it's really as the squad leader says, I'll come back another day to seek advice." He caught the underlying meaning in Wu Fu's words. This person probably isn't a greenhorn. Then Captain Qin turned and left, but not before looking back and saying, "In a few days we'll be heading to Yunhai University." The scene shifted to another school, where the weather was exceptionally clear. The host's voice rang out, "Today's victory belongs to Yunhai University." In the woods, someone reached out and handed over a small white bottle. "I've heard that Yunnan University is quite a mysterious sect. Brother Wu Fu must be careful. These elixirs are for breaking through cultivation levels. Reaching the primordial spirit realm early will do you great good." Wu Fu stepped forward, approaching the other 2. "Thank you, seniors." When the small bottle opened, many green bubbles appeared, astonishing everyone. Jing Kong was surprised by the sight before him. "Do you intend to swallow all these elixirs at once?" Li Ju's face darkened as he watched everything unfold, thinking, the effect of this dozen elixirs, even if it reaches the primordial spirit realm, it will eventually cause the body to explode. Maybe this kid wants to quickly boost his strength and then leave. Then Wu Fu clenched his fist. As soon as he clenched it, the green bubbles continued to float in the air. Behind Wu Fu, a sword full of power appeared. In the distance, Jing Kong began to cast a spell, while Li Ju protected his uncle. Thus the sword formed an extremely strong current of energy swirling around him. The sword returned to its original position. A drop of blood dripped from the tip of the sword, falling rapidly. It landed precisely on Wu Fu's forehead, startling him. At the spot in the woods where Wu Fu stood, a red force shot straight into the sky. Jing Kong was stunned by all this. This is the primordial spirit realm. Li Ju gritted his teeth. Not good, it's still going, not stopping. This divine weapon will probably never be seized. Shang Yao was supported by Qing Qing, and Immortal Master Yin walked over, speaking, Brother Wu Fu is truly a young prodigy. Despite Shang Yao saying this, Wu Fu continued casting spells on the sword, and then she placed her hand on her chest, continuing, I'll take my leave now, Sister Shang. When Shang Yao and the others left, he began to speak. Senior, please stay. She stopped, and just as she turned back, a dangerous light suddenly flew from afar, heading straight for Shang Yao's eyes. She frowned slightly, seeming a bit caught off guard by it all. A bodyguard ran over from a distance and shouted, Wu Fu, the Shu family has treated you well, why did you harm him? Immortal Master Yin stretched out her arm to block. Wait, Wu Fu is healing the master. Shang Yao stood frozen in place. Before her eyes were blurry scars. This is, Shang Yao's eyes widened, her pupils contracting, reflecting only the dazzling light of the object before her. Then, in front of everyone, Shang Yao spat out a mouthful of blood. Immortal Master Yin shouted, Dad? Qing Qing was also surprised by the scene. Grandpa, nearby, Li Ju quietly said to Jing Kong, Master, Wu Fu's situation is unpredictable. Shang Yao still stood there without any other movement. Suddenly, a strange, dazzling golden force surrounded her. Back to Li Ju and Jing Kong responded, Li Ju, your vision is truly narrow. Before Jing Kong and Li Ju was the scene of Shang Yao bowing to thank Wu Fu. Thank you, young brother. He waved his hand. No need for thanks. Without my help today you would have paid a huge price. In the distance, Jing Kong sighed. Just a single type of spiritual energy. Not only did it eliminate the damage, but it also greatly improved cultivation. Standing nearby, Li Ju's face darkened and he gritted his teeth in anger. I thought it was just a light injury, but it's so deep. It seems I need to hasten my plan to eliminate him. Wu Fu turned and left. Blame yourself for not being like a treasure, he said to the dog. Let's go. In the woods someone spoke. Li Ju, time to go. Then the person replied, Coming, master. The scene shifted to the entrance of Heiyun University. On the bus, someone said goodbye to Lu Ling. President, I have things to do, I'll go first. A young man turned back and waved. President, see you. Let's go celebrate, someone praised. That freshman is really amazing, handling all the imaginary enemies alone. But I heard he was a waste not long ago. The boy beside him relaxed and replied, Who cares, as long as he brings glory to the school. Wu Fu was stretching, and Lu Ling appeared from somewhere. Finally a break, she softly reminded. Don't be too happy too soon. There's still another match later. Wu Fu was just getting happy when he suddenly looked seriously at Lu Ling. What? Before them was a huge banner held up by Zhu Tan. Congratulations to Brother Fu on his triumphant return. He also shouted loudly, Congratulations to Brother Fu on his triumphant return. Everyone present was stunned by the banner. Zhu Tan came before the two, cupped his hands with a smile, and said, Congratulations, Brother Fu. Lu Ling asked, Zhu Tan, what are you doing here? Ignoring her, Zhu Tan's mouth kept running. Brother Fu, while you were competing, Meng Zhao went to your room. Wu Fu lazily countered. What's the matter? He continued. Those women colluded with Sha Tiangong to badmouth you. Luckily, Ati and I found out. Wu Fu looked at him with a teasing expression. Sha Tiangong, he's dead. Zhu Tan started to feel guilty, thinking to himself, good thing I wasn't involved in framing Wu Fu. Then he waved his hand. Brother Fu, I locked Meng Yao up in the dorm for you. Before leaving, Wu Fu put his hand on Zhu Tan's shoulder and said tactfully, You know what to do, right? He obediently replied, I should. After Wu Fu walked away, he shouted, Brother Fu, don't forget to come to the disciple meeting. The scene shifted to a hotel where he walked to a room, knocking on the door and threatening. You'd better open the door quickly or face the consequences, got it? As soon as the door opened a crack, Meng Zhao in the room hadn't finished speaking. You know, when the door began to open, she started to freeze. Wu Fu walked into the room, and Meng Zhao pointed at him in fear. Aren't you dead? Where's Sha Tiangong? Wu Fu laughed as if he'd heard something ridiculous. Sha Tiangong? He just glanced at her and said, Dead. The Sha family no longer exists. Meng Zhao froze, seemingly unable to believe her ears. How is that possible? Without even having time to dress properly, she frantically threw herself at him, begging. Wu Fu, I know I was wrong. It was all Sha Tiangong's doing. Meng Zhao began to shed crocodile tears. I know I was wrong, you. Spare me. Not only that, but she also tried to use her charms on Wu Fu. Spare my life, I'll work for you like a beast of burden, okay? He was utterly annoyed by her. You really are, and Meng Zhao still desperately said Wu Fu. Suddenly, Meng Zhao was sent flying by a force. She involuntarily collapsed to the floor. Wu Fu withdrew his hand, but his power hadn't fully stopped and the blanket on the bed suddenly flew up. When Meng Zhao wasn't fully conscious yet, a blanket flew from somewhere and covered her. Wu Fu only said coldly, Put on your clothes and get out." Her eyes rolled back and traces of blood remained at the corner of her mouth. Meng Yao sat motionless on the floor. Outside in the dormitory corridor, 2 figures were sneaking around. "There was noise just now. Why is it quiet now?" Zhu Ten signaled the person beside him. "Keep it down." As the two were still tiptoeing, Meng Yao's door opened and she walked out quickly. He watched her leave, puzzled. What happened inside? Wrapped up, she walked out with a terrifyingly gloomy mood. "Wu Fu, I swear I'll make your life a living hell." Zhu Tan's underling also started to get scared. "Brother Tan, how about we go back? Don't mess with Wu Fu." The scene shifted to inside the dorm where Wu Fu was hanging clothes in the closet when someone called out, making him glance over. "Brother Fu." Before Wu Fu was a red cape, and what was even more special was the red pants outside, which were laughable. Plus, the mischievous winking lion man emblem sewn onto the clothes. "Brother Fu, how is it? See anything different about me today?" He was very pleased with his outfit, while Wu Fu was so shocked he spat out water. The husky beside him was also vomiting profusely. He helplessly covered his face. "What's up?" And Mang Mang was still happily flexing his muscles. "Brother Fu, I've gotten stronger." Wu Fu put on his coat and left, teasing, "With your strength you probably can't even beat the husky." He pointed at it. "Impossible." And the husky barked with a questioning tone. Mang Mang pointed at it, angering it. "How can you say that? The husky is just a dog." While he was still pointing, the husky had somehow opened its mouth. Then only Mang Mang's pained shouts remained in the corridor. "Damn it, stop, I give up." He lay on the ground with a bruised face while it stood triumphantly on his back. "I can't even beat a dog." Wu Fu seemed to sense something, picked up the husky and asked, "Breaking through so fast?" Mang Mang slowly stood up. "Right, Brother Fu, a senior just came looking for you." Wu Fu was indifferent to the remark. "If it's not urgent, let him wait." He followed behind Wu Fu. "It's that senior," but he still decisively left. "If he wants to see me, tell him to come in person." Over at Haoyuan Tianfu, Lu Ling tentatively asked, "By the way, Shu Qingqing, do you know Wu Fu's true identity?" Qingqing was comfortably soaking in a hot bath, looked up at her and said, "Are you investigating him?" She leisurely raised her glass. "No, just a routine check. After all, my father wants to see him." Qingqing suddenly stood up. "You're not the daughter of the Yunhai Lu family, are you?" Lu Ling blushed and smiled. "Can you make a bolder guess?" Before she could finish, Lu Ling signaled her to be quiet. On a clear morning, a cool breeze blew on the back mountain. Inside a cave, the husky was being refined. After some refinement, Luo Shi was somewhat surprised and stammered. This is," Wu Fu quickly replied. "The husky is about to break through." His words made her ask in surprise. "Can dogs break through too?" He still explained in a cold tone, nourished by such abundant spiritual energy. "If the husky has a special bloodline, it might awaken an ability." Suddenly, Luo Shi shyly ventured, "If you have time, could you guide me?" Wu Fu countered, "The sword cultivation art?" Luo Shi blushed and replied, After getting the answer, Wu Fu, while helping the husky refine, said calmly, "The sword cultivation art is originally a dual cultivation sword art. If you want to fully break through its power, there's no other way but dual cultivation." Though she knew this, Luo Shi was still a bit embarrassed but firmly said, "I can't wait." However, she only got Wu Fu's refusal. "I'm busy. I have to take care of the husky." This disappointed her a bit. Then Wu Fu suddenly suggested, "But you can use your hands." His suggestion made Luo Shi both angry and embarrassed, unable to speak. Wu Fu, before she could get angrier, he explained what he meant by using hands. "You can use finger techniques to suppress the drawbacks of this sword art, bringing out 90% of its power." Hearing this, she finally understood his true intention. It seemed Wu Fu also knew Luo Shi had misunderstood him, so he asked, "What did you think I wanted to do?" Luo Shi, knowing she had improper thoughts, had to awkwardly reply, "Just what you thought." After a moment, she quickly entered a state of improving her swordsmanship. "Then let's begin." First form, flower butterfly. She executed each move smoothly and naturally, like flowers falling and water flowing. Second form, third form, fourth form, fifth form, sixth form, seventh form. By the last form, Luo Shi was already enveloped by a powerful vortex of inner force. Eighth form, after completing the set of sword techniques, she stopped. Then she spoke, indicating that after executing all 8 forms of the sword cultivation art, she couldn't continue cultivating further. "This is as far as I can go." Wu Fu heard this and said calmly, "A small matter." This time he would personally guide Luo Shi. "Next I'll invade your consciousness and guide you personally." Hearing this, Luo Shi relaxed her body and let him enter her consciousness. Suddenly her eyes widened, and then she entered her own consciousness. Wu Fu's consciousness quickly urged her there. "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and cultivate the sword art." However, at that moment all she saw in his mind were the words "naked body." The wind rustled through every leaf. Luo Shi still focused on cultivation, concentrating on the sword art texts in her mind. After a while, a powerful inner force erupted. Finally, Luo Shi achieved success. "I've mastered the sword cultivation art." This made her laugh with joy until a cough woke her from her happiness. Realizing someone was still there, she shamefully crouched in a corner and muttered, "So embarrassing, I forgot he was still here." After the awkwardness, Luo Shi spoke in a fluster. But Wu Fu said coldly, "Don't disturb me." Only then did Luo Shi notice the husky and asked in confusion, breaking out of a cocoon like a butterfly, "Can this dog fly?" Suddenly, the cocoon wrapping the husky unexpectedly cracked. Finally, it shattered completely, and the husky broke free. It shook itself. Luo Shi and Wu Fu saw something on it, and both of their faces darkened simultaneously, showing helpless expressions. It turned out they hadn't expected the husky to actually grow wings like a butterfly. It really grew wings. After the husky successfully transformed, Luo Shi smiled and thanked him. "Wu Fu, I owe you a big favor." Wu Fu heard this and said calmly, "A piece of cake." Suddenly his gaze flicked to a certain spot and he said, "If you really want to thank me." It seemed his eyes landed on Luo Zai's ample chest. Realizing he was looking where he shouldn't, Luo Shi shyly covered herself and shouted, "Absolutely not, I won't sell myself." She also reminded Wu Fu of her identity. "I'm your teacher." With that, she suddenly ran off. "I'm leaving." Luo Zai's recent actions left Wu Fu confused, not understanding what had happened. So he asked the husky, "I just wanted her to find me some opponents, was that too harsh?" The husky also had no clue and responded with 2 barks. Meanwhile in the park, Zhu Tan was slapped by someone. The person who hit him sneered and asked, "Kid, weren't you and Wu Fu enemies? Why are you sucking up to him now?" Just then he heard rustling in the bushes, looked and saw the husky emerge from there, making him mutter in confusion, "A dog." Although Zhu Tan's face bones ached from the beating, he still smiled and replied, "What's more important, revenge or my life?" His attitude angered someone in the crowd who wanted to beat him up badly. "I think you've lived long enough." It seemed Zhu Tan was about to get beaten black and blue this time, but unexpectedly, a powerful inner force flew in from somewhere to save him. The bullies were startled by this divine force and shouted loudly. "Who?" Zhou Shen called out in confusion at that moment. "Ha!" He recognized the husky and muttered in surprise. "Husky?" The bullies also vaguely recognized the husky's identity. "A dog. Wait, this dog looks like..." Just then, Wu Fu walked over to the husky and asked, "Husky, what are you doing here?" The husky barked as if responding to him. The bullies felt a bit intimidated upon seeing the newcomer, thinking to themselves, "Wu Fu." Wu Fu in turn looked at the group and asked himself, "What are these people doing?" One reckless guy spoke up, "Are you Wu Fu?" Before Wu Fu could answer, the guy kicked him. He naturally blocked the attack quickly. Then he asked displeased, "Ly, who?" The guy ignored Wu Fu's question and instead interrogated him. "You're the one who wiped out the Sha family and want to destroy the Zhangyang sect too." After the interrogation, a flurry of spinning kicks came at Wu Fu. Unflustered, he easily blocked them. Forced back a certain distance, Wu Fu seemed to sense something and quickly asked, "Zhangyang sect disciples, where did you come from to attack?" He raised his foot and loudly admitted his identity. "That's right." Wu Fu, upon hearing this, couldn't be bothered to lift his hand again and directly declared, "Then kill." He launched a swift attack, no longer thinking or needing any reason. The Zhangyang sect disciple finally realized his danger, recalling the elders' warnings. The elders had said to beware of Wu Fu's divine weapon, so he quickly retreated to dodge. Watching Wu Fu release his inner energy, he felt a bit scared. Then he hurriedly moved to a safe distance. However, this Zhangyang sect disciple wasn't willing to give up. He snorted coldly and continued attacking. The phantom image of Bagua Palm quickly appeared behind him, accompanied by a surge of powerful inner energy. The bullies with him and Zhou Shen were all affected by the pressure of this attack. Just as the Zhangyang sect disciple smugly said, "Sword energy can't beat my palm technique, hand over the divine weapon and you'll live," a sudden sound of breaking air rang out. Wu Fu had somehow appeared behind him. He placed his sword at the disciple's neck and demanded, "Don't move." Then he curled his lip contemptuously and said, "Take a message to your Zhangyang sect. Don't send trash like this next time." This sudden attack left the Zhangyang sect disciple bewildered, asking himself, "When did he get behind me?" Wu Fu ignored his confusion and just sneered as he declared, "Also I, Wu Fu, am always ready." As for Zhou Shen, witnessing all this, he thought to himself, indeed Wu Fu is no longer the coward he used to be. Just then, the husky beside him suddenly barked a few times, catching his attention. To thank the husky for coming to support him, he rewarded it with some tasty treats. "Thanks for saving my life. Bro husky, come here, this fruit is for you. Eat slowly, don't choke, there's plenty more." As the husky ate with relish, Wu Fu walked over and said, "No wonder the husky has gotten so fat lately, it's because you've been secretly feeding it." Seeing him, Zhou Shen smiled ingratiatingly and honestly said, "Didn't we have a conflict before? I'm just bribing the husky first." Wu Fu sneered and warned, "Worry about yourself." Suddenly, Zhou Shen secretly reported a piece of news to him. "A few days ago, a cadre from Nanhua Jingwu Academy is coming to the school. Handle it yourself." Wu Fu replied coldly, "Don't worry about it, just go." The husky, hearing his call, quickly barked a few times in response and followed him. Though he appeared indifferent to Zhou Shen's words, he took them to heart, asking himself, has the real strong enemy not shown up yet? Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone smashed a teacup in anger and shouted, is the divine origin stage so strong that it dares to say my Zhongyang sect has no one? Zhang Nan muttered angrily. Sect forces usually don't meddle in worldly grudges, but this Wu Fu keeps provoking us. Even if he breaks the rules, so what? He immediately called for Han Po. Han Po stood respectfully at the side and promptly responded, yes. He quickly ordered, bring me his head. In a small wooden cabin on Qingyan Mountain, Jing Song was busy refining pills. He checked his concoctions and muttered to himself, I traveled here myself to conveniently refine the Hunling pill. Suddenly he thought of Wu Fu and mused, if it comes to knowledge of the alchemy path, he might even surpass me. The person beside him, sharpening a sword, seemed to sense his thoughts and stopped. Li Ju spoke up, if the alchemy master is second, who dares to be first? He smiled, thinking it might just be luck. Just then, the wooden door suddenly opened. Li Ju quickly turned to see who it was. Wu Fu walked in and said, the spiritual energy is so rich. Senior, are you refining the Hunling pill? The husky in his arms barked twice, greeting its owner. As soon as he stepped inside, Jing Song was astonished to find that his spiritual power had risen to an incredible level. Even Li Ju had to look at him with caution and scrutiny. His gaze scared the husky, which burrowed into Wu Fu's arms. Wu Fu also sensed the killing intent in Li Ju's eyes and gave a contemptuous smile. Then, letting Li Ju stew in his gloom, he said mockingly, looks like you have no hope. He then turned to Jing Song and said, Senior, the Hunling pill requires 35,000 strands of heavenly essence to refine. Once completed, it can build the ultimate foundation. Jing Song listened and replied, the Hunling pill is no small matter. Cultivators in this world might know of it. Hearing this, Wu Fu honestly admitted, I don't belong to this world. This remark made Jing Song sense something, and he exclaimed in surprise, are you from the 9 heavens? Wu Fu didn't answer immediately, just thought to himself, I look down on all from above the 9 heavens. Then he took out something and said, my goal is the 9 heavens. As soon as he said this, a harsh clang rang out and 2 swords fell to the ground. Li Ju blurted out in a daze, the 9 heavens. By now, anger and jealousy had consumed him entirely. It seems I need to speed up my plan to drive him away. So he quickly left. Master, I'm going down the mountain. I'll be back in the evening. Wu Fu knew exactly where he was going and just smiled contemptuously. Then he reminded Jing Song, I've already reached the divine origin stage. Senior, you might want to advise Li Ju not to let greed cloud his mind. Jing Song just sighed helplessly and said, from the moment he poisoned me, I stopped caring about him. This made Wu Fu blurt out, so you already knew. Though he said he didn't care about Li Ju, he still pleaded for him. I know this young brother is highly skilled. If it really comes to that, understanding Jing Song's meaning, Wu Fu asked back, you want me to spare him, knowing he never lets anyone who harms him go? Jing Song sighed again and said, forget it, maybe this is his destined end. Suddenly, Wu Fu blurted out, Master, you really haven't changed a bit. He glanced at Jing Song and continued, still protecting your disciple like this. This meaningful remark made Jing Song seem to recognize his identity. Wait, could you be? Before he could finish, Wu Fu had already left quickly, but still left behind until we meet again. Rustling sounds echoed in the forest. Wu Fu was walking when he suddenly stopped. He shouted, Li Ju, stop hiding, come out. Li Ju stepped out from behind a tree and responded, looks like you're ready to die. Wu Fu looked at him and scolded, you still haven't changed, you're beyond saving. Li Ju naturally ignored his reproach and instead said, save those words for the underworld. Wu Fu suddenly pointed to the sky and asked, both at the divine origin stage, can you beat me or rely on this? As he spoke, something appeared in the sky with formidable spiritual energy. Wu Fu wasn't afraid, in fact he was dismissive. Child's play. Those things immediately flew toward him. A loud bang echoed in the dust and Wu Fu's voice came through, too bad, not even close. This made Li Ju a bit panicked. Wu Fu, unharmed after the attack, said, if I hadn't reached the divine origin stage, I might have died in your formation just now. Too bad. Seeing him alive, Li Ju shouted in disbelief, how is that possible? Wu Fu just smiled calmly and said, your moves are exposed. Now then, without finishing, he quickly charged at Li Ju. He appeared behind Li Ju unexpectedly and said, my turn. A harsh clang rang out as Li Ju blocked Wu Fu's attack, however he struggled greatly to hold it off. The sword is too heavy. Before Li Ju could counter, Wu Fu had already used the celestial body sword technique. As soon as he struck, Li Ju recognized the move. Before he could steady himself, Wu Fu attacked again, forcing him to dodge aside. Li Ju knew where the technique came from. Our sect's technique, flowing sword style. Then Wu Fu struck again with the celestial body sword technique. The two clashed fiercely with their swords. Wu Fu used flowing water style and Li Ju used the same. Their inner energies collided, causing an explosion. A harsh clang rang out as the swords met. Li Ju gritted his teeth and demanded, "Where did you learn this? Who are you?" Before he could finish, Wu Fu switched to the fourth style. "This move is called Chongming." Another loud bang. Far away, Jing Song watched his two disciples fighting fiercely. He sighed helplessly and muttered, "I thought you'd realize your mistake and turn back, but you've only sunk deeper." In the end, he chose to leave, letting his disciples sort it out. The Hunling pill was about to take shape. It was time to leave this place. Back on the battlefield, dust was everywhere. Li Ju's hands were covered in blood and he weakly let go. With his last strength, he asked Wu Fu, Who are you?" He grabbed Wu Fu's shoulder and demanded, "Why do you know so many moves like mine?" Wu Fu supported him and said, "If you're trapped in this world, maybe you should call me." He crushed Li Ju's sword and uttered 3 words, "Senior brother." Outside this space, something was flying toward Earth. The thing flickered in the sky, then plunged straight into a cliff, causing a earth-shattering explosion. Wu Fu, who was cultivating, quickly opened his eyes. Sensing the anomaly, wind whistled into the room as Wu Fu swiftly dashed out, fragments appearing again. At a certain academy, the class bell rang, and several cars stopped at the school gate. Someone from the academy came out respectfully and ingratiatingly to greet the convoy. "Welcome, welcome." A girl stepped out of the car. Dressed in a very revealing outfit, she looked around and said contemptuously, "Just an ordinary school, too sparse in spiritual energy. The cultivators are far behind too." Then Huo Shuang turned and asked, "I heard Miss Lu is the student council president of Yunhai University?" Lu Ling replied disdainfully, "The one who beat you last time was just a freshman from our school." Thus a few sparks of rivalry appeared between them. Just as they were about to argue, someone stopped them. "We're not here to fight." Captain Qin stated the reason for their visit. "Yunhai University won this competition. We're here to hand over the quota," Lu Ling asked deliberately. "We've already received the winning rewards of pills and spirit stones. This quota is." Captain Qin said bluntly, "Of course it's the quota to enter Nanhua Jingwu Academy." As they spoke, several students at the school noticed. Those students said to each other with envy, "Nanhua Jingwu Academy is the top school in Yunhai." As for Lu Ling, she worriedly thought to herself, being able to study at Nanhua Jingwu Academy means facing many strong enemies. Wu Fu won't refuse. Just then, a familiar dog bark sounded. She turned around and saw the person she was just thinking about. Wu Fu stepped forward and asked seriously, "What are they doing here?" Lu Ling didn't answer but quickly asked him back, "Wu Fu, what are you doing here?" He replied calmly, "Handling some business." "What's up?" Just then, Captain Qin coughed to get his attention and called out, "Wu Fu." He handed Wu Fu an invitation and said, "I told you I'd come back for you." Wu Fu took the invitation and asked, "What's this?" Huo Shuang appeared from somewhere and whispered in his ear, "Of course, it's an invitation to Nanhua Jingwu Academy." He naturally didn't appreciate it and gave her a sharp glare. She ignored his disdain and kept tempting, "With this you'll have access to excellent learning resources." She also brought out a whole plate of fruit to entice Wu Fu. "And Nanhua Jingwu Academy is full of experts." Her actions caught Lu Ling's attention. Lu Ling angrily scolded, "Damn it, using those chesticles to seduce people. So what if you have big boobs?" Then she glanced at her own side. Seeing Lu Ling's large plate of fruit, she snorted petulantly. As for Wu Fu, he didn't care about the invitation's value at all and crumpled it up. This displeased Huo Shuang while he just smiled contemptuously and casually tossed the crumpled invitation away. It rolled to Huo Shuang's feet. A subordinate saw this and said angrily, "You really don't know the reputation of our Nanhua Jingwu." Huo Shuang's face darkened. She gritted her teeth and said, "Ungrateful bastard." Lu Ling gloated inwardly, "Serves you right. Some reckless fool dared to step forward and block Wu Fu. Stop. Letting you join our Nanhua Jingwu Academy is the school's decision. Don't be stubborn." His actions indeed angered Wu Fu, who darkened his face and warned, "I suggest you don't start a fight here." But the guy arrogantly provoked him. "What, scared?" He even dared to grab Wu Fu's shoulder firmly and said, "I'm doing this." "How dare you mess with the wrong person?" Wu Fu stomped angrily, cracking the ground beneath him. The pressure of his inner energy terrified the Nanhua Jingwu Academy guy, freezing him in place. Just then, Wu Fu's voice rang out. "Oh really?" He shot him a murderous glare and asked, "Tired of living, huh?" As he spoke, a dull thud sounded. Wu Fu calmly twisted his wrist and said, "This is Yunhai University." After teaching the insolent fool a lesson, he gritted his teeth and warned the others, "Here you follow the rules. Those who go with me thrive, those who go against me perish." With that he turned and left. His actions made Captain Qin angrily threaten him. "Wu Fu, you've offended the Zhongyang sect and now dare to provoke our Nanhua Jingwu. Do you want to die?" Wu Fu wasn't afraid and replied contemptuously, "You're not worthy to speak to me." Knowing he couldn't beat him, Captain Qin swallowed his anger, waiting for a chance to retaliate. "I'll repay today's humiliation to your Yunhai University tenfold." A few days later, in a cave in the school's back mountain forest, Wu Fu suddenly sneezed. Luo Shi asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" Though she was bathing naked with Wu Fu in the water, she reminded him, "When practicing the sword technique you absolutely can't let your mind wander." he replied nonchalantly. If you're cold you should put on some clothes. As she spoke, Luo Shi suddenly had a nosebleed that gushed out. Wu Fu said helplessly, "You're having a nosebleed." It's getting dark and from outside the cave come the barks of Erha and someone shouts. "Wu Fu," Lu Lin called loudly into the cave. "Teacher Luo Shi, Wu Fu, are you two in there?" Accompanied by Erha's barks, Lu Lin walked inside saying, "Wu Fu, I know you're here." As soon as she finished speaking, Erha barked a few times in agreement. Just as she was about to call out again, she suddenly saw something and was scared out of her wits. Oh, she saw Wu Fu and Luo Shi naked putting on clothes and froze. The shocking sight made Lu Lin blush to the roots of her hair, and she stammered, "You two have already?" Then she let out a loud scream that echoed through the cave. Luo Shi awkwardly tried to explain. No, you've misunderstood." But Lu Lin stubbornly believed everything had happened, thinking, "Do you think I'm blind?" Just as she was misunderstanding, she suddenly noticed the cultivation manual and medicine bottles on the stone. A cultivation manual. Was I mistaken? Wu Fu calmly finished dressing, turned around and asked, "What do you need me for?" Lu Lin snapped back to reality and explained her purpose. "It's about last time. The people from Nanhua Jing took our Yunhai University people," Wu Fu asked upon hearing this. "Are there many experts in Nanhua Jing?" Lu Lin quickly replied, "The existence of Nanhua Jing Martial Arts Academy is unmatched even by mid-level sects, and even the instructors are." Before she could finish, a huge commotion suddenly erupted outside. The violent tremors made Luo Shi and Lu Lin panic, while Wu Fu frowned, looking very annoyed. After a series of tremors it finally stopped. Lu Lin said, "It stopped." Wu Fu then spoke. "I didn't expect it to have reached here." Luo Shi, still not understanding what was happening, hurriedly asked him, "What's going on?" His expression darkened as he replied, "Just a few old friends visiting. I'll go say hello." Outside the wind howled and leaves rustled. Jing Zong politely bowed to the two who had just arrived. "Welcome, senior brother. You've made this old man so respectful." The visitors were Bai Yuan and his disciple Ziyan. Jing Zong then hurriedly asked, "I've been waiting for you for days, senior brother. Have you brought the herbs I need?" Bai Yuan replied in a deep voice, "Of course I have." He pointed to the box in Ziyan's hand. "These are the herbs you need. Thank you, senior brother." Jing Zong took the medicine box and said gratefully, "The spiritual energy in this world is too thin, but it's very suitable for refining the Hunling pill. The herbs are too scarce. I've troubled you, senior brother." Upon hearing this, Bai Yuan thought that the method for refining the Hunling pill had long been lost. Since his junior brother could refine it as his senior brother, he naturally had to do his utmost to help. Just then, Ziyan sensed someone approaching and immediately shouted, "Who's there?" As soon as he spoke, a loud noise rang out. Jing Song recognized who it was and quickly stopped Bai Yuan. "Wait, senior brother. That might be a friend I've made on Earth." Ziyan heard this and said, "So it's uncle's friend from a different generation." But he sized up the newcomer and said mockingly, "Judging by the looks, the creatures on this low-level planet aren't completely useless, are they?" The person who had caused such a commotion was none other than Wu Fu. Jing Song quickly greeted him. "Brother Wu, are you injured?" He replied calmly, "I'm fine. Sister Bai is okay." Jing Song breathed a sigh of relief and murmured, "Good, as long as you're okay." Then he introduced Bai Yuan to Wu Fu. "You've come at the right time. This is my senior brother, Bai Yuan." The lofty Bai Yuan doesn't deign to look at you. "My junior brother has been refining pills for years and has inevitably picked up worldly habits. As for me, I have no need to introduce myself to an unknown nobody." As soon as he learned who he was, Wu Fu gritted his teeth and called out his name, "Bai Yuan." And he added a puzzling remark, "I thought if I refined the Hunling pill early, my master could avoid a deadly disaster. I never expected you'd end up like this." This made Bai Yuan ask in confusion, "What? Do you know me?" At that moment, Ziyan quickly sensed something was wrong. He hurriedly stepped in front of Bai Yuan and shouted, "Master, be careful." Wu Fu's sword strike was blocked by his sword. However, his sword easily pierced through Ziyan's sword, then shattered it completely. This made Bai Yuan think in panic, "Damn it, I underestimated this kid." Seeing Ziyan blocking his way, Wu Fu charged forward and shouted, "Get out of my way." He directly kicked Ziyan flying. This startled Bai Yuan, who yelled, "Ziyan!" While Bai Yuan was distracted, Wu Fu quickly lunged at him and declared, "Where are you looking? Now it's your turn." Seeing him ready to fight to the death, Jing Song shouted in panic, "Brother Wu, what are you doing? Stop!" But it was too late. Wu Fu had already made his move, the celestial sword art. He skillfully executed the chaotic celestial technique. Full of killing intent, Bai Yuan showed no fear, instead sneering contemptuously, "You're asking for death." With that he stepped back a few paces, quickly channeled his energy and sent Wu Fu flying. The situation made Wu Fu realize one thing. "I miscalculated. With my current cultivation, it's hard to shake off Bai Yuan, let alone protect my master." Just as Bai Yuan was about to deal with him, "A mere ant at the Yuan Shen stage dares to act recklessly before me. I'll tear you to pieces." Jing Song quickly stopped Bai Yuan. "Senior brother, please stop." His action puzzled Bai Yuan. "What does junior brother mean?" He quickly explained, The Hunling pill could be refined earlier than expected thanks to his contribution. This naturally made Bai Yuan somewhat suspicious, and he blurted out, "Him." Jing Song then explained, "Senior brother may not believe it, but at first I thought the same as you." Upon hearing this, Bai Yuan hesitated and said, "The method for refining the Hunling pill has long been lost. If junior brother hadn't restored 70% of it, today wouldn't be possible. If what junior brother says is true," seeming to consider that Wu Fu knew about pill making, he decided to let the matter go. "I'll pretend today never happened." At this point, Wu Fu suggested, "Why don't I show you by refining it?" A moment later, in Jing Song's wooden hut, he asked to borrow something from Jing Song. "Senior, please allow me to use the alchemy furnace." Jing Song naturally wouldn't refuse, but he still confirmed, "You want to refine the pill yourself?" Wu Fu replied firmly, "That's right." However, Ziyan sneered contemptuously, "With your level of cultivation, you want to refine pills?" Wu Fu ignored his words and said coldly, "Refining pills doesn't necessarily require high cultivation." With that, he clasped his hands together, concentrated his inner energy, and began refining. After a while, what happened left Bai Yuan, Ziyan, and Jing Song utterly astonished. Watching Wu Fu's pill refining technique, Bai Yuan found it somewhat familiar. "This pill refining technique, why does it feel like I've seen it before?" Just then, Wu Fu shouted, "Condense!" Instantly, inner energy rapidly gathered into the furnace. Streams of inner energy were absorbed one by one. The refining seemed to have reached its final step. This made Bai Yuan exclaim in surprise, "He really can refine pills." Shortly after, the pill was ready, and he quickly said to Jing Song, "Junior brother, come take a look." Wu Fu didn't stop them and let them inspect it. "Please." Ziyan quickly picked up a pill and muttered to himself, "It's indeed been refined. But does this thing actually work?" Jing Song also picked up a pill to examine. Ziyan, staring at the pill, hesitated about whether to try it. "Could it be genuine? Then I'll give it a try too." He slowly brought the pill toward his mouth, but before he could, he saw Jing Song spit out blood after taking the pill. The sight scared him badly, so Ziyan threw away the pill and shouted, "Damn it, it's poisonous." Watching his junior brother and foolish disciple, Bai Yuan muttered helplessly to himself, "These two people." Then Ziyan, wiping his mouth with one hand and pointing at Wu Fu with the other, demanded, "You clearly tried to poison us. Today I'll kill you." Faced with his attitude, Wu Fu sighed helplessly and said, "You really don't know what's good for you. Look closely." As soon as he spoke, Jing Song's inner energy suddenly erupted, making Ziyan blurt out in terror, "This is..." Even Bai Yuan was surprised to find that Jing Song's level had increased after taking the pill, the soul-returning rebirth pill. Wu Fu then turned to Jing Song and said, "Senior, you've been poisoned for years, which has stunted your cultivation. This pill only helps clear the toxins from your body." Bai Yuan said nothing, just thought to himself, "Not only can he refine the soul-returning rebirth pill, but the effect is excellent." A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he uttered 3 words. "Interesting." Wu Fu suddenly spoke up. "Although refining pills doesn't require high cultivation, still..." His eyes, full of killing intent, swept over Bai Yuan as he gritted his teeth and emphasized, "One must always be on guard against others." This action made Bai Yuan very puzzled. "Do you have some grudge against me? If I remember correctly, this should be our first meeting." He didn't say directly, only mysteriously replied, "From the moment your killing intent arose, you haven't changed at all." Seeing that Wu Fu was no ordinary person, Bai Yuan quickly made a decision. "This kid doesn't seem as simple as I thought. I'll keep an eye on him for now. A mere ant at the Yuan Shen stage can't escape my sight." So he put on a fake smile and said, "Little brother, I was rude earlier. Please don't take offense." His face-changing act, faster than flipping a book, made Wu Fu curse inwardly with disgust. "Old fox." He ignored Bai Yuan, and instead reminded Jing Song, "I hope these pills help you break through soon. Also, pay more attention to the people around you." Just then, his phone suddenly rang, catching his attention, a text message. "At your age, still not calling." The content of the message made his heart tighten. At the Shu family home, everything had been destroyed. Han Po led the disciples of the Zhangyang sect to the Shu family, declaring, "Today the Zhangyang sect will wipe out the Shu family." Shang Yao alone blocked them, leaving a path for the younger generation to escape. "Go quickly." Ching Ching was being pulled away but insisted on staying. She looked at Shang Yao with a pained heart and shouted his name loudly. Yin Xian pulled her desperately, persuading, "Ching Ching, let's go. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we won't run out of firewood." But she still stubbornly said, "I'm not leaving." She firmly believed, "He will definitely come." Han Po heard this, laughed triumphantly, and asserted, "Even if he comes, he'll only see the corpses of your Shu family." Then he ordered his disciples, "Kill them all." Facing the annihilation of his family, Shang Yao resolved to fight to the death. "Even if I have to risk my old life, you won't touch a single hair of the Shu family." With that, he immediately erupted with inner energy. He roared loudly, "All of you get lost." As soon as the last two words left his mouth, he attacked several Zhongyang sect disciples. "Take this." Seeing this, Han Po said contemptuously, "You can't even save yourself, and you still have the mind to care about others." Then he struck mercilessly. Die! His flames surged fiercely toward Shang Yao. Shang Yao was naturally no match for Han Po and was hit. Shang Yao was sent flying, and Qing Qing and Yin Xian shouted in worry. "Grandpa!" Shang Yao turned back to see his descendants still refusing to leave and asked in panic, "Why are you still here?" Qing Qing didn't answer him immediately, but shouted in concern, "Grandpa!" Before it was over, Han Po struck again, flames flying fiercely toward Shang Yao. At this critical moment, Qing Qing shouted a name in fear. "Wu Fu!" Instantly, a deafening roar sounded. Han Po's attack was broken, and he roared in anger. "Anyone who dares to resist the Zhongyang sect will only die." Suddenly he saw something. What is that? What he saw was a huge wing. After blocking Han Po's attack, the wing slowly unfolded, revealing the unharmed Shu family inside. The one who had blocked the attack for them was Erha. Seeing it, Han Po asked in terror, "Where did this spirit beast come from?" Suddenly, someone attacked several Zhongyang sect disciples. Only then did Han Po notice and quickly glanced over. He saw that the attacker was the person he feared most, Wu Fu. Wu Fu glared angrily at him and the Zhongyang sect disciples and roared, "None of you will escape today." Qing Qing sat on the ground, her face covered in dust, and called out when she saw him, "Wu Fu, you're here." Wu Fu arranged things from the air. "Leave this to me. Erha, protect everyone." Erha barked in response. Qing Qing curiously turned to look at it. "So this is Erha?" Across from them, Han Po declared contemptuously. "So what if you're here? You'll only die by my hand." Yin Xian, standing below, warned worriedly. "Wu Fu, Han Po is a Fanchu Grandmaster, just one step away from Hedao. You've only recently broken through to the Yuan Shen stage. Don't be too reckless." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Po had already raised his hand to attack. "Too late," he shouted loudly. "End your life, die!" But somehow affected by something, Han Po suddenly froze. The surroundings seemed to turn into a dark space, and his entire body was immobilized. Suddenly, a figure flew in from nowhere and landed behind Han Po, accompanied by a voice. "I thought something big was happening. You ran pretty fast." Han Po asked in terror. This is a Hedao Grandmaster. Could it be Wu Fu's reinforcements? Yin Xian's eyes widened, fear frozen on his face as he looked at the newcomer. Shang Yao also showed a surprised expression like him. Two more people appeared, and one of them sighed as soon as he arrived. "Senior brother, slow down." Shang Yao looked at them and thought, Wu Fu's acquaintances. Yin Xian had the same thought, muttering to himself, "So he has reinforcements." Han Po glanced behind him and calculated worriedly. "This is bad. Forget killing Wu Fu. The entire Zhongyang sect might be wiped out." Bai Yuan laughed a few times and explained, "I'm just here to watch the fun. I won't interfere in your affairs." Han Po looked at him and confirmed again, "Senior, aren't you on Wu Fu's side?" Bai Yuan continued to smile and said, "Absolutely not." Jing Song, however, had other plans and quickly spoke up, "Senior brother, Brother Wu has been good to me. I can't ignore this kindness. If you won't help, I will." Bai Yuan put his hand on his shoulder and stopped him. "This is a matter between cultivators on a low-level planet. We are outsiders. Don't get involved." Jing Zong glanced at him and called out, "Senior brother." Wu Fu on his side reached out and took out a small sword. "No need. I'll handle my own affairs." Seeing the situation, Han Po laughed triumphantly. "Wu Fu, it seems fate wants you to die today." An orange-red flame burned in Wu Fu's eyes. "It's not certain who will die. Dealing with you might take some effort." He threw the sword forward and silently chanted a spell. "Celestial Sword Art Reversal." Han Po frowned, somewhat surprised by his technique, but soon raised his hands to the sky and activated a sword formation. Countless gleaming swords appeared in the space, making metallic sounds. Han Po raised his hands high and gave a loud order. "Taste my mountain-guarding sword formation." As he shouted, countless flying swords shot out from all directions. Standing on the ground, Kang Yao looked up at the vortex formed by countless swords in the sky and yelled, "Oh no, it's the Zhongyang sect's Grand Protective Formation." Qing Qing could barely open her eyes, anxiously calling out Wu Fu's name. Meanwhile, at the center of the sword vortex, Wu Fu's figure remained steady, completely unaffected by the surrounding formation. He closed his eyes and sighed calmly. "What a pity, I still couldn't gather them all." Wu Fu waved the sword in his hand, "Otherwise I would have tried to break this formation today." A flash of golden light shot through, its force scattering the flying swords in the air. Countless blade fragments fell, scattering everywhere. Han Po raised a hand to shield his eyes, shouting in disbelief, "Impossible." When he looked up again, he froze, sighing inwardly. It was Wu Fu. Now restored to his former appearance, Wu Fu closed his eyes and said, "Since you're here, leave your grave here." He floated in the air, surrounded by flickering golden orbs of light. Qing Qing and Kang Yao stood below, both wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. "Is that Wu Fu?" Ziyan tilted her head, watching the figure ahead with concern. Stammering, he cried out, "Master." Bai Yuan glanced at him, frowning in confusion. "He's only at the primordial spirit stage, yet even I sense a dangerous aura." Wu Fu kept his eyes closed, the power swirling around him surging continuously. After an unknown amount of time, Wu Fu exhaled and fragmented streams of power filled the space. His eyes slowly opened, then widened as he stared fixedly ahead. The oppressive force in Wu Fu's gaze bore down on the person opposite him, shocking Han Po. He gritted his teeth and let out a tisk from the corner of his mouth. Han Po cursed inwardly. Damn it, I was planning to run. He formed hand seals and shouted, "Today both you and I will disappear." On the other side, Wu Fu's hand holding the sword also twisted a few times before he shouted again, "Kill!" A streak of light, swift as lightning, cut through the air. It raced forward, slicing across Han Po's body. Before he noticed, Han Po seemed to sense something strange about his own body. He was shocked to find a deep wound on his shoulder, blood gushing out. Jing Song, Bai Yuan, Zi Yan and even Kang Yao were stunned by the scene. Zi Yan looked up and asked in confusion, "What happened? Where did that kid go?" Bai Yuan stood nearby, a murderous look on his face as he muttered, "Damn it, I didn't even notice." Han Po raised a hand to touch the wound on his shoulder, coughing in pain. "What the hell, how could he attack me from so far away?" Wu Fu's voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Han Po, for everything you did to the Shu family, I'll make you pay double." Han Po frantically turned his head, searching. Where are you?" In the distance another cluster of golden light shone toward them. Then came countless precise and sudden attacks slamming straight into Han Po's body. His entire body screamed in agony from absorbing all the attacks. Rage filled Han Po's face. "Brat, don't get too cocky." He lowered his head, clasped his hands together, and created a massive force. Han Po erupted toward the sky, releasing all the spiritual energy within him. "Can you run?" Huge explosions rang out one after another. Bai Yuan and his two disciples had to create a protective barrier to shield themselves. He muttered to himself, "How foolish, using spiritual energy for a wide-area attack in this situation." Han Po seemed completely out of control, roaring, "Who said I was running? Your little bit of spiritual energy means nothing to me." He extended his hand, slowly forming a shield, but before he knew it, Wu Fu had already charged in front of him, tearing through his barrier. Han Po's eyes widened in shock as he thought, "What, he broke through my shield so easily?" Soon, Wu Fu completely shattered the shield he had created. With a bang, the two crashed heavily to the ground. Underground, Han Po let out a few smug laughs, blocking the sword tip thrusting toward him. "Got you." Wu Fu's face remained calm as he extended two fingers and uttered three words, "Too late." By then, fear had already begun to creep into Han Po's eyes. A giant sword, formed by the formation, stabbed straight into his body. Han Po sank downward at an incredible speed. Feeling his body gradually dissipating, he cried out, "No!" A massive explosion erupted on the ground, its force filling the air with smoke and dust, sending gravel flying in all directions. As the white dust slowly cleared, a huge crater appeared before everyone. Zi Yan stared intently at the pit, thinking, "I knew this kid wasn't useless, but his destructive power is no less than master's." He lowered his head to inspect the pit, searching. Where did that kid go? When he looked up, Zi Yan realized Wu Fu was now floating in the air. The sword in his hand had snapped in two, and the power around him had dissipated. The golden armor on Wu Fu's shoulders was already cracked. Even the armor on his chest was covered in winding fissures, gradually splitting apart bit by bit. Finally, the golden armor on Wu Fu's body shattered completely into countless fragments. Jing Song, standing below, saw this and shouted anxiously, "Brother Wu!" Wu Fu fell in a headfirst freefall. Just then, Ching Ching on the other side had already rushed over at lightning speed. She wrapped her arms around Wu Fu's waist, catching his body. They both fell together, but fortunately Ching Ching braced herself firmly with her feet, so they landed safely. She called out to the person slumped on her shoulder, "Hey arrogant fool, are you okay? Don't scare me." Wu Fu coughed a few times, then spoke, "A return to Void Master is nothing special." With that he passed out. Showing no further response, Ching Ching shouted frantically, "Hey!" She kept calling out Wu Fu's name. "Arrogant fool!" Jing Song approached the two and asked, "How is Brother Wu?" Ching Ching looked up at him and replied, "He's unconscious." Bai Yuan stepped forward and suggested, "Let me take a look." Suddenly a hand reached out from the side to stop him. Catching him off guard, Jing Song explained, "Senior brother, let me check." Ching Ching turned her head and asked worriedly, "How is the arrogant fool?" Jing Song held Wu Fu's hand, his face full of surprise, hesitating as he said, He was slightly startled, his eyes wide, thinking to himself, "This is..." Tears welled up in Ching Ching's eyes as she sobbed, guessing, "Is the arrogant fool badly hurt?" Jing Song vaguely commented, "After all, Han Po was a return to Void cultivator." Hearing this, Ching Ching jumped to a conclusion and cried even harder, "Is the arrogant fool beyond saving?" Jing Song sighed. Stimulating such immense potential comes at a great cost. Bai Yuan turned to leave. "Zi Yan, let's go back." Zi Yan tilted his head in confusion and asked, "Master, aren't you waiting for Uncle?" Bai Yuan explained to him. "Give him some time to say goodbye to his little friend." The two transformed into streaks of different colored light and flew into the sky. At that moment, Jing Song on the other side finally turned his gaze to the retreating figures of Bai Yuan and Zi Yan. The two streaks of light shot into the sky, then split in different directions. Bai Yuan commented, I thought that kid was a powerhouse from beyond the heavens, but he's just a reckless brat. Ziyan flew alongside him and asked, "Why does Master say that?" Bai Yuan squinted as he judged. Burning his lifespan to stimulate potential, he'll probably be bedridden for the rest of his life. On this side, Qingqing pleaded anxiously, "Senior, you must save the arrogant fool." Kang Yao, sitting nearby, also chimed in. "Senior, isn't there any other way?" Jingsong placed Wu Fu's arm back by his side and calmed everyone. "Everyone calm down. Brother Wu is fine." He lowered his head, stroking his beard, and pondered. "Judging from his pulse alone, there's no loss of power within him. In fact, there are signs of a breakthrough." Qingqing was stunned by this, and Kang Yao was also astonished. Jingsong looked at Wu Fu lying motionless before him and said, "I thought he had burned his lifespan, but it turns out he had another way to handle it." He mused to himself. "Wu Fu, how many more secrets are you hiding?" Before leaving, Jingsong instructed the others. "I'm done here. Take good care of him. The Chongyang sect is probably worried by now." Elsewhere, countless dazzling lightning bolts appeared in the high sky. A stone gate stood beneath the lightning with a plaque above it bearing 3 characters. Chongyang sect. In a hall, the man sitting in the central chair ordered his subordinates, "Bring them in." Immediately, 2 subordinates grabbed a woman by her arms and dragged her into the room. They released their grip, and the woman fell heavily to the ground. The man in the chair gestured for her to look up. The woman, with tattered clothes and disheveled hair, pushed herself up with her hands. Zhang Nan extended his hand and conjured something. "If you hadn't begged for help to take revenge, I would never have given you these hundreds of extremely sinister and vicious ghosts." He frowned deeply, his eyes fixed on the person on the ground. "Don't disappoint me." Li Mengyao, hearing her name, she weakly lifted her head, meeting his gaze directly. Voices of several people echoed in the dark space. "Lu Ling, look, this is the tonic I made for Wu Fu." "Qingqing, Wu Fu saved our Shu family, we can't repay kindness with enmity." Wu Fu lay on the bed with his eyes closed, hearing the sounds reach his ears, his body twitching slightly. "Your chicken is burnt to charcoal." His eyes opened slightly, and the first thing he saw was Daha's fluffy little head close to his. Wu Fu called out to it, a bit dazed. "Erha?" Daha heard its name and barked twice happily in response. Wu Fu stirred, sniffing the aroma wafting through the air. He quickly turned his head to search. Looking at the closed door, he thought to himself, "Cooking good, I'm hungry." Just then a mocking voice came from outside the door. "Are you making biochemical weapons? I can't watch this." Outside, Qingqing retorted angrily, "If you can't watch, don't. It's just a little burnt. And why do I run into you every time I go shopping? You even suddenly came back with me." Lu Ling, hands on her hips, shot back. "Good thing I came along, or Wu Fu would be dead from your poisoning." Qingqing turned around resolutely, picked up the freshly made dish and declared, "Let me try. I don't believe I can poison him with this dish." Lu Ling continued to nitpick. "Couldn't you have toned it down when you went shopping? Bringing a dozen bodyguards with you scared all the vendors to death." The door behind them suddenly swung open. Wu Fu poked his head out and asked, "Are you cooking?" Lu Ling and Qingqing both jumped at the sound of his voice and turned around. Qingqing smiled and waved a hand. "Wait a moment, it'll be ready soon." Wu Fu glanced suspiciously at what she was hiding behind her. On the white porcelain plate lay a chicken roasted to a charred black. A fly that came from nowhere landed on the chicken and took a sip. Soon, the fly's face turned green. It flipped over on the table and then lay completely still. Wu Fu witnessed the whole process, his face turning purple with fear. He forced a stiff smile, waving at the two as he backed into the room. "I'm not that hungry yet. Waiting a bit longer is fine." Wu Fu quickly slammed the door shut with a click. Lu Ling glanced at the person behind her and asked, "Seeing that, can you still say it's not poisonous?" The fly died on the spot. Qingqing could only smile awkwardly at her. After a while, Kang Yao stood upstairs, introducing below. "Wu Fu, this is the entire Shu family army. From now on, just give the orders." Wu Fu leaned on the railing with both hands and replied, "Thank you, senior." Kang Yao asked curiously, "I wonder what Wu Fu needs so many people for?" He answered bluntly, "To destroy the Chongyang sect, of course." Hearing Wu Fu's tone, Kang Yao threw his head back and laughed in praise. "Good," he had just said 3 words, the sect still. When he seemed to sense something, his face froze. Kang Yao looked at the person beside him and confirmed again. You want to destroy the Chongyang sect?" Wu Fu glanced at him and said, "That Chongyang sect still has remnants. Destroying them is a small matter." He raised a hand and conjured a book. "But before that, you need to be able to withstand their attacks," a soldier below worriedly reminded. "Elder Patriarch, the Chongyang sect is a major sect. With our current cultivation, it's like seeking death," his companion agreed. Yeah. Kang Yao slammed the railing hard and cursed, "Bastards," making those below immediately cower. He turned, clasped his hands together and bowed his head. "My apologies, Wu Fu, for my poor discipline of subordinates." Wu Fu waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine," Kang Yao continued. "Practice your martial skills well, the rest is fine for now." Yin Xian opened the book Wu Fu had just handed over, and a flash of light shot out. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Top-tier martial art." Kang Yao also noticed and asked again, "What?" Yin Xian quickly handed the book to Kang Yao. Father, look, the soldiers below were astonished. Kang Yao glanced at Wu Fu standing ahead and thought to himself, it really is top tier. How many more secrets is he hiding? He bowed again to Wu Fu, making a promise, following you might be the wisest choice of this old man's life. Shu swears to destroy the Chongying sect. Wu Fu looked down at the soldiers below and shouted 3 words, take its place. All the soldiers answered in unison, their voices booming. He then turned and instructed Kang Yao, you all practice first, I need to handle something. Kang Yao replied. Before leaving, Wu Fu raised another question. Also, lie low for now to avoid the Chongying sect coming after you. Kang Yao bowed, his posture extremely respectful, seeing him off elsewhere. During the day, the sky was filled with clouds and dazzling sunlight shining on the dormitory building. On the corridor, Meng Meng asked in confusion, Brother Fu, you've already offended the Wudao Nanhua Jing Academy, and now you're going to Wuthong City? Wu Fu replied coldly. I'm just here to take back what's mine. I didn't ask you to follow. Meng Meng grinned slyly. Brother Wu, what's the fun in fighting without a cheerleading squad? Wu Fu countered. I'm not here to play. Meng Meng still laughed happily. I want to tag along for the excitement. Suddenly, Wu Fu stopped and Meng Meng looked at his expression blankly. Here, a figure was walking toward them from afar. Wu Fu was slightly startled and shouted, Who goes there? He calmly looked at the woman before him and asked, Are you here for revenge again? Behind her gathered many blurry figures. Meng Meng asked loudly, Who are you? The woman's face was shrouded in darkness as she lifted her head. Seeing her appearance, Meng Meng was slightly startled and recognized her. Li Mengyao, he clenched his fists and suggested, Brother Fu, let me teach her a lesson. Suddenly, a hand reached out to stop Meng Meng's next move. Wu Fu stepped forward to block the way. You're no match for her. Meng Meng let out 2 confident chuckles and pointed at himself. Bro Fu, I'm a big shot at the Mystic Connection realm now. Wu Fu glanced at him and explained, You can't even beat Erha. She has the power of a primordial spirit now. Take a look at what's following her. Meng Meng turned back defiantly. What could it be? Just a bunch of thugs. But when he actually saw what was ahead, his face froze in shock. A layer of dark cyan aura surrounded Meng Zhao's body, accompanied by countless twisted, terrifying, and hideous ghosts. Meng Meng panicked, hugged Wu Fu tightly and screamed loudly. Oh my god, ghosts! Meng Zhao's eyes turned extremely fierce as she muttered incantations. Wu Fu, I'll haunt you forever and watch you end your life in agony before me. Meng Meng, trembling with fear from her aura, could only cling to Wu Fu's arm and cry. The dark cyan aura transformed into hideous faces lunging at the 2 of them. Meng Meng hugged the person beside her even tighter and screamed. Wu Fu just stood calmly in place, squinting as he stared at the dark cyan aura. He let the aura surround him. Looks like you've been forcibly elevated by some forbidden technique. This stuff doesn't work on me. In a distant room, Zhou Tan angrily pushed open the door and cursed. Who's making all that noise? Can't a person get some sleep in the middle of the night? As soon as he saw the scene outside the corridor, he froze completely. The entire hallway was shrouded in a sinister black aura. Hidden deep within the black aura were countless ghosts with ferocious faces. Zhou Tan was so scared he plopped down on the ground. 2 more people came out of the room and called out worriedly, Boss, what's wrong? The 2 lackeys were about to pull Zhou Tan back into the room when they seemed to sense something and turned to look behind them. Those ghosts also noticed them, opened their mouths wide and let out terrifying laughter. The dormitory corridor echoed with the sounds of fleeing and chaotic screams. Ghosts? 2 dark shadows circled Wu Fu's ears, whispering incessantly, I'll haunt you forever, I'll haunt you forever. He slowly opened his eyes, observing the thing before him. Wu Fu swung his hand through the air with lightning speed, slashing, and the black aura dissipated. The black smoke began to flee. Before leaving, it left another threat. I just came to say hello today. Don't expect peace from now on. Meng Meng sat on the ground and asked uncertainly. Bro Fu, she's gone, Wu Fu affirmed. She's already gone. He frowned and sighed with extreme annoyance. What a hassle. After who knows how long, Zhou Tan, who had been unconscious on the ground, also opened his eyes. Wu Fu stepped closer and asked in confusion, Zhou Tan, why are you here? Zhou Tan was startled and glanced at the cracks that had appeared on the wall beside him. He explained, Bro Fu, I came to replace your iron door, the best kind. Meng Meng flatteringly smiled and suggested, Bro Fu, just accept a little token of appreciation. Wu Fu was speechless. Without a word, he reached out and conjured a booklet. All right, I don't want to owe you anything. Take this martial arts manual and practice it. Zhou Tan was ecstatic, kowtowed in thanks, and even called out, Master. Wu Fu's eye twitched slightly at his actions, but he remained silent. Finally, he turned and left, leaving behind a reminder, I'll be leaving Yunhai for a while. Practice this group technique well. Zhou Tan still kept his head down and replied, As you command, Master. I'll definitely finish the task ahead of time. After Wu Fu left, he raised his head with a fawning smile. Bro Meng, your trick really works. Meng Meng proudly raised a finger. Of course Bro Fu has no flaws, but he's too soft-hearted. Zhou Tan said with extreme determination, That's right. Since Master is going out, I as his disciple must perform well. Meng Meng responded with satisfaction. Good, say it and do it. In the bustling city, car horns kept sounding through the space. A shiny black sedan sped forward while honking to signal others to make way. Wu Fu frowned, glanced slightly at the back seat, and asked, "Why are you following me?" Ching Ching, sitting by the right window with her arms crossed, replied, "I'm afraid you'll run into danger, so I'm coming along to protect you." Lu Ling avoided his gaze and made up an excuse. Nanhua Jingwu Academy in Wutong City. I came purely for an exchange. Only Luo Shi remained silent. Ching Ching and Lu Ling, noticing her attitude, both turned to look at her and asked, "And you?" Ching Ching and Lu Ling still stared at her, waiting for an answer. Luo Shi glanced out the window and stammered an explanation. My family is in Wutong City." As their sedan passed the sign reading Wutong City, heated discussion erupted inside. "Wutong City's specialty is Xiaolong Bao. When we get there, I'll treat everyone." "Agreed. Stop eating Xiaolong Bao, you need to supplement with something else." When the sedan passed a high-rise hotel, someone shouted, "Stop, let's go in." Meng Meng suggested, "Bro Fu, I'll handle the check-in first." Wu Fu tilted his head to indicate the people behind him. "The rooms are booked, let's go up and talk." Just then, two men in the distance were watching their group whispering about the three beauties. Ching Ching and Lu Ling's faces flushed red as they lowered their heads shyly, while Luo Shi looked away and said to Wu Fu, I'll head home first." His expression was calm and he responded indifferently, after which Luo Shi left with the sword in her arms. Meng Meng also called out to the others, "Bro Fu already has the room keys. Let's go." Once inside the room, Ching Ching threw herself onto the bed and exclaimed, "A big bed is so comfortable, this is amazing." Lu Ling took out her phone, checked something, and said to Wu Fu, "Nanhua Jingwu Academy sent an invitation asking us to meet tomorrow." Erha in his arms directly refused, not interested. Ching Ching looked up in confusion and asked, "Rogue, then why did you come to Wutong City?" Wu Fu gazed out the window and replied, "To find something that belongs to me." Lu Ling looked at her phone screen and read the message. "In the Wutong City area, Nanhua Jing's influence is very strong. If you don't..." Wu Fu tilted his head to signal her. "Then let them come over." Meng Meng smiled and gave a thumbs up in praise. "Bro Wu is awesome." Wu Fu's voice echoed through the hotel room. "Pack up and get ready to go." After who knows how long, Wu Fu and the other two stood in front of a villa. Meng Meng pressed the doorbell a few times and said, "Bro Fu," no response at all. Ching Ching, standing nearby, asked again, "Are you sure you're here to find something, not someone?" Wu Fu stared at the villa before him, reached out to conjure a small sword and affirmed, "It's here." Meng Meng, seeming to lose patience, proposed an idea. "Bro Fu, how about we just charge in?" Wu Fu suddenly said. "He's coming out to open the door." The door before them indeed clicked and slowly opened. A person poked their head out and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Wu Fu cupped his hands in a respectful salute. "Junior is here to discuss a transaction with the senior." Huo Zheng frowned, full of vigilance, and directly drove them away. "You'd better leave. You can't afford what I want." Wu Fu didn't leave immediately but began to reveal some information. Everyone knows the Huo family is tied with the Luo family as the two richest in Nanhua Jing thanks to Huo family boxing, but they don't know that Huo family boxing has been lost. Huo Zheng turned to go back inside, but his hand pulling the door stopped abruptly upon hearing his words from outside. Ching Ching worriedly stopped him. "Wu Fu, you can't say things like that carelessly." Wu Fu glanced at her and retorted, "When did I say it carelessly? The transaction I'm talking about is that the Huo family ancestor took the complete Huo family boxing into the coffin." Huo Zheng trembled all over, completely stunned, frozen in place. Ching Ching was also surprised, thinking to herself, "The Huo family ancestor is dead?" Meng Meng looked blank, his mind full of question marks, not understanding what was happening. Huo Zheng turned back and looked at Wu Fu with a probing gaze. "Who are you? Very few people know about this." "How do you?" Huo Zheng calculated in his mind. "This young man seems to know something. It doesn't hurt to listen." Wu Fu asked again, "Senior, are you still interested in this transaction?" Huo Zheng walked straight into the house and said to Wu Fu's group, "Follow me." In the study, a request came. "Our brief conversation here must not be leaked." Wu Fu assured him, "Don't worry, it wouldn't benefit me to say it either." Meng Meng, listening nearby, felt a bit guilty, because the phone in his hand kept popping up messages. Shock, the Huo family ancestor is dead and Huo family boxing is lost, clinically dead or... Meng Meng's face turned slightly pale. He could only shut up and stay silent, not daring to make a sound. Huo Zheng raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. "I don't know what you want. Is it the same as theirs, coming for this fragment?" When he opened his hand, a sparkling broken crystal appeared. The red glow of the crystal illuminated the entire room. Wu Fu let out a low shout and conjured a small sword. "Sword?" Huo Zheng's eyes widened as he stared at the sword in his hand. In that instant, the crystal fragment in his hand was pulled toward the opposite side by a powerful force. The spirit stone fragment flew into Wu Fu's hand. This fragment was originally mine. Inside the Huo family training ground, Wu Fu stood before a target and spoke. "Now I will demonstrate the complete Huo family boxing in full." He raised one hand and conjured a flame. "A crimson flame. Watch closely." Wu Fu focused, slightly furrowed his brow and widened his eyes, aiming at the target across from him. He extended his arm and shot out a roaring fire beast. The wooden target was blasted into countless pieces in an instant. Wu Fu's attack also shattered the stone wall behind it. Dust filled the air. Huo Zheng stood frozen, silently reciting Huo punches out. Wu Fu panted a couple of times and sighed. It's been a long time. This boxing technique will soon be forgotten. Ching Ching crossed her arms and taunted, look who you're putting on airs with. Meng Meng, standing nearby, gave a thumbs up in praise. Bro Fu is amazing. Footsteps approached from outside the door. Huo Shuang smiled and pushed open the wooden door in front of her, calling out, Grandpa, have you mastered it? When she entered the room and saw the people inside, she froze. Ching Ching and Meng Meng turned around and also froze. Huo Shuang pointed at them and demanded loudly, why are you in my house? Huo Zheng asked her back. You know each other, Huo Shuang angrily replied. Don't say know each other, we have a grudge. She clenched her fists warily and questioned like an interrogation, what are you doing at my house? Wu Fu calmly explained simply, just making a transaction. Huo Shuang still maintained an unfriendly attitude. Grandpa, don't trust him. I've checked this kid out, he's never had any backing. Watch out for being scammed. Ching Ching and Meng Meng stood aside, covering their mouths and snickering. This little girl definitely doesn't know what just happened. Huo Zheng closed his eyes, cleared his throat and suggested, it's not convenient to talk here. Let's go inside. Outside, Huo Shuang pointed at Wu Fu, who was walking behind, and guessed, could he be the Huo family boxing successor Grandpa is looking for? Huo Zheng also glanced back. They are? He had only said 3 words when a subordinate was sent flying past him. At the door, a man with 2 lackeys and a mysterious figure wrapped in a black robe barged in aggressively. Old man Huo, come out, I, Jin San, am here again. Wu Fu cast a scrutinizing look at the newly arrived Jin San, who also turned his head and noticed him, then asked, Kid, who are you? Huo Shuang was about to speak angrily. Jin? But Huo Zheng beside her had already reached out to stop her. He directly asked the other party, what are you here for? Jin San pointed at Wu Fu and sneered, hasn't your Huo family boxing been lost for a long time? Why are you teaching it to a newly accepted disciple again? Huo Shuang was provoked and was about to step forward. You, Huo Zheng blocked her again and began to curse. Who says Huo family boxing is lost? Jin San, who do you think you are? The whole Wutong city knows that if I marry Shuanger to you, I'd die with my eyes open. Jin San listened to these curses but didn't retort. Instead, he threw his head back and let out a sinister laugh. After who knows how long, he lowered his head again, closed his eyes and muttered, if you just let me get engaged to Huo Shuang, I'll pretend nothing happened. I didn't expect that giving you face would be wasted. Jin San opened his eyes, grinned and ordered his 2 lackeys behind him, take care of them. Huo Shuang and Huo Zheng immediately went on alert. Ching Ching, standing behind Wu Fu, couldn't take it anymore and gritted her teeth. He's inhuman. He turned to signal the other 2. None of our business. Let's go. Wu Fu's group had only taken a few steps when they were stopped by the 2 approaching lackeys. Jin San stood behind the 2, smugly asking, what? Don't put me Jin San in your eyes. Did I say you could leave? Ching Ching screamed loudly. What do you want? Jin San pointed at Wu Fu again and pressed Huo Zheng. Old man, who is this brat? Is he the one you found? Before he could finish, a sudden extremely powerful fist flew from nowhere and slammed hard into one side of his face. Jin San was sent flying hundreds of meters away, leaving his underlings dumbfounded. The tightly wrapped mysterious figure also froze, turning to look in the direction Jin San was sent flying. Huo Shuang and Huo Zheng stood stunned, watching the scene before them. Wu Fu rotated his fist and warned, next time I'll end your life. The 2 lackeys rushed over while shouting, young master. The tightly wrapped mysterious figure was so intimidated by a single glance from Wu Fu that he hurriedly lowered his head. His hand, which had been near his robe, withdrew as if he had intended to do something. Over here, Jin San was already roaring in fury. Don't let him get away, take care of him. The tightly wrapped mysterious man suddenly lowered his hand and made no move. Seeing this, Jin San stomped in rage and yelled, old man, hurry up and act. What are you doing? A lackey looked up and stammered, young master. Jin San, who was also rubbing his face above, looked up. What's up there? Above that guy's head, a sword was now suspended, its sharp tip aimed directly at his crown. Beads of sweat as big as beans had already formed on Jin San's face from fear. Wu Fu walked forward, glanced at the man and said, you're lucky. I don't feel like dealing with you today, let's go. Huo Shuang saw his attitude and secretly praised him, not afraid of the powerful. A real man. After Wu Fu left, Jin San stood up, frowned at Huo Zheng and probed, who is he? Huo Shuang put her hands on her hips and confidently declared, he's my master's newly accepted disciple. Jin San gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. Newly accepted disciple? I don't believe it. Huo Shuang then hugged one of Huo Zheng's arms and asked, right grandpa? He was taken aback and didn't chime in. Jin San snorted, full of anger because he didn't get the answer he wanted. He turned and signaled his lackeys. Let's go. Before leaving, Jin San also tilted his head and left a threat. If I find out this kid isn't the successor of Huo family boxing, you'll see. Only then did Huo Shuang start to feel worried, hugging the person beside her. "Grandpa, what do we do now?" Huo Zheng's face darkened. "That doesn't make any sense. Impossible." Huo Shuang had a sudden idea. "Grandpa, I'll go after the person who helped us lie just now." Huo Zheng had no choice but to go along with it for now. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wu Fu suddenly sneezed as he walked down the street. He rubbed his nose and thought to himself, "Is someone thinking of me?" Meng Ming, walking beside him, teased, "I didn't expect Brother Fu to catch a cold either." She gestured knowingly. "The weather's been changing a lot lately. You should take care of yourself." Wu Fu glanced sideways and noticed a figure hiding around a corner. Their group entered an alley. As they walked, Meng Ming suggested, "Let's head back to the restaurant now." Huo Shuang quietly approached the spot where the three of them were, tiptoeing and leaning against a wall. When she felt it was quiet outside, she peeked out, but the area ahead was empty. Huo Shuang wondered, where did they go? It's a dead end. Suddenly, a finger poked her back. Huo Shuang let out a startled scream. Wu Fu had somehow appeared behind her and asked, "Are you looking for us?" Ching Ching pointed at her and demanded impatiently, "Fox Spirit, why are you following us?" she ordered aggressively. "Hurry up!" And Huo Shuang shrank back and made an excuse, saying it was because Jin San would cause trouble for them. "That's right, I'm here to protect you." She lifted her head confidently and pointed at herself. "A clear conscience fears no accusation." Ching Ching looked at the woman's ample chest and her face darkened. She pulled out a gleaming needle from somewhere. "Hand over your chest and let me pop those 2 silicone implants." Ching Ching said with a sinister smile, "Why are you following us?" Huo Shuang took a fearful step back. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she hugged her chest and answered honestly, I came to ask you for a favor." Seeing the three of them walk away ignoring her, Huo Shuang reached out to stop them. Hey, according to the script, you're supposed to ask me what it is, right?" Ching Ching replied directly. "I'm not interested in your tricks." Huo Shuang lowered her head helplessly and said, "The Jin family's power is immense. Our Huo family has offended them this time." At that, Wu Fu stopped walking. Meng Ming tilted her head and looked at him. "Brother Fu, why aren't you moving?" Ching Ching slapped her forehead and sighed. "It's over." Wu Fu turned back to look at the person behind him. "What kind of presence is the Jin family in Wudong City?" Huo Shuang explained, "Although Jin San's cultivation isn't high, his family has many talented people. You'd better be careful." He cut her off before she could finish. "I agree." Huo Shuang was stunned and asked back, You agree to what?" Wu Fu curled his lips and answered her question with interest. "To help you deal with Jin San." Huo Shuang stepped back a few more times, hugging her chest. "Even if you beat the Jin family, I won't marry you." Meng Ming and Ching Ching stood by watching, also speechless at her imagination. Wu Fu turned and walked away again. "You're overthinking it. I just want to spar with stronger opponents." Huo Shuang's eyes widened, full of confusion. This is too easy, isn't it?" A black car slowly pulled up to the hotel entrance. The glass door slid open and Wu Fu walked in from outside. Lu Ling came to greet him as if she had been waiting for a while. "Wu Fu, you're just in time." Meng Ming looked around curiously. So many people. In the distance, a group of people were staring their way with great interest. Lu Ling whispered to him, "Wu Fu, people from the Nanhua Jingwu Academy are here. This is their turf. Be careful." The leading man in a shirt spoke contemptuously first. "A cultivator from a no-name university, and they dare to make us come here in person to invite him?" The guys behind him joined in the jeering. "Watch me beat him until he wets his pants." Wu Fu beckoned them with a curl of his finger. "Want to fight? Come at me all at once." The man in the shirt cursed angrily. "Brat," another accomplice chimed in. "He's delivered himself to our doorstep and still puts on airs." The man in the shirt gestured to the others with his finger. "Get him." A man standing nearby, who looked like a hotel employee, saw the scene and pulled out his phone. "Better call an ambulance for this kid." Meanwhile, on the second floor of the restaurant, a shadowy figure was observing the lobby. Li Mengzhao, wrapped in a cloak covering her entire body, gritted her teeth and said, "Not enough. He can't win at all." Downstairs, a crowd was surrounding Wu Fu. He stood still, lifted his head, and a white light flickered in his eyes. With a loud bang, everyone surrounding Wu Fu was blasted away, leaving only Captain Qin Ping'an standing frozen in the distance. With a whoosh, Wu Fu's figure vanished into thin air. He moved at lightning speed, stopping in front of Captain Qin, raising his sword to point at him. "Now it's just you left." The man dodged in fear. The husky, who had been watching the whole time, barked excitedly twice, but suddenly a tall figure approached from behind it. The attendant casually tossed the husky aside. Where did this stray dog come from? The husky was thrown hard, its head flying straight toward the wall behind Ching Ching and Lu Ling. Wu Fu glanced over and saw the two of them running worriedly to the wall to pull it out. "Husky!" Jin San walked over with a group of underlings, a sinister smile curling on his lips. "Kid, I found you." Upstairs, Mengzhao saw the man arrive and felt a surge of joy. "How did the Jin family find Wu Fu? Looks like a good opportunity." Lu Ling used both hands to pull the husky out of the wall while Ching Ching checked on its condition. Husky, Jin-san pointed at the two of them, even your two girlfriends are in trouble now. If you want to live, kneel and beg for mercy. Lu Ling turned her face and sighed, while Qing also sighed as if in regret. I'm just worried about you since you've already managed to piss him off. Jin-san looked at Wu Fu, still lifting his head arrogantly, and asked, him, do you know who your daddy is? The stone floor was pressed down by a tremendous force and something shot rapidly into the center. Wu Fu gripped a small sword, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes, and shot toward Jin-san's location at incredible speed. The attendant raised 2 fingers, took a few steps, and stood in front of him. Young Master Jin, let me handle this, a man outside shouted loudly. The Jin family's attendant, this kid is finished. A massive spherical barrier appeared in front of Wu Fu, enveloping Jin-san and his entire group. He stood behind the attendant, laughing smugly. With a little strength, you dare to offend me. Suddenly, the attendant was startled as if sensing something wrong, and exclaimed inwardly, not good. 2 parallel cutting lines appeared on the barrier in front of Jin-san and the attendant. The barrier dissipated, and Wu Fu's sword flew toward the two at lightning speed. The sword flew back into Wu Fu's hand. At the same time, a horizontal line was cut across the attendant's neck. Jin-san fell to the ground, frantically waving his hands. Wait, Wu Fu pointed the sword tip at him and warned. Husky isn't someone just anyone can bully. A fierce killing intent burst from his eyes as he shouted, get lost. Jin-san nodded obediently. Yes, I'll get lost right now. He called 2 underlings to help him leave the hotel. Hurry, move it. Upstairs, Mingzhao gritted her teeth and cursed. All useless, she raised her hand and conjured a green orb of light, blew on it, and the orb floated down from the hall and drifted out the door. The orb seeped into Jin-san's body through the back of his neck outside the hotel. Jin-san collapsed to the ground as if all his strength had left him. The 2 underlings shouted in panic, young master, outside the tall hotel building. The sky was extremely gloomy, with thunder rumbling. Several more black cars drove up to the hotel entrance from somewhere. Meng Zhao hid behind a door, watching the scene outside with interest. Wu Fu, let's see if you survive this time. Lu Ling frowned as she stood behind Wu Fu. She recognized the arrivals. They were from the Jin family. Lu Mao strode over aggressively and questioned Wu Fu. Did you assassinate Jin-san? Wu Fu walked past him, leaving behind 4 contemptuous words. He's not worthy. Lu Mao gritted his teeth and said slowly, think you can leave? Not so easy. Wu Fu had just reached the door holding the husky when he was surrounded by Lu Mao's suited thugs. He frowned, glanced behind him, and asked, what, you want to pick a fight too? Lu Mao angrily swung a fist at Wu Fu, trying to sneak attack. Kid, go to hell. Wu Fu's face darkened as he turned his head and fixed his gaze on him. A beam of light appeared from nowhere. A red light shot straight into the ground, blocking Lu Mao from getting close to Wu Fu. Amidst the spreading dust, he grinned and announced, damn it, Jin-san was the only heir of our Jin family. He's dead. So you, Lu Mao pointed at the people standing around, and all of you will be buried with him. The surrounding crowd, hearing this, gasped in shock, but soon fell into chaos, screaming and scattering in all directions. Run! Everyone who had just reached the door was shot in the back. Jin Rong pointed the still-smoking gun barrel at the ceiling. None of you are getting out of here today. Wu Fu seemed to be enveloped in a blazing red flame, about to erupt. At lightning speed, with just a turn, he moved in front of Lu Mao. Lu Mao's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down. Too fast, a cold glint flashed in Wu Fu's eyes. He extended a finger and pointed it at the man's forehead. Listen up, I didn't kill him, Lu Mao sneered. You can't even admit to dealing with someone else. As soon as he said that, Wu Fu's finger pierced straight through his brow. Lu Mao's eyes rolled back, losing focus as blood spurted from the hole in his forehead. Lu Mao's 2 underlings were stunned by the scene. Jin Rong stared intently at this, her mouth twitching while the others around stood frozen, mouths agape in shock. Captain Qin quickly explained, Big brother, with your skills I wouldn't dare bother you even if I were dying. Upstairs, Meng Zhao watched the whole thing and laughed excitedly. Wu Fu, you brought this on yourself. She turned her gaze to where Wu Fu was, and suddenly he looked up at the upper floor, his eyes locking directly with hers. She widened her eyes, frozen in place, unable to move. Before Meng Zhao used a spell to escape, Jin Rong conjured a golden axe. Kid, I don't care who you are in Wutong City. I won't allow you to be so arrogant. Wu Fu shifted his gaze, noticing the ground beneath her feet. Jin Rong, wearing huge high heels, stomped hard on the floor. Wu Fu closed his eyes and remarked, fat but still agile. Jin Rong leaped into the air, aiming for the top of Wu Fu's head. She swung her axe and shouted, Your life is mine. Countless beams of light appeared outside the hotel's glass windows, accompanied by butterflies flying into the room. The light swept across Jin Rong's face, then it struck her directly, causing a small explosion. Lu Ling stood to the side, wide-eyed, not understanding what had happened, while the others around were also bewildered by the chain of events. Captain Chen was just as clueless, standing still. Luo Shi walked into the hotel with 2 people in hooded cloaks. Wutong City isn't ruled solely by the Jin family. Captain Qin was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't help exclaiming, Oh my god, a Luo family from 6 Sacred Mountain is here. Which deity have I offended? Luo Shi walked up to Wu Fu and asked worriedly, "Wu Fu, are you okay?" He replied calmly. "They can't hurt me." Jin Rong staggered to her feet, clutching her wound, a sarcastic smile on her face. She taunted, "You've mastered the dual cultivation sword technique. Even the old nun from Sixth Sacred Mountain couldn't resist the urge." Luo Shi glared angrily and shouted, "You," Jin Rong warned sternly, "you killed my brother. If you don't leave your lives behind, don't think you can escape." She angrily tried to rush forward to attack but was stopped by Wu Fu, leaving her glaring. "Ah," he frowned in displeasure and said, "I didn't kill him. Try making a move if you dare." A murderous intent flashed in Wu Fu's eyes as he released his pressure. "Die!" Qingqing's eyes lit up, and she covered her mouth in admiration. "So cool," Jin Rong cursed angrily. "Brat!" His sharp gaze swept over Jin Rong. Wu Fu lightly waved his hand, releasing a powerful energy that shot straight toward her. Jin Rong's eyes widened in shock. Sword energy. The sword energy shot straight at its target. When it hit, a loud bang erupted. Jin Rong was knocked back, nearly hitting the wall. She began to think nervously, "He's only at the Yuan Shen Hun realm." Wu Fu raised his hand and began to release his spiritual power. He looked at Jin Rong coldly and said, "I'm much stronger than you think." Stellar sword art. A vortex of spiritual power appeared in his palm. His pressure began to spread, enveloping the entire room. Jin Rong couldn't help but tense up. Her subordinates in the room also watched Wu Fu's every move warily. Jin Rong waited nervously, but nothing happened. She wondered, "What's going on? Wasn't it aimed at us?" Meng Zhao, hidden among the crowd, suddenly sensed something wrong and exclaimed inwardly, "Not good." She turned to flee, realizing it was aimed at her. Wu Fu appeared behind her like lightning, blocking Meng Zhao's escape route. He looked at her meaningfully, slightly curling his lips, and said, "I spotted you a long time ago." Wu Fu mercilessly threw Meng Zhao into the center of the hall, stunning everyone. Jin Rong watched his series of actions and asked doubtfully, "What do you mean by this?" Wu Fu stepped on Meng Zhao's face, making her grit her teeth in pain. He replied calmly, "This is the person you should be looking for." She asked with a scrutinizing gaze, "You mean someone framed you?" He hummed lightly in response, calmly holding the husky in his arms as he walked away, saying, "Jin family, you're not worth my breath to explain, believe it or not." Captain Qin was dissatisfied with Wu Fu's attitude and angrily pointed at him, cursing, "Brat, do you know who you're talking to?" Luo Shi followed him toward the door and said happily, "Wu Fu, come to my place, my grandmother wants to see you." He agreed, "Let's go." Qingqing also trotted after the two, shouting, "Wait for me, I'm coming too." A subordinate turned to Jin Rong and asked, "Miss, what do we do now?" She ordered with a dark expression. "Go find out who he really is." Jin Rong's sharp gaze glanced behind her and warned, "My brother's death must be clearly explained to the family or we're all doomed." Suddenly, Meng Zhao laughed, excitedly drawing her attention. Jin Rong asked suspiciously, "What are you laughing at?" Meng Zhao's eyes were filled with hatred as she gritted her teeth and said, "That bastard I know." At the Luo family estate on Sixth Sacred Mountain, Wu Fu bowed politely and said, "Greetings, elder." Luo Shi ran over happily, grabbing the old woman's hand and calling out, "Grandma." Luo Zai's grandmother smiled warmly and praised gently, "I've heard my granddaughter mention you before. You're indeed a fine young man." She glanced meaningfully at her granddaughter and whispered, "Not bad, that kid is quite handsome." Luo Shi said shyly, "Ah." Qingqing sensed danger and suddenly became nervous. She reached out and tugged at Wu Fu's sleeve. Under his puzzled gaze, she puffed out her cheeks angrily, turned around and said, "Idiot, do I have to make the first move myself?" Luo Zai's grandmother waved her hand and ordered the servants, "Someone take the guests inside to rest." The servants bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes." She turned to her granddaughter and said, "Luor, you go with them too." She replied shyly, The elderly woman explained softly, "I want to speak with Wu Fu alone." Luo Zai's grandmother turned and left, not forgetting to call out, "Wu Fu, follow me." The two walked slowly into a private area. Upon reaching the study, she said, "Come in with me." Shortly after entering, Luo Zai's grandmother stated the reason for the meeting. "I won't beat around the bush. I've heard about your matter with the Jin family. You helped our Luo family improve the sword cultivation technique, and our family will remember this debt of gratitude." Wu Fu replied politely, "It was just a small matter." The old lady quickly used this opportunity to distance herself. "Since things have come to this, I can't stand by and watch you die over your conflict with the Jin family. But our Luo family is no match for them, so I advise you to go back immediately." Wu Fu just smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "So she's afraid of getting involved?" Luo Zai's grandmother turned back and asked suspiciously, "What are you smiling about?" He leaned calmly against the wall, arms crossed, and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Nothing. I'm just laughing at how the Jin family doesn't know their place." The old lady frowned and warned, "The Jin family's strength is extraordinary. Jin Ken is their eldest legitimate grandson. You've touched someone you shouldn't have, and the Luo family can't help you." Wu Fu looked at her with firm eyes and said, "I think you've misunderstood. You didn't kill him." Inside the secret chamber, the fight continued. Jin Rong shouted impatiently. Meng Zhao stubbornly replied, "I'm not lying. He killed Jin Kan." She angrily grabbed her hair and yanked it back, gritting her teeth in warning. "Don't think you can fool me." Meng Jiao struggled to answer. "I really am not lying." Her face turned purple as she painfully explained. "Wu Fu is not only ruthless but also a lecher. I heard Jin Ken had a grudge against him back at the Huo family. If you don't believe me, go ask him." Jin Rong turned to her subordinate suspiciously and asked, "Is that true?" He answered affirmatively. "Yes." After hearing the reply, she turned and walked toward the door, ordering, "Bring the 10 elders. We're going to the Luo family to find that brat now. He must pay with his blood." She revealed a sinister smile of triumph, thinking excitedly, "Wu Fu, you're dead." The study door suddenly burst open, and a servant rushed in, shouting, "Head of the family, it's bad news." She quickly reported to the two of them, "Jin Rong has arrived at Bian Mountain with the 10 Jin family elders." Luo Zai's grandmother kindly warned Wu Fu, "The Jin family is coming aggressively. You need to be careful." He just sneered and said confidently, "Since they're here, they won't be going back." At Bian Mountain on Mount Liashen, Wu Fu calmly walked toward the Jin family group. Jin Rong sneered, "Don't think the Luo family can fully protect you." Luo Shi seriously observed the number of enemies and said in surprise, "Almost all of the Jin family elders are returned to void cultivators, and there are 10 of them." She waved her hand and ordered her men, "Bring them out." The Huo family patriarch and Huo Shuang were being restrained by Jin Rong's men. She asked smugly, "You recognize them, don't you?" A flicker of surprise passed through Wu Fu's eyes, and Xin couldn't help but shout worriedly. "Huo Shuang?" Luo Shi asked suspiciously. "You know them," she answered honestly. "Yes, we visited their home not long ago." He asked sternly, "What are you trying to do?" Jin Rong roared angrily. "A life for a life." Attack! 2 Jin family warriors charged fiercely, saying confidently, "A mere spirit realm waste like you dares to ambush the young master, I'll tear you to pieces." Another chimed in. "Letting him die too soon is too easy, let me have some fun with him." Wu Fu frowned, glanced at the 2 clueless fools before him and warned, "You want to kill me? Today every single one of you will die here." Xin panicked. "No, I have to help him." Luo Zai's grandmother suddenly appeared and stopped her. "Wait." Luo Shi was startled and called out, "Grandma." A profound light flickered in the old lady's eyes. "We don't need to act. That boy already anticipated this." 3 figures appeared in the sky, flying toward the crowd at lightning speed. A series of sonic booms rang out before Luo Shi and Xin. They landed heavily, shaking the ground. The pressure instantly sent the Jin family members flying. Xin gasped in amazement. "That aura is Jin Song Bai Yuan Ziyan." They appeared simultaneously with overwhelming presence. Jin Rong thought nervously, "The heretical masters, that brat called for backup." Jin Song held a box and handed it to Wu Fu, saying, "Brother Wu, if Brother Bai and I hadn't arrived in time, you'd be in grave danger." Wu Fu took the box and calmly uttered arrogant words, "Thank you, seniors, for finding this item, but killing them all sounds a bit troublesome." The old man asked in surprise, You want to kill them all?" Bai Yuan taunted contemptuously. "An arrogant spirit realm brat, since you're so confident. Let me see." Wu Fu shot him a sharp glance and said confidently, "Then enjoy the show." He summoned a sword radiating immense pressure from the box. Wu Fu said calmly, "Today let you all taste my blade." Jin Rong ordered her men, "Seize him." 2 Jin family guards advanced menacingly toward Wu Fu. They split up to surround him from both sides, but he merely waved the sword lightly. The guards struck at him, only to hit an afterimage in the void. They exchanged glances as if reading each other's minds, both marveling such speed. Suddenly the 2 guards noticed something unusual. Wu Fu was now suspended in midair. He raised his hand and countless sharp blades appeared around him, gleaming with dazzling light. They pointed straight at the 2 below and fell abruptly. 10,000 swords rained down, and the clash of metal echoed continuously. Jin Rong watched Wu Fu's move in shock. Even Bai Yuan had to reassess him. Luo Shi couldn't help but admire silently. Incredible. He landed calmly, standing between 2 motionless bodies. Wu Fu swung his sword and said solemnly, "My turn." He charged forward like lightning. He slashed at 2 Jin family experts. They quickly erected defensive barriers and roared in fury. "You're asking for death." The 2 sides were evenly matched, both knocked back. The Jin family experts underestimated Wu Fu, gritting their teeth. "A spirit realm brat dares to fight 10 alone, overestimating yourself." Xin shouted worriedly, "Arrogant fool will help you too." He just frowned slightly and replied, "They're no match for me." Luo Shi also warned, "They're all returned to void experts. You can't take them alone." Wu Fu ignored her and said confidently, "Just watch from there." Then he vanished again. Bai Yuan stepped forward slowly, standing behind Jin Song, and said, "Junior brother, even if we intervene, it might be hopeless." "They're all returned to void." He glanced at Bai Yuan and asked, "What do you think, senior brother?" Bai Yuan replied meaningfully, "This divine weapon is a gift from heaven. Such a treasure on such a barren planet." Wu Fu continued his fearless charge, channeling his power to form a giant sword aimed at the Jin family experts. They were also wary of the pressure he exerted. Wu Fu's aura soared as he declared, "Die by my sword." A precise sword light effortlessly eliminated those powerful experts. Luo Zai's grandmother watched from the sidelines, stunned. He's only at the spirit realm. Jin Rong panicked and hastily ordered, "Stop him, kill him." One Jin family expert remained standing, quickly erecting a defensive barrier. Wu Fu's single strike couldn't break it. As the dust cleared, the barrier was intact. He silently watched those struggling desperately. The man shouted in fear, "Is that a divine weapon in his hand? How many have died by that sword?" Wu Fu sneered. "I'm not afraid of death." With that, he threw the sword straight ahead. He held out his hands in a provocative gesture. "Go ahead and try." Bai Yuan was displeased with Wu Fu's attitude. He accused, "Knowing how powerful the enemy is and still being so arrogant, that's just asking for death." Jin Sung quickly retorted, "I've known Brother Wu for a long time. If he's like this, there's no danger." Seeing Wu Fu unarmed, a Jin family expert said smugly, "Let's see how you win. Without that divine weapon, you're just a waste." Wu Fu didn't respond. He just clenched his fist and began chanting a mantra. He opened his eyes, a fierce, killing intent in his gaze, and appeared before the man in an instant. He punched the expert flying with a single blow. Looking at the hole in the man's body that couldn't resist, he mocked, "Your cultivation is still far off." The other experts, witnessing the scene, were terrified. One asked himself in shock, dead from one punch, they still didn't give up and continued attacking the Supreme Sword Formation. A formation appeared beneath his feet. Wu Fu let out an excited cry and said eagerly, "Interesting." The next moment, the ground began to tremble. The expert's formation was broken. Wu Fu charged forward bravely, taking them down one by one, and commented contemptuously, "But still too green." The Jin family experts lay scattered on the ground. Wu Fu turned to Jin Rong and reminded her, "Now it's just you." He stood up straight, looking at her and the terrified Meng Zhao, who had collapsed to the ground, and asked, "Who really killed Jin Kan?" His eyes burned with murderous intent as he gritted his teeth. She stammered, Jin Kin was killed by me." Jin Rong glared at Meng Zhao in fury, choking out, You. Wu Fu glanced contemptuously and said, "It's over." Meng Zhao was stunned by his words. She quickly noticed something wrong, retreated rapidly, and shouted, "100 Ghost Demon Banner." A sinister aura surrounded Meng Zhao. Black smoke obscured the view, then was suddenly cut open, revealing a giant blood-red hand before her. Meng Zhao screamed in terror. "Such a huge hand!" Jin Rong stammered in fear. What kind of monster have I offended?" Wu Fu sneered, slowly clenching his hand, and the giant red hand began to tighten around Meng Zhao. A loud crash followed as she was crushed. He warned calmly, "This is the price of angering me." Meng Zhao crawled out of the rubble toward Wu Fu. She struggled to drag herself to his side. Meng Zhao was a mess, tears streaming down her face as she begged, "I don't want to die yet." Wu Fu coldly kicked her away, saying, "Get lost." Meng Zhao fell into despair, tears falling. "The game is over." Shin gloated, "You keep coming to cause trouble. Haven't you had enough?" The husky in her arms barked in agreement. Luo Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Meng Zhao struggled to her feet and said sinisterly, "I still have a way." She gave a slight signal and revealed a malicious smile. A banner appeared above Shin's head. Luo Shi shouted urgently, "Watch out!" Black clouds began to surround her. Shin struggled in fear and cried out, "Wu Fu!" Soon she lost consciousness and fainted. Meng Zhao pulled Shin to her side and threatened, "Wu Fu, will you let me go now?" He coldly uttered a single word, "No." Meng Zhao's eyes widened as she gritted her teeth at Wu Fu. The husky in Shin's arms, smelling the black smoke around, suddenly barked. Bai Yuan, Luo Shi, and Jin Rong all showed surprise, exclaiming inwardly, "What?" Meng Zhao thought in terror. Even his dog can transform. She quickly retreated, throwing Shin out of the black smoke. Shin began to fall freely, and Wu Fu leapt up, flying toward her. He gently caught her in his arms. The husky sitting on Shin barked wildly and licked her face, trying to wake her. Shin, tickled, protested, "You stop it." Luo Shi ran toward him worriedly, shouting, "Wu Fu." Wu Fu frowned, his sharp gaze fixed on Meng Zhao. "Can you still escape now?" He raised his sword and swung decisively. A sword aura pierced through the air, heading straight for her position. Meng Zhao was hit and fell from the sky. Luozai's grandmother waved her hand, ordering her men to capture her. Meng Zhao climbed out of the pit, covered in wounds. 4 members of the Luo family surrounded Meng Zhao and Jin Rong, forming a sealed formation. She quickly said, "Wait." Jin Rong's mind seemed to overload. She thought frantically, sweat pouring down. "What do I do now?" Ziyan stood outside watching the show and couldn't help but speculate. The Jin family is known for vendettas. After this, they'll definitely come after Wu Fu again. He coughed a few times and said in a conciliatory tone, "Since the misunderstandings between both sides have been resolved, why not let bygones be bygones?" Jin Rong, hearing someone speak for her, breathed a sigh of relief. Ziyan turned to Wu Fu and reminded him condescendingly, "You are a friend of my senior uncle. If the Jin family comes looking for trouble, I will definitely step in. Isn't that better?" Wu Fu said bluntly. "Who do you think you are?" Bai Yuan angrily pointed at Wu Fu and cursed. "Arrogant brat." Meng Zhao refused to give up. "No, I haven't lost yet." Instead of backing down, she glanced at Jin Rong and whispered, "Take this chance. If we join forces, we can kill him." A smug look also appeared in Jin Rong's eyes. Blame yourself for being so arrogant, Jin Rong, weapon in hand, said to Meng Zhao. Our grudge can wait until after we kill him, she replied briefly. Seeing this, Xin Shen shouted a warning to Wu Fu. Wu Fu, watch out, he just said calmly. You're asking for death. A loud bang echoed through the space. Both forces aimed their attacks at Wu Fu. Meng Zhao gritted her teeth and ordered, killing me won't be that easy. Jin Rong stepped forward and struck down. Die, he still showed no concern, standing almost motionless as if expecting the attack to knock him down. Jin Rong's eyes widened in shock when she saw no trace of Wu Fu. Where is he? As the white smoke gradually cleared, only a large pit remained on the ground. Meng Zhao's terrified voice screamed. Be behind? Jin Rong sensed it and turned around. But all she saw was Wu Fu pointing his sword at her. Too slow. Jin Rong's scream echoed through the space. Meng Zhao's face turned pale as she couldn't believe what she had just seen. No, impossible. Jin Rong is dead. A tearing sound cut through the sky. Elsewhere, Huo Zheng stood in the rain looking up. Wuthong City had lasted 30 years. Perhaps it was time for a change. A thought crossed his mind. We only know the surface of the sword technique. This man might possess heaven-defying abilities. Huo Zheng ordered Luo Shi beside him. Pass my command. If the Jin family comes, send people to protect Wu Fu. Understood. Seeing Wu Fu sheath his sword, Meng Zhao stammered. You're not going to kill me, he glanced back with disdain. Meng Zhao sneered and taunted Wu Fu. I knew you wouldn't dare. She even got up and said in a sweet tone, Wu Fu, during the time we were apart, I wanted to kill you every moment. Wu Fu's contemptuous laughter rang out. Meng Zhao's eyes widened as she asked, What are you laughing at? Before she could understand what was happening, a strike had already cut across her chest. Wu Fu's contemptuous voice rang out. I sheathed my sword because I was afraid you'd tarnish it. Meng Zhao clutched her chest, frowned, and sneered, shouting loudly, Wu Fu, I curse you to die a miserable death. Bai Yuan's face turned cold. Junior brother, if you didn't know this person, he'd be dead already for your sake. Jing Song also darkened his expression. His senior brother never acted according to his wishes and always targeted young friend Wu. Bai Yuan noticed Jing Song's dilemma. Jing Song had never cared about worldly matters. Could this behavior mean he knew something? No, Wu Fu must be eliminated. Outside, even larger lightning bolts appeared in the sky. A plume of black smoke rose from the Changyang sect. Inside the hall, a gourd was slowly absorbing the black aura. Zhang Xing held the gourd and muttered to himself, She's already dead. A girl's voice came from outside the door. Li Meng Zhao was just a pawn master used to test things. Fu's eyes sharpened. As her senior, it's only natural to teach a junior a lesson. The scene shifted to a hotel where Qingqing was soaking in hot water. She suddenly shouted in the bathroom, so annoying. Erha's eyes lit up as he saw something on Qingqing and started barking. Without a word, she threw him out of the room. Stupid dog. Seeing a figure in front of him, Erha was overjoyed. Qingqing didn't know Wu Fu was right behind her and kept complaining, Perverted dog, you're just like your owner. I might even... She mentioned her own name, and he spoke up. What's wrong? Qingqing was both angry and embarrassed, shooing Wu Fu away. Pervert, get out. But Wu Fu noticed her strange behavior and asked, puzzled, covering your eyes. He turned and left with Erha in his arms, adding, cover something else, let's go. The next day, at the entrance of Nanhua Jingwu Academy, the bell rang. This was the highest martial arts academy in the province. Qingqing sobbed unwillingly. Damn it, my chest really can't compare to that little girl's. Wu Fu, holding the dog, said, Stop arguing, don't forget why we're here. Wei Zi crossed his arms, leaning against a nearby pillar, provoking, What, here to fight? Wu Fu frowned. Fight? He pointed elsewhere. Look over there, a black cat carrying an iron rod on his shoulder said arrogantly. Hey, with a school this big, are you all scared back by me, that four-eyed guy? Stop right there. He also pointed in Hua Bai's direction. Since no one's left, I won't hold back. Lu Ling glanced at Wu Fu with schadenfreude. Should we give him a hand? She and Qingqing each held a piece of melon, eating and watching the show. This watermelon is delicious. Seeing the scene, Lu Ling was speechless. How can those three be so calm? The black cat approached Hua Bai with the iron rod. You're my first customer today. Suddenly, he turned back with a loud crash. Wu Fu finished his melon and looked at the two. This is the right place. Hua Bai adjusted his glasses. Is there something you need? The black cat thought. This power is terrifying. Captain Qin spoke. A few people standing at the main gate of Nanhua Jing. Wei Zi clenched his fists, knuckles cracking. Do you know where this is? Looking for death? He walked over and put his hand on Wu Fu's shoulder, provoking. Kid, I'm telling you, turn around and let me see your face. Captain Qin's voice rang out. Same rules, make them kneel and sing a song. Feeling touched, Wu Fu immediately showed displeasure. Something wrong? Wei Zi laughed and pointed, but Captain Qin was already stunned. So it's a pretty boy, big brother. He broke out in a cold sweat. Wu Fu. Captain Qin clutched his stomach. Sis, my hemorrhoids are acting up again. I'll leave these two to you. Wu Fu looked down at Erha in his arms. Erha, aren't you hungry? They must have plenty of spirit stones in their pockets. Wei Zi, still unaware, shouted, I think you're asking for death. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward to strike. Captain Chin was overreacting. It's just a... Seeing Erha's enlarged true form, the two stammered in fear. Just a dog. They stood frozen, trembling where they stood. Was this the same little dog from before? This little thing looked completely different when grown. Erha barked loudly, saliva flying everywhere. The two took it head on. They observed Erha trying to communicate something. What does it want? Xingqing kindly reminded. It wants to ask you for spirit stones to eat. Hearing this, the two sweated profusely. This is asking, no hesitation. They frantically pulled out items and handed them to Erha. Got it, we'll give it to you right now. Wu Fu showed a satisfied expression. Interesting, Lu Ling warned Wu Fu. Nanhua Jingwu Academy hides dragons and tigers, don't let your guard down. Meanwhile, Erha had the two panicking. Brother dog, we really have nothing left. Me too. Full and happy, Erha shrank back down, hopping over to Wu Fu. Erha, was it good? The two lamented. Those spirit stones took me 2 years to save. Me, 3 years. Suddenly, more people approached. I heard someone's causing trouble at the gate. Kid, that's you, right? Wu Fu frowned, his gaze alert. How many more had Wu Fu's group attracted? Country bumpkin wants to fight? Believe I'll cripple you with one kick? Kneel and beg for mercy now, and maybe our captain will spare you. With the captain's peak primordial spirit strength, it shouldn't take a minute. Without hesitation, Wu Fu gave one of them a resounding slap. Get lost, Lu Ling sneered. These people's brains are probably just for show. Everyone's eyes flickered with barely concealed surprise. He warned them, if you don't have strength, don't talk tough. Several darts flew toward Wu Fu. He sensed them instantly and caught them all with ease. Instructor Zhang clapped as he approached Wu Fu. Not bad, not bad. You've got the strength to be arrogant at Nanhua Jing's gate. Seeing the instructor, he stammered, Instructor, when did you get here? If you'd come later, you'd be collecting our bodies. He immediately pointed at Wu Fu and tattled, It's him, just a primordial spirit realm. I could take 10 of him. Instructor Zhang sighed. I can't stop you from seeking death. Unwilling, he said. You'll see soon enough. Instructor Zhang said amiably. The school notified me. Since you're guest, please come in. Lu Ling was a bit puzzled. Is Nanhua Jing so arrogant? Hearing this, Instructor Zhang was confused. Isn't it you? Lu Ling didn't know what to say. Teacher, the scene shifts to Nanhua Jingwu Tower where they were taken. You're the first to come here and declare war, but you'll also be the last. I'll fight you, without fear, he said. Hold on, you're not worthy. Are there no other strong ones here? Seeing his attitude, the other angrily threw a punch at Wu Fu. Kid, I give you face and you don't take it? He threw a punch expecting to hit Wu Fu, but suddenly found him gone. Can't even take one punch from me, and you dare act tough at Nanhua Jing. Surprise spread across everyone's faces. That was a clone. Wu Fu moved like a machine, dodging his attacks. Seeing things about to spiral out of control, Instructor Zhang shouted, Stop! But he couldn't stop the two from colliding. Their fists met with a dull thud. The Martial Academy student panicked. So much strength. Without another word, Wu Fu struck him again, sending him flying. Smoke rose from his hand, looking fearsome. I said you're not worthy. Send someone who can fight. Instructor Zhang checked if he was alive. Good, still breathing. He still arrogantly declared. This is the highest martial arts place in the city. Don't think no one can handle you. Wu Fu replied fearlessly and proudly. How many here can handle me? Lu Ling crossed her arms, her tone reproachful. Instructor Zhang, Wu Fu is a member of the Yunhai University Student Council. Last time your school people came to Yunhai University, we showed off. This time, I seem to be angered by this disrespectful behavior in martial arts. It's our turn to see what makes you so dismissive of everyone. Murmurs arose, and a boy with candy in his mouth asked, Why? Senior Ma blocked Lu Ling and said, Because the other seniors are all trash. Senior, Yunhai University has been arrogant long enough. They started bullying as soon as they stepped on campus, and they're just ordinary students. Qingqing, who had been holding back, also shouted, You really can't say anything good. These people definitely need a beating. Now it's your turn to itch for a fight, Senior Ma said contemptuously. Little girl, that's very rude. You deserve punishment. Angry, Qingqing pulled Wu Fu's hand. Wu Fu beat him up. Hearing the name, Senior Ma suddenly paused. Wu Fu, he laughed smugly and ordered his men. Bring out the wanted poster. He pulled out the poster and held it up to Wu Fu. The whole Wutong city is looking for you now. Hand you over to the Jin family and this 10 million is mine. Seeing his distorted face on the poster, Wu Fu suddenly turned and asked the two, Am I that ugly? He only cared that they'd drawn his face ugly out of spite. Even the wanted poster makes me look this ugly, so infuriating. Seeing him so nonchalant and dismissive, Senior Ma grew impatient. I'm about to arrest you, can you be serious? Lu Ling decided to teach them a lesson herself. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? I'm enough to handle you alone. Senior Ma's men taunted. Boss, she called you a chicken. Hearing himself insulted by a girl, he kicked his subordinate. I'm not deaf, do I need you to repeat that? As he hit his subordinate, a whip came whistling through the air. Now everyone's heard, he sensed it immediately. Without hesitation, he drew his weapon to fight Lu Ling. Watch closely, you trash from Yunhai. He dodged her attack in one move. His men praised their boss's skill. Senior Ma's spear technique is flawless, never showing a weakness. This girl is doomed. Senior Ma leapt into the air, eyes sharp, spear ready to strike. Try this move. Facing his power, Lu Ling remained calm and blocked it all. Damn it, Ching Ching, worried, wanted to step in. I'll help you. But Wu Fu stopped her. She can handle it. Ching Ching warned Wu Fu. This is Manhua Jingwu Academy full of hidden talents. Don't underestimate it, he said calmly. Just observe, Senior Ma taunted. Beg for mercy now and I'll let you off. But that wasn't enough to make Lu Ling yield. See if you have what it takes. Seeing her stubbornness, he decided to teach her a lesson. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. A single strike hit the ground. Lu Ling was pushed back. She began to lose ground. Damn, I didn't expect him to be this strong. Lu Ling decided to go all out against Senior Ma. Looks like I'll have to use my full strength, he laughed smugly. With strength like yours, you'd better scram now. I don't fight trash. The female martial arts students below cheered enthusiastically. Senior is so cool, Ching Ching pointed a dagger at him. Come down and I'll beat you to death with this dagger. Senior Ma was unafraid. Little girl, why don't you join in too? Where are you looking? Your opponent's here. The whip in Lu Ling's hand transformed into multiple illusions, heading straight for him. Watch my whip, he muttered. Ultimate move, a cheap trick. He vanished amid the whip's whistling. Only Wu Fu, observing below, saw Senior Ma's flaw. Such poor spear quality, and you dare show it off, overestimating yourself. He appeared behind Lu Ling. But she suddenly whipped back, sending him flying in an arc. Beaten to this extent, he still didn't know how Lu Ling could. How is that possible? She sneered. Still acting tough, Senior Ma refused to admit defeat. Interesting, but he taunted. See me now, Wu Fu also mocked. Idiot walking into a trap. Lu Ling directly cursed. Fool. She skillfully wielded her whip, the crackling sound of it hitting objects in the air clear. Senior Ma was beaten miserably, and he himself sensed something was wrong. Finally, Lu Ling's whip tightly bound him. She flashed a mocking smile. Now who's sparing whom? Who's playing who? Wu Fu stepped forward. Don't waste time, I have things to do. Realizing his foolishness, he begged for mercy. Sister, I was wrong, spare me. I won't do it again. Seeing Erha staring at him, Wu Fu was puzzled. Erha. He spotted the sword fragment like lightning. You're looking for sword fragments too? He probed further. Anyone else? Senior Ma was frantic, sweating profusely. You asked about sword fragments. Besides you, there are 2 others. The fragment is hidden in our school's student council room. Please spare me. Elsewhere, silence reigned. In a dimly lit room, someone could be seen lying on the ground with some liquid flowing. Senior Ma pushed the door open for everyone to enter, scratching his head in confusion. Sis, it's inside. I'm off. Lu Ling walked toward the door with a serious expression, whispering, This is it. Just as her hand was about to push the door, it was firmly gripped. Instantly, Wu Fu grabbed her wrist, speaking cautiously. Wait, something feels off. Ching Ching waved her hand to dispel some smell in the air and replied, It smells like something fishy. At the same time, the door in front creaked open slightly, and a red liquid seeped out from the crack, shocking Lu Ling. Blood? She frowned, fear hard to hide on her face. Let's get out of here. But Wu Fu quickly interrupted. I'm afraid it's too late now. His eyes glanced behind him, calculating. There are many people outside. We're surrounded. On the other side, a person in a hat pushed the door open. He reported seeing a group barging in and hearing extremely miserable screams. A subordinate also shouted, President, they're still inside. Let's charge in together and save them. Wabai pushed up his glasses and calmly replied, No need, you are indeed inside, but old Li is already dead. Before he could finish, a loud bang came from outside the door. Ting Ting, hands on her hips, shouted furiously, What the hell is your school up to? First the provocation and now you're framing us for murder? That subordinate gritted his teeth and said, The student council office has never allowed outsiders in. If you barged in uninvited, how could you possibly be good people? This remark made Ting Ting grind her teeth in anger. She clenched her fist and slammed it hard against the sign. If you hadn't hidden the fragments, we wouldn't have bothered coming here. As soon as she finished speaking, he held his head and laughed mysteriously. So you're here for the mysterious fragments too, aren't you? His subordinates had lost their composure. Sharp blades aimed at Ting Ting as they demanded harshly, Who sent you? Was it you? She was choked by this brief reply. Wu Fu slowly stepped forward, his tone gentle. I came to retrieve what belongs to me without needing anyone's permission. But now I can no longer sense its presence. Those subordinates growled through clenched teeth. What do you mean, what belongs to you? Who do you think you are? The others also lost their cool and shouted angrily. Since you've already killed someone, and you still want to run, kill him. The oppressive atmosphere hung heavy, and the guy in the hat just smirked sinisterly before retreating to the back. Wu Fu calmly interjected, Right now what you need most is to find the real murderer, not suspect us. An impatient burly man stepped forward, dangerously closing in. Still trying to make excuses, observing the situation, he spoke calmly. Wu Fu, I heard you're skilled with a sword. So explain why the walls are covered with these sword marks. At that, the burly man pointed at the wall and complained, I think you're just guilty, or why else would you be in such a hurry to run? Wu Fu was slightly taken aback, and Ting Ting stared at the long slash marks on the wall, stunned. There was nothing like this when we entered the room. Lu Ling also chimed in to defend. Don't slander us. Our coming here was pure coincidence. From the crowd, Hua Bai stepped forward and said thoughtfully, to kill someone in our student council over just a tiny fragment. As he spoke, Wu Fu's gaze sharpened. He said in a deep voice, we didn't kill him. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes as he quickly gathered and summoned the divine dragon. A dazzling light shot out, its aura seeming to suppress everything around. Captain Qin roared, still trying to argue. That aura seemed to erase space itself, making even Ting Ting and Lu Ling silently exclaim, what terrifying power. On the rooftop of a nearby tall building, the city was still bathed in a faint blue glow, appearing especially serene. Bai Yuan said indifferently, this kid popped up out of nowhere, arrogant and reckless. If we don't deal with him soon, it'll cause big trouble. Ziyan replied respectfully, Master, the fragments have been taken by the Zhangyang sect, he calculated. The head of the Jin family is about to emerge from seclusion. Everyone in Wudong City already knows about the deaths of Jin Rong and Jin San. He won't live much longer, Bai Yuan frowned, a satisfied expression on his face. Good, it won't be long now. The Juming pill is almost refined, Hua Bai coldly ordered. Arrest them all. His subordinates immediately prepared to charge, but were blocked by Ting Ting's hammer as she swung it down. She hoisted the hammer onto her shoulder and said sternly, I don't think you've got what it takes. Anyone who dares take a step forward, I'll smash them with this hammer. Hua Bai sighed helplessly. Ignore her. Force them out. As he spoke, Wu Fu said contemptuously, I came to Nanhua Jing Martial Arts Academy not just for the fragments. Ting Ting also interjected. Are you so sure about that? He said. But also to challenge you. His eyes were filled with determination, his words landing heavily. As soon as he spoke, the other immediately demanded, what are you trying to do? Wu Fu remained calm. It's convenient here, saves trouble. I want to challenge all of you. The people on Hua Bai's side laughed. Last time someone said that, the grass on his grave is already tall. Who gave him the courage? He ordered. Take them away. He calmly summoned a small sword. A magical blade manifesting from his hand, he said in a deep voice, in my past life I entered the Tao through the sword. Shouldn't this life be even more brilliant? 10,000 years, thousands of combat techniques. I know them all by heart. The blade appeared and then vanished from sight. He said, this is a good chance to test it out. From the sky, solitary thunder drew down crackling lightning. The lightning gathered on Wu Fu, emitting a blinding light that left everyone stunned. What? The scene lit up and a girl covered her eyes, cursing angrily. Damn it, he's become a god. Captain Qin gritted his teeth, full of displeasure. It seems they're not as simple as I thought. Densely written paper slips fluttered in the air. Seizing this opportunity, simplify the complex. He spoke in a deep voice, his words seeming to merge with space. Yi Wei heavenly scripture. More and more paper slips appeared, surrounding Wu Fu as he shouted triumphantly. The scripture is complete. Ting Ting watched his transformation with immense envy, praising non-stop. So arrogance can be this cool. Lu Ling, however, was utterly shocked, staring at the combat technique scroll. How could he know it so well? Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, Hua Bai trembled as he ordered, everyone stand behind me quickly. The scrolls seemed to encircle Wu Fu as he provocatively beckoned with his finger. Come at me all at once. Let me see if you've got what it takes. This provocative remark didn't anger Hua Bai. He replied calmly, Wu Fu, the Jin family is searching every corner of the city for you. We don't want more trouble. At that moment a green barrier had already enveloped them. Captain Qin mediated. So please leave Nanhua Jing Martial Arts Academy as soon as possible. We don't want to get entangled with you. Hearing this, the girl asked in panic, Brother, they've killed someone. Are we just letting them go? He replied calmly. They're not the murderers, the girl beside him said excitedly, but I smell fragment residue on that kid's weapon. Let's all go together. Kill him and avenge Old Five. Their voices echoed through the space. Wu Fu asked with interest, Doesn't the president want to taste my power? Don't worry, I won't kill indiscriminately. Hua Bai's eyes lit up as he fell into thought. Before he could finish, the sound of slashing came rushing toward him. The subordinate sneered through gritted teeth. Less talk, President. Let's go, hand over your life. Wu Fu's calm remained unshaken as he coldly replied, Since it's a challenge, if you don't die, Wu Fu continued coldly, you'll at least get hurt. As he spoke, the scrolls launched an attack with a roar, and everyone charged forward simultaneously. But in an instant, they were controlled by the light of a Buddha statue. Lu Ling exclaimed in surprise, Isn't he a swordsman? How does he know combat techniques? Ting Ting, holding the husky in her arms, also marveled. One move and he's got them under control. The technique is too powerful, Lu Ling nodded. These thousands of combat techniques require at least 10,000 years. She squinted. Who exactly is he? The ponytailed girl on Hua Bai's side shouted unwillingly. What are you all standing around for? Why aren't you arresting him? Seeing the series of unpredictable moves, he frowned and asked himself, how does he know this technique too? All the subordinates and the ponytailed girl were suppressed by a pressure, both shocked and confused. The girl was drenched in sweat and asked tremblingly, "President, why are you suppressing us?" Hua Bai's voice rang out coldly. "Do you really take me for a fool?" As he spoke, an overwhelming pressure radiated from him as he interrogated his subordinates, forcing them to confess. "Tell me, who really did the killing?" Everyone was terrified and denied frantically. "Big brother isn't the murderer, Wu Fu." Hua Bai's eyes flickered behind his lenses as he calmly replied. "With his strength, there's no need for him to sneak around to steal fragments," he analyzed calmly, bit by bit, while his subordinates behind him gaped. With strength like that, would he need to sneak into a room to steal fragments? Even in a direct confrontation, going all out, there's only a 50% chance of winning, the girl stammered. I had my doubts from the start too." Hua Bai glanced back slightly, his sharp gaze relentlessly pressing for the murderer. "Who is it?" the girl trembled. "President, I don't know either. We only heard it from that guy in the hat." He gritted his teeth helplessly, then coldly warned, "I'll deal with you later." Hua Bai gently pushed up his glasses and continued seriously, "I'll investigate this matter thoroughly and then tell you, but for now you can't leave. I need to ask you some questions." Wu Fu was somewhat surprised. Lu Ling was confident about the situation and turned to chat with Ting Ting. "The matter has been clarified. The fight was only due to circumstances. They won't think we're behind this anymore." Hearing this, she just smiled admiringly and replied, "Since I met that arrogant guy, he's never failed at something like this, don't worry." Lu Ling looked up at the two and sighed. The reason Nanhua Jing Martial Arts Academy holds such an exalted position, even surpassing some small sects and major schools, is largely thanks to Zhang Shaoran. Ting Ting and the husky both turned to her in confusion and asked, "Isn't he just a student?" The two stood facing each other calmly and composedly. Lu Ling emphasized that like Wu Fu, he had never failed. Someone on Hua Bai's side couldn't help asking, "If they're not fighting, how do they decide the winner?" The impatient girl shouted, "Are you blind? They're already fighting." Two surging auras erupted from them, coalescing behind each into massive Buddha statue images. The entire space trembled as they collided, light dazzling. Suddenly, cracks appeared on Hua Bai's glasses. The cracks spread like a spiderweb, and then the glasses shattered with a crisp sound. He raised his hand to steady the broken pieces. The girl panicked, her voice trembling as she cried out, "President," Hua Bai smiled faintly, slowly removing the glasses with his fingers, muttering to himself, "So that's it." In that instant, a surging inner force burst from within him. "I am the sole inheritor of the ancient fist technique. I want to know." Hua Bai's usually drooping hair stood on end, the pupils of his eyes tinged with red, and his aura churned violently. "Why do you know it too?" Wu Fu's gaze was icy, exuding an air of arrogance. Fearless, his aura exploded, spreading out in powerful waves no less imposing. "The same techniques and combat skills, I know them all." The two glared at each other. Hua Bai waved his hand, forming the mark of the Buddha fist as he shouted to receive the blow. The massive mark lunged at Wu Fu, seeming to devour him. His expression darkened, but Wu Fu's lips curled slightly as he let out a cold snort. With a light wave of his hand, the mark instantly shattered into countless fragments flying into the air. The fragments scattered and shot toward Hua Bai, startling him. Before he could react, he was struck by a giant Buddha hand. The hand seemed to tear through the air, stopping just a few steps away from Hua Bai. In that moment, his eyes widened, unable to hide his shock. Hua Bai's limbs went weak and he knelt to the ground, surrendering. Seeing this, his subordinates rushed over to help him. "President, are you okay?" "President, what's wrong?" one person shouted angrily. "What did you do to our president?" Wu Fu frowned slightly, his tone indifferent. "We just settled the match." The man immediately retorted, "Our president must have won. You're definitely badly injured inside." But by then, Captain Chin had also stood up. Seeing the atmosphere ease, Ting Ting, holding the husky, couldn't help wondering who won, Lu Ling speculated, not daring to be certain. But judging by the look of things, Wu Fu won. Over here, the girl watched Hua Bai stagger toward Wu Fu and asked in confusion, "What does the president want to do?" Wu Fu also asked curiously, "Are you going to keep going?" As he spoke, Hua Bai knelt before him and said respectfully, "Please take me as your disciple." This left Wu Fu speechless. The girl was utterly stunned, unable to speak. The president is actually bowing to that street freshman?" Another person stood frozen, starting to question himself. "Am I still dreaming today? Pinch me." He clasped his fists and said earnestly, "I humbly beg you to accept me as your disciple." Wu Fu looked at him and couldn't help blurting out in annoyance, "What a hassle. Can you stand up first?" He looked up at him, unable to hide his disappointment. "Does that mean you agree to take me as your disciple?" The space fell silent. Wu Fu just silently turned around and said calmly, "Come with me. I'll think about it as we walk." Hua Fu gladly agreed, "Yes, master." He glanced at his subordinates and ordered, "You continue investigating the murderer. I'm leaving." Hearing this, they all responded in unison, "Yes." Over at the Yunhai University president's side, it was quiet inside, but a loud sneeze rang out. A thin man asked, "Fatty, what's wrong? Got a cold?" The fat man replied, "I have a bad feeling like I'm about to lose my job." The other comforted him. Don't overthink it, let me treat you to a meal. At that moment in Wutong Ghost City, darkness had fallen. In the Merchant Guild, Jin Lu stood upstairs and said, "You think Wu Fu will come to us on his own?" He probed. "Are you that confident?" Ziyan sat in a chair calmly looking at the red jade in her palm and replied indifferently, "With his arrogant nature he'll definitely come." Outside the guild door it swung open and a woman in flowing robes walked in. Jin Lu stared at her blankly. "The Luo family of Lushen Mountain daring to come here." The Luo family member walked inside and said gently, "I heard that the esteemed great elder of the Jin family came here specifically to kill a student at the Yuan Shen realm." Hearing this, he shouted at her in displeasure. She stepped forward lightly and said, "The Luo family. I just wanted to see if the rumors are true." Two men sat up high, looking down. "Luo Yao, do you want to become an enemy of the Jin family?" Luo Shi replied firmly, "I only want to protect my students' safety." Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and a voice came from outside. "And me," Huo Zheng said loudly, his gaze fixed on the people in the room. The Huo family also heard the news, and came to see how the great elder of the Jin family handles a kid at the Yuan Shen realm. The girl beside Huo Zheng's elder also came. The red-haired boy next to her added a few words. "Who was the clueless one that poked the hornet's nest of the Jin family?" The girl taunted. "Killing that kid Jin-san is enough to warrant 100 deaths. I can't miss this excitement." A dog bark was heard, and Huo Zheng said, "Wu Fu is here." Jin Lu stood up abruptly, slammed his hand on the table and looked down. "Are you saying that kid was so scared he wet his pants and didn't dare come, so he sent this dog to take the blame?" He gritted his teeth and said, "Do the lives of my Jin family's young master and young lady only amount to a dog's life?" Huo Zheng clenched his fist in anger, making a cracking sound that frightened those nearby. "You dare mock me?" He struck the man with a palm, sending him flying and breaking the railing. The man hit the ground, leaving a long trail, and stopped right in front of the husky standing at the door. Its mind was full of confusion. "What the hell are these guys up to?" The kicked man also vented his anger on the husky. "What are you looking at, you dead dog? It's your fault I got hit." Feeling deeply insulted, the husky puffed up. It pressed the man's head to the ground as punishment. The two people standing upstairs stared at the scene dumbfounded, spitting out their drinks. This dog actually reached the primordial spirit realm. Jin Lu narrowed his eyes slightly. Interesting. Luo Shi blinked in surprise. Too fast. Even the husky beside him had reached the primordial spirit realm. Just then a voice came from outside the door. "Of course the spirit stones my husky eats aren't wasted." Luo Shi suddenly blurted out a name. "Shu Qingqing." Qingqing walked over with a smile to greet her. "Long time no see, teacher Luo Shi." Luo Shi was speechless. This kid was getting more and more disrespectful following Wu Fu. The two sighed while mocking the husky. "You're not even as good as a dog, can't even compare to a dog." Jin Lu stood upstairs and shouted loudly, "Wu Fu." He raised an eyebrow and looked up. Hua Bai stepped forward without hesitation to block in front of him. "Wu Fu is a guest of Nanhua. Does the Jin family have business with him?" Jin Lu contemptuously conjured something glowing with a beautiful blue light. "I advise you Nanhua people not to meddle or the Jin family will treat you as enemies." Ziyan stood up but still reminded Jin Lu a few words. "Wu Fu has arrived, so I'll take my leave first. I'll leave this to you." But before he could leave, Luo Shi leaned down from behind Ziyan. "Hold on." Her voice was cold, and a sword appeared in her hand. "I remember you know Wu Fu, right? Not going down to say hello?" Ziyan didn't hide the smug smile on her lips. "Are you asking for death?" As soon as the words were spoken, an attack unexpectedly came at Luo Shi. Thanks to her agility, she dodged the strike. Wu Fu's gaze followed the two bickering people, thinking to himself, "It seems quite a few people want me dead, huh? Looks like my master's elixir is almost ready." Huo Zheng cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. "Young friend, you have shown kindness to my Huo family. My family will do our utmost to protect you. You go first, I'll hold them off." Huo Shuang beside him also chimed in. "Wu Fu, you run." But instead of leaving, Wu Fu stepped closer. Bolts of lightning tore through space, appearing behind Wu Fu. "If I let a woman stand in front of me, then this long path of cultivation would be in vain." Jin Lu, seeing Wu Fu unafraid, was almost enraged. "You dare oppose me, kid? You've lived long enough." Whooshing sounds tore through the space there. He roared loudly, his roar carrying a strong warning. "The dragon snake sword in my hand has never failed. This time I'll take your dog life." Standing beside Lu Ling, Hua Bai was already anxious. He was about to be killed. Why wasn't the master fighting back quickly? In contrast to this anxiety, Lu Ling was unusually confident. "You go." Jin Lu's entire body, along with his dragon snake sword, pointed straight at Wu Fu. He laughed provocatively. "Worthy of a divine weapon, luckily I was prepared." Jin Lu scoffed at Wu Fu's ability. "A mere brat like you dares to oppose the Jin family?" he roared loudly. "Now whoever stands behind you, I'll kill them." Wu Fu's gaze clearly turned cold. Here, a loud bang broke the silence of space. The purple-haired youth smirked. "That old man from the Jin family is furious. If I stay any longer, I'll be courting disaster." But the girl beside him seemed to sense something. I just remembered my mom called me home for dinner. I'm off. Ziyan hid in a corner watching the scene with satisfaction. You all just wait here to die. Wu Fu's new disciple stepped forward. Master, your disciple wishes to fight. Lu Ling was speechless, not knowing what to say. Still taking disciples at a time like this? What disciple nonsense? The stars and the husky beside him wore the same expression as Lu Ling. You sure know how to pick your timing. The scene shifted to a national highway. Zhou Tan sat in the car, venting at Meng Meng. Brother Fu is in a very dangerous situation in Wutong City. Can't you drive faster? Meng Meng, who was driving, could only endure it. Safety first. Don't talk too much. Buckle up and watch the road. The two's slightly humorous conversation echoed, and important figures always appear at the most critical moments, so readers can be captivated by me. Absolutely, absolutely. Back in the room where the battle had just occurred, that guy named Dan was still dumbfounded. Can't let my guard down. Jinlu said smugly with his hands behind his back. You all want to die together. Then I'll grant your wish. Wabai charged forward confidently. Leave these people to your disciple. You focus on him, the ancient Buddha scroll technique. Wu Fu sighed, his voice sounding, I haven't agreed to your apprenticeship yet, and these people aren't easy to deal with. Seeing Wabai get knocked back before doing much, he had to take back his words. Well, forget it. He fumbled around, scratching his head awkwardly. Master, can you get them to help me? There are 8 people in front of me. Lu Ling and Qingqing didn't know what to say. This guy had some nerve. Wasn't he a guild leader before, right? Jin Lu's underlings shouted. You few still dare to oppose the Jin family? Seeing this, Wu Fu let out a contemptuous laugh, and an attack burst forth. But perhaps Wu Fu didn't expect the shield formed by his attack to be unstable. It cracked. The sound of shattering echoed clearly in the space. He looked up and revealed a smile. Sure enough, under such a gap in levels, even high-level martial techniques struggled to exert their full power. Lu Ling only now truly worried for Wu Fu. The Jin family's strength was no joke. Most of us are at the primordial spirit realm. We might not be a match. The stars had the same expression. Are they a match or not? We'll only know after fighting. Wabai spoke up. Master, what do you think we should do? Wu Fu replied. Seriously? You just need to hold them off. Leave the rest to me. Jin Lu's voice rang out with a murderous tone. Too bad you won't have that chance. Full attack. Wu Fu gathered power in his palm. Aren't you using the fragments to lure me? Coming all this way to deliver fragments to me? I appreciate the gesture. Even standing outside, Ziyan sensed something was wrong. Cracking sounds echoed with Wu Fu's movements. The sword rises. Ziyan hid in a corner, secretly launching a sneak attack. He reached behind him and shot out a fragment. The group hurriedly shouted, Stop the fragment. Jin Lu, attracted by the noise, looked up and blurted out in surprise, Fragment. He quickly drew his sword and slashed at it. Jin Lu said recklessly, If we can't have it, neither can you. The moment his sharp sword touched the fragment, it was instantly destroyed. Jin Lu's eyes widened, thinking in disbelief. How is this possible? Those who witnessed it immediately started murmuring. Jin Lu's dragon snake sword was shattered, a treasure that took over a decade to forge. Another person blurted out in surprise. What kind of divine artifact is that? He furiously released spiritual energy, roaring unwillingly, No, I don't believe it. The divine weapon and your life. None of it leaves here. All of you get out of my way. Jin Lu stomped the ground, using the force to charge forward, leaving a cloud of dust. Wabai conjured a protective wall, facing him directly, and warned, If you want to touch my master, you'll have to go through me first. 2 powerful energies collided, creating immense pressure. Under the disparity in strength, he quickly fell into a disadvantage. Wabai struggled to hold on, coughing. Lu Ling spoke up from behind, We'll help you. Qingqing also joined the fight, saying, Everyone attack together. Jin Lu was powerful, constantly suppressing the 3. Wabai sensed the unfavorable situation and quickly ordered, The opponent's cultivation is a whole realm above ours. We can't win. Let me cover you. You take the master and go. The 2 still stubbornly stepped forward to fight. The stars said confidently, Arrogance and pride never let me down. We'll stall as long as we can. Watching their miserable state, he laughed smugly. Then die with him. Seeing the attack closing in, he shouted urgently. Not good. In the silent night sky, a deep blue energy pillar shot into the sky with considerable commotion. Lu Ling was injured by Jin Lu's attack and fell to the ground coughing. He taunted excitedly. Thought you were something special, just mediocre. Bruised and battered, she struggled to get up and called out to Wu Fu. Qingqing stared at the scene, blurting out in a daze, Impossible. The smoke cleared, revealing an empty space where Wu Fu had been. Wabai said in near despair, Master just took me as a disciple. How did it come to this? Suddenly, someone pointed at the sky and shouted, Everyone look up there. Jin Lu panicked, stammering, No, impossible. He's still alive. Wu Fu displayed his strength with a contemptuous gaze, looking down and saying, I just wanted to raise my cultivation to deal with you. Ziyan observed the aura around him and blurted out in surprise. Mid-stage returned to void. Wu Fu glanced at him and replied with a smile, You caught me, but I have to thank you for the fragment. Jin Lu furiously summoned a series of venomous snakes aimed at him, gritting his teeth. "The divine weapon in your hand and your life are both mine." He only said one word, "overestimating yourself." Then, with a light sword strike, he finished him off. Hua Bai said with admiration, "Master, truly impressive." Wu Fu hovered in the air, one man and one sword, speaking imposingly. "Now it's time to settle our accounts." Zi Yan began to fear, quickly warning, "My master is Bai Yuan and I'm brothers with Lu Jinsong. If you say these things." Before he could finish, Wu Fu had already struck without hesitation. Zi Yan was knocked down by the blow. Wu Fu turned his head coldly, saying impatiently, "Not interested in hearing your reasoning. Tell your master to come find me directly." Far away, Bai Yuan sensed something unusual and thought in surprise. His disciple Jinsong watched him leave and asked, "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Bai Yuan didn't look back, only reminding him, "Focus on your alchemy." "I'm going out." His face darkened as he said coldly, "Wu Fu killed my disciple. I'll tear him apart." Before falling, Zi Yan still stubbornly shouted a warning, "Wu Fu, don't get cocky. My master will avenge me." Jin Lu thought in surprise. "He kills just like that." The surrounding lackeys started pointing and laughing. "Wu Fu, kid, you probably don't know how terrifying that guy's master is, do you?" another said smugly. "On the brink of death and still courting trouble. A Tao integration venerable could crush you with a finger." Suddenly a figure flashed by. The husky turned back and barked twice as a warning. Meng Meng appeared, smiling as he spoke. "Brother Fu, I'm here." Zhou Tan also respectfully called out, "Master." Lu Ling turned around and blurted out in surprise, "Wang Meng Meng." The stars had the same expression, calling out to Zhou Tan. He happily flew toward Wu Fu, wanting to hug him and say, "Brother Fu, these past few days I couldn't eat or sleep. Look how thin you've gotten." A cough reminder sounded, and Meng Meng quickly stopped. Zhou Tan, standing behind, felt embarrassed for him. So shameful. The two girls also sighed helplessly. Meng Meng scratched his head awkwardly, laughing it off. "So many people. Is everything here settled?" Jin Lu watched him warily, thinking, "Where did this damn fatty come from? Here to be funny." Meng Meng turned back and met his scrutinizing gaze, wondering to himself, "Why is he looking at me?" He suddenly cupped his hands, a move that stunned Jin Lu's group. Meng Meng bowed his head respectfully, leaving him bewildered as he said, "It's getting late. Big brother helped brother Fu out. I'll remember this favor." Lu Ling angrily shouted a reminder, "Wang fatty, that's the enemy." Hearing this, he immediately turned and quickly slipped away, saying calmly, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" This made Jin Lu gnash his teeth in anger and demand, "Are you here to clown around? Looks like you've lived long enough." Instantly, he summoned a massive snakehead to strike at Meng Meng. Seeing Jin Lu's sudden attack, he panicked and blurted out, "Mommy!" A loud bang followed, accompanied by a cloud of dust. Zhou Tan pretended to be in tears, wailing in grief. "Brother Meng, you died so tragically. It's all my fault for coming too early." The dust cleared, revealing cloth strips inscribed with spells surrounding him. Meng Meng was safely protected by a powerful energy sphere. Inside, he kept complaining, "Dead, really dead. I still have hundreds of millions in assets waiting for me back home." Lu Ling, who had been observing, also thought with relief, "Good thing he has the heavenly book protecting him, or that Wang fatty would be Wang fried." Jin Lu spoke to draw attention, his face dark as he erupted with spiritual energy, saying confidently, "Don't think a few divine artifacts make you invincible." She seriously warned Wu Fu, "Jin Lu's strength is no joke, you must be careful." He grinned and replied, "Don't worry, he can't even touch a hair on my head." Jin Lu waved his hand and shot pellets at Wu Fu, roaring in fury. Die! He quickly used his power to face the attack directly. Wu Fu lightly swung his sword, shattering the pellets he created, then slashed straight toward Jin Lu's position. He was slightly startled and roared unwillingly, "Impossible! This can't be the power of a return to Void Peak." Wu Fu calmly looked at the large hole in the wall where he had sent Jin Lu flying and said coldly, "I never said I was at return to Void Peak. I am the strongest existence in Yishan." The scene shifted to the principal's office where he was being threatened with a sword, helplessly begging for mercy. "Mercy, please spare me." In the principal's office, she coldly commanded the trembling principal, "Expel Wu Fu from Yunhai University immediately, otherwise." He fearfully made a call. When the call connected, the principal hurriedly shouted, "Hello, Lu Ling." Lu Ling's phone rang. The caller ID showed the principal. She answered, "Hello, principal, hello." On the other end, the principal was breathing nervously, hearing Lu Ling's voice. "Hello, principal, what's wrong? Talk to me." She was soon startled by the roar from the phone and moved it away. He roared, "The central faction is targeting Wu Fu. Tell Wu Fu, don't come back." Wu Fu heard the commotion and turned around. Lu Ling asked worriedly, "Hello, principal, what's wrong with you?" Ching Ching, holding the husky, also asked in confusion. "What happened?" she quickly said to him. "The central faction has come to the school. The principal is likely," Wu Fu calmly ordered. "You go back to school first. I need to deal with the Jin family matter first." His face darkened as he said coldly, "No one in this world can threaten me." With that, Wu Fu quickly flew off. Luo Shi also hurriedly said, "I'll go with you." Hua Bai shouted loudly, "Master, wait for me." The two followed him. The remaining people looked at each other. Meng Meng scratched his head in confusion and asked, "What should we do, just go over there?" Ching Ching wondered. "Then how do we get there now?" Lu Ling commanded. "We must get back to Yunhai as fast as possible." The scene shifted to the Jin family's cultivation ground. Luo Shi warned, "The Jin family head is in seclusion here." Wu Fu sneered, "What a coincidence, need to settle this early." Two guards from the Jin family spotted them and asked warily, "Who are you? What are you here for?" He said disdainfully, "Ha, the esteemed Jin family head, and he has people like you guarding this place?" The guard, seeing Wu Fu's hostile intent, drew his sword and demanded, "Who are you, daring to cause trouble in the Jin family?" He still feigned ignorance, saying, "I forgot, the Jin family has already sent all their troops out to kill." She roared in anger, "You're asking for death." Wu Fu calmly unleashed his sword aura, speaking darkly, "Head of the Jin family, won't you come out to receive your guests?" The sword aura shot out, easily destroying the defenses here and sending the guard flying. The clang of metal rang out repeatedly, and a murderous gaze shot from the depths, intimidating this reckless young man. The Jin family head appeared, stirring up a gale as he spoke. "Since you're here, you might as well stay here forever and rest in peace." Wu Fu condensed his defenses to block this attack. Luo Shi asked worriedly, "Wu Fu, are you all right?" The domineering attack made him sigh. "This old man is really strong." Wu Fu quickly neutralized the assault with his sword aura. Luo Shi, standing nearby, remarked, "The pressure is terrifying, completely different from before." The Jin family head emerged from the cave, brimming with menace, and sneered contemptuously. "With such little strength you dare to challenge my Jin family, overestimating yourselves." He appeared with astonishing power. Before his seclusion, the Jin family head was at the late stage of return to void, and after seclusion his soul and martial energy were unknown. Luo Shi warned cautiously, "The Jin family possesses a unique secret technique. Without it, they couldn't have established themselves in Wutong City even with their offerings." "Be careful," Wu Fu replied calmly. "A family secret technique. No wonder even the Book of Heaven doesn't record it." He clenched his fist and said firmly, "But anything not recorded in the Book of Heaven can't be a good technique." However, Wu Fu asserted sharply, "I have a way to deal with him." As soon as he spoke, he moved like the wind, instantly appearing before the Jin family head using the chaotic god step. The latter sneered disdainfully, "Ant." The Jin family head easily blocked Wu Fu's sword strike. Then he coldly chanted the incantation, "Mighty Golden Dragon Art." Instantly, Wu Fu felt a surge of powerful internal energy rushing toward him. A deafening explosion followed. This made Luo Shi realize that the Jin family head had likely mastered this divine technique during his years of seclusion. After the explosion subsided, the Jin family head said, "Kid, if you hadn't dodged just now, you'd have vanished from this world by now." Knowing the dire situation, Luo Shi quickly warned, "Wu Fu, the mighty golden dragon art is the Jin family's strongest technique. Don't take it head-on." Despite hearing her, Wu Fu still charged forward, the strongest. "Let me try." As he spoke, he rushed at the Jin family head, who scoffed, "Brat, who do you think you're looking down on?" He quickly channeled his internal energy, ready to smash a powerful fist onto Wu Fu's head. "You killed my juniors and still dare to be so arrogant." Seeing the opportunity, he struck swiftly and roared, "Die!" Wu Fu showed no fear, drawing his sword to meet the attack. The Jin family head's fist came like a raging wind. The two powerful forces clashed. It seemed Wu Fu was at a disadvantage in this duel, gritting his teeth to withstand the Jin family head's internal energy. Suddenly the old man appeared before him, shouting, "You're still green." This sudden appearance immediately made him sense trouble. A loud bang echoed as Wu Fu was knocked back. At that moment he clearly realized, this old man was no simple foe. Seeing Wu Fu still so composed, the Jin family head said irritably, "You dare to be arrogant in the face of absolute power?" Wu Fu retorted without backing down. "You're not feeling too good either, are you?" He coughed a few times and added, "And the more I praise you, the more I realize." He mentioned the excellent ability of the sword he had just discovered. The sword spirit could absorb the essence of the strong. This is an unexpected delight. This time he seemed intent on using it against the Jin family head. "I wonder how much stronger the sword spirit will get if I kill you." The Jin family head said nothing, only frowning as he thought, "He's still alive. If I hadn't come out of seclusion early, he'd probably be dead by now." In this situation, he had to make a quick final decision. Now the only option was to wound him, then seize the chance to kill him swiftly. So he charged forward immediately, roaring, "Brat, your life is mine." Wu Fu didn't mind having one last battle with him. "In that case, your life belongs to the sword spirit too." The Jin family head struck with his palm and Wu Fu responded with his sword, both locked in a fierce, unyielding fight. Their powerful internal energies erupted, blowing everything away. The Jin family head roared angrily, "Let me see what you have to match me." In response, Wu Fu let out a cold laugh and said meaningfully, "If you want to see, I'll show you." He pulled out a sword brimming with killing intent and spiritual power. As soon as the Jin family head saw it, he sensed something. You! Blood suddenly spurted as the Jin family head was struck in the abdomen by Wu Fu's sword. Knowing he had lost this battle, he didn't get angry but laughed heartily instead. The lifeblood of gold is gone, a tribulation saint. To fight a saint, I have no regrets in this life. Luo Shi, standing by, was shocked and thought, is the Jin family really destroyed? Someone who could completely eradicate the Jin family returned to Wu Fu's side. At that moment he was about to do something with his sword and the Jin family head. Captain Qin, seeing this, realized in terror, could it be fusion with the divine weapons? Just then, Wu Fu suddenly clenched his hands, and the divine power from the two weapons quickly wrapped around him, merging with his body and causing him to gradually change. Luo Shi, who had been intently watching him, suddenly had her skirt cut by the sword aura of the two divine swords. Screaming in fright, Captain Qin, standing nearby, saw this and his nose bled profusely. After a while, Luo Shi asked worriedly, "Master, what's wrong with your cultivation? Is there a problem with your training?" Wu Fu replied coldly, "My cultivation is just sealed by the sword aura, but my power has greatly increased. Don't worry." At that moment he himself was a bit puzzled, asking inwardly, "In my past life I was cautious and never encountered such a situation. I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse." Still, he didn't hesitate long, turning to Luo Shi and saying, "Now you prepare to return to Cloud Sea." Luo Shi replied, "I'll go with you." Given the current situation, he believed the Jin family was in decline. This was the best time for the people of 6 divine mountains to consolidate their power. As for the Cloud Sea University matter, he could handle it. Meanwhile, in a room in Cloud Sea, shouts and screams rang out. "Damn it, thought we could catch that bastard's mother. Turns out he's an orphan." The scene shifted to the entrance of Cloud Sea Stadium, where a female disciple of the Central Yang sect asked cautiously, "Sect leader, time is almost up. If Wu Fu doesn't come, do we really have to kill?" The Central Yang sect leader replied calmly, "When the clock strikes 6, we'll kill one person every minute until Wu Fu returns," he said coldly. "Blame it on that Wu Fu." He seemed unaware that Qingqing and Lu Ling were hiding in the bushes watching him. Qingqing now asked worriedly, "What do we do? They're going to kill." Lu Ling said helplessly, "We're no match either. We can only wait." The husky barked in agreement. Meng Ming then poked her head out, puzzled. "Isn't there a rule in the sect? No harming ordinary people," Lu Ling quickly explained. "They haven't confirmed whether they'll actually kill yet, so the sect rules don't apply to them." Facing such a critical situation, Meng Ming had to grit her teeth and suggest, "Damn it, if you die, what's the point of talking? If Brother Fu doesn't come, I'll go." But Zhou Tan quickly stopped him. "Fatty, don't be impulsive." Suddenly, a Central Yang sect disciple spotted them. He put his hand on Meng Ming's shoulder and said, "Look what big rats I've found." His voice startled Zhou Tan, Qingqing and Lu Ling, who all shouted, "Oh no!" They saw a large group of Central Yang sect disciples blocking their way. Lu Ling turned to Qingqing and said, "We're surrounded." At that moment the Central Yang sect leader stepped forward, grinning smugly. "You've come at the right time. Killing you will have a better effect." Before he could act, he suddenly sensed danger approaching. Something brushed past him, passing by Qingqing and Lu Ling. The two looked in that direction, and Qingqing was surprised to see who had arrived. "Wu Fu is here." Upon hearing this, the Central Yang sect leader said mockingly, "Wu Fu, I thought you were too scared to come." From the hazy smoke, Wu Fu retorted calmly, "I never expected the esteemed Central Yang sect to stoop so low as to threaten ordinary people's lives." He shamelessly defended himself while also looking down on Wu Fu. "Secular rules only forbid harming mortals. My Central Yang sect won't kill, we're just forcing you to show up, but I didn't expect you to become a useless waste without cultivation." It seemed the sword aura of the two divine weapons had truly masked Wu Fu's cultivation, leaving the Central Yang sect leader completely unaware. This made him sneer contemptuously at the latter. Hearing the Central Yang sect leader's words, Meng Ming stammered in fear, Brother Fu, how is your cultivation? Did the Jin family head seriously injure you?" Zhou Tan scratched his head anxiously, muttering, "It's over, really over." Lin San, overhearing the name Jin family head from Meng Ming's words, assumed Wu Fu had offended a big shot and said cowardly, "Anyway, this is between Wu Fu and the Central Yang sect. If he dies, won't we be saved?" The person next to him chimed in, "Right, it's all his fault." The Central Yang sect leader, mistakenly believing Wu Fu had lost his cultivation, arrogantly ordered, "Since you've lost your power, hand over the divine weapons and maybe I'll spare your corpse." Wu Fu replied coldly, "Before that, shouldn't you let them go first?" The one who had echoed Lin San recklessly poked his head out at this moment. "Great, we're saved, we're fine." The Central Yang sect disciple clearly wouldn't let them go easily. He punched that guy and said loudly, "You're in no position to negotiate now." Wu Fu observed all this, saying nothing, only frowning in displeasure. The situation was critical. Lu Ling asked herself in terror, now that Wu Fu has lost his power, the Central Yang sect has numbers, and there are our student council members. What do I do? Suddenly, the husky charged forward fiercely, making her shout. Husky, the Central Yang sect disciple sneered. What can a dog do? Just as the husky was about to bite him, it was struck in the abdomen by his palm, crashing into a tree trunk. This startled Wu Fu and Lu Ling, who both shouted, Husky. The Central Yang sect disciple then said smugly, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot overestimating itself. Lu Ling, furious, pointed at his nose and roared, You killed the husky, you're finished. He clearly dismissed her warning, thinking a powerless waste wanted to avenge a dog. Then he made an offer to the student council members. If anyone can kill him, I'll let all of you go. Naturally, they complied. They even asked for confirmation. Can we trust your word? The Central Yang sect disciple affirmed, Of course, but you have to kill him first. So, the student council members, fired up, rushed to take down Wu Fu. You brought this enemy on yourself. Why drag us into it? If we kill you, we'll be saved. As a result, one of them was punched in the face and sent flying far away. This scared the rest from charging forward. Wu Fu, now seething with rage, shouted, You ungrateful bastards, all of you, die! The Central Yang sect disciple sighed. Thought he was a waste. Turns out he's playing dumb. Interesting. Lu Ling quickly realized Wu Fu hadn't lost his cultivation. She happily muttered to herself, So his cultivation isn't gone. Just then, she noticed the husky's body was missing. Where's the husky? Back to Wu Fu, he was now murderous, angrily demanding, Did you kill the husky? The Central Yang sect disciple, unaware of his own doom, dared to provoke him. Why don't I kill you too, so you can reunite with that dog? As soon as he spoke, he charged at Wu Fu, but before he could act, Wu Fu easily blocked his move. Then he realized in terror, he can keep up even at this speed. Wu Fu, still grim-faced, spat out 2 words, Nonsense. Then he punched straight through the man's body. Because of the husky's death, the divine power within him erupted from rage. I'll slaughter the entire Central Yang sect to avenge the husky. The Central Yang sect leader quickly sensed the strange spiritual energy on Wu Fu, and realized in horror that this aura indicated he had fused with the divine weapons. Elsewhere, several spiritual orbs suddenly spun wildly. A woman standing there noticed their anomaly. She wondered to herself, in such a small world, someone can cause such a stir. This white-haired woman was very curious about the person who could make these orbs so chaotic. In such a small world, someone can cause such a stir. Let me see who it is. As she spoke, she quickly conjured a mirror. Through the divine mirror, she saw the one causing the phenomenon. It was Wu Fu. It's him. It seemed this woman recognized Wu Fu, and she smiled with interest. I thought I was being paranoid, but I've found her descendant. That silver-tongued devil. I'd recognize him even if he turned to ashes then. Somehow the woman did something, and the spiritual orbs were shrouded in lightning. Back on Earth, Wu Fu quickly sensed the anomaly as a bolt of lightning struck directly at him. The Central Yang sect leader saw this and declared loudly, This lightning is full of fury. Wu Fu, heaven wants you dead. Lu Ling, worried for Wu Fu's safety, silently called his name. Wu Fu Meng Ming also shouted in terror. Brother Fu, Zhou Tan asked himself fearfully, is this divine punishment? But clearly Wu Fu was unharmed and instead seemed stronger. The Central Yang sect leader then realized the problem. No, he's absorbing the purple lightning. Lu Ling was also somewhat surprised by this phenomenon. Doesn't he have no cultivation? How can he absorb heavenly lightning? After absorbing the lightning, Wu Fu said more confidently, Have you found me trying to bury me with heavenly lightning? Seeing the tide turning against him, the Central Yang sect leader quickly decided, Absorbing heavenly lightning, this guy seems off. Strike first. Without hesitation, he attacked Wu Fu and roared, Die! Wu Fu remained calm, just standing there, watching the attack fly toward him. As the attack approached, he easily blocked it with one hand. This left the Central Yang sect leader incredulous. One hand can block my sword aura? Then Wu Fu said coldly, Killing you takes but a breath. With that, he pierced through the Central Yang sect leader's attack in one move. The sight was beyond his expectations, and he uttered his final words, Impossible, this is impossible. Then he was struck dead by Wu Fu's heavenly lightning. Several Central Yang sect disciples, seeing this, stammered in fear. The sect leader is dead. After dealing with the leader, Wu Fu turned and warned those lackeys, Don't you dare touch any of my people, not even my dog. Those guys thought you'd deal with them and ran off in terror. The sect leader is dead, so get lost. Once they had all fled, Wu Fu finally showed a pained expression, causing Lu Lin to worry and call his name. Wu Fu. She quickly steadied him and asked, Are you okay? He replied calmly, I'm fine, just a bit tired. Sorry for worrying you. Just then, Meng Meng suddenly shouted, Fu Zhe, Erha isn't dead yet. Hearing this, Wu Fu and Lu Lin went over to check. They saw Erha suddenly wrap itself in its eggshell, leaving them puzzled. What was it doing? Suddenly, the eggshell cracked, and Wu Fu immediately sensed the spiritual energy emanating from the crack. Lu Lin then turned to look at him but noticed something even more incredible. What is this? Your wounds are healing on their own. Before Wu Fu could answer her, Meng Meng called out again, Fu Zhe, look, it seemed Erha had broken out of its shell. A powerful surge of spiritual energy burst from the eggshell. That energy moved toward Wu Fu. He realized it wanted to take over his body. After a moment he woke up to the worried calls of the others. Wu Fu, what's wrong? Wake up. Fu Zhe, why did you faint? He slowly opened his eyes and saw Lu Lin and Meng Meng with their backs to him, shouting in unison, Wu Fu, you're awake, which confused him. What's going on? By then, Wu Fu was fully conscious. Seeing this, Lu Lin quickly called his name. Wu Fu. Meng Meng chimed in, Fu Zhe is awake. Just as Lu Lin was about to ask, Wu Fu, how do you feel? Wu Fu suddenly lunged at her. His behavior was strange as he kept rubbing his head against places he shouldn't, making her panic and shout, Wu Fu, what are you doing? Let go. Seeing him being so shameless, she flew into a rage. How dare he take advantage of her? So two loud thuds rang out. Lu Lin knocked Wu Fu out with a slap and yelled angrily, are you crazy? How dare you take advantage of me? Suddenly, Erha approached and spoke, this is Erha, I'm here. This left Lu Lin bewildered. Meanwhile, Meng Meng's eyes widened as she shouted, oh my god, Erha has become a spirit. Wu Fu glanced at Erha's body and cursed, you fat idiot, shut up. When she came to her senses, Lu Lin asked, are you Wu Fu? Meng Meng also called out in confusion, Fu Zhe, Erha is inside your body. Wu Fu then let out a sound, and the one inside his body responded with a to everyone. Lu Lin then asked in confusion, how did you end up in Erha's body? Even in Erha's body, Wu Fu explained coldly, it must be that when the heavenly Tao energy separated my soul, it mistakenly entered Erha's body. This strange sight and his words left Lu Lin and Meng Meng speechless. Although Erha was in Wu Fu's body, it still playfully rubbed against him. Annoyed, he shouted, Erha, stop rubbing, you're ruining my image. Just as this absurd scene was playing out, a disciple of the Zhongyang sect appeared out of nowhere. He sneered mockingly, Wu Fu, oh Wu Fu, you managed to kill the sect leader with your own skill, but you're really foolish yourself. Now I'm the biggest shot in the Zhongyang sect. Seeing another fool daring to show his face, Wu Fu sneered, another one asking for death. This Zhongyang sect disciple clearly didn't know that Wu Fu and Erha had swapped souls, so he sneered, even Wu Fu's dog can talk, but it's a shame Wu Fu is turned into an idiot. Thinking Wu Fu couldn't fight now, Meng Meng quickly shielded him. Fu Zhe, you go first, I'll handle this. The Zhongyang sect disciple clearly looked down on Meng Meng's spiritual power and charged forward to deal with him first. Without Wu Fu, do you think you're worthy of being my opponent? But before he could make a move, a furry foot flew in from somewhere. Wu Fu in Erha's body kicked the guy square in the face, sending him flying. This sight terrified Meng Meng, who shouted, Fu Zhe is still this powerful even as a dog? After dealing with that chatterbox, Lu Lin turned to Wu Fu and asked, what do you plan to do now, live on as a dog? Wu Fu replied helplessly, I still have to go back. If I want to recover my original form quickly, I can only find a strong cultivator who has broken through to the Harmony realm. Hearing this, she realized what he was planning. You're not thinking of triggering a heavenly tribulation, are you? He admitted it openly while asking her for a favor. That's right, and I already have someone in mind. Before that, take care of Erha and my body for me. I'll be back soon. Later, at the academy, several Zhongyang sect disciples stood on a high spot and saw Wu Fu's group returning. They mocked him because they couldn't sense any spiritual power from Wu Fu. Look, is Wu Fu's cultivation only at the Tongxuan realm now? It seems he was severely injured in the battle with the sect leader and lost all his power, one of the leaders loudly declared. He's only at the Tongxuan realm. We can handle him easily, the others responded in unison. Erha, in Wu Fu's body, kept up its old habits, rubbing against Lu Lin and licking her, making her awkwardly block it while shouting, Erha, stop licking. Seeing this, Meng Meng thought helplessly. Only Erha could be so openly perverted. Just then he sensed something was off. Then he saw a blast of spiritual energy heading their way and shouted in panic, Lu Lin, watch out! With a loud bang, two Zhongyang sect disciples emerged from the smoke. They smugly said to each other, Wu Fu is dead, sect leader, you can rest in peace. Although Meng Meng had taken the hit, he could still stand up. Gritting his teeth in anger, he shouted, how dare you ambush Lu Lin and Erha? Meanwhile, Erha in Wu Fu's body didn't make a sound. It seemed to have used his body to block the attack for Lu Lin, fearing it might get hurt. She asked worriedly, Wu Erha, are you okay? Just as she asked, Erha returned to its usual dazed state, and she breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed fine, but the two Zhongyang sect disciples were stunned by the scene and exclaimed, hit by such a powerful energy and still fine? How is that possible? Suddenly, Meng Meng appeared behind them, gritting his teeth in anger. They're fine, but you're not. After beating the two guys up, he cursed calmly, damn it, trying to ambush us, I'll beat you to death. At that moment, Lu Lin was worried about Wu Fu in Erha's body. His body had taken on Erha's traits, and she didn't know if this change was a blessing or a curse, but when she looked at Erha in his body, she could only sigh helplessly. Still, a husky is really a big fool. Meanwhile, at another Shu family estate, several Zhongyang sect disciples were chasing the Shu family members, confidently saying, Wu Fu's head is probably already taken by the sect leader by now. Are you Shu family still going to resist? Ching Ching shouted back without backing down. Arrogant fools will kick your sect leader's head like a ball. They didn't listen and continued to threaten loudly. Since you won't follow the Zhongyang sect's rules, we'll wipe you all out. Suddenly, a rustling sound came. Wu Fu in Erha's body appeared calmly, confusing the Zhongyang sect disciples as they wondered where the dog came from. Seeing Erha, Ching Ching shouted its name but didn't see Wu Fu, leaving her puzzled. Where's Wu Fu? Just as a Zhongyang sect disciple sneered, thinking Wu Fu was dead, Wu Fu in Erha's body calmly said, "Who said I'm dead?" Seeing a dog speak human language, the Zhongyang sect disciples were terrified and shouted, "Holy crap, a ghost, a talking dog." Wu Fu in Erha's body replied calmly, "You're the dog, you bastard." Ching Ching naturally recognized Wu Fu's voice and muttered in confusion, "Did this guy turn into a dog from being so arrogant?" The Zhongyang sect disciple who had been cursed by Wu Fu was now furious and gritted his teeth. "I've lived over 100 years and this is the first time I've been provoked by a dog." He planned to draw his sword and strike Wu Fu. "If I don't kill you and make soup today, I'm worse than a dog." Yin Xian also sensed something was off and stammered to Ching Ching, "Daughter, is that dog Wu Fu?" Ching Ching confirmed helplessly. Just then, the disciple had already slashed at Wu Fu, but he dodged quickly. Ching Ching shouted in worry. "Watch out!" The disciple now appeared behind Wu Fu, seeming to react too slowly. Wu Fu hit him and he crashed to the ground with a thud. Despite the fall, he only seemed swollen. Indeed, the spiritual stones weren't wasted. His body's endurance had reached such an impressive level. The Zhongyang sect disciple was surprised that Wu Fu was unharmed and thought, how is he so tough? Seeing him about to strike again, Wu Fu said calmly, "That's enough." He smirked contemptuously and said, "Now I'll make that worse than a dog statement come true." Without another word, Wu Fu leapt up quickly. He raised his paw and gritted his teeth, shouting, "Die!" The Zhongyang sect disciple also swung his sword and responded loudly, "You're the one who's going to die." The two clashed fiercely, and Ching Ching worried that Wu Fu in Erha's body might get hurt, shouting anxiously, "Erha!" The Zhongyang sect disciple slashed at Wu Fu repeatedly, then smugly thought that Erha was just a dog claiming to be a divine beast. Wu Fu didn't care. He prepared to give him a slap. "Let me show you the power of a dog. The Zhongyang sect will disband from today." A powerful surge of spiritual energy came from him, so he sent the Zhongyang sect disciple off before he could react. "What?" He kicked him far away and shouted, "Die!" The disciple screamed in fear. "No." After dealing with this guy, Wu Fu looked at Erha's fat furry body and sighed, "I'm just not used to this form yet. Otherwise you'd be dead already." Just then, Ching Ching pointed behind him and warned, "Erha, your tail is on fire." He was startled and shouted, "Damn it, why can't I even feel the pain?" Seeing that things were properly resolved, Shang Yao said to Ching Ching, "The Zhongyang sect is cornered. Shu Ching Ching, take the Shu disciples to the academy and help clear out the remnants." Ching Ching replied, "Yes." Shang Yao then asked about Wu Fu. "But Brother Wu, how did you end up like this?" Wu Fu replied calmly, "I killed the Zhongyang sect leader with all my strength, was heavily injured by heavenly thunder, and accidentally swapped bodies with Erha." His answer left Shang Yao at a loss, thinking, he's still far from the harmony realm, yet he managed to trigger heavenly thunder. Not only that, but he also made a difficult request. "If you, Senior, can break through to the harmony realm and trigger heavenly thunder, I might use that chance to restore my original form." Shang Yao couldn't do it and could only reply helplessly, "But I'm still far from the harmony realm and breaking through requires the right time, place and people." Knowing no one could help him with this, Wu Fu decided to handle it himself. "It's just heavenly thunder. I'll trigger it and deal with it." He actually summoned the heavenly thunder to strike. Someone in the distance saw this and sighed, "Heavenly thunder again." Bai Yuan had been watching the heavenly thunder earlier but was puzzled. Who is breaking through to trigger heavenly thunder twice in one day? Just then, someone appeared beside him. Recognizing who it was, he quickly bowed and said, "I didn't expect you to arrive so soon." Tian Wei didn't waste words and asked directly, "Skip the nonsense, how's the progress?" Bai Yuan smiled meaningfully and replied, "Lu Jinsong's elixir is one step away from completion. Once it's done, his people and the elixir are yours." "Am I useless now?" Understanding that Bai Yuan wanted a cut, Tian Wei threw something at him. He caught it quickly and said, "Soon I'll provide what you need." After learning what he needed, Tian Wei left swiftly but reminded him, "This is just a deposit. Once you've gathered enough spiritual elixirs." Bai Yuan bowed and replied, "Understood." Looking at the item in his hand, he muttered smugly, "With this, things will be much easier." Then came a triumphant laugh. Meanwhile, fierce lightning appeared in the sky outside. This surprised the girl standing guard, who wondered why this was happening. She seemed to want to check Wu Fu's past and future but couldn't see them. "I can't see through this person's past and present." A floating white crystal suddenly shattered. The girl muttered helplessly, The white crystal is broken, watching the continuous lightning in the sky. She could only sigh. It seems the times are about to change. Back at the Shu family, facing the impending heavenly thunder, Yin Xian called out worriedly, "Father." Shang Yao pushed him behind and replied, "Father has decided, step back." Then he turned to Wu Fu and said, "Brother Wu, it's up to you now. Life or death depends on this." Seeing how nervous he was, Wu Fu reassured him, "Don't worry, it's just heavenly thunder. I can split it." With that he took out a sword and said 2 words, "Here it comes." Instantly, the heavenly thunder struck. Facing it, Shang Yao was clearly panicked. But luckily, Wu Fu stood beside him and easily split the thunder with one swing. This left Shang Yao stunned, asking, "That's it?" But Wu Fu said calmly, "This is just the beginning." Seeing the thunder about to strike again, he coldly warned Shang Yao, "The heavenly might is coming." This time, the thunder seemed determined to fight Wu Fu to the death, sending down an elite force. In the distance, Tian Wei and Bai Yuan had already sensed the killing intent of this force. Tian Wei couldn't help but marvel. Such a barren planet can make the heavens angry. Interesting, so he suggested. "Let's go take a look." Back to Wu Fu. Facing this force, he showed no fear, calmly swinging his sword to cut them down, then said, "Is that all? Your endurance isn't even fit to carry my shoes." Seeming angered by his contempt, the heavenly thunder force lunged at him. He smirked and said, "Perfect timing." The thunder struck directly at Wu Fu, who endured it alone, even taunting it. "So weak, didn't you eat?" In the distance, Erha in his body seemed to sense the change and barked, catching Lulin's attention. Seeing the thunder strike, she realized, "Wu Fu, that guy really went to provoke the heavenly thunder?" Suddenly, Erha lunged toward the thunder, making her shout in fear, "Erha!" Erha quickly reached Wu Fu and barked a few times to signal him. Seeing it arrive, he praised it contentedly. "Perfect timing, Erha." As if understanding what he wanted to do, Erha quickly opened its mouth, letting its soul detach. Meanwhile, outside, Bai Yuan had arrived and sighed, "This is the first time I've seen someone resist heavenly thunder so stubbornly." Just as he realized with shock, no, he's absorbing the heavenly thunder. The power of the one defying the heavenly thunder intrigued him. Who was this person? When he realized it was Wu Fu, he was utterly shocked. Wu Fu. Wu Fu also noticed Bai Yuan's presence and taunted him. "The heavenly thunder isn't enough, why not drag you in too?" He approached the other and said, "This bit of heavenly thunder isn't even enough to temper half my Qingxin sword." A sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he added, "Saves me the trouble of looking for you." Knowing he couldn't defeat Wu Fu at that moment, Bai Yuan cursed under his breath, "Damn it," as the heavenly thunder continued to strike relentlessly. Yin Xian was terrified by the scene and exclaimed, "What kind of breakthrough is this? This is clearly suicide." Shang Yao felt a bit guilty and said, "Well, the one who dodged disaster is your father, isn't it?" At that moment, the heavenly thunder was brewing a massive attack, condensing into a huge thunderball. Bai Yuan immediately knew who was behind it, and couldn't help but roar in anger. "Wu Fu, you!" Wu Fu ignored him entirely, instead saying smugly, "This is the power." Bai Yuan then seemed to realize that Wu Fu was plotting to drag him into this. "The heavenly might purple thunder hasn't dissipated yet. Are you trying to drag this old man to his death with you?" Below, Yin Xian saw the situation worsening and shouted worriedly, "What exactly does Wu Fu want to do?" Shang Yao quickly replied, "He's confronting the heavenly might alone." This left Yin Xian stunned. Confronting the heavenly might, is that something a human can do? At that moment, the heavenly thunder kept striking, bolts of lightning hitting Wu Fu, but he acted as if nothing was happening. Bai Yuan thought to himself with dread, "Damn it, under the pressure of the heavenly might, I can't go all out, or he'd be dead by now." The time seemed right. And the thunderball began to release several terrifying lightning bolts, all heading straight for Wu Fu. But he endured it all without a scratch. This sight made Bai Yuan feel a hint of fear. Such powerful heavenly thunder absorbed just like that. He realized that Wu Fu's skill had reached a new level, and not only that, his power was still growing. Knowing that Wu Fu would deal with him afterward, he quickly decided he couldn't let him keep getting stronger. So Bai Yuan prepared to strike and eliminate Wu Fu. "Since you want to be struck by heavenly thunder, I'll grant your wish." Below, Shang Yao saw this and shouted in alarm, "No, Bai Yuan is about to act under the heavenly might. This will only make the heavenly thunder stronger." Yin Xian panicked and warned, "The heavenly thunder is already terrifying enough, will we be struck dead too?" At that moment, Bai Yuan had already made his move, yelling, "Brat, die!" Wu Fu, unfazed by the attack, sneered, "I thought you'd act as soon as I dragged you in, but you're so cowardly, only daring to strike now." This remark seemed to make Bai Yuan guess something, and he gritted his teeth in fury. You're using me." Damn it, at that moment Wu Fu was surrounded by divine power, and this sight made Bai Yuan understand one thing. "Not only did I fail to kill you, but I've made you stronger." Suddenly, the spiritual energy around Wu Fu began to change. Yin Xian saw that the spiritual energy was actually helping Shang Yao level up and exclaimed in shock, "Wow, the Harmony Dao realm." Shang Yao himself was stunned. "I never thought I could reach the Harmony Dao realm this way." At that moment, Yin Xian confidently declared, "Great, no force will be a match for my Shu family from now on." Shang Yao looked up at Wu Fu and said, "Even if I've reached the Harmony Dao realm, I still can't match Wu Fu's cultivation. Not only that, but I also feel an immense pressure from him." This made Yin Xian ask in surprise, "Dad, can't even the Harmony Dao realm see through him?" he asserted firmly. In front of him, "I'm still just this." Back to Wu Fu, he coldly looked at Bai Yuan and said, "Bai Yuan, I won't bother with you for now." With that, he flew off. Bai Yuan realized that the place Wu Fu was heading to was exactly where he needed to go. He shouted nervously, "No, that direction is." He understood that Wu Fu had discovered his secret, had that kid figured everything out. Meanwhile, Wu Fu was still flying swiftly toward his destination. He landed in front of a house in the forest. Sensing the spiritual energy fluctuations coming from inside, he muttered with satisfaction, "Finally here." It turned out that Jing Song had already refined the pill. Just as Wu Fu was about to enter, he was suddenly stopped. Tian Wei looked at him coldly and asked, "What do you want?" He realized Wu Fu's purpose for coming. Wu Fu thought to himself, "I didn't expect him to come so quickly. Once the pill is refined, that's when my master dies. With my current strength, I can't fully control my body." So he put on a smile and said, "Brother Lu and I are very close. The finishing touches on this gathering spirit pill still need my help." He knew he had to lie at this moment. Tian Wei naturally didn't believe him and glanced at him skeptically. Knowing he wasn't easily convinced, Wu Fu took out a pill to prove it. "If you don't believe me, look." Seeing the pill in his hand, Tian Wei finally believed him. He also knew the method for refining the gathering spirit pill, so it seemed he really was his disciple. He immediately stepped aside to let him in. "Please, come in." Just then, Bai Yuan caught up and shouted, "Don't let him in, stop him." His shout caught Tian Wei's attention. Wu Fu smirked smugly, "Too late now." Then he struck out with a palm. Tian Wei quickly drew his sword and said contemptuously, "Playing tricks in front of me, you're still too green." With that, he swung his sword to the blade, approaching Wu Fu's face, but suddenly stopped. Somehow, Wu Fu had made it so Tian Wei couldn't attack him, and he even taunted, "Go ahead, strike." Strangely, Tian Wei dared not act because Wu Fu was holding the pill he needed. Wu Fu threatened, "If you don't want me to crush this gathering spirit pill, then get out of my way." Seeing this, Bai Yuan said loudly, "Don't be afraid. Jing Song is at a critical moment in refining the gathering spirit pill. If it's interrupted, he could be seriously injured." As he approached Wu Fu, he added, "With your cultivation, you're no match for us." Seeing that he wasn't intimidated, Wu Fu smirked and said, "The gathering spirit pill's greatest use is for healing. If I crush it, you'll have to refine it again." Then he crushed the pill directly, cursing, "A bunch of fools." His action made Tian Wei and Bai Yuan's faces change drastically, while Jing Song spat out blood. Coming to his senses, Bai Yuan roared in fury, "I'll skin you alive to avenge this." But before he could act, Wu Fu's pressure suppressed him. He laughed again. "Looks like I can't escape." Suddenly, Jing Song grabbed him and asked painfully, "Wu Fu, why did you destroy my gathering spirit pill?" He replied calmly, "If you had succeeded, you'd be dead." But Jing Song insisted that the pill represented his entire alchemy path. What was left if it was destroyed? Unexpectedly, Wu Fu pulled out another identical pill from somewhere. "Isn't this still here?" This left Jing Song confused. "A gathering spirit pill?" Even Bai Yuan muttered in disbelief. Is it a gathering spirit pill, and already fully refined? How is that possible?" Before he could recover, someone suddenly struck him. Tian Wei, furious at being deceived, gritted his teeth and demanded, "You dare trick me? You've already refined the gathering spirit pill." He couldn't beat Tian Wei, so he could only defend himself. "Ah, I didn't trick you. That kid must have done something. This pill might just be a defective one." Wu Fu laughed and said, "Oh really? On Earth even small sects can refine this kind of pill." This hit Bai Yuan like a hammer. A gathering spirit pill? How is that possible?" he roared in anger. "I don't believe it." Tian Wei quickly realized he was about to self-destruct. On a clear morning in Jingnanshi Maple Leaf Village, a girl took out a pill and muttered hopefully, "I hope this works." Then she fed it to the man lying on the bed. Outside, an old man walked in and said, "Ling Shi, their chances of survival are slim. Feeding more pills won't solve the problem." Ling heard the old man's voice, turned around, and called out, "Grandpa." Looking at the man on the bed, she said, "I think this big brother has a better chance of survival than anyone I've ever seen." Suddenly, the young man began to change. Ling grandfather quickly noticed the anomaly. Seeing the powerful spiritual energy emanating from the man, he exclaimed in shock, He realized the young man's identity was no ordinary one, and urgently said to Ling "It's spiritual energy, very dense spiritual energy. Ling we don't know where this man came from. Let's go inform the Spirit Pill sect." Ling quickly replied, Okay. A while later, at the Spirit Pill sect, Fu Rong seemed to sense something and asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Liang listened and said, "Could I be mistaken? There's a sudden spiritual energy fluctuation from Maple Leaf Village." Fu Rong didn't care much and said calmly, Let's go. I heard the mountain gate found an old man and wants us to check it out. Xiao Liang didn't hesitate and followed her. Let's go. Back at the small house, the young man on the bed had woken up. He checked his body and muttered happily, alive again. My meridians seem as if they've never been injured. I'll need a few more days of rest to fully recover. This young man was none other than Wu Fu. Recalling Bai Yuan's incident, he muttered, I didn't expect Bai Yuan to self-destruct. Without hesitation, he put on his clothes and prepared to leave. Forget it, I'll find that old man first. As soon as he left the room, he saw a crowd gathered there. Ling Er's grandfather seemed to have brought some people. 2 esteemed ones. It's him. He's awake. Looking at the crowd before him, Wu Fu muttered in confusion. What's going on here, so many people? Xiao Hu, a disciple of the Immortal Pill sect, saw Wu Fu and scoffed, just a kid with a bit of spiritual energy. Not even as good as that old man we found at noon next to him. Xiao Lin said impatiently, a wasted trip, let's go back. Their words made Wu Fu notice the old man just as Xiao Lin was shouting to the crowd, everyone disperse. Someone suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. Wu Fu had appeared behind him without warning and asked, wait, where is that old man? His sudden appearance startled Xiao Hu, who drew his sword and shouted, what do you want? Xiao Lin quickly stopped his companion. Wait, don't fight, he stammered in response to Wu Fu's question. He's just asking for directions. That old man is at Licorice Hall. Wu Fu turned and left after hearing this, but not before saying, thanks. Seeing him walk away, Xiao Hu turned and asked, why didn't you let me act just now? Xiao Lin explained nervously, he appeared behind me without a sound. Do you think we're a match for him? Sensing trouble, he hurried back to the mountain gate to report to the elders. A while later, in a small forest, somewhere on the Spirit Pill sect mountain, a disciple was patrolling when he suddenly saw a pale leg sticking out. Entranced by the legs, he lunged forward. A beauty, a dull thud. The Spirit Pill sect disciple was knocked out by Wu Fu, who then took his clothes and put them on. Sure enough, a lecherous fatty. If my injuries weren't still healing, I wouldn't have to do this. Then, walking calmly toward the so-called Spirit Pill sect, he muttered, Spirit Pill sect, I don't recall hearing about it in my past life. I'll go up and take a look. As he stood at the gate, wondering how many miraculous pills the Spirit Pill sect had, someone suddenly cracked a whip in warning. The person demanded harshly, what are you doing here? He was the gatekeeper of the Spirit Pill sect. Seeing Wu Fu approach, he mistook him for an outer disciple and barked, an outer disciple dares to stand at the gate? Wu Fu ignored him entirely, as if he had noticed something. The gatekeeper, enraged by his disregard, roared, stop, did I say you could leave? Outer disciples only deserve straw huts. You've defiled the main gate with your presence. Have you licked it clean? When Wu Fu didn't respond, the gatekeeper angrily asked, what, can't lick, or are you playing dumb? He sneered at Wu Fu. I told you to lick it clean. Did you hear me? Wu Fu glanced at him impatiently and warned, if I weren't injured, you'd be dead by now. Insulted, the gatekeeper shouted in fury and raised his whip to strike. A useless waste with no cultivation dares to resist. Today I'll teach you a lesson. Just as he was about to strike, something flew in. It slammed into the gatekeeper, sending him tumbling. This infuriated him, and he roared, damn it, which bastard ambushed me? Get out here. Then someone approached from a distance and said, what, are you yelling at me? The person with a reasonable demeanor said, a sect disciple bullying an outer disciple for no reason and still so arrogant. The gatekeeper recognized the newcomer as Lin Mu, the top senior disciple of Licorice Hall. Lin Mu smiled and asked, what, got a problem? The gatekeeper naturally dared not speak back to Lin Mu and immediately switched to a fawning tone. Lin, senior brother Lin, it's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Who would dare yell at the top senior disciple of Licorice Hall? Wu Fu, overhearing, thought to himself, Licorice Hall, let's see. Until my injuries heal, I shouldn't act. At that moment, Lin Mu walked past Wu Fu and said, I've long heard about sect disciples bullying outer disciples. I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes today. He put on a heroic front in front of the other disciples. If I hadn't seen it today, you'd probably have been killed by his vicious hand. His righteous act clearly earned admiration and praise from the other disciples. Wow, senior brother Lin is truly a gentleman. The gatekeeper quickly bowed his head and admitted fault. It's a misunderstanding. Wu Fu saw through Lin Mu's nature at a glance, a hypocrite. I'll use you as a shield when the chance comes. Deciding to act, he bowed respectfully, pretending to be grateful to Lin Mu for saving his life. Senior brother Lin, if you hadn't shown up in time, I'd be dead by now. Lin Mu was clearly fooled and replied smugly, don't worry, with me here he wouldn't dare touch you. Ling Er, glancing over, recognized Wu Fu. She muttered in confusion, big brother, why is he at the Spirit Pill sect? Just then, Wu Fu suddenly approached the gatekeeper and said, with senior brother's words, I'm at ease. The gatekeeper, seeing him come close, asked suspiciously, what do you want? Wu Fu ignored him entirely. He raised his hand and slapped the man across the face. This startled Lin Mu and Ling Er, while the gatekeeper stood frozen in shock. Coming to his senses, he grabbed Wu Fu by the collar and roared angrily, "Are you asking for death? I'll skin you alive." Seeing this, Lin Mu coughed a few times, glanced at the gatekeeper and said in a deep voice, "What? Still want to make a move in front of me?" Though he acted this way, he was secretly displeased with Wu Fu. That brat dares to take advantage. Blocked from acting, the gatekeeper was furious but had to swallow his anger. With Lin Mu here, he couldn't strike. When he got the chance, he would kill this kid for sure. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Fu raised his foot again. He kicked the gatekeeper directly in the groin. This move even made Lin Mu's face turn pale. Damn, that's ruthless. After dealing with the man, Wu Fu turned around and pretended to thank Lin Mu. "Thank you, senior brother Lin, for your help. Otherwise, I'd never have had the chance to settle this score." Since he was putting on an act, he had to see it through. Lin Mu replied helplessly, Of course." Suddenly, Wu Fu said he wanted to repay senior brother Lin's kindness and was willing to do anything for him. This made Lin Mu reveal a sinister smile and say, "Oh, perfect timing. I'll give you a chance." He planned to use Wu Fu. "I once refined a bottle of pills and just so happened to be looking for someone to test them on. What do you think? No major side effects, just maybe some diarrhea, and it might even boost your cultivation." Wu Fu knew this but still pretended to comply. "I am willing to test the pills." Wu Fu could tell at a glance that this man was extremely bloodthirsty and no good person. Moments later, at the licorice hall of the Spirit Pill sect, two gatekeepers bowed to Lin Mu and said, "Senior brother Lin." He brought Wu Fu before them and ordered, "Before handing this man over to you for pill testing, make the preparations." The two heard this and replied in unison, "Yes." After being taken inside by the two gatekeepers, Wu Fu pretended to ask timidly, "Senior brother, is this the licorice hall?" One of them replied, "What else? The licorice hall handles the entire Spirit Pill sect's pill supply and holds a high status." Wu Fu listened and wondered. "No wonder the whole place smells of medicine, but I wonder where that old man sent here a few days ago is." That Spirit Pill sect disciple said, "I'm not too clear about that old man, but he's being well taken care of now." Wu Fu quickly pressed, "Then where is he?" However, the man whispered a warning to him, "Worry about yourself first. Don't ask about other things." Wu Fu only replied, He thought to himself, "Seems like he's much better off than I am." After a while, he was led to a pill furnace. The Spirit Pill sect disciple pointed there and said, "This is it. Before testing the pills, eat this first." Wu Fu looked around and asked, "What is this?" The man naturally didn't answer him, but instead scolded, "Don't ask about things you shouldn't. Eat it." Wu Fu recognized the pill as soon as he took it. It was a pill to clear other medicinal effects from the body. During the pill test, he wouldn't be affected by other drugs. Then he tossed the pill directly into his mouth. "Tastes good. I wonder how long until the pill test starts. For some reason, I'm actually looking forward to it." After doing this, he quickly tried to enter a room. "I'm going in now." The two Spirit Pill sect disciples couldn't be bothered to stop him. "Go ahead. Senior brother Lin is waiting for you inside. May you become an immortal soon." As soon as the pill room door closed, the two disciples said to each other, "Do you think that kid will be okay? Everyone who came to test pills before either died or suffered terribly. But this guy is so cooperative. We thought we'd have to force him, but he agreed to take the pills so easily." The two walked away casually saying, "Who cares, as long as it's not us testing the pills. He's probably just an idiot, wishful thinking, trying to break through in cultivation." By now, Wu Fu was inside the pill room. The pills here pleased him greatly. Truly impressive. "These pills are enough to restore me to my peak." Before him was an active furnace. Lin Mu was also there, holding a pill. He said, "Junior brother, come here. This pill can speed up your cultivation." Wu Fu took the pill and sneered, "You dare to pass off a low-quality gut-wrenching pill as something good?" Lin Mu was surprised he recognized it and blurted out, "You know the gut-wrenching pill?" Wu Fu didn't answer him. While refining the pill, he smiled and said, "Not only do I know it, I can turn a waste like you into a genius." Lin Mu then recognized the flame Wu Fu was using and stammered, "Heavenly Thunder Flame. Who are you?" Holding the pill he had just refined, Wu Fu said contemptuously, "You wanted to poison me, then taste the toxicity of this pill." With that, he smiled sinisterly and moved. He came before Lin Mu, grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. Though at a disadvantage, Lin Mu still blustered, "Kid, dare to act tough in front of me." Then he swung his hand to strike Wu Fu. But before he could hit him, he was slapped to the ground. Wu Fu tightly gripped the pill and shoved it directly into Lin Mu's mouth. "Eat it." As soon as he swallowed it, Lin Mu's spiritual power went into chaos. Wu Fu gloated quietly, "If I weren't severely injured, you'd be dead already." In the end, Lin Mu was on the verge of death. Seeing him dead, Wu Fu muttered to himself with satisfaction, "The one blocking my way is gone. Now it's my turn to run rampant." Suddenly, the entire place shook abnormally, confusing the two gatekeepers. Such a commotion from the pill testing room. The area where Jing Song was also shook from the impact, making Xiao Liang wonder what's happening. Jing Song quickly recognized who was responsible. "Is it Wu Fu?" he kindly warned. "I suggest you go back and check. Your home might already be destroyed." Xiao Liang heard this and immediately took his men to investigate. "Let's go, check the pill room." After a while, several spirit pill sect disciples arrived at the pill room door. One of them shouted loudly, "Listen up, you're surrounded." His action left the others speechless. So someone stepped forward, kicked that man, and yelled, "Get lost, useless thing. Do we need to call him out to surrender? This is our Licorice Hall's territory." Watching their own sect member humiliate themselves, the others had nothing to say. Then they shouted, "Just blow it open." As soon as they entered, a spirit pill sect disciple bellowed, "Little thief, come out and die." Wu Fu naturally ignored him. He was busy refining pills. Seeing him acting so recklessly, several disciples shouted in anger, "Damn it, he's even refining all the pills into one big pill. Tear him to pieces." Before one of them could strike, someone suddenly stopped him. Recognizing who it was, he respectfully called out, "Hallmaster." Xiao Liang observed the situation and saw no need to intervene. Merging so many pills is pure suicide. Let that kid use his last strength and blow himself to ashes. Wu Fu had already noticed their presence and asked somewhat blankly, "What are you muttering about, below?" Xiao Liang was about to leave when a disciple stopped him and asked, "Master, isn't that letting him off too easy?" Xiao Liang replied calmly, "Let him eat. Whether he takes them separately or melts them down and drinks them, it's all the same. Death." Only then did someone notice Lin Mu's corpse and loudly reported, "Hallmaster, Lin Mu is dead." This news shocked Xiao Liang a bit. Dead? He looked up at Wu Fu, who was absorbing the pills, and thought angrily, did he kill him? He also noticed that Wu Fu was recovering from his injuries. Wu Fu knew they were waiting for him to explode from the pill effect, so he taunted, "A bunch of idiots waiting for me to be blown up by these medicinal effects?" Suddenly someone spat blood. Xiao Liang seemed so enraged that he coughed up blood, prompting several disciples to quickly ask with concern, "Master, Hallmaster." Xiao Liang patted his chest and said, "It's infuriating." "Attack," he angrily ordered. "Skin him alive." However, before his disciples could charge, a powerful surge of spiritual energy flew in. That energy easily shattered the door behind him. This startled Xiao Liang. "Damn, this guy is so strong." After absorbing the pills, Wu Fu calmly reminded them, "The explosive power of this spiritual energy is enough to kill you mere anti-void stage brats." He glanced at Lin Mu's corpse being carried away and said with satisfaction, "But I still have to thank you two senior brothers. If you hadn't brought me here, it would have taken me at least half a month to fully recover." His words clearly made Xiao Liang spit blood again. Seeing this, a disciple quickly supported him and said, "Hallmaster, don't get angry. Take a quick-acting heart pill." Watching this pitiful scene, Wu Fu decided to propose a trade. "Forget it. I have no grudge against you, and I didn't eat all your pills for free. I want to exchange my pill knowledge for Jing Song. How about this? You release that old man. I'll help you make up for some of the losses." This remark immediately revealed Wu Fu's purpose for coming. So Xiao Liang snorted coldly and rejected the offer. "So it's for him. The other experts have already discussed it with me. Don't dream about it." Wu Fu sighed upon hearing this. "Is that so? Then there's no choice." He looked at Xiao Liang with bloodthirsty eyes and said, "Indeed, gentle and polite negotiation doesn't suit me." Wu Fu's dense spiritual energy radiated, making Xiao Liang wary. "Isn't the spiritual energy too dense?" Still, he drew his weapon to face Wu Fu. "I'll slap you flying. Let's see what tricks you have left." As he spoke, he quickly slapped, creating a whirlwind. Wu Fu remained calm in the face of these antics. Xiao Liang loudly ordered his disciples, "Now grab him." One person rushed at Wu Fu hoping to kill him and earn merit. "Poisoning senior brother Lin, you're finished." Wu Fu looked at him and said contemptuously, "Do you really think I can't kill you?" Then he lightly released a bit of sword energy, and the charging disciple was slain. After dealing with him, Wu Fu asked in a deep voice, "Can you release him now?" The other disciples clearly recognized his strength and blurted out in terror, It's sword energy." Even Xiao Liang had to be cautious of him, so young yet possessing such terrifying power. A disciple suddenly whispered to Xiao Liang, "Hallmaster, our Licorice Hall in the Spirit Pill sect focuses on pill refining, so we're at a disadvantage in cultivation and martial skills." Hearing this, Xiao Liang quickly ordered a retreat, planning to come back for revenge later. "We'll retreat. I've already notified others." This kid, in less than a quarter of an hour another group arrived. An angry voice shouted, "Think you can escape?" A man stepped out from among the disciples. This was the leader of the Immortal Pill sect. He bellowed, "Dare to cause trouble in my Spirit Pill sect? Do you know the consequences?" Meanwhile, Wu Fu was bending down to tie his shoes. This action was misinterpreted by several Immortal Pill sect disciples. As expected of the sect leader, as soon as he appears, this kid kneels and begs for mercy. "Young and ignorant, now kowtowing might save your dog life." The Immortal Pill sect leader also confidently asked, "Regretting it now? Too late." The answer was a shoe smacked directly onto his face, holding the shoe. His face darkened with fury. Seeing this, the disciples beside him exclaimed in shock, Sect leader? On Wu Fu's side he spat contemptuously and said, "You think you can make me kneel and beg for mercy? That doesn't exist in this world." His action truly drove the immortal pill sect leader mad. He roared, "Kill him!" Hearing his command, several disciples lunged at Wu Fu simultaneously, shouting, "Kill, kill!" Watching from the side, Xiao Liang gloated, "The inner sect enforcement disciples are all in the void stage. A dozen of them, and he'll be reduced to nothing," Wu Fu sneered. "HMPH, truly seeking death. Next I won't hesitate to teach them a lesson. Let me grant your wish." So his sword energy flew toward the immortal pill sect disciples, terrifying them out of their wits as they screamed, "Spirit sword art!" Before they could run, Wu Fu's sword art sent them to their deaths. Moreover, his sword art caught the attention of two people in the distance. One of them was Tian Wei. He recognized the spiritual energy. "Wu Fu is here too. We haven't settled accounts with him yet." He thought to himself that someone who could casually take so many spirit-gathering pills might be even more valuable than Lu Jingsong. Back with the immortal pill sect group, Wu Fu's skills terrified Xiao Liang. "Truly, truly reduced to nothing," the disciple beside him echoed. "A dozen people gone in the blink of an eye. Where did this kid come from?" At this point, Wu Fu walked up to the immortal pill sect leader, put his hand on his shoulder and threatened, "If you don't want your sect destroyed, obey me now and release the man immediately." Of course, the leader still blustered, "Bastard, do you think my spirit pill sect has no one left?" Seeing this guy was a bit stubborn, Wu Fu pressed him down, forcing him to kneel. Wu Fu then glanced at him with murderous intent and asked, "Who allowed you to move?" The immortal pill sect leader knew he couldn't beat Wu Fu, so he remained silent, waiting for death. Seeing their leader being humiliated like this, several disciples called out worriedly, "Not good, sect leader." Xiao Liang knew the situation couldn't get worse and quickly ordered his disciples, "Don't act rashly. Go bring that old man here." They obeyed and replied, "Yes." Wu Fu then asked coldly, "Can you release him now?" The immortal pill sect leader replied helplessly, "Ah." Seeing him so obedient, Wu Fu said with satisfaction, "That's the right answer. If only you had known this from the start, why did it come to this?" At this point, a reckless disciple blurted out, "Sect leader, he's just one person. Why fear him?" Wu Fu heard this and muttered unhappily, "So you still won't release him, huh?" As soon as he spoke, someone who wouldn't cry until they saw the coffin tried to ambush him. "Kid, I'm not afraid of you." Seeing his disciple's stupidity, the immortal pill sect leader quickly stopped him. "Stop, release him, you fool." But he was too slow. As that disciple swung his hammer down, Wu Fu vanished. This terrified him, and he thought, "Gone." Suddenly, Wu Fu appeared behind him. He raised his foot and kicked him high into the air like a shuttlecock. Then that disciple was sent flying into the sky, disappearing from sight. The other disciples immediately exclaimed in shock, "Strong, too strong," kicked him straight into the sky. But it wasn't over. Wu Fu went to another person. That one also experienced a flight journey. The remaining ones backed away in terror and begged for mercy. Wait. Yet in the end, several more were sent flying high. After finishing, Wu Fu suddenly remembered that he had meant to say something. "Forget it, I can't be bothered with him." Then he thought about kicking someone else. This time it was your turn. But he quickly raised his hand in surrender. The alchemy sect leader, witnessing all this, felt a bit embarrassed. What a disgraceful bunch. Seeing that things had settled, Wu Fu decided to leave. "Since no one's around, I'll be off." Young Master Shang made his way through the crowd as he walked. Jing Song suddenly appeared and bowed to him in admiration. Little brother's power is getting more terrifying by the day. At the same time, he already sensed danger approaching, a killing intent. Without a second thought, Wu Fu quickly pushed Jing Song aside and blocked an attack that came out of nowhere. Then something appeared in the sky, landing right where the alchemy sect was, unleashing a shockwave that shook everything. The alchemy sect leader asked in bewilderment, "What's going on? Where did this huge rock suddenly come from, blocking everyone's path?" As soon as Jing Song saw it, he recognized the culprit in terror. Heavenly might," Wu Fu, still calm, blurted out. "Didn't expect you guys to find me." He looked at the man standing on the rock, radiating killing intent, and called him the guy from Cloud Summit. In the terrified eyes of the alchemy sect leader, the figure of the one who had just caused the terrifying tremor was reflected. It was Huang Jin. His power made the alchemy sect leader tremble with fear. Could there really be someone in this world with such terrifying strength? Huang Jin then cast a cold glance downward. Suddenly, Wu Fu appeared beside him and asked, "Are you looking for me?" The moment he saw him, the other party, without a word, suddenly began counting on his fingers. Then Huang Jin smiled and said, "I see, the loss of the treasure has something to do with you. Who are you?" Wu Fu didn't care about his question at all and retorted calmly, "Do you think I need to explain all this to a massive heir?" His arrogance caught the other party slightly off guard. But strangely, the other party didn't bother to argue with him, only saying, "You can only be arrogant for a little while longer." Before disappearing, Huang Jin didn't forget to leave a message, "I'll come back for you later." His appearance seemed to give Wu Fu some clues. Has the blade of the star sword already appeared? Given the current situation, he had to improve himself as quickly as possible. With his current strength, he was no match for them. He needed to increase his power. So then, in front of everyone, he announced loudly, "I've decided. I'll break through to the harmony path and become a venerable. Prepare well." His words caused several disciples of the alchemy sect to discuss in surprise. The harmony path realm is impossible. How could this kid have cultivation at the harmony path realm? Even if he trained in his mother's womb, he couldn't reach it. The alchemy sect leader knew he couldn't beat Wu Fu, so he could only curse him to vent his anger. Damn it, not strong enough, but he brags like a god. At this moment, Jing Song also expressed his admiration to Wu Fu. "Little brother, achieving so much at such a young age fills me with deep respect." Wu Fu then asked him, "Master, what are your plans now?" He honestly stated his intentions. "My lifelong pursuit has been refining the spirit gathering pill, and now that pill seems no longer rare, so I plan to go back and make new plans." However, before carrying out his plan, he needed to go somewhere first. "But before I leave here, I need to visit the Lu family in the valley." Upon hearing where he was going, Wu Fu immediately wanted to join him. "Perfect, let's go together." Just then he sensed the killing intent again. Turning around, he saw it was an acquaintance and greeted them. "You guys really are persistent." The alchemy sect leader, upon seeing heavenly might, started crying and cursing like a child, which left him helpless too. "I thought you weren't coming, sir. My alchemy sect was almost destroyed by that kid." He pointed at Wu Fu and loudly complained, "Sir, I've already locked up the person you wanted. It's this kid who killed my disciple and ate all my pills." Jing Song sighed when he saw heavenly might and said, "Wu Fu, I know with your strength you can fight them." "I'll step back behind you," Wu Fu replied confidently. "Although I can't kill every single one of them, I can take you out safely, master." His words made the alchemy sect leader laugh, finding it ridiculous. Trying to escape and saying it so loudly, "Do you really think we're deaf?" Ignoring them. Wu Fu quickly left, but heavenly might blocked him. He immediately attacked and shouted, "Stay right there!" Jing Song shouted upon seeing this, "Brother Wu." Wu Fu was fearless and instead said contemptuously, "Trying to stop me with this, dream on." He unleashed a sharp sword aura, easily dispersing heavenly might's attack. The other party retreated, now wary of him. The sword aura is too strong. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Fu left with Jing Song. "Farewell, everyone." The alchemy sect leader was stunned by the scene and sighed. "That kid is too strong. Has he really reached the harmony path realm?" Heavenly might added. "He's even stronger than an ordinary harmony path cultivator." Having said that, he revealed a sinister smile and muttered to himself, "But we know exactly where you're going." He named the place Wu Fu was heading to. The Lu family in the valley. In the hot spring area of the Lu family in the valley, Lu Ling was soaking and worrying to herself, "I wonder if Wu Fu encountered any danger when we parted last time." Lu Ling's sister, enjoying the comfort of the hot spring, asked. A few mysterious figures suddenly appeared in the cloud sea, their cultivation levels unfathomable. "He's probably in grave danger. You care about him so much, have you fallen for him?" Her question struck Lu Ling's heart, making her shyly deny it loudly, while her sister laughed happily at her reaction. No. Just then another tremor occurred, making Lu Ling panic and say loudly, "What's happening? Someone's causing trouble. We need to check it out." Others also rushed over. Quick. They arrived at the scene and shouted, "Who's there? Haven't you heard of our Lu family in the valley? Daring to cause trouble here. Are you looking for death?" From the dust, Jing Song walked out and said slowly, "This is the Lu family in the valley." Wu Fu looked around and commented with 4 words, "Looks pretty safe." As soon as they saw him, several of the Lu family's men rushed forward to grab him. Grab that suspicious kid first, however. He quickly raised a protective shield and said, "Wait." One person couldn't stop in time and crashed straight into the shield. Seeing this, the others hesitated and said to each other, So strong?" Wu Fu then pointed at Jing Song and explained with a polite smile, "You've misunderstood. I came here to have you meet this person." Of course, the Lu family members didn't believe him, and someone snorted coldly, thinking he had smashed things up as soon as he arrived. "Who are you trying to fool?" Just then, the divine sword within Wu Fu suddenly fluctuated slightly. As he searched for what had caused the divine sword to react, that Lu family subordinate kept shouting, "Are you messing with me? Do you really think the Lu family is that easy to deal with?" He didn't really care and just wanted to find the source of the divine sword's fluctuation. "The star sword is reacting so strongly, as if it's found something." Seeing Wu Fu silent, Jing Song asked, "What's wrong?" Wu Fu replied calmly, "I found something. I'll go check it out." With that, he flew off. Several Lu family members watched him go, dumbfounded. One shouted, "Brother, he ran away." Another pointed at Jing Song and said, "Brother, there's an accomplice here." Seeing only an old man left, the group planned to gang up on him. "Since he's an accomplice of that H, capture him." Facing this situation, he said fearfully, If I said I don't know that person, would you believe me?" Suddenly, someone appeared and asked, "What did you find?" The Lu family members immediately called out respectfully, "Second miss." Then they explained, "We caught 2 enemies, but 1 got away." Jing Song glanced at the person they called second miss and recognized Lu Ling. She also remembered who he was and wondered, "He's Wu Fu's senior. Why is he here? Is Wu Fu here too?" Then she said to the subordinates, "I know this person. You've caught the wrong one." Meanwhile, in a courtyard in the valley, Lu Ling's sister was strolling leisurely, muttering to herself, "Lu Ling has gone over. It doesn't seem serious." Just as she stopped and planned to return to her room, she suddenly bumped into someone. It turned out she had run into Wu Fu. As soon as he saw her, Wu Fu warily asked if she was Lu Ling's sister. Seemingly scared by her crying, she was wailing loudly, leaving him a bit at a loss. Just as he wondered where this kid had come from, he suddenly caught a glimpse of her faintly visible hills. Seeing that, Wu Fu was stunned and quickly turned his face away, muttering to himself, "Forget it, I need to get on with business." He arrived at a cave and exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect an ancient restriction to appear on Earth." Just then, Lu Ling appeared, calling out to her still crying sister, "Sis?" Seeing her, her sister quickly replied, "Lu Ling." Then she complained like a child, "You scared me, a pervert just showed up." Knowing who she meant, Lu Ling had to gently pat her head to soothe her. "Sis, you misunderstood, I know that person, he's not a bad guy." Then she asked, "Where is he?" Her sister pointed ahead and said, "He was just here. Did he go into the cave?" Several subordinates present angrily questioned Lu Ling. "Miss, are you saying this is a misunderstanding too?" they said angrily to each other. "Daring to run into our ancestral tomb, how outrageous." However, Lu Ling didn't think Wu Fu was causing trouble, but she was puzzled. Wu Fu isn't reckless. Why would he run into our ancestral tomb? If father finds out? She suddenly sensed a familiar aura approaching and called out nervously in a low voice. "Father," Lu Long shouted sternly, "how dare you trespass into my Lu family's ancestral tomb? You're asking for death?" Seeing her father so angry, Lu Ling quickly pleaded for Wu Fu. "Father, Wu Fu is definitely not that kind of person." But he said, "Whether he is or not, we'll know once we go in and see." So the group entered the cave. Once inside, the sight before them made Lu Ling exclaim in surprise. Before them was a massive barrier. Wu Fu turned around when he saw people coming. Seeing him, Lu Ling called out with relief, Wu Fu, it really is you." Lu Long looked him over with a scrutinizing gaze. "This kid doesn't seem like good news either." Knowing he was Lu Ling's father, Wu Fu showed no hostility and instead bowed politely to explain, "I won't disturb your ancestors. I'm just trying to open the restriction in this cave." His words made the other party blurt out in surprise. "Restriction?" Though a bit surprised, Lu Long still said sternly, "Even if there's a restriction, my Lu family has 100 years of history. The ancestral tomb is not a place for an outsider like you to enter freely." His stubbornness made Lu Ling rush to defend him. "Father Wu Fu." But before she could finish, he interrupted and ordered, "Shut up." Seeing that he was a bit difficult to reason with, Wu Fu found himself in a dilemma. "This is getting troublesome. I can't just forcibly occupy this place. This is Lu Ling's home, I can't use force directly." Just then, Lu Long's deep voice rang out, "My Lu family's ancestral tomb is not a place for an outsider like you to come and go freely." However, his next words made both Lu Ling and Wu Fu blush and feel bewildered. "If you become the Lu family's son-in-law, then you'll be qualified to enter." Lu Ling's sister and several subordinates never expected Lu Long to say that. Then Lu Ling shouted loudly, "Father, don't talk nonsense." But Lu Long said calmly, "That way it won't violate the ancestral teachings." Seeing that he wasn't listening to her at all, she called out excitedly, "Dad!" Suddenly, Lu Long put his hand on her shoulder and called her gently, "My dear daughter." He used divine sense to transmit his thoughts to Lu Ling, explaining why he said those words. "This restriction appearing in our Lu family could be a blessing or a curse. If something really happens, at least your father can rest easy." Hearing this, Lu Ling softened and responded with, "Father." But before she could react, Lu Long kicked her into the restriction. "So go on in." In the end, Lu Ling fell directly into the restriction. Her sister, seeing this, exclaimed in worry, "Lu Ling." Knowing what his younger daughter wanted to say, Lu Long directly threatened, "What, do you want to go in too?" Threatened so blatantly, Lu Ling's sister backed down and said, "Father kicked well." Then Lu Long turned to warn Wu Fu, "You brat, get in there and protect my precious daughter. If even a single hair on my daughter's head is harmed, I'll skin you alive." His actions made Wu Fu mutter helplessly to himself, "Dad," but in the end he couldn't be bothered to argue and entered the restriction. "Forget it, I won't argue with him. It's just as well that I go in." As soon as he stepped in, the restriction activated. A powerful inner force surged into the sky. That force pierced straight through the clouds. People in the city also saw this phenomenon and discussed it. She naturally saw it too. She quickly turned and called Shang Yao. Shang Yao frowned and replied, "It's a restriction." Meanwhile, in a hidden place, someone had been observing Wu Fu since he entered the restriction. I didn't expect such powerful fortune, he muttered sinisterly. Why don't I make it a little harder for you? At that moment, inside the restriction, it was pitch black. Wu Fu carefully observed his surroundings and wondered, why is the restriction as black as ink? Suddenly, a few candles lit up, heightening his vigilance. Then a monster appeared behind him. Its sudden appearance made Wu Fu exclaim in terror. What? The monster cast a bloodthirsty glance at him. It swung a powerful heavy punch aimed directly at where Wu Fu was standing. But the monster didn't hit him, only breaking through the ground. He had already dodged to the side and muttered to himself, a big gift as soon as I arrive. Killing me won't be that easy. Suddenly a hand came out of nowhere and struck him. The hand slapped him hard, sending him flying into a wall. After taking that heavy hit, Wu Fu grumbled angrily, damn, I wasn't paying attention. Didn't expect another one. Looking at the monster in front of him, which was about to punch him again, he sensed a familiar aura there. I didn't expect there to be the aura of the heavenly Tao. He quickly realized the problem. It seems someone is deliberately causing me trouble. Just then, the monster threw a punch at Wu Fu. He didn't hesitate and punched back, shouting, you're underestimating me too much. His punch cracked the monster's hand. Then its arm broke off. Just then, outside the cave, someone stepped into the place where the restriction was set and exclaimed, startling Lu Long, who was guarding there, I didn't expect a peerless treasure to appear on this remote and desolate planet. Several of his subordinates had already been captured by Heavenly Might. They said helplessly, Patriarch, we can't touch them. They're too strong. Heavenly Might didn't care much and only thought about Wu Fu. It seems Wu Fu has already gone in. Let's hurry too. Seeing that he also intended to enter the restriction, Lu Long asked, who are you? What do you want? He felt a bit wary and wondered to himself. Wu Fu was still very young. How could he have offended such a terrifyingly powerful group? Tian Wei didn't want to waste words here and warned sternly, get lost, we don't have time for you. Behind him stood a group from the Immortal Pill sect, who also coveted the restrictions here. This damn place actually had restrictions. It seemed they could snatch some good stuff. Inside the restrictions, the monster was gradually being smashed to pieces by Wu Fu. He sneered, thinking that with such sluggish movements, no matter how terrifying its power, it was no match for him. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Do you think it's over? The voice came with malice. Since I can't kill you, I'll refine the restrictions and trap you here forever. As soon as the words faded, the ground somewhere outside suddenly cracked open. From the fissure surged a powerful stream of spiritual energy. Wu Fu, realizing someone was trying to toy with him, thought angrily, damn it, trying to use the power of heaven to refine the restrictions. I won't let you succeed. Meanwhile, somewhere inside the restrictions, Lu Ling was captivated by a small beast before her. The spiritual energy here was far denser than outside, and there was this adorable little rabbit. The rabbit stared blankly at her. Just as she reached out to touch it, a surge of spiritual energy flew in from nowhere. It embraced the rabbit. That surge of spiritual energy entered the rabbit's body directly. Lu Ling felt something was off with the rabbit and cautiously called out to it. Suddenly, the rabbit's eyes gradually turned red. Its body began to grow, leaving Lu Ling stunned as she shouted, Rabbit, little rabbit. By then, the rabbit had already grown huge, terrifying her into a daze. The little rabbit from moments ago had now become a giant rabbit. This sudden change made Lu Ling's face pale, and she thought it mutated. Just as she was frozen in shock, the rabbit's paw was already in front of her. It struck her hard, sending her stumbling back. This made her ask herself why. How did it become so strong in an instant? Before Lu Ling could steady herself, the rabbit charged again. Knowing she couldn't dodge, she panicked, thinking, it's over. At that critical moment, Wu Fu appeared, kicked the rabbit away, and shouted, get lost. His arrival made Lu Ling exclaim joyfully, Wu Fu. He turned to ask her, are you okay? She replied, Suddenly, the flock of birds in the sky scattered in all directions, making her cry out in confusion, what's happening? Something was approaching from the forest. Lu Ling quickly realized that many spirit beasts seemed to be heading this way. Wu Fu, unfazed, comforted her. What's the big deal? Follow me, he shouted angrily. Trying to use the power of heaven to control spirit beasts and refine the restrictions? No way. Meanwhile, on a rock, several people stood observing the situation below. Someone asked in confusion, why are all the spirit beasts gathering here? He speculated. Could it be that they've discovered a secret treasure and are all heading that way? Tian Wei, hearing this, ordered, makes sense, let's go. A figure appeared in the forest, carrying a girl in his arms, leaping and weaving through ancient trees at incredible speed. Lu Ling curled up, held by Wu Fu's hands as the two moved forward swiftly. Seeing a white pillar of smoke shooting from the ground into the sky in the distance, he said, almost there. That should be where the spiritual energy pillar is. Lu Ling's face flushed with embarrassment as she said shyly, I can run on my own too. Wu Fu stared ahead and replied calmly, don't be polite, you're not heavy and you're injured, right? Suddenly, he seemed to sense something unusual and glanced back, spotting two Tian Wei chasing them. One of them, flying on the left, threatened, trying to run as soon as we meet?" Lu Ling looked at him and asked Wu Fu in confusion. "Wu Fu, who are they?" Wu Fu didn't answer, just glanced to the side. "Trying to catch me? See if you have what it takes." He accelerated, darting forward and leaving the two black-clad figures behind. The first Chen Wei widened his eyes in surprise. "Too fast, that kid can leave us this far in the blink of an eye." The second Chen Wei warned, "No, we must deal with him or there will be endless trouble." Meanwhile, Wu Fu and Lu Ling flew for who knows how long before landing back on the ground. Wu Fu observed the scene ahead and speculated, "We're here. It must be right ahead." Lu Ling's gaze fell on a massive rock in the middle of 4 pillars. She said uncertainly, "This is the center of the restrictions." Wu Fu confirmed, "This dense spiritual energy is right here." He noticed with surprise that the massive rock at the center seemed to have just moved slightly. Wu Fu raised his hand and summoned the Star God Sword to test it. The Star God Sword resonated with the formation's core. The rock in front suddenly exploded, and he thought to himself, "Star God Sword." A faint smile curled at the corner of Wu Fu's mouth as he confirmed excitedly, "So the formation's core of these restrictions is the last fragment." A massive surge of spiritual energy shot into the sky, attracting many other cultivators flying toward this direction. Elsewhere, the fate sphere suddenly cracked, emitting 2 crack sounds before shattering into countless pieces. Huang Jin stared at the now destroyed object in his hand and resolved inwardly. His fate is broken. It seems I'll have to deal with this kid myself. Back at the scene, a disciple of the Immortal Pill sect reached out smugly to grab the Star God Sword. "It's mine." Suddenly, a fan flew from somewhere, heading straight for his face. The disciple reacted swiftly, leaning back to dodge. He stepped back, looked at the person before him, and asked irritably, "Who are you? Get lost." Lu Ling stood in front of Wu Fu, hands on her hips, declaring, "With me here, none of you will get near him." The Immortal Pill sect disciple sneered twice. "Ridiculous. Just you." He spread his hands and asked confidently, "Can you take on all of us alone? Overestimating yourself." Lu Ling gritted her teeth, analyzing inwardly, "Wu Fu is merging with the Star God Sword right now. Even if I die here, I have to hold this position." Just then, Wu Fu, who had been silent, spoke up, "You're the ones overestimating yourselves. Do you really think she's alone?" Lu Ling turned back and called out, "Wu Fu, that fast?" His eyes turned extremely sharp as he stared ahead. "These bullying dogs, leave them to me." One cultivator had already started to feel fear, stepping back and cursing, "Terrifying, he cultivates that fast?" Another beside him comforted, "There are many of us, and we have outside backing. What's there to fear?" Someone behind slowly stepped forward, signaling the others, "Stand back. He's not someone you can handle." Wu Fu's gaze fell on the speaker and he remarked, "The main player finally shows up." Chen Wei raised both hands parallel, beginning to channel power. "Kid, I won't let you escape this time." A rumbling sound echoed through the space. The 4-direction restriction array shone brightly, surrounding the spot where Wu Fu stood. 2 Chen Wei flew outside, looking at the person inside and saying, "You're surrounded? There's no escape." Wu Fu looked up and laughed twice. He drew the Star God Sword and retorted, "Who said I'm escaping? I'll use you to test my sword." The Star God Sword in Wu Fu's hand emitted a dazzling light. He swung it forcefully, sending a strike into the air straight ahead. This slash precisely aimed at the first Chen Wei opposite, whistling through the air. Lu Ling widened her eyes, thinking, firing sword energy with bare hands. Wu Fu beside her arranged, "Step back. It looks like they're getting serious." Lu Ling looked at him and reminded, "Be careful." Chen Wei raised his head, his eyes sinking into darkness, revealing a provocative smile. Wu Fu was unafraid, curling his lips into a smile, meeting his gaze head-on. Chen Wei soared into the air at lightning speed, shook his head, and his hair began to glow, growing to enormous size and lashing back and forth. On the other side, Wu Fu started moving a few steps, preparing to strike. His blade clashed head-on with Chen Wei's hair. Wu Fu concentrated power in his toes, stomped the ground, and spun in place. He lowered his body, sheathed his sword, and began gathering power around him. Chen Wei roared, unleashing countless blades. "Trash, I'll make you powerless to resist." Wu Fu squinted his eyes and loudly chanted the Star God Sword art. One flash. 2 intersecting cutting lines flashed through the space, forming a cross shape. Chen Wei's eyes widened as he stared blankly at his hat sliced in 2. Wu Fu's steps retreated a distance, stopping at a point. Chen Wei looked down at his hand, and said, "With power like that, you can indeed be called a genius." But then, gritting his teeth in anger, he asserted, "Meeting me is your bad luck." Chen Wei's hands grew huge, his nails turned sharp, and even his feet swelled, tearing his pants. His entire face became furry, with a mouthful of sharp teeth like a beast. The Zhongyang sect disciples watching from outside turned pale and trembled all over. "What is that? The aura is terrifying." Lu Ling's face also turned ashen with fear, thinking, "He's gone berserk." The remaining Chen Wei smirked as if watching a good transformation show. It seemed this battle was about to end. The first Chen Wei, in his beast form, opened his massive mouth and charged at Wu Fu. He lowered his head and commented, "Abandoning reason for power, you're just a fool. I'm done playing with you." In an instant, a white cutting line appeared on the beast form Chen Wei's arm. As Wu Fu's blade pointed to the side, a section of Chen Wei's arm flew into the sky. Countless rapid cutting lines appeared in the space, crisscrossing and overlapping. Wu Fu held his longsword, staring at the now still massive black shadow the beast formed Chen Wei. Its shadow completely dissipated. He sneered, "I thought you'd be stronger, but you're not even as good as before the transformation." "What a waste of my expression." The remaining Chen Wei, seeing this, felt fear. His face covered in sweat. Taking advantage of Wu Fu's distraction, he quickly turned and flew into the sky to escape. Lu Ling noticed and shouted loudly, "No, he's running." Chen Wei looked up and saw a black shadow, thinking, something's flying over. His entire face froze, unsure what the shadow from nowhere was. But soon both of them crashed heavily to the ground, a loud boom echoing below, and white dust filled the entire space. Lu Ling raised her hand to shield her face and asked, "What's that?" In the swirling white dust before Wu Fu and Lu Ling stood a massive black shadow. Lu Ling stared at it wide-eyed. As the dust cleared, the shadow's outline became clear. She called out, "Xiao Ha, Ching Ching." Sitting on the back of the husky, Shu Ching Ching leaned out and waved at them. "Wu Fu, is everyone okay?" Lu Long also leaned out, asking his daughter with concern if she was all right. Lu Ling, seeing them, shouted in surprise, "Dad, Shu Ching Ching." She watched as Ching Ching and Lu Long jumped off the husky's back and approached them, asking curiously, "How did everyone end up together?" Lu Long raised his hand to explain, "Worried about your safety. I was about to enter when I met this young lady, so we traveled together." Ching Ching followed up, explaining her reason. "I wanted to come in for training." The husky behind them slowly shrank back to its normal size. Lu Long turned his head, looking around. "By the way, where are the two strong ones who came in?" "Why haven't I seen them?" Lu Ling pointed. "Next to Dad, there's one over there." Lu Long followed her finger to the ground, seeing a pile of scattered brown fur. He then asked, "And the other one?" Lu Ling moved her finger, pointing at the husky, and narrated. "When you all came in, he was already squashed by Xiao Ha, Ching Ching." Lu Long and the husky all turned to look at the pit behind them. Ching Ching teased it with a laugh. "Xiao Ha, you've gotten fat." The husky yelped in panic. Wu Fu looked up and speculated, "Things probably won't be this easy from now on." Lu Ling asked him in confusion, "What's wrong? Aren't you very strong?" Wu Fu looked down at the star god sword in his hand. "Just strong here. It'll be tough in the outside world." Ching Ching put her hands on her hips and declared energetically, "Don't worry, we're here. We'll help you." Wu Fu glanced at her and stated a less optimistic reality, "I appreciate your kindness, but those guys outside might all be at the venerable level." Ching Ching and Lu Ling were both stunned by his words. Wu Fu turned to leave. "Go prepare. There might be a big battle soon." Meanwhile, in a distant cave, a wooden board hung by chains. A mysterious figure in a black robe stood with both feet on a rock. Huang Jin extended his hand, channeling his power into the rock. "The troublemaker has been found. Time to wake up." He called out a name, Kwang Dao. In an instant, tightly shut eyes snapped open. During the day, the sky was clear blue and the city was filled with countless grand skyscrapers. Inside the Shu family building, in a room, Shang Yao reported everything to the person before her. "Wu Fu, I've prepared all the spirit stones you mentioned yesterday." Wu Fu looked at the items before him, calculating, "With these spirit stones, I might be able to boost my cultivation in a short time." Ching Ching asked in confusion, "Aren't these spirit stones for Xiao Ha to eat? They're for boosting your cultivation?" The husky in her arms yelped as if expressing its opinion. Wu Fu explained meaningfully, "I feel like an old friend I haven't seen in a long time is coming." Ching Ching pressed curiously, "An enemy?" Wu Fu confirmed, "Exactly. If the world were endless, I'd be at his mercy. But the world is too small. Maybe there's still a chance to fight back." Meanwhile, elsewhere, deep in a forest, a purple pillar of light shot from the ground into the sky. In a clearing surrounded by ancient trees, a glowing purple orb enveloped something inside. The orb slowly dissipated, white smoke swirling, revealing a man's figure in the center. "This place is desolate, yet the spiritual energy is so dense." Kwang Dao smiled contentedly as he observed the scene before him. "Even my cultivation has been suppressed to the mid-venerable level." Over here, in a certain room, Wu Fu sat shirtless in a magic formation, with spirit stone fragments placed at the four corners. Ching Ching turned her face away, tiptoeing as she walked. I've arranged all the spirit stones. If there's nothing else, I'll be going," Wu Fu suddenly demanded. "Don't go." Ching Ching's face flushed red and she turned back in panic, stammering, Wu Fu, what do you want?" Wu Fu closed his eyes and said calmly, "Cultivating at full power will greatly benefit your strength." Ching Ching realized she had overthought it and lowered her head in embarrassment, muttering, "It's just cultivation, huh?" Another ordinary day. With blue skies and white clouds, on the basketball court of Yunhai University, arguing echoed through the space, "You still dare to come here?" The remaining disciples of the Immortal Pill sect, led by one, stepped forward aggressively. "Now everyone in Yunhai knows Wu Fu has offended Big Shots. He probably doesn't have time to deal with you losers. The grudge of wiping out our sect. I'll make you taste it too." My Ma gritted his teeth, cursing and waving his fists. "You bullies who pick on the weak, I'll show you what real iron fists are." His eyes turned bloodshot, and with a roar he swung his fist with all his might. but before it could land, another fist slammed hard into Meng Meng's cheek. "Get out of the way!" Zhou Tan shouted anxiously. Seeing him knocked to the ground, "Brother Meng Meng, you can't die." Meng Meng stood up and retorted, "Call me Brother Meng, as in Macho Meng. And I'm not dead yet. That was just a slip." He turned around, raised a thumb at the person behind him and taunted, "Kid, with that little strength you're barely tickling me." Xiao Mei whispered to Zhou Tan, discussing a plan. "I'll go left, you go right, we'll split up." The leader of the remaining Xian Dan sect disciples seemed to see through his plan and directly exposed it. "Kid, I know you want to run since you can't win. That's why I specially brought some old enemies of the Wu family." Meng Meng and Zhou Tan stood in the center of the court, now completely surrounded with no way out. Xiao Mei patted the person next to her and concluded, "Spy, we can't escape this time." Zhou Tan shed 2 streams of tears and replied, "Bro, I'm not blind either." Meng Meng had fully accepted his fate and raised one finger to make a request. "Let me say this first, don't hit the face." The leader of the remaining Xian Dan sect disciples, seeing his flippant attitude, ground his teeth in anger. "Are you mocking us? Beat them to death." As soon as he spoke, a crowd rushed toward Meng Meng and Zhou Tan. Suddenly a giant spiked ball flew in from the side, knocking 2 disciples away. They were pushed far back by the spiked ball and pinned tightly against a stone wall. The leader of the remaining Xian Dan sect disciples froze, looking up at the power of the spiked ball. Even the stone wall was cracked. Ching Ching appeared from somewhere and said confidently, "Fatty, if you're not dead, say something." Ching Ching hoisted the spiked club onto her shoulder, curled her lip and said disdainfully, "It's you lot again, still daring to cause trouble in Yunhai?" Meng Meng looked up at her and shouted excitedly, "Shoot!" Ching Ching. Behind them, another person jumped down from a height and landed. "I heard you were looking for me." The 2 remaining Xian Dan sect disciples, seeing him, stumbled back a few steps in panic and began to stammer, "Woo woo woo manner. You, how?" Ching Ching didn't let them finish and stepped forward to say, "Stammering is so annoying." Then a huge explosion rang out in the court, and white smoke filled the entire space. Meanwhile, outside the ticket inspection area of bus stop 20, a staff member hurriedly stopped the person in front of him. "Bro, you can't bring weapons in here." Kwang Dao asked him in confusion. "What if I hide it?" The ticket inspector raised a finger and promised, "If you can hide something that big, I'll let you on the bus." The long blade behind Kwang Dao began to glow. He tilted his head back, opened his mouth wide and actually swallowed the blade into his body. The ticket inspector's eyes nearly popped out at the sight, his mouth hanging open. Kwang Dao calmly walked past him and boarded the bus. "I just wanted to see what fun you all have. But it turns out you're all mortals without cultivation. Boring, I'm out." The ticket inspector looked up at the signboard which read from S to Watong and the reverse direction, and felt puzzled. Wasn't he heading to Yunhai? Back on this side, the leader of the remaining Xian Dan sect disciples slumped to the ground and explained in terror, If we had known you were here, we wouldn't have dared to come." Wu Fu crossed his arms and shouted, "Get lost." The groveling disciple lowered his head and thanked him for sparing his life. After that group left, Meng Meng suggested, "Bro Fu, since it's over, let's go back to school." Luo Shi appeared there at some point, approached him and called out, "Wu Fu." Wu Fu turned around and looked at her in confusion. Luo Shi touched her 2 fingers together and asked, Are you leaving?" Wu Fu looked up at the sky and explained, "If I stay in Yunhai, Yunhai won't be at peace." Luo Shi bit her lip and was silent for a moment. Then, seemingly thinking of something, her whole face turned red. Suddenly a hand reached out and grabbed Wu Fu's black sleeve. He glanced at the person in confusion and then tightened his clothes. Luo Shi lowered her head and spoke a long sentence. "The slaughter sword art has been an obstacle in my heart from the start. If I can't break through, it might trap me for life." Then the 2 of them moved to a cave in the school's back mountain. Inside the cave, white clothes were removed and scattered on the ground. Luo Shi covered her chest with her hand, her back to him. "So I thought." Wu Fu crossed his arms and calmly refused. "You don't need to repay the kindness between the Luo family and me this way. No matter how strong the enemies outside are, I still have a chance to win." Luo Shi closed her eyes tightly and shook her head forcefully in opposition. Her hand reached out to Wu Fu. "The male lead in that dream was you." Then an explosion sounded, and a beam of white light shot straight into the sky from the school's back mountain. Outside the mountain, Meng Meng saw the light, hugged a tree and cried heart-wrenchingly, "My goddess is gone." Ahead, Ching Ching gritted her teeth in anger. "That woman is so cunning, daring to beat me to it." Inside the cave in the back mountain, the entire space was filled with illusory white bones. On the other side, a pair of feet stopped in front of the gate bearing the plaque, Yunhai University. Kwang Dao, carrying his blade, cursed, "Damn, the whole academy stinks of decay." 2 pairs of feet appeared on the road, moving forward at great speed. Wu Bai warily looked at Kwang Dao standing outside the school gate and said, "Uncle, Yunhai University isn't welcoming outsiders lately." Zhou Tan beside him also spoke up, "And you're carrying a weapon, what do you want?" Kwang Dao reached out and rubbed his chin, stating his purpose. "Who is this Wu Fu?" Hearing his reason, Zhou Tan made a demand. If you want to see Brother Fu, you'll have to get past us first. Kwang Dao heard his fierce words and just chuckled with interest, not responding. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly raised his hand and slashed forward. Luckily, Wu Bai dodged to the right. Such terrifying power. Zhou Tan also sidestepped to the left and speculated. Could you be the enemy Wu Fu mentioned? Kwang Dao's eyes turned strange as if in tacit agreement, and he asked, since you know, why hasn't he shown up yet? As soon as he spoke, from some direction in the sky a person landed straight in front of him. Wu Fu propped himself up with his hands on the ground and sighed. I never thought Kwang Dao of the 12 Venerables would appear in such a small place. Kwang Dao raised his blade with interest. Kid, you know me. Zhou Tan trembled all over, his face turning purple, and weakly called out upon seeing the newcomer. Brother Fu, is this the power of a Venerable? Wu Fu squinted and explained. He's far from reaching the Venerable realm, it's just that after coming to Earth, his cultivation and power have been suppressed to the Venerable level. Zhou Tan behind him shook even more violently and asked worriedly, Brother Fu, then why don't you run? Wu Fu stood in front, just frowning without speaking. Then as he waved his hand to conjure a spirit sword, he answered him, Run where? The 12 Venerables are the ones I intend to kill one by one with my own hands. Between us, Wu Fu's eyes blazed with killing intent, and he roared, It's only life or death. Kwang Dao's entire body swelled to a massive size as he stared at him. Kid, with that little power, you want to destroy me? He said disdainfully. In the desolate galaxies, my reputation still echoes. Suddenly a huge explosion sounded behind Kwang Dao, making him widen his eyes in shock. Wu Fu leaped into the air at lightning speed. He flew above Kwang Dao's head, but the other remained calmly in place. I'll show you my power. Wu Fu gathered his strength and slashed an attack at him. But his blade was caught by Kwang Dao, who gripped it tightly. Luo Shi, standing nearby, shouted a warning. Not good. The opponent is too strong. Be careful. Kwang Dao straightened up and said leisurely, If my power weren't suppressed, I could destroy the entire Earth with just a raise of my hand. If I strike, you have no chance of survival. Wu Fu across from him cursed. Less talk. Kwang Dao's hand tightened, revealing a mocking smile. With your strength, you're wasting this sword's potential. He pulled his hand, and a tremendous force sent Wu Fu flying backward. Kwang Dao raised the spirit sword and declared, I'm taking this sword. Consider it a gift from you, kid. Wu Fu clutched his chest and coughed. You can't take this sword. Zhou Tan, watching from outside, thought to himself, Damn, he took the sword barehanded. Wu Fu raised 2 fingers and affirmed, The spirit sword belongs only to me. He then conjured another spirit sword. This is the divine weapon I forged. The sharp blade, driven by an extremely powerful force, embedded itself straight into the ground. Boom boom sounds came from near Kwang Dao's feet as the ground cracked and the entire space began to shake. Wu Fu's body seemed suppressed by a mysterious force. His brows were tightly knit, his face stiff as he stared fixedly ahead. Kwang Dao's eyes glowed red and he asked excitedly, If I kill you, this sword is mine, right? He raised his hand and slashed forward a few times. Then, head toward the end of your life. A massive slash hurtled toward Wu Fu as if heaven and earth were trembling. He retreated, crouching slightly, bracing his feet against the ground to steady himself. Wu Fu's face darkened. He curled his lip and roared disdainfully, Kill me, not so easy. The enormous blade light descended, and Wu Fu on this side also attacked at lightning speed. Kwang Dao opened his mouth wide and laughed like a madman. With that little power, you're still trying to fight a losing battle. A huge explosion came from behind the school's teaching building. The entire space was shrouded in white dust. Among it, a blurry figure stood tall. As the smoke gradually cleared, Kwang Dao's figure emerged, but his clothes were tattered, his expression stiff as if something had happened. This is, Zhou Tan praised happily. Brother Fu, awesome. Wu Fu had somehow flown into the sky, looking down from above. Your power and cultivation are suppressed. Who knows who'll win or lose? Kwang Dao looked up, curled his lip confidently, and retorted, Even suppressed, I'm still at the Venerable realm. A little guy at the peak of Harmony Dao wants to take me on? Wu Fu swung his sword again, chanting, That's right, Wild Wave 7 swords. Kwang Dao gritted his teeth in disbelief. You know the sword maniac's sword art. Who the hell are you? Wu Fu pointed the tip of his spirit sword at the sky and roared, Kill! A massive vortex appeared in the space. Wild Wave 7 swords. Wu Fu stood within the vortex facing Kwang Dao head-on. Wave character art. Kwang Dao, while struggling to fend off Wu Fu, asked curiously, You even know the final move of Wild Wave 7 swords. No wonder. Do we know each other? Wu Fu answered with his attitude. I'm your dad. Kwang Dao went mad with rage. Kid, I'm fighting seriously. He clenched his fist tightly and roared upward. Just then, Luo Shi approached Wu Fu and suggested, Let's try the combined technique of the slaughter sword art. Wu Fu agreed. Let's give it a shot. Kwang Dao stomped hard on the ground with such force that cracks appeared beneath his feet. He let out a mocking laugh, pulled his blade behind him, and assumed a fighting stance. How ridiculous. The gap in our cultivation and power is too great. Kwang Dao widened his eyes and spat out 2 words. Too close. On this side, Luo Shi and Wu Fu stood side by side, also preparing to strike. Then in coordination they both slashed forward, creating 2 intersecting cuts. Kwang Dao punched the air fiercely as if creating a beast to attack. Trying to show off your love in front of me. Go to hell. The two forces collided, producing an extremely intense explosion that shook the entire space. Luoshi was stunned by what happened. This is the power of a venerable. Suddenly, a giant hand reached out from somewhere, speeding toward her. Wu Fu glanced over and immediately noticed the unfamiliar hand. He reacted like lightning, pulling Luoshi toward him to dodge. He dragged her as they jumped far away and landed. Keeping his eyes fixed ahead, he instructed the person beside him, "Stand aside and watch. Leave this venerable to me." Luo's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "I'll watch." Kwang Dao rested his blade on his shoulder, one hand on his hip, and remarked, "Before I came, a fortune teller said you'd disrupt the balance of the world. I didn't believe it then, but now I do." The wind whistled past Wu Fu's face, his eyes turning dark and emotionless. "You're channeling power into the spirit sword. Maybe you should have listened to him more, and not been so overconfident." Kwang Dao watched Wu Fu's movements and taunted, "So you're charging up to fight me? In that case, you'd better accept your fate. After all, in your last life you only lived for a little over 20 years. Wu Fu's entire body radiated immense power. He said disdainfully, "Only lived 20 years, my lifespan reaches 1,000 years. Kwang Dao raised his blade, curled his lip and commented, "The metal energy is too pure. Didn't expect you to have that trick. Then I'll do the same." He gripped the blade with both hands, swung it up and slashed fiercely. The blade light grew enormous as soon as it flew out. Kwang Dao flashed a smug smile. "Even if you've gotten stronger, you're just a bug on this low-level planet, nothing but a speck of dust to me." His slash struck the ground directly in front, the blade's power spreading violently outward. Luoshi, hit by the strong wind, closed her eyes and cried out, "Not good." When she opened her eyes again, her expression turned shocked. At her feet, cracks in the ground had formed ravines. Extending a long distance from where Kwang Dao stood, he wore a regretful expression and said, "I only wanted to destroy you, but I didn't expect not even ashes to remain." Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind, startling Kwang Dao. "In 9 heavens no opponent has appeared for me yet, but it's definitely not you." He turned back in disbelief, thinking, "Impossible." Wu Fu, from behind, forcefully thrust his blade through the body of the person in front. "Tell that Kwang Dao that this is his end. Your body will stay here forever. As I am now, my power isn't enough to destroy your primordial souls." Countless cracks appeared all over Kwang Dao's body, making a crack, crack sound. He looked up and uttered a few words, but soon, the blade pierced through the spot where Kwang Dao's heart was. But he curled his lip and left a parting remark, "Wu Fu, as soon as you leave this planet, I'll make sure you die without a whole corpse." Suddenly, a massive spatial black hole appeared before the two of them. From within, a mysterious giant hand extended with sharp nails. Wu Fu observed for a moment and saw the mysterious hand speeding toward him. He quickly leapt back to dodge. The mysterious hand grabbed Kwang Dao's entire body. Before leaving, it glanced at Wu Fu and chuckled a few times. "I'll be waiting for you in the outside world." Wu Fu's strength gave out, his body swaying unsteadily. But fortunately, Kang Yao appeared in time to support him. He looked at Wu Fu and asked in confusion, "You could have run. Why did you insist on confronting him head-on?" Wu Fu explained his reason. The man had once been his defeated opponent, and running away would be too shameful. Meanwhile, somewhere outside, at the site of a spatial rift, a figure in a black robe had been waiting for some time. Huang Jin pressed his hand to his chest and spoke, "I told you not to get cocky, but you wouldn't listen. Now you've made me pay this price to save you, my defeated foe." Kwang Dao retorted, "You didn't tell me he was a monster who's lived over 1,000 years. Huang Jin's expression shifted slightly at this news. Glancing back, he asked again, "Over 1,000 years?" Kwang Dao looked at the man before him and replied, "He said so himself." Huang Jin furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, "The star sword, so that's how it is?" Elsewhere, a voice came from the hospital building. "He's so badly injured, who knows how long it'll take to recover." Xing Xing anxiously pleaded with the person beside her. "Dad, we have to avenge Wu Fu and take down those bastards," Yin Xian explained to her. "Good daughter. It's not that Dad doesn't want to avenge Wu Fu, but we're not strong enough." Kang Yao chimed in. "He paid such a heavy price just to crush that person's body. Our strength can't even compare to our opponents." Xing Xing's eyes reddened as she asked them both, "But if they come back, won't we have no power to resist?" Kang Yao turned, hands behind his back, and said firmly, "There are many things in this world that can't be decided. If they really do return, I'll give my life to protect him." Then he glanced at Xing Xing and said, "For now, Wu Fu is in your hands." The ward door closed with a soft click. Now only Xing Xing remained in the room, her cheeks flushed. She stood silently by the hospital bed. Wu Fu lay quietly, eyes shut tight, still unconscious. Xing Xing blushed from shyness and began muttering to herself, "I'll help you apply the medicine." She wondered what everyone would think. On the other side of the bed, Erha sensed Wu Fu's movement, poked his head out and barked twice. Instantly, Wu Fu's eyes snapped open, startling Xing Xing. He glanced at her and asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Xing Xing, as if guilty, waved her hands in denial, flustered. "You're awake?" I didn't see anything." Wu Fu looked at her and slowly sat up. "This medicine is effective for my external injuries. As for internal injuries, I'll recover on my own." "All right." He clasped his hands together, ready to practice. I need to improve my strength as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a hand reached out and landed heavily on Wu Fu's shoulder. Xing Xing advised him with concern. You should rest and recover first. Wu Fu continued his practice and reassured her. Don't worry, this little injury is nothing to me. Xing Xing's cheeks flushed slightly. She slowly withdrew her hand, said nothing more and just softly hummed in agreement. Luo Shenxian looked up at the girl weaving through the tall ancient trees and speculated. It seems the sword technique has reached perfection. Luo Shi skillfully jumped down from the tree, landing safely. She came over to report the current situation. Wu Fu is seriously injured. This time, Luo Shenxian, you come with me to help Wu Fu. Luo Shenxian sighed at her news. If even he can't handle that person, then isn't it even more terrifying? Somewhere, the legs wrapped in black skin emitted cracking sounds as fissures began to appear. In the dark space, 2 assassins from the outer heaven stood still as if awaiting a command. Huang Jin revealed a vicious smile and said, Wu Fu, this time you won't be as lucky as last time. Elsewhere at the Shu residence gate, 2 bodyguards in sunglasses reached out to block the people in front. The head of the household has ordered no entry to outsiders. Meng Meng pointed at the person behind him and introduced, I'm Wang Meng Meng and these people are from the student council. We're here to protect Brother Fu. One bodyguard scratched his face and awkwardly pleaded, Brother Fatty, don't make things hard for me. If you go in, I can let you pass. But them. Suddenly, a commanding voice came from inside the house. Let them all in. Immediately, the bodyguard stepped aside and gestured for them to enter. Everyone please come in. In a luxurious corridor with circular chandeliers on the ceiling, Meng Meng walked behind and asked curiously, Sis, is Brother Fu inside? Xing Xing tilted her head to explain. He's improving his strength. Meng Meng was confused and didn't understand at all. He continued, I remember Brother Fu just broke through his cultivation not long ago. Even though I can't judge him by ordinary standards, he's seriously injured and not resting. Now he's improving his strength again. As soon as he finished speaking, the door in front of them suddenly emitted a golden light. The power in the room surged out, violently blowing toward the 3 of them. Meng Meng covered his head and shouted, Brother Fu is getting stronger. Kang Yao widened his eyes in disbelief. In less than an hour, he's already raised his cultivation to the peak of the Harmony Path realm. At the same time, a mass of extremely powerful white lightning appeared in the sky outside the building. Kang Yao looked up worriedly. Not good, it's heavenly thunder. After who knows how long, the mass of heavenly thunder in the sky finally disappeared completely. The tightly shut door clicked, then slowly opened. Xing Xing saw the person emerging from the room and called his name with wide eyes. Wu Fu. Wu Fu took a few steps toward them and sighed. If my cultivation weren't restricted, I would have already broken through to the final realm. Kang Yao looked at his granddaughter and sighed. You 2 aren't a good match. I originally wanted to set you up, but now the gap between you is too great. Xing Xing heard her grandfather's assessment and was so angry steam seemed to rise from her head. She snorted defiantly. This young lady and he are a perfect match. Otherwise, it'd be a waste. Somewhere, Luo Shi led the way, flying forward at breakneck speed. As she flew with all her might, she thought to herself, I must get to him quickly. Back at the scene, Kang Yao solemnly clasped his hands and affirmed, On Earth there are countless venerable-level experts, but you have the chance to become the youngest venerable. Wu Fu looked down at his hands. Becoming a venerable is just to face the first heavenly tribulation in life, but the tribulation here isn't strong enough. Kang Yao was startled, his eyes wide, and stammered, You just gave up the chance to become a venerable? Wu Fu conjured the golden glowing star sword and retorted, If I break through now, wouldn't that mean there's no hope of becoming a divine king? Above the Shu residence, a suspended thin line appeared in the high sky, emitting an eerie purple light. Suddenly, a rift opened in the sky out of nowhere, causing the bodyguards to panic. What's that? Go report it. Someone's coming. From the rift, a pair of hands gently reached out and tore it open. As the spatial rift gradually expanded, a strange face appeared. A menacing man burst out of the space and appeared in the sky. As soon as he appeared, Wu Fu, Meng Meng and Xing Xing all sensed the spiritual energy simultaneously. At that moment, a bodyguard ran over and urgently reported to Kang Yao, Head of the household, someone's here to cause trouble. Kang Yao didn't think twice and said he'd go take a look. When they came outside, someone exclaimed, Oh no, these people even invited the northern mystic true person. Hearing this, Meng Meng shouted in surprise, It's Chen Beixuan. Kang Yao immediately corrected him. It's Tianya Mountain Luo Beixuan. Hearing this, Meng Meng stopped panicking and said, Luo Beixuan, then it's fine. Seeing he didn't understand the gravity of the situation, Kang Yao explained to him. Fine, he represents Earth's strongest combat power, the Venerable Realm. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Fu revealed an intrigued smile, looking at the person in the sky. At this point, Meng Meng said to him with some worry, Brother Fu, these people deserve to die. They know that outer heaven experts have their strength suppressed on Earth. So they invited Earth's experts to help. Contrary to his concern, Wu Fu calmly said, "The heavenly mechanism book will stop at nothing to kill me, even bringing assassins from the outer heaven who target tribulation crossing experts." Suddenly Xing Xing noticed something and shouted, "No, there are two more," just as she said. From behind Beishuan's rift, two more figures emerged. Wu Fu recognized them as soon as he saw them and said, "Are these the assassins who can kill tribulation crossing experts?" Hearing this, Xing Xing urged him in panic. "Then run," she advised him with great concern. "Even if their strength is suppressed, there are three of them." But Wu Fu ignored this and instead shielded Xing Xing behind him. "The outer heaven assassins are much weaker than Kuang Dao. What's really dangerous is their schemes. You stay back." Seeing this, she immediately blushed with shyness. Indeed, he was most worried about her. However, Wu Fu's next words interrupted Xing Xing's thoughts. "Don't let them take you hostage again." Hearing this, she immediately flared up and yelled at him, "And I thought you'd say something nice. Turns out you think I'm a burden?" To be safe, Wu Fu also asked Meng Meng, "Fatty, help me protect Xu Xingxing. These people are cunning and will definitely use some trick to force me." He made a hidden hand gesture and replied obediently, "Got it, bro." At this moment, the most dangerous figure, Beishuan, also spoke. "I haven't been out in years. Is this how the young people are nowadays? Planning to use a human wave tactic? It's the 21st century now. With a flick of my finger, I can turn you all to ashes." Hearing these words, Meng Meng retorted fearlessly, "That's still better than a despicable person like you." Seeing that he didn't take him seriously, Beishuan waved a hand at him. "You're the only one who dares to speak to me like that." Just as the sharp object was about to strike Meng Meng, a hand reached out and caught it. Seeing this, Beishuan showed a flicker of surprise. "This fatty didn't even blink. Is that his reason?" Wu Fu tightened his grip on the arrow in his hand and reminded, "Forgot who the main character is today," he confidently declared directly. "You're not qualified to kill the person in front of me." Beishuan was unafraid and arrogantly reminded him, "Kid, there are three of us and we're all higher in cultivation than you. A mere ant who just broke through the Harmony Path realm dares to speak so boldly." In response, Wu Fu said something puzzling. "Which eye of yours sees that I'm alone?" As soon as he spoke, a strange aura immediately appeared in the sky. It swirled down and landed beside Wu Fu. When the aura dissipated, Luo Shi appeared and announced herself. "Luotian Mountain is here," behind her. Her grandmother and Kang Yao also stepped forward. "And me." Not just them, Meng Meng and the others also stepped forward. "And us." Seeing this, Beishuan sneered with disdain. "A bunch of old, weak and disabled walking to their deaths. Kid, do you really think this ragtag group can be our opponents?" Without further ado, Wu Fu immediately drew his sword ready to fight. "Since you dare to come, I'll make sure you stay here forever." He used his power to conjure something like a bear's paw and declared with full confidence, "To kill you. One person is enough." With that, Wu Fu charged at Beishuan, swinging his sword like a bear and attacking him. Beishuan easily dodged his strike and said contemptuously, "A Harmony Path strike, nothing special." Wu Fu and his bear continued forward, replying, "This is just the beginning." Beishuan was momentarily stunned, confused, and then a massive tremor followed as if something had hit him. Beishuan clutched his injured hand, adjusted his stance, and shouted, This is definitely not the power of the Harmony Path realm." Wu Fu immediately retorted, "Who told you that my Harmony Path is so simple?" As soon as he finished speaking, something suddenly struck. Wu Fu agilely leaned back, successfully dodging the sneak attack. Seeing this, Luo Zai's grandmother quickly called out, "We'll help you." Kang Yao sensed something and warned, "Not good, they're setting up a formation." Wu Fu also sensed something and quickly glanced to the side. An assassin was summoning a formation on the ground. The formation erected a barrier, surrounding Wu Fu. It rose higher and higher, like separating inside from outside until it reached the sky. Finally, it stood like a straight pillar of light shooting into the heavens. Seeing this, Meng Meng was drenched in sweat and whispered, "We've been separated." But he refused to believe it. Like a lost soul, Meng Meng reached out toward the barrier. Brother Fu." Seeing his action, someone shouted in panic, "Don't touch it," but it was too late. As soon as Meng Meng touched the barrier, he was immediately thrown back. Xing Xing refused to give up and asked Yin Xian, "Dad, is there any way we can break into this formation?" "I want to help them," he replied with some helpless regret. "We can't get in, and even if we did, we'd only cause them trouble." Meanwhile, inside the formation, Luo Zai's grandmother looked at the formation and commented, "The spiritual power of this killing formation is too strong. You'd die here countless times. We need to be careful." And because he was momentarily distracted answering her, Kang Yao didn't know danger was heading his way. Just then, someone loudly warned, "Watch out." Kang Yao was slightly stunned, his face turning pale as he realized danger was imminent. He quickly grabbed his cape, using it like a reactive shield to deflect those strange things back. Luo Zai's grandmother seemed to recognize what it was and became panicked. "Not good, it's an illusion technique." As soon as she spoke, the assassin immediately appeared behind Kang Yao. Just then, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed. Wu Fu appeared in time and punched the assassin in the abdomen. The assassin was knocked back, sliding several meters. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, Beishun took out a gourd bottle and said, "The formation's power is increasing, enough for me to kill you all in one move." Then he began to channel his spiritual power, summoning smoke from the gourd. "You can't escape." With that, he immediately aimed the gourd's mouth at them and began to suck. The hazy smoke coiled forward, enveloping Wu Fu and Kang Yao inside. When they were completely wrapped up tight, Beishun withdrew his arm, picked up the gourd, and clenched his other hand into a fist. With this motion, Wu Fu and Kang Yao were formally sealed inside a sphere. After finishing, Beishun turned to leave, saying, "My mission is done. The rest is up to you." As soon as he spoke, the sphere suddenly shook violently. Then the sphere exploded, its power shooting into the sky. Seeing this, Beishun couldn't believe his eyes and shouted, How is this possible?" Then strange light began to emanate from beneath the barrier's power. These lights were like flames, scorching everything around. Wu Fu walked out of the barrier unscathed and taunted, "With skills like that, you think you can catch me?" The two assassins weren't about to let him go easily. They immediately charged at him, having originally planned to use his hand to eliminate you, but now they had to do it themselves. Wu Fu stood motionless waiting for their attack. Just as they swung their blades at him simultaneously, his figure suddenly blurred. Seeing this, the two assassins exclaimed in unison, "It's an illusion." Beizan was also somewhat incredulous and quickly shouted, "Where did he go?" The moment he finished speaking, Wu Fu appeared behind him and greeted, "Hey, were you looking for me?" Just as Beizan raised his hand to attack, something lightly grazed his arm. He panicked, clutching his severed arm, and crouched down under Wu Fu's threatening voice, "You're finished." Wu Fu's strike completely crippled one of Beizan's arms. Seeing this, the two assassins warily assessed the situation. The sword aura is too strong. No sooner had they spoken than two familiar figures appeared before them. Luo Zai's grandmother and grandfather assumed a battle stance and declared, "We won't let you disturb Wu Fu." The assassin scoffed, laughing mockingly, "You think you can stop us? You're not qualified." Meanwhile, on Beizan's side, he was enraged by Wu Fu's recent move. "You dare cut off my hand?" His eye patch gradually fell off, revealing eyes brimming with terrifying killing intent. "I'll take your life." Immediately, a fearsome evil aura began to emanate from Beizan, greatly enhancing his abilities. Watching the scene, Wu Fu muttered softly, "It seems losing an arm doesn't make much difference." Then Beizan shot a liquid-like killing intent toward him and roared, "Die!" Wu Fu showed no fear, staring straight ahead with wide eyes. The liquid surged like a wave, rising high, trying to engulf and drown him. Without hesitation, Wu Fu swung his sword, sending out a sword aura. But the thing easily dodged his attack. Then, like a monster with a gaping maw, it lunged straight at him. In an instant, Wu Fu was swallowed by the liquid. Seeing this, the grandfather called out his name in concern, "Wu Fu." The assassin he was fighting reminded him, "If you're fighting me, don't get distracted by others." As he spoke, he launched a sneak attack, forcing the grandfather back. He was sent flying a distance before stopping. Just as he stood up, the grandfather clutched his chest and coughed a few times. "It's over." Luo Zai's grandmother rushed over and asked the grandfather, "Are you all right?" At that moment, Beizan firmly trapped Wu Fu and confidently declared, "In the face of absolute power, any technique is useless." Little did he know, the trapped Wu Fu was forming hand seals, releasing the spiritual power of his sword technique. Then a massive explosion rang out, shattering Beizan's confidence. The air began to echo with the familiar voice of the grandfather. Thousands of swords appeared in the sky, surrounding the two assassins. Seeing this, Ching Ching muttered blankly, arrogant and conceited. Meanwhile, Meng Meng shouted in panic, A sword formation." As they spoke, rows of swords appeared outside the barrier, continuously attacking it. Luo Shi watched the scene and worriedly asked herself, "He won't lose that easily, will he?" The swords flew faster and faster around the barrier, striking it like a whirlwind. After a while, the sturdy pillar was finally shattered. The killing formation is broken. Moments later, several figures gradually emerged from the spreading dust. Meng Meng struggled to find a familiar figure and shouted loudly, "Brother Fu," not far away. Wu Fu also rolled out of the spreading dust. That last strike had drained too much of his strength. Meanwhile, in a distant cave somewhere, someone was monitoring Wu Fu through space. The mysterious figure's hands unconsciously clenched. He gritted his teeth in anger. This kid must be eliminated or he'll become a future threat. Back with Wu Fu and the others, Ching Ching complained somewhat aggrievedly, "At times like this I can't even help him." Luo Shi beside her comforted her. "He's never let us down, has he?" Ching Ching nodded softly in response. As she spoke, Meng Meng immediately chimed in with a shout. "Brother Fu, use that 10-meter-long giant sword to take them down." Meanwhile, the two assassins were daydreaming, plotting their plan. That blind man wasn't wrong. That weapon is said to be a divine artifact. Only by killing him can we obtain it. Everyone was normal, except for one person whose blood kept dripping to the ground. Beizan tightly clutched his bleeding arm, staggering as he cursed. "Damn it!" He ground his teeth in fury. "Bastard, I'll kill you." With that, Beizan began to gather power. I'll release 10 years' worth of stored spiritual energy and blow you to pieces. Wu Fu calmly looked down on him. Without the killing formation, you're no match for me now. But Bei Zan ignored his words and unleashed the gathered power in a single strike forward. Die! This massive attack shot toward him like a rocket. Luo Shi panicked and quickly shouted, Wu Fu, be careful. Contrary to her worry, Wu Fu lightly lipped to dodge as the attack approached. He hadn't yet realized the problem and said, it's powerful, but it's useless if it can't hit the target. Suddenly, Bei Zan waved his hand as if pulling and controlling the attack, responding, Kid, it's not over yet. The attack immediately snapped back like a lasso, curving slightly. The tip of the attack changed trajectory, turning toward Wu Fu. As it drew closer and closer, he quickly used his sword to block. Then, Bei Zan suddenly raised his voice and shouted, What does it matter if there's no killing formation? Die! Wu Fu revealed a sly smile and murmured, Spirit sword technique reverse. The two assassins seemed to see something and immediately shouted, Not good. Then the attack was sucked in, merging into Wu Fu's sword. Seeing this, Bei Zan felt a jolt of shock. The flow of power was drawn away, traveling along the Qingyun's sword. It flowed toward the connection point at the hilt where spiritual energy radiated. When the flow of demonic power was fully absorbed, the sword immediately emitted a blinding light like the sun. Seeing this, the assassin exclaimed in surprise, That sword can absorb others' attacks. Meng Meng, witnessing this amusing sight, praised endlessly, Brother Fu, how is that possible? But Bei Zan refused to believe it, repeatedly denying reality. Impossible. That's my 10 years' worth of stored spiritual energy. Is my supporting character aura only going to last a few episodes? As he spoke, Wu Fu assumed a stance to swing his sword and said with a smile, I'll return your spiritual energy to you now. Then he unleashed a brilliant strike, ending the battle. Bei Zan stomped heavily, entering a defensive stance. He channeled his spiritual energy to form a shield in front of him. Watch me block you. I know my own spiritual power inside out. Suddenly a sharp pain shot through his heart. He hesitated. Bei Zan's spiritual energy shield was shattered by Wu Fu's sword strike. The residual force was so strong that even the distant mountain peak was split. The spiritual energy shield broke and blood dripped down. He staggered, his breathing erratic, severely injured with a sword scar running across his body. Losing an arm, I was too careless. With those words, Bei Zan fell and breathed his last. Wu Fu thrust his sword into the ground and a weary panting sound arose. That last strike had nearly exhausted his strength. Seeing this, the two heavenly outer demons exchanged glances and said, Too strong. That sword's power has probably increased tenfold, but he's spent now. This is our chance to seize the divine artifact. As they spoke, before they could act, someone stepped in to block them. The grandfather stood in front of Wu Fu. I don't know what grudge you have against Wu Fu, but this is the Shu family's territory. If you want to kill him, you'll have to go through me. One of the heavenly outer demons approached and asked coldly, Are you out of your mind? With a casual flick, it easily brushed him aside. You overestimate yourself. Get lost. Seeing this, Ching Ching shouted anxiously, Grandpa. The heavenly outer demon laughed and reached out toward Wu Fu. I should give you some credit, but now it's time to say goodbye. Wu Fu curled his lips and taunted, Thanks a lot, but isn't it too early to say goodbye? As he spoke, Wu Fu quickly retreated backward, then jumped several steps away, putting distance between himself and the heavenly outer demon assassins. This move left Meng Meng, Luo Shi and Ching Ching stunned, their mouths wide open. Meng Meng commented, Brother Fu's escape speed seems even slower than mine. Luo Shi looked in that direction and recognized that Wu Fu was heading toward the mountain behind the school. The two heavenly outer demons immediately gave chase. Ching Ching grew more anxious. Let's follow them too. However, Luo Shi stopped her. Wait, she explained, he's heading that way to protect us. Ching Ching was worried, but the grandfather walked over. That's right, Wu Fu thought this through carefully. We shouldn't let his efforts go to waste. Ching Ching looked at the grandfather who advised, None of us can help. Going would only hold him back. Luo Shi turned around, and everyone understood Wu Fu's intentions. Then we'll stay here. Ching Ching lowered her head and reluctantly replied, She clenched her fists, thinking to herself, she needed to become stronger. She gritted her teeth. She didn't want to be powerless in situations like this anymore. On the other side, Wu Fu wasn't moving too fast, just enough to keep his distance from the two heavenly outer demons. They chased behind him, gloating and taunting. Kid, weren't you just acting tough? Wu Fu ran ahead, revealing a mysterious smile. The real show is just beginning. Over with Meng Meng. He always has a bad feeling about this. Meng Meng gritted his teeth. You guys can go if you want, but I'm going to find Brother Fu. Luo Shi was surprised, not understanding what he intended to do. Little fatty. He still stared in the direction Wu Fu had gone. Even if Brother Fu dies, we won't escape either. Meng Meng said with a tearful face. Besides, Brother Fu lured those heavenly outer experts away to avoid dragging us into it. Just as he said that, the ground shook violently, and a deafening explosion rang out. Luo Shi was startled. What's with this tremor? Meng Ming's face turned pale as he pointed to the other side. Look over there, there's a huge mushroom cloud. Everyone realized with concern that it was the direction Brother Fu had fled. In another place, seeing this, Huang Jin gritted his teeth in anger. Failed again. Yun Bai stood behind him, laughing. What's got you so angry? He stepped aside to let Huang Jin look at the monitoring mirror. See for yourself. Yun Bai glanced up, his eyes narrowing as a narrow cave appeared on the mirror's surface. He commented, this kid is too cunning. He set a trap there. Meanwhile, Wu Fu entered the cave first. Close behind were the two heavenly outer demon assassins. Once inside, they laughed as if they were the final victors. It's a dead end ahead. You can't escape. Just accept your death. Wu Fu was waiting for them, looking back. You're the ones who can't escape. At that moment he stood at the center of a Tai Chi yin-yang formation. The two assassins taunted. You think this shabby formation can kill us? Have you given up? Ignoring their mockery, Wu Fu said, this yin-yang formation can even kill a condensation spirit realm cultivator. It's a gift specially prepared for you. The assassins didn't believe him and lunged forward. Enough talk. Die, seeing them rush into their deaths. Wu Fu smiled slightly. He gripped his sword and spiritual energy flickered, flowing into the blade. He forcefully thrust the sword into the formation, activating the yin-yang array. A terrifying aura surged forth, making the assassins' faces turn pale. The yin-yang formation beneath their feet activated, and the Tai Chi pattern began to spin. Two dragons, one black and one white, appeared from the formation, roaring fiercely as they charged at the heavenly outer demons. Each dragon took on a target, trapping the two assassins, who could only scream in despair. Then came a earth-shattering explosion, and a massive black mushroom cloud spread outward. Yun Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. This is, Huang Jin hadn't yet realized the severity. What's wrong? Something off, he replied. This is the yin-yang formation. Yun Bai was extremely puzzled. How does he know about it? Only Wu Zuori could create such a peerless formation, Huang Jin calculated. He's an avenger. Quang Dao and the assassin have both failed. The next to die might be you, Yun Bai laughed. Interesting. If this world is too narrow, then let him ascend. Huang Jin was startled, not understanding why he would want such a powerful enemy to develop freely. Yun Bai explained. Didn't they fail because their power was suppressed? So why not wait until he ascends and then kill him? That sounds reasonable too. Huang Jin pondered for a few seconds, then nodded. Maybe I should go along with your plan. Let's wait for his ascension. When Wu Fu regained consciousness, everything was pitch black, and his ears were filled with Meng Ming's incessant calls, Brother Fu, and the loud barking of the husky. He opened his eyes heavily, seeing two blurry figures before him. Meng Ming cheered happily. Brother Fu, he's awake. Seeing this, Luo Shi also called out to Wu Fu. The husky climbed directly onto him, barking joyfully. He struggled to sit up, and Luo Shi asked with concern, Wu Fu, how do you feel now? You've been unconscious for a long time. Meng Ming grinned and boasted. Brother Fu, do you know how amazing you were? Wu Fu asked curiously. How amazing, Meng Ming recounted. That huge explosion on the mountain behind the school was all your doing. By the time we got there, the mountain was gone, leaving only a big crater. He gestured wildly, using his whole body to illustrate. And the best part is, we found you in that crater. Just as he was getting excited, the door opened. The grandfather walked in and said, Wu Fu, you're awake? He marveled. With such terrifying power, you only ended up unconscious. The grandfather stroked his beard and asked with concern, how are you feeling now? I've placed many experts outside. Just rest and recover. We old folks may not be of much help, but we can still hold them off for a few moves. Wu Fu reassured him. Don't worry. Their target is me. As long as I'm not here, they won't be interested in this place. The grandfather caught the key point. What do you mean by not here? He replied with unwavering determination. Next, I'm going to prepare for ascension. The grandfather was startled. You're leaving Earth, Wu Fu explained. With Earth's spiritual energy, the only way to level up is to ascend and leave. The grandfather worried for him. But once you leave Earth, those people's cultivation won't be suppressed anymore. They might have been waiting for this moment. Meng Ming nodded. Yeah, Brother Fu. Wu Fu understood everyone's concerns and comforted them. Don't worry. Defeated foes from the past aren't worth my fear. He smiled confidently. Besides, the outside world is vast, making it even harder to catch me. The grandfather sighed. Since you've thought it through, little junior brother, I can rest assured. Luo Shi felt uneasy and tried to stop him. Outside, void realm cultivators are as common as hairs on an ox. Aside from the spiritual energy being more abundant than on Earth, everything was completely different. Wu Fu nodded to show he understood, but still told her not to worry too much. Not seeing Qingqing earlier, he asked, by the way, where's Shu Qingqing? Meng Ming said that after sending you back, she mentioned wanting to improve her strength and headed north. The Shu family is looking for her now. Upon hearing this, Wu Fu fell into thought. Improve her strength by going north? What could help her get stronger up there? At that moment in the north, a figure with white hair stood on a cliff. The old man murmured, Strong forces keep emerging from the outside world, and the 1,000-year turmoil continues to surge. Jing Song stood with his hands behind his back, muttering, "After this parting, who knows when we'll meet again." Sensing someone's arrival, he didn't turn around, only asking, "At this moment, shouldn't you be taking care of Wu Fu?" The person behind him was Ching Ching. She stepped forward and bowed with clasped hands. "Master Lu, please take me to the outside world." The old man asked why. She answered truthfully, "Earth is just his starting point, so I want to become stronger." Unexpectedly, Jing Song refused outright. "No." Ching Ching was stunned, frozen on the spot. Then she resorted to a plea of desperation, immediately kneeling and begging, clinging to the old man's leg. "Let me go, I want to get stronger to help him." The old man was truly startled and also at a loss for words at her tactics. Jing Song sighed helplessly. "Fine, I'll take you, I happen to need an assistant." As if waiting for that very line, Ching Ching immediately hoisted a travel bag. "Great, let's set off." Seeing how well prepared she was, Jing Song couldn't help but sweat. He raised his hand to open a portal, not forgetting to set a condition. All right, I'm not that familiar with Wu Fu. Once your strength improves, I'll send you back." Ching Ching thanked him sincerely. "Thank you, senior." Before leaving, Ching Ching thought to herself, "Wait for me. I'll be back." The sky was clear and blue, not darkened by their departure. A guard from the Shu family rushed in to report to Shang Yao. "Head of the family, we saw the young lady enter a portal with an old man." The old man was surprised. An old man, just from the description, Wu Fu knew who she had gone with. He reassured Shang Yao. "Don't worry, Shu Ching Ching is safe now." The old man smiled with trust. "If you say so, I feel relieved." After waking up, Wu Fu immediately walked into the study and stood before a map of Earth, deep in thought. There are 2 places on Earth where one can ascend. Unlike cultivators from the outside world, they can connect to teleportation arrays or activate teleportation maps. He marked Tianshan and her Hai on the map respectively. Shang Yao frowned in analysis. "The spirit beasts near Hai are very strong, and the sea is treacherous and unpredictable." Wu Fu decided, "Then we'll go to Tianshan." Shang Yao shouted to stop him. "But that's a death zone." Wu Fu smiled mysteriously. "Precisely because it's a death zone we must go." Elsewhere, 2 men in black knelt to report, "Sir, everything is set." The masked man in black looked at the mirror monitoring Wu Fu and whispered an order. "Tell the people sent by the sect to approach the teleportation array. Once spotted, kill without mercy." Huang Jin frowned in displeasure. "That planet seems to have only 2 ascension points. If we knew where he'd appear, it would be easy to handle." Suddenly, a person in striking wine-red clothes appeared behind him and spoke. "What sacred figure has made you order a kill?" Huang Jin turned around in surprise at the person. "You're awake? Are you the 12th god?" "Yao," he greeted. "Oh, you old prophet." The scene shifted to the lush green forest behind the Shu family villa. Shang Yao entrusted Wu Fu, "Please take care of Ching Ching." The old man bowed. "I've been troubled here, and with my cultivation, even going to the outer heavens wouldn't help much." Wu Fu nodded to show he would keep his promise. "Rest assured, senior." He looked toward the horizon. This outer heaven was just another starting point. Meanwhile, at the Tianshan Snow Sect, amidst the falling snow, a disciple entered to report. "Sect leader, Luo Beixuan was killed by a 20-year-old. A voice came from behind the curtain. So young and already so formidable," the disciple continued. "I've investigated. The man's name is Wu Fu." A hand reached out from behind the curtain, beginning to feel anticipation. Just seeing that hand made the disciple blush with infatuation. Then the sect leader stepped out, licking her lips. "I wonder what he tastes like." On Tianshan, the wind and snow were fierce. Several figures trudged through the harsh weather. Though Meng Ming was bundled up, he still sneezed from the cold. Looking at Wu Fu's thin clothing, he complained, "Brother Fu, how much longer? Aren't you cold?" Wu Fu replied, "We're only halfway there." As he walked forward, he explained that the teleportation array to the outside world was at the mountain's peak and required the Snow Sect's help to activate. Luo Shi walked beside him, wrapped in a warm coat. The Snow Sect's leader was named Shuili, with a very sinister personality. Although not as easy to deal with as Luo Beixuan, she was no good person either. As the 3 were talking, figures approached. "Are you Wu Fu?" 2 female disciples bowed with clasped hands. "The Snow Sect leader specially sent us to welcome you." Wu Fu sneered. "News travels fast. If she wants to see me, why doesn't she come herself?" The female disciple was displeased. "Watch your tongue, kid. If the leader didn't want to spare your life, you'd be dead by now." Seeing injustice, Meng Ming stepped forward to defend his own. "Haven't you heard who my brother Fu is?" "No, Luo Beixuan. He was the strongest on earth and my brother Fu took him out with one palm." The female disciple's eyes turned cold. "Here on Tianshan we call the shots." Meng Ming was intimidated and hid behind Wu Fu. "Brother Fu, protect me." Wu Fu spoke. "I have no grudge against your Snow Sect. I only came for the ancient array at the peak." But his tone shifted, his eyes icy. "Though it seems your sect doesn't want to host us." Seeing Wu Fu turn fearsome, the 2 Snow Sect female disciples warily stepped back, then fled with light kung fu swift as the wind. "They're gone," Meng Ming worriedly asked. "Brother Fu, won't they go get reinforcements?" Wu Fu turned and walked away. "Forget them, let's keep going." The female disciple returned to the sect to report. "Sect leader, this man is arrogant and overbearing." I couldn't bring him to see you. Shueli wasn't angered by this. Instead, she grew interested. They call him a once-in-a-millennium genius. If he lacked that temperament, I'd look down on him. I'll go see him myself. The snowy mountain was a vast expanse of white. The three stumbled forward. Luo Shi couldn't help asking, how much further? Wu Fu didn't answer. He suddenly stopped. Meng Ming was confused. Brother Fu, what's wrong? He said calmly. Wait a bit, there's something. Meng Ming squinted ahead. What something? But when he saw what Wu Fu meant by something, his eyes widened in terror. The wind and snow still howled. Dozens of blood-red eyes flickered in the forest. They slowly advanced surrounding Wu Fu's group. The lead wolf growled low as if conveying some command. Meng Ming broke out in a sweat amidst the snowstorm, shouting in panic, Brother Fu, how are there such huge wolf packs on the snowy mountain? What do we do? Wu Fu reminded him. What are you afraid of? Your cultivation isn't what it used to be. Meng Ming was jolted awake, suddenly remembering. Ah, right. Just then, the wolf pack pounced, mouths full of sharp teeth. But Wu Fu's group was an easy prey. They struck out, sending several wolves flying with a few punches. With loud bangs, the first wolves to charge were knocked back. Wolves are pack animals. Some packs number in the hundreds. When one was hit, another leapt in. They split up to surround them. Meng Ming realized they couldn't finish them off. Brother Fu, the snow wolves are increasing. What do we do? Wu Fu smiled calmly. Catch the leader first. This is just a welcome gift to the snowy mountain. No need to waste much time. He had already spotted the lead wolf. You're the leader, right? The lead wolf bared its teeth at him warily. Without further ado, Wu Fu charged at it with his sword. However, the lead wolf was no pushover. Its fur bristled, making it impossible to attack with bare hands. This tough-furred spirit beast could survive here for a reason. Its fur wasn't just hard, it could shoot out like a porcupine's quills. In an instant, rows of spikes flew toward Wu Fu. He swung his sword to block all the incoming wolf fur. The blade cut through the wind with a whirring sound as if challenging the lead wolf. Sensing the provocation, the lead wolf's eyes lit up and it growled low. Then it opened its mouth and shot a powerful blast of spiritual energy forward. Snow and wind swirled. Wu Fu's figure flickered, dodging its attack. Now was the moment. Like a ghost, he appeared beside the lead wolf without warning. Wu Fu stared coldly at the lead wolf as if looking at a corpse. Die. His sword thrust toward the wolf's head. Just then a snap of fingers sounded, and something seemed to fly from that beautiful hand. A pebble shot toward Wu Fu at incredible speed. Just as he was about to take the wolf's life, he saw the pebble coming. Without hesitation, Wu Fu flipped to dodge, and the lead wolf seized the chance to escape. Luo Shi called out worriedly. Wu Fu, Meng Ming shouted. Brother Fu, a striking black dress fluttered in the wind and snow. A graceful figure walked calmly across the icy ground. Coming to Tianshan without paying respects to me and trying to kill my pet. Wu Fu was startled and looked up toward the voice on a rock. Shueli looked down at him. So you're Wu Fu. He looked back at her, the snow sect leader. Ah, she said, folding her arms haughtily. I know why you're here, but if you want my help, you'll follow my orders. Wu Fu, however, didn't back down. He reached out and produced something. To activate the Tianshan array, there are two conditions. A Zun-level powerhouse's full force or the heavenly sword Qi. He smiled smugly, dropping a shocking revelation. I've already mastered the heavenly sword Qi, and you seem one step short of reaching the Zun level. Shueli was truly stunned, speechless. How does he know this? As they spoke, the snowy mountain rumbled. Wu Fu frowned at the snow rolling down from the peak. Avalanche. Shueli seized the chance to give them a challenge. Perfect timing. If you can make it to the top alive, I'll let you try activating the ancient array. An avalanche is a terrifying natural disaster. Snow cascaded from above at incredible speed, swallowing Wu Fu's group in an instant. The avalanche swept away everything in its path, tree roots, small rocks. On a large branch unaffected by the avalanche, two figures stood discussing. Even daring to underestimate Tianshan's avalanche, even a Zun-level powerhouse couldn't withstand it. The female disciple commented indifferently. They'll be buried soon. But Shueli thought otherwise. If that were the case, wouldn't I have come for nothing? As she spoke, a small whirlpool formed in the avalanche. With a roar, blazing blue flames erupted from the small whirlpool. The female disciple was shocked. What's happening? Fire? Erha transformed into a massive winged flying dog and let out a roar. Shueli was stunned. Is that his spirit beast? Looks like I underestimated him. Wu Fu's group was now on Erha's back. Meng Ming cheered. Erha? Hooray! Wu Fu smirked and commanded the dog. Erha, head to the peak. Ignore them. Erha obediently flew off right in front of Shueli. The female disciple panicked. Sect leader, they're flying away. Shueli was mesmerized. So strong. She licked her lips, blushing. I want to taste him right away. Soon, Erha brought the group to the peak and landed gently. Upon landing, it turned back into a playful little dog. Luo Shi looked at the strange cave on the peak and asked curiously, Is this the top? Meng Ming, relieved to have escaped the avalanche, feared nothing and ran in recklessly. I thought Tianshan was dangerous, but it was just an avalanche. Since that's the case, Erha, let's take the lead. And so one man and one dog ran into the depths, ignoring Wu Fu's shouts. Fatty, wait. They went in and called back. Hurry up, everyone, don't dawdle. With a sixth sense, Luo Shi felt something off about this place. Brother Fu, I sense something unusual about Tianqian. Wu Fu nodded in agreement. He stepped inside. Let's catch up to them in case something happens. Just as he said that, a piercing scream from Meng Meng came from the cave. Wu Fu rushed in, shouting, "Fatty, Erha!" The two ran inside and then suddenly stopped, because after entering the cave it was empty. Luo Shi followed closely and asked, "Brother Fu, where's Fatty?" Wu Fu studied the footprints on the ground. "Look, they were here just a moment ago," Luo Shi continued, "and then they suddenly vanished," he speculated. "Is there something in here?" He swore darkly. "Whatever it is, if Erha loses a single hair I won't forgive it." After looking around, Luo Shi suggested, "It's so big in here, let's split up to search." Wu Fu grabbed her. "Wait," he looked around warily. "We can't act alone, this place feels very strange to me," he shared. "And my life link with Erha is broken." Just then, Shueli walked in. She laughed loudly. "You dared to step in here without preparation." Wu Fu turned to look at the Snow Sect leader who held a red rope in her hand. She mocked, "This is the Death Hall. How dare you enter without a rope?" Hearing this, Luo Shi and Wu Fu thought in unison, "What rope?" Shueli explained, "Tianqian is a death hall as famous as Hahai. Did you think you could come and go as you please? You must have noticed that divine sense can't be used in here. If you get trapped, you'll only wait for death." Wu Fu listened and teased, "You seem very familiar with this place." Shueli chuckled lightly. "Ridiculous. This is our Snow Sect's territory, and I'm also preparing to ascend from this planet. To do that, I need to find the array inside. Over the past decade I've sent countless people in, but they all got lost, let alone found the array." Wu Fu smiled confidently. "That's because you didn't find it. Don't lump me in with you." "Ah," she said disdainfully. "I've searched for over a decade with no results. How could a 20-year-old like you find it?" He placed his hand on the wall beside him. "Exactly. Hearing you say that, I figured something out," Wu Fu summarized. "First, the array does exist inside. Second, people who enter won't get hurt, just lost." Luo Shi felt hopeful. "Then Fatty and Erha," he reassured her. "Don't worry, they're fine. They're just lost." Shueli was curious. "Your 2 points are correct. But I want to know how you found the formation." He pressed his hand against the wall, tilting his head as he analyzed. "This is the 3rd point. The formation is right in front of you, but you lack the strength to activate it. Remember the conditions I mentioned for activating it?" Wu Fu repeated. "Reach the Venerable Realm, use Heavenly Thunder to forcibly activate it, or shatter the wall with your power." From the other side came soft sobbing sounds. "Where exactly is this place?" Meng Meng trembled, hugging herself tightly as she wandered around in a panic. "I got lost just a moment ago when I wasn't paying attention." The husky beside her lifted its head and barked a few times. Then suddenly, the mountain shook, making Meng Meng uneasy. "What's wrong?" Feeling the vibration of the formation, Shirley exclaimed in surprise. "Is the entire place a formation?" Wu Fu continued to increase the force in his hands. "That's right," he explained kindly. "The peak of this heavenly mountain itself is a massive formation. As the formation activated, powerful spiritual energy surged, attacking the barrier of the earth. The mountain rumbled violently. The barrier came under fierce assault, quickly cracked open, countless fragments fell, and the spiritual energy coalesced into a ring of light. In Zulea, all spiritual energy was drawn toward Heavenly Mountain. Yin Xian watched as the spiritual energy in the sky was nearly drained dry. "Dad, look at the sky." Kang Yao also saw it. He said, "It seems Wu Fu has already opened the Ascension gate." Then he placed his hopes on Wu Fu. "Wu Fu, my granddaughter is all in your hands now." At Liashen Mountain, on the towering cliff, this was precisely the celestial phenomenon of Ascension. Luo Zai's grandmother squinted at the formation. Luo Shi and the others are about to ascend. Beside a stone wall in the Lu family compound, Lu Long asked, "Daughter, why don't you go with Wu Fu?" Lu Ling looked at the Ascension formation that had already opened and explained to her father. "He already bears too much responsibility, and I can't help much. Besides," she added, "your daughter doesn't like men who have multiple wives and concubines." In the outer heavens, the light of the Ascension formation illuminated the entire monitoring mirror. Huang Jin grinned and said, "That kid is about to ascend." He quickly ordered, "Immediately prepare to eliminate the ascenders from the small world." At Heavenly Mountain, the formation was fully activated, and a gate of light opened. Shirley looked on with envy. "So this is the Ascension gate." Sigh, I secretly thought, why not just go along with them? At that moment, Wu Fu, who had been standing still, took a deep breath, then shouted loudly, "Husky, Fatty, the Ascension gate is open. Hurry and ascend." On the other side of the mountaintop, Meng Meng heard the news and exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Fu." Meng Meng looked at the silly dog accompanying them. "Husky, Brother Fu is calling us to ascend." "Over here," Wu Fu asked with a smile. "Luo Shi, are you ready?" She nodded. He took the lead and flew into the sky. "Then let's go." Amidst the dazzling light of the formation, the 3 people and 1 dog ascended and left Earth. Fortunately, Husky followed behind with Meng Meng flying. "Brother Fu," you smiled. Wu Fu looked ahead. "Are you keeping up? Good, keep moving forward." Luoshi smiled. The three slowly touched the barrier between worlds. However, just as they passed through the barrier, Wu Fu felt something was wrong. His consciousness gradually blurred, like a phone losing signal. Not good, something's wrong. Immediately after, the barrier shattered and the three fell separately. In another space, the sky was tinged with crimson. The wind rustled through the treetops. Beside a tree was a shallow pit. Inside the pit was Wu Fu. He opened his eyes and looked around. Where is this? I remember we were just ascending. He slowly sat up, clutching his head in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wu Fu tried hard to recall what had happened, but his memory was fuzzy. Right, something seemed to go wrong during the ascension, and after that, I don't remember anything. Without overthinking, he immediately sat down to regulate his breathing. I wonder how Luoshi and the others are doing. I'll first circulate my energy to heal and recover, just in case something happens later. Just then, two flashes of cold light shot toward Wu Fu from not far away. Sensing danger, he abruptly opened his eyes. Then Wu Fu sidestepped to dodge two sharp arrows which embedded deeply into the tree trunk behind him. However, more arrows continued to fly, piercing through the air, aimed directly at him. Wu Fu agilely dodged left and right, even retreating some distance before evading them all. He snorted contemptuously. Arrows? Are there others in this desolate wilderness? But they're just ordinary weapons. As soon as he finished speaking, with a thwack, Wu Fu was hit on the back of the head with a blunt object. He fell face first to the ground, a large bump swelling on his head. A figure appeared behind him. And that's all it takes to bring you down? The sun bid farewell to the forest and slowly set. Night fell, and the campfire crackled, warming a small area not far from the fire. Figures moved. Wu Fu slowly woke up. Fainting twice in one day was quite rare. At that moment, a red-haired beastman girl appeared. Oh, you're awake? I didn't hit that hard. The little girl circled around him, softly commenting, woke up pretty fast. He secretly sized up the girl before him. Beastman with ears? Outwardly, he asked. Who are you? Why am I tied up? The little girl introduced herself. My name is Ameng. From today on, I'm your master. You need to obediently participate in tonight's beast arena and win for me. These words sounded utterly absurd. Wu Fu didn't accept it. He struggled fiercely. What are you talking about? Let me go or else. But then he exclaimed in surprise. What's going on? Why can't I break free? Ameng advised. Don't waste your energy. This rope is made from the branches of a 1,000-year spiritual tree, specially designed to restrain cultivators like you. Wu Fu probed for information about this outer heaven realm. Are you a beastman? If I weren't severely injured, do you think you could have ambushed me? Ameng smiled, her big eyes seemingly harmless, but her words were unfavorable to Wu Fu. We beastmen can approach our prey without being detected. Even you cultivators can't sense us, so capturing you is entirely within my ability. Suddenly, two figures appeared. Oh, isn't this Ameng? The little girl warily looked at the newcomers. They were two beastman guys. He Quan explained, we heard you caught a cultivator. We were curious and came to see. Chai Lang seemed interested. Let's see how tough an outsider cultivator really is. Ameng was petite in stature. Irritated, she habitually patted Wu Fu but accidentally hit a sensitive spot on the man's body. What's there to see? He'll definitely win tonight anyway. Wu Fu was tied up and hit in a vital spot, wincing in pain. Ameng also realized her mistake and quickly apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean to. He Quan saw Wu Fu's build and laughed. A scrawny guy like that, who knows if he's even a cultivator? Chai Lang maliciously advised. Not to criticize you, Ameng, but you lose every year. Why humiliate yourself like this? Why not just find a strong mate? They laughed at Ameng together. But someone like her, a half-breed beastman with human blood, who would want to mate with her? Isn't that disgusting? The little girl could only grit her teeth and endure. Wu Fu noticed Ameng's unstable emotions. He Quan sneered, I'm telling you that beast of yours from last year was already torn to shreds by my 8 tigers, and this year will be no different. I advise you to know your limits. Ameng remained silent, her hands clenched tightly, clearly struggling to suppress her anger. Then Wu Fu spoke up. Is it really that impressive? Can it tear me apart too? Even though I'm tied up, my confidence is sky high. How about we make a bet? Chai Lang sized him up. This guy might actually be a cultivator. Wu Fu taunted. What? Scared? He Quan rolled his eyes at him dismissively. Why would we bet with a slave? Besides, if you were really that strong, how did you get caught by Ameng? The little girl shouted angrily. Hey, what do you mean, want to try it, you bastards? Having achieved their goal, He Quan and Chai Lang turned to leave. Tonight is the beast arena. We'll see the truth tonight. Ameng shouted furiously. You think I'm afraid? They laughed. Ameng, let your slave enjoy his last moments. Watching those jerks leave, Wu Fu couldn't help but think, why does the author always send these brainless idiots to provoke? Suddenly, Ameng asked softly, Hey, can you win? She tilted her head to look at him. Since you've already said such confident things, the beasts in tonight's arena are all very powerful. How sure are you? Wu Fu didn't answer, but instead asked, How powerful? Can they tear me to pieces? Ameng replied gloomily. The top-tier beasts I caught before all died in the arena. He grew more curious. Then why did you catch me? I'm not a beast, the little girl answered honestly. Because you fell from the sky, and when you fell, you scared many beasts into fleeing. So I thought you must be special. Wu Fu realized that was the spiritual energy released by the spirit sword. Meng smiled, boasting about her achievement. But in the end I still caught you, he thought helplessly. Isn't this supposed to be beasts fighting each other? Sending me in seems a bit random, doesn't it? But beastmen really are strong, able to approach me silently and with greater strength than normal people. Since things have come to this, Wu Fu tried to negotiate. If I win, will you let me go? Meng nodded. You could say that, he said happily. Then it's settled. That night the beast arena was brightly lit, and the stands were packed with people. In the preparation area below the arena, Wu Fu hesitated before speaking. Meng asked, what's wrong? He felt embarrassed to ask. I've already promised not to run away, so why are you still treating me like this? Wu Fu was dejected, feeling like he was imprisoned. Meng pointed at the others. They all bring their beasts like this. Following her gesture, indeed, everyone was leading their beasts with neck chains. But this reason made it even harder for Wu Fu to accept. He closed his eyes, full of frustration. This little girl is treating me like a dog. Before he could think further, Meng asked worriedly, but can you really beat those big strong beasts? You look so scrawny. Wu Fu comforted her. Size doesn't determine everything. Look at you, you're so small, yet you managed to knock me out. The little girl stroked her chin and thought, that makes sense. That guy does look pretty scrawny. Then Meng cautioned, to be honest, they look scrawny but are very strong. Just then, a powerful beast claw stomped the ground. The commotion was too loud for Wu Fu to ignore. A wolf with blood-red eyes was staring at him. Meng also saw the beast and was secretly startled. Black Gold Wolf Beast. A person emerged from behind the Black Gold Wolf Beast, calling the little girl's name. Meng. Aluoli looked at Wu Fu and asked, is this the human you're entering tonight? Wu Fu cautiously assessed the wolf beast exuding pressure before him, thinking privately, this guy has at least 1,000 years of cultivation. With such terrifying aura, ordinary beasts can't withstand it. Meng frowned, displeased. Aluoli, are you here to mock me too? Aluoli retorted, do I have that kind of time? It's just that my Black Gold Wolf Beast caught a strange scent and got excited. The wolf beast's eyes flashed with bloodthirsty killing intent. It howled, summoning a whirlwind around its body. Wu Fu smiled meaningfully. Are you threatening me? In response, the wolf beast let out a triumphant low growl. Aluoli thought seriously, this guy is indeed not simple. Facing such pressure from the wolf beast without flinching, could he really be a cultivator? Sensing the situation was unfavorable, he turned back and said, wolf beast, let's go. We'll let you play another time. Watching the figures of the man and beast depart, Meng couldn't help but praise Wu Fu. You're really something, being able to face the wolf beast head-on. He glanced down at her and replied, this is also my first time seeing such a spiritually attuned beast. Meng found a topic and started chattering. We beastmen are originally a combination of humans and beasts. We have human intelligence and the absolute strength of beasts. So dealing with beasts is naturally flexible. Wu Fu asked curiously, so you can fight on your own too? The little girl confidently answered. Of course. A hint of doubt arose in his mind. Then why bother catching beasts? Meng began to explain. The beast arena is just a contest between the beasts we've tamed, but it also demonstrates our beastly intimidation. It's one of our skills. The little girl thought of the dark side she knew and continued to teach. An outstanding beastman possesses absolute intimidation. A powerful beastman can summon 100 beasts. The beast arena is our chance to show how strong a beast we've tamed through our strength, Wu Fu said with interest. Sounds pretty interesting. Meng irritably denied it. Interesting, my beasts always get torn to shreds. I'm really mad, he tactlessly stated bluntly. Doesn't that just prove you're weak? The little girl's anger erupted. She grabbed Wu Fu's neck chain and shouted discontentedly, what did you say, you slave? Don't forget you were caught by me. Where am I weak? His eardrums were ringing from the roar, and he had to compromise. All right. Meng still didn't let go and ordered, hey, say it again. Wu Fu replied helplessly. All right, let go. A figure silently observed the two in the darkness. The little girl, unaware, continued to threaten him fiercely. Will you dare say it again? Aluoli secretly watched the two. Seeing their unserious behavior, he just curled his lips in disdain. Meanwhile, Wu Fu was still entangled with Meng, saying wearily, I won't say it. A person named Huati came over and mocked. Oh, isn't this Aluoli coming to see Meng? Aluoli impatiently glared at him and asked, what's up? He sneered with a sly grin. Today, Meng told us that the weak human she brought would win. He questioned. Weak? Huati confidently smiled and replied, you know Meng's strength. How could he possibly win? He's just a useless fool, and that slave even dared to provoke us. Aluoli just smiled faintly. I think you're the weak ones. Aluoli turned back impatiently and commanded, Wolf Beast, let's go. The wolf beast howled in response. Huati asked in confusion, where are you going? Not participating in tonight's beast arena? His eyes sharp, he replied seriously, that weak human is enough to deal with you. I'm not interested. Huodi's face was full of hatred, thinking, what's so great about you, daring to look down on me? One day, my 8 tigers will crush you. The wolf beast sensed the malice and turned back to give him a murderous glare. He immediately felt a chill down his spine and thought despicably, I'll spare you for now. In the arena, A Meng kept reminding him, soon all the beasts will be released. Don't get trampled to death. Remember, many of them have different levels of strength. Seeing Wu Fu silent, she immediately shouted, Hey, are you listening? He only replied coldly. A Meng said helplessly, did you even hear me clearly? Wu Fu stood calmly in place and answered softly, You're so naggy. Isn't it just about defeating all the beasts? A piece of cake. A broadcast announced the start, calling for all beasts to enter the arena. Watching the still composed Wu Fu, A Meng could only remind him, I'm leaving first. Remember to hold out for a while and don't embarrass me. He sat cross-legged on the ground and replied, Got it. Wu Fu closed his eyes to rest, thinking, A Meng gave me that Yuanling fruit, so now my stamina is full, and my cultivation is gradually recovering. When it starts, I can give it a try. In the stands, Huosi spoke up, Oh, you really brought that chicken of yours. Want to see him get trampled to death? A Meng retorted impatiently. None of your business, he snorted coldly. Huosi laughed smugly. Keep bragging. Your chicken better not run into my 8 tigers. The host's voice rang out. The beast battle tournament begins. Immediately, a beast swiftly destroyed the fence and roared. Large beasts grabbed smaller ones and beat them. 2 bird-type beasts fought in the air with their respective techniques. One beast charged at others with its horns. Amid the cheers of the audience, a chaotic brawl unfolded on the stage. In the stands, Huosi watched excitedly from above, while A Meng was full of worry. He said, All these beasts are so strong this time. I think even without 8 tigers making a move, he'll be killed by the others. After a while, Wu Fu also stood up. He began to observe the situation on the field. Wu Fu assessed that these beasts were about as strong as the previous ones. Sensing movement behind him, he immediately became alert. Looking at the figure before him, Wu Fu said, Oh, not bad, but judging by your look, it seems you're targeting me. If I'm not mistaken, you're that stupid wolf's 8 tigers. 8 tigers faced him with a ferocious aura. In the stands, the audience started murmuring, Is that human really a cultivator? Another chimed in. He's been targeted by 8 tigers right from the start. A Meng angrily shouted, Shut up or I'll kick you out. Hearing Huosi's words, she froze for a moment. It seemed her chicken was in for trouble. He loudly ordered, 8 tigers, kill him. Obeying Huosi's command, 8 tigers swung its claws at Wu Fu. Wu Fu lightly leapt into the air, easily dodging 8 tigers' attack, and said with a mocking smile, Idiot, you can't hit me like that. 8 tigers stomped heavily, cracking the stage. It lunged fiercely, swiping a claw at Wu Fu. He silently blocked the attack, assessing inwardly, fast. This guy looks dumb, but his speed is impressive. The blow sent him stumbling back. Before Wu Fu could catch his breath, 8 tigers charged again. Roaring and leaping high, it executed its moves skillfully, raining a flurry of punches down on Wu Fu's position. As A Meng tensed up, Huosi laughed joyfully, saying smugly, Facing my 8 tigers, your chicken will be torn to shreds. The horned beastman beside him joined in. He's dead for sure. 8 tigers' punches are fast and fierce. He's probably already a meat patty. Another nearby chimed in contemptuously, Humans are just humans, all weaklings. Hearing these taunts, she was filled with worry and clasped her hands in prayer. Please, Yuanling, don't let him die. A Meng tightly shut her eyes, unable to watch, and kept praying. Suddenly someone exclaimed, Look, he's still alive, Huosi said in shock. How is this possible? She snapped her eyes open, incredulous. Not dead. Wu Fu stood behind 8 tigers, which had just launched a full-force attack, and said, Who knew a body this big could throw such agile punches? He quickly shouted, What are you standing there for? Hit him. 8 tigers swiftly turned and swung a punch at him. Wu Fu still calmly remarked, Though you're strong, it's a pity you're just a simple-minded beast. He decisively turned, revealing killing intent. Wu Fu began his counterattack, throwing a punch that shook the stage. 8 tigers caught the punch but was sent flying, crashing directly into a wall. That wall also shattered. Everyone in the stands wore the same shocked expression. Huosi's eyes widened and he blurted out in panic, What? The dust cleared, revealing 8 tigers lying motionless among the rubble. Wu Fu feigned ignorance. Isn't it simple? How did I knock him out with 1 punch? The horned beastman exclaimed. That human actually defeated 8 tigers with 1 punch. Another nearby spoke up. Could he really be a cultivator? A Meng's face lit up with joy, thinking, Great, I knew that guy wasn't ordinary. While she was stunned, Huosi had already jumped down from the stands. Standing opposite Wu Fu, he roared in disbelief. Impossible, impossible. My 8 tigers can't lose. Huosi angrily questioned Wu Fu, You human, did you cheat? He raised a claw, pointing at Wu Fu, unwilling to accept. A weak human like you, how could you possibly beat my 8 tigers? Wu Fu sneered. What kind of logic is that? If I win, it's cheating. If I lose, it's expected, he stubbornly insisted, retorting contemptuously. Otherwise, you humans are just a weak race. I'm sure A Meng used some trick to make you win. As soon as he finished, A Meng also jumped down from the stands, placing her hands in front of Wu Fu. She angrily confronted Huo Si. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Is it that hard to admit someone else is strong?" He ignored everyone, still stubbornly asserting, "You must have cheated." "I demand an inspection of that guy," A Meng said impatiently. "Inspect what?" "He won in front of everyone." Everyone saw it. Huo Si's gaze turned murderous as he looked at Wu Fu, grinding his teeth. "That still doesn't count. I have to test his strength myself." She didn't back down, directly releasing her pressure to confront him, warning, "If you want to touch my man, you'll have to get through me first." Wu Fu silently observed, thinking approvingly, "This girl has some backbone." Huo Si, intimidated by her aura, softened slightly and continued with provocation, "What's the matter? Weren't you so brave just now? Now you're hiding behind your master like a dog?" At that moment, Wu Fu stepped forward and said calmly, "I accept your suspicion, but I don't want to fight you." With a look of contempt and a highly sarcastic tone, he added, "After all, I never bother with overconfident small fry." A Meng, uneasy, quickly warned, "Hey, can't you keep your mouth shut? Why provoke him?" Hearing these arrogant words, Huo Si's eyes turned red with rage. He thought furiously, "Small fry." Under Wu Fu's provocation, Huo Si completely lost it and immediately charged to attack. He roared, "You bastard, you'll pay for what you said." Seeing the situation turn bad, A Meng immediately stepped in front to protect him, commanding, "Damn it, stay back. I'll hold him off." Suddenly, Wu Fu reached out and patted A Meng's head. As she froze, he smiled confidently. "I'm not so weak that I need you to protect me." Huo Si's sharp claws moved like lightning, aiming to grab Wu Fu. He simply sidestepped, dodging the attack. A glint of cunning flashed in Wu Fu's eyes as he taunted smugly, "You're such a weakling, so easily provoked." The next second, he appeared right in front of Huo Si. He grabbed Huo Si's mouth with one hand and subdued him effortlessly with just a little force. Wu Fu warned sternly, "One more thing, I don't like arrogant jerks." He slammed Huo Si hard onto the ground, sending dust billowing across the stage. Wu Fu shouted, "Get down!" Pinned to the ground by Wu Fu's single hand, Huo Si couldn't move. Wu Fu asked coldly, "Any more questions now?" Huo Si, with his mouth held down, stared wide-eyed in disbelief, thinking, how is this possible? I can't muster any strength and this power is too strong." In the distance, behind the dust, came the sound of robes cutting through the air. "Enough, what's the point of bullying a weakling?" He and his companion faced the two, saying, as expected of a cultivator with such strength, "I'm not surprised, in fact I'm quite interested in you." Wu Fu asked in confusion. "Interested?" The companion began to explain, "Our beastman race pursues the strongest existence. We have absolutely superior innate conditions, so we tend to look down on humans, but you're a special case." Wu Fu sneered. "So you want to challenge me?" He calmly shook his head. "Not me," the companion said seriously. "It's my partner who's interested in you. Ever since you appeared, it's been very excited, especially when you killed 8 tigers." Wu Fu responded with slight surprise. "I never thought a beast would be interested in me one day." The companion replied with a fierce aura, "Pursuing strength and defeating the strong is the goal of all species, isn't it?" Wu Fu frowned. "And you don't seem to take me seriously either?" The companion sized Wu Fu up with a scrutinizing gaze. "That depends on whether you can defeat my partner. Of course, my partner isn't as stupid and weak as that foolish tiger." He also replied with a slightly smug look, "Do you think I'll agree?" Just then, a Meng's shout interrupted this tense confrontational exchange. "Stop it! I don't agree." Her loud voice caught Wu Fu's attention. She stood in front of Wu Fu and said angrily to the companion, "Why should I fight you? I just need to win this match. If you want to fight, find someone else," he reminded her coldly. "A Meng, I know what you're planning, which is why I'm here to stop you." A Meng was unafraid and shot back sharply. "What right do you have to stop me?" she retorted impatiently. "And he represents my victory, no doubt about it, and also my strength, so I can already fight on my own, can't I?" The companion asked seriously, "Are you sure with your current strength you can leave here alone?" he threatened darkly. "Or do you have enough power to reach the outer heavens?" This question plunged A Meng into thought. Wu Fu listened to their exchange and pondered. "Outer heavens?" This girl's face flushed red with anger as she shouted, "What I do is none of your business." Faced with A Meng's stubbornness, he could only compromise with a warning. "I hope you don't do anything foolish." She turned away in a huff. "I won't do anything foolish. What do you know? Let's go." Wu Fu glanced at A Meng, thinking to himself, "So this isn't the outer heavens. I wonder how those fat guys are doing now." With a wary look, he thought, maybe this guy knows the way to the outer heavens. In the distance, A Meng still called out cheerfully, "Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up." He turned and replied coldly, The companions stared at their retreating figures, thinking, "I can't let this guy stay here any longer." Wu Fu and A Meng walked together through the dim forest. As he walked, he mused, "But come to think of it, what does she want to go to the outer heavens for? Besides, this girl's cultivation seems low. Can she even go?" She, walking ahead, suddenly stopped. "Thank you for tonight." Wu Fu just smiled, guessing A Meng's intentions, which made her a bit uneasy. "Thank me for what?" Didn't you drag me here for the competition? And didn't we agree, if I won you'd let me go? Or are you thinking of backing out? Meng turned around and denied with a laugh. I know you must be curious why I joined the Beast Battle tournament, right? He could only think helplessly. Damn, changing the subject, is she trying to play me? Does she want me to keep being her muscle? She continued enthusiastically. Joining the Beast Battle tournament is to prove my strength, just like the conflicts between your races. Wu Fu didn't know what to say, but she kept going. What do your competitions have to do with me? Meng went on. Those who pass the Beast Battle tournament have to go to the Forest of Despair and undergo extremely harsh training. He repeated in confusion. Forest of Despair? So she began to explain. The Forest of Despair is a mandatory trial for our Beastman race. Only by passing the trial can you gain recognition from the tribe's elders, become a Beastman warrior, and even have a chance to become the tribe's chieftain. Then Wu Fu asked, what's inside? Meng could only scratch her head. I don't know. I haven't passed the Beast Battle tournament yet, but I've heard it's terrifying inside. So he had a sudden idea. Terrifying? There might be plenty of treasures in there. Want to go take a look? She behind him said. We don't need to take that trial, don't worry. So Wu Fu turned back and asked, why? Meng pouted stubbornly. We just don't need to, don't ask so many questions. But she glanced at him and warned, also, stay away from that companion. Wu Fu could only shrug. Though curious, he figured she wouldn't say, and he wasn't one to stir up trouble. Meng still stood aside, arms crossed, continuing the conversation. This much I can tell you. That companion is the only beastman among us who has passed the trial. He imagined and wondered about the one who passed. Is that guy that strong? She showed a helpless expression but didn't deny the companion's ability. He's been a narcissist since childhood, always acting all high and mighty, but he actually managed to pass the trial. I just don't get it. Wu Fu teased her. You grew up together and he passed the trial, but you couldn't even get past the first round. This made Meng bristle like a hedgehog. Hey, what do you mean by that? And so their voices echoed through the dim forest. Nothing, nothing. Say that again, I dare you. Forget it, forget it. The next morning in the forest, Wu Fu sat by a small stream looking at his reflection in the water. He smiled, thinking, though that girl is a bit fierce, at least she didn't leave me out in the cold like the other beasts. The stream babbled peacefully, but Wu Fu's mind was busy planning, but I need to get out of here quickly, even though my injuries haven't fully healed yet. Suddenly a voice from above caught his attention. Are you leaving here today? Wu Fu looked up. It was you. That companion sat on a branch not far away. You don't belong here anyway, so leave quickly, he replied coldly. That's you talking to yourself. You don't need to worry so much. The companion looked at Wu Fu with a contemplative expression. Meng's personality is simple. She doesn't know how dangerous the outside world is, just like you humans, you're ultimately no good. Wu Fu smiled at him. You make it sound like I have some scheme. I was knocked out and dragged into this by her too. The companion still sat high up and ordered. I can let you go, then get lost back to where you came from. Wu Fu looked at him and agreed. All right, but I need to say goodbye to Meng first. He maintained that cold expression as he gave the order. No need, you just need to leave here as soon as possible. He agreed on the surface. Fine, I have no problem with that either. But how are you going to explain this to Meng? Deep down, however, Wu Fu's thoughts were far from simple. Thinking about it, if he came to find him alone, it definitely wasn't just to make him leave. It was probably related to what the celestial realm mentioned yesterday. So Ao Li stood on a tree branch, his back to Wu Fu. That's none of your business. Someone will come to take you out later. Just follow them. He touched the brown object tied around his neck and looked at him suspiciously. Then how do I take this off? Ao Li didn't answer. He just dropped a small, colorful bead. Wu Fu quickly caught it. He looked at the bead in his hand. This is, before he could finish his question. Ao Li had already vanished without a trace. Then at least tell me how to use it. Before he could come to his senses, someone behind him said, Follow me. Wu Fu turned around, his eyes wary as he looked at the man, who was wearing a coat that looked extremely mysterious. I'm here to guide you. Without hesitation, he walked ahead of the man. Then let's go. Suddenly, Wu Fu looked at the colorful bead in his hand. As he examined it, he couldn't help but ask curiously, how exactly do I use this? Wu Fu added, there's no key or anything like that either. He was still very curious and confused about the bead. The man, however, grinned a sinister smile. I don't believe I can't kill you. In the forest, he was the guide. Follow this direction and you'll be able to get out. I'll leave you here. Wu Fu nodded. Okay, back in the forest by the stream where Wu Fu had been, Meng's voice rang out. Where did Wu Fu go? Didn't he say he wouldn't go far? The little girl rolled her eyes, searching everywhere for him. Damn it, when I find him, I'm going to teach him a lesson. Ao Li appeared slowly and said to Meng, stop looking. He's already gone. The little girl frowned at him and asked, Oh, it's you? What are you doing here? And why did you take him away? Ao Li closed his eyes tightly and replied calmly, He's an outsider. I sent him away. Meng bristled like a hedgehog and shouted angrily, "Hey, you've gone too far, don't think you're so great just because the clan leader backs you up." He took a step closer, reminding her as he walked, "Have you forgotten the rules regarding outsiders?" Ao Li frowned at the little girl. "Either expel him or sacrifice him to the heavens." Meng puffed out her chest to face his words. "Stop being so childish. Letting him leave is already out of consideration for you. As for the celestial realm, don't even think about it." The little girl's mood became dejected. Meng lowered her head and asked sadly, "Why did you do this? You know full well that I..." Ao Li continued to answer, "I know, but Meng, your mother once said." The little girl's eyes seemed to hold 1,000 thoughts. Then Meng suddenly clenched her fists. "It's precisely because of this." She bit her lip on the verge of tears. "I must go to the celestial realm." Suddenly, Huozi appeared from somewhere and reported to Ao Li. "Ao Li, something's wrong. Someone has broken into the Forest of Despair." He turned around quickly and asked, "Who?" Huozi pretended not to know. "It seems to be that human kid from yesterday." From the shade of the forest, Wu Fu's confused voice came, "What the hell is this place? I've been circling around here for ages." He looked around, worried. "Am I lost? Let's try going forward." The trees were so tall, but Wu Fu climbed up with astonishing speed. He stood on a dry branch, looking at what was in front of him, and guessed, "Could this be the Forest of Despair? That guide led me here." His face was filled with fear. "I remember Meng said last night that once you come in here it's hard to get out." Then Wu Fu looked into the distance towards the opposite side. The mountain over there seemed a bit strange. Suddenly a powerful aura burst forth. He watched, feeling stunned. So Wu Fu whipped his head around to see what it was. The thing that appeared had a body covered in jet black, glossy long fur. Its massive shadow flew over his head, its feathers scattering to the ground, forcing him to look up. "What is this?" In Wu Fu's shock, it was a monster with huge wings, launching a fierce attack accompanied by a burst of light. It seemed to see its target ahead and began rapidly attacking the object opposite. The monster's eyes were wide open, emitting a threatening green light. He seemed to hallucinate, unable to feel reality anymore. Then Wu Fu's eyes rolled back and he could only think, "Damn it, I can't control my consciousness." Wu Fu's body lost control and plummeted straight into a violent vortex. His eyes slowly closed, his vision filled only with the monster. What the hell was that thing? With just a glance, a spinning red space appeared like a mysterious energy vortex. His body lost control and drifted with the vortex. Suddenly, Wu Fu stopped and he cried out in pain. "Ow, ow, ow, where is this? Didn't I just fall from the tree?" Wu Fu started to sit up, unable to help but wonder. "Why is it so dark in here?" Wu Fu looked into the boundless dark space and asked, "Hey, is anyone there? Even a beast? Just answer me." "Hey." Wu Fu placed his hand on the ground and touched a layer of red energy as hot as flames. He opened his eyes wide, his gaze full of vigilance. Wu Fu's whole body was entangled by that energy, and he cried out in panic, "What is this?" He struggled desperately within the energy that seemed to want to devour him. "Damn it, this thing wants to swallow me." Then it began to spread over Wu Fu's face. He struggled with all his might but was powerless. Wu Fu was completely enveloped by that energy. Suddenly a glowing sword appeared in the center of the red vortex. The vortex swirled with dazzling light, and his figure could be faintly seen. Wu Fu watched intently, both surprised and curious. The Sword of Spirit. Could this be my consciousness space? The center of the red energy vortex was a glowing sphere. Back in reality, someone's panicked voice called out, Wu Fu, wake up." He sat up abruptly from that strange dream. Then Wu Fu rolled his eyes to look at the person who had woken him, asking coldly, "It's you?" Meng smiled awkwardly, her little face dirty, her hands already starting to move, ready to strike. "It's me. Surprised to see me. Didn't expect you'd dare to run away." Wu Fu was speechless, not knowing what to say. Then he suddenly pretended to be injured. "My chest hurts so much it's awful." Seeing this, Meng immediately believed him. Her little hands and feet began to fluster. "Where do you feel unwell?" Meng didn't stop worrying and continued asking, "And how did you end up fainting here?" He recounted with confusion. "I only remember getting lost, looking for a way out, and then I encountered a huge demon beast after that." Before Wu Fu could finish, the little girl took out a fruit and handed it to him. "Don't circulate your energy for now. Relax your body and eat this primordial spirit fruit. Then speak slowly." Wu Fu took the fruit and recalled, "Oh right, that demon beast had 4 pairs of wings." Meng raised her hand to her chin, thinking, 4 pairs of wings? Then you must have encountered the master of this Forest of Despair." He ate the fruit and repeated, "The master of the Forest of Despair." The little girl began to explain to Wu Fu, "It's the demon beast that rules here, and it possesses immeasurable power, probably reaching the realm of infinity. I heard this from the elders." His expression turned serious. "Its cultivation must be over 1,000 years old. It's more fitting to call it a spirit beast than a demon beast," Meng retorted. 1,000 years, anyway, ever since our beastman race appeared in civilization. "Li Ke has already been here," Wu Fu replied. "That must have been a very, very long time ago." He also raised his hand to his chin, thinking, "But speaking of which, how did you end up here?" The little girl angrily knocked on Wu Fu's head. How dare you ask? Meng pointed at his nose and scolded loudly. How could you listen to that, Ao Li? If you weren't still wearing the collar, I wouldn't have been able to find you. Wu Fu held the bump on his head, looking innocent. He told me to leave here. He frowned but couldn't help sighing. This girl's strength is really something. The little girl was still angry. If he tells you to leave, you leave. If he tells you to eat shit, do you eat that too? Wu Fu had to admit fault. I was wrong, okay, I'm sorry. Meng hugged her arms and pouted. You clearly said you wouldn't leave here. You've tainted human credibility. Then he was speechless with nothing to say. So the little girl ignored him, turned and walked elsewhere. Forget it, I was the one who brought you here in the first place. Wu Fu slowly stood up. But still, thank you for coming to find me. As soon as Meng heard this, her face immediately turned red. She was so shy she made up an excuse. I was just looking for my collar, not for you. He replied, right, Wu Fu thought and smiled. She's so contradictory, it's kind of cute. He walked behind Meng and asked, even though you found me, how do we get out now? Wu Fu teased the little girl, making her a bit annoyed. Don't you know, Meng said helplessly. If I'd known this would happen, I might as well have let Huo Li come, he said half-jokingly, half-seriously. Since we got in, we can definitely get out. If there's no road, we'll make one ourselves. As they walked and talked, Wu Fu asked curiously, when you train here, aren't you afraid of Li Ke showing up? The little girl explained. Li Ke hibernates for 2 months a year and we train during that time. He was a bit surprised. Hibernates for 2 months, Meng glanced back at Wu Fu. But its hibernation has no pattern. We can only tell by the movements of other demon beasts in the Forest of Despair, he thought and gave his answer. A spirit beast this powerful still hibernates, could it be making a breakthrough during hibernation? A rumbling sound came from the forest. Wu Fu looked at the situation and speculated, what's going on? The demon beasts are running wild. Meng also spoke up. Maybe, but it could be something else. He began to be more cautious about everything. It's getting dark soon. It'll be too dangerous to keep walking. Let's find a place to rest first. The scene shifted to near the Forest of Despair. Ao Li asked, you said Meng went in, Huo Zi replied. She ran too fast, I couldn't catch her. Ao Li started cursing. Damn it, the human-beast proposal, it's not Li Ke's hibernation period now. Ao Li, we can't go in. He glared at Huo Zi, his expression furious. Are we supposed to let Meng and that human kid die together? Huo Zi said in a soothing tone. Let's go discuss this with the clan leader first. The clan leader will have a solution. Ao Li prayed as he left. Meng, you absolutely must not get hurt. In the smoky dark forest, Wu Fu and Meng sat around a campfire to keep warm. Are you worried about her? Are you okay? A bit cold? Meng hugged her knees and said, this is my first time entering the Forest of Despair and I'm a bit worried too. Wu Fu adjusted the fire and said with concern, don't worry, we'll definitely get out. I'll protect you. Meng glanced at him and said indifferently, it's only right for a slave to protect his master. The flames continued to burn, and Wu Fu didn't want to say much more. He replied, yes, go to sleep now. Tomorrow we'll find a way out, in the silent depths of the darkness. Wu Fu and Meng slept beside the extinguished campfire. The little girl was sleeping when she suddenly heard someone calling her. Meng, Meng. The calling didn't stop. Meng. Then Meng woke up and rubbed her eyes. Who is it? The long-haired woman reached out her hand. Meng, come home with Mom. The little girl's eyes widened, shining brightly. Mom, the woman whose face was unclear continued to entice. Meng, come home with Mom quickly. Meng chased after the woman, calling out, Mom, wait for Meng. Wu Fu saw this. A grave look appeared in his eyes. Meng. The little girl continued chasing. Mom, wait for Meng. Just as Meng looked up, she froze. A soul-luring monster appeared before Meng as if it wanted to devour her alive. As soon as she saw it, the little girl quickly turned and ran. Wu Fu ran over from a distance shouting, Meng. At that moment the soul-luring monster began to charge and attack Meng. The monster's tentacles attacked continuously. Wu Fu jumped over, shielded Meng and slashed the tentacles. He called out to the little girl with concern, Meng, wake up. Meng opened her eyes groggily and asked, what's wrong? In front of you is a ferocious soul-luring monster. The little girl panicked. What is this? Wu Fu immediately replied, shouldn't I be the one asking you that? He picked up the little girl and ran. Meng said, I've read some records about the Forest of Despair in books which mentioned a thing called a soul-luring monster. Wu Fu pressed on. And then, Meng explained, its essence is a demon beast formed by absorbing a large number of demon beasts into a single, extremely terrifying monster, he replied. No wonder when I slashed it just now it was completely unfazed, the little girl explained. Its regenerative ability is very strong. The tentacles struck again, and Meng screamed, it's coming. Wu Fu threw her aside and said, find a place to hide. Leave the rest to me. Meng said angrily, how dare this slave throw his master aside like that? Wu Fu turned around and unleashed a series of sword strikes, his eyes wide open as he observed carefully. The tentacles Wu Fu had cut off regenerated immediately. It charged again to attack him. Wu Fu muttered to himself, As I thought, cutting it like this won't kill it. Looks like I need to try other parts of its body. A Meng, hiding behind a tree, suddenly called out. Ah, right, I remember it's afraid of light, so it only appears at night, Wu Fu replied irritably. It's the middle of the night, where am I supposed to get light? The little girl laughed awkwardly. Ah, he raised his sword and said, if I can't cut off its tentacles, then I'll just cut its body directly. Wu Fu charged forward, dodging the soul-luring monster's continuous attacks. He seized the moment and thrust his sword into the right spot, unleashing a stunning slash. Wu Fu panted heavily and said, I don't believe it can regenerate from this. This forest is just too eerie, he continued. But that one slash used up half of the spiritual power I just recovered. A Meng walked over from a distance and sighed. It stinks, Wu Fu teased. You almost got swallowed by it just now too, the little girl replied with a smile. That was me being careless. I'm actually very strong, he had to concede. Fine, I get it. Suddenly, several dark figures appeared behind the trees. Wu Fu immediately became alert. He thought, so there's more than one of these things? A Meng chimed in. Looks like we've attracted its group. With this many, things might not be looking good, he said calmly. Soul-luring monsters usually live in groups and hunt separately. But this group seems unusually united, Wu Fu continued. Anyway, aside from its weird hypnotic and regenerative abilities, there's not much else to say about it. A Meng responded. That's true, but it's still considered weak in the Forest of Despair. Suddenly, Wu Fu picked up the little girl. A Meng exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing? He replied calmly. Getting out of here, of course. I don't have the energy to deal with them, the little girl asked again. Didn't you say you were strong? Why are you suddenly backing down? Hearing this, he said, a real man knows when to advance and when to retreat. Don't you understand? A Meng pouted and mocked. That's just an excuse for you weak humans. We beastmen always charge forward bravely. Wu Fu glanced at the little girl and asked, then how about you stay here and charge forward bravely? A Meng frowned and snapped. You're my slave. How dare you leave your master behind, he retorted. I don't see you as any different from a human girl. The soul-stealing beast lunged at him again fiercely. Wu Fu observed it cautiously. The beast flung out a mass of enormous tentacles. He bit his lip lightly, concentrated his strength into his legs, and leaped into the air. Wu Fu ran while dodging the beast's attacks. He soared through the air holding a Meng and landed on a nearby tree. Wu Fu squinted as he observed, and a Meng explained, their mobility seems poor. We might as well run along the treetops. They're just wasting their effort. Weaker groups usually rely on tentacles to move. The little girl frowned slightly. But unexpectedly, the tentacles suddenly curled up, wrapping around the soul-stealing beast's body. Wu Fu was surprised. This was unexpected. The beast became larger and more ferocious than ever before. He muttered to himself, this is trouble. The beast charged, trying to bite Wu Fu and a Meng, but it only caught a branch, because in that instant Wu Fu had already carried a Meng away. He shouted, retreat strategy. The little girl glanced back at the beast and said, although this kind of demon beast isn't as destructive as other powerful ones, it's troublesome. It can wear down an enemy's stamina bit by bit until they can't fight anymore, Wu Fu added. It's clever too, fighting a war of attrition, a Meng continued. But it's strange, it rarely shows this form and it wouldn't bring so many just because one of its kind died. He suddenly realized something. Wu Fu asked, do you think there's something wrong with me? The little girl replied, isn't there? A Meng wire unless you have something powerful on you, Wu Fu thought to himself. Could it be the spirit sword? It's been restless ever since we entered. What's going on? Suddenly, the soul-stealing beast charged. The little girl urged him, what are you spacing out for? They're coming. Wu Fu quickly stopped. A Meng asked in panic, hey, why did you stop? They're coming, he replied. I'll lure them away, be careful yourself. The beast let out a fierce roar and a sword aura flew toward it, aimed straight at its body. Wu Fu waved his hand to taunt it. Hey idiot, look over here. The beast grew enraged, dragging its massive body forward in a frenzy. It roared and extended its long tentacles toward Wu Fu. He glanced at his sword and thought, jumping around like this will get me caught sooner or later. I need to gather them all in one place and kill or severely wound them in one strike. Come on. Wu Fu slashed out sword auras continuously, cutting off the tentacles. One after another, he focused and observed carefully, delivering fierce slashes to clear a path. The tentacles were severed, exposing the beast body. He quickly sent a sword aura straight into its center. The sharp aura whistled through, shredding the beast to pieces. Wu Fu was surprised. What's this? There's no impact at all. It's like it split apart on its own. The soul-stealing beast split apart and slowly retreated. Suddenly it shot a purple beam at him. Wu Fu swung his sword and deflected it. He chuckled, looks like you're not a brainless single-celled creature, you even know encirclement tactics. His sword suddenly began to corrode. Wu Fu observed with interest and exclaimed in shock, not good, this thing can corrode spiritual energy. The beast fired another series of purple beams. Wu Fu turned, slashing through them with backhand strikes. He sidestepped and dodged backward. Looking at his worn-down sword, he thought, at this rate my energy really will be drained. The purple beams tore through the air again. Wu Fu muttered, "It's over." Suddenly, a blue stream of air flew in, dispersing all the purple beams. Wu Fu was stunned. It was a Meng shouting from afar, "Don't use attribute-less spiritual energy against it, or the more you use, the more it'll corrode away." The soul-stealing beast suddenly noticed the little girl. A Meng only then realized the danger. She turned and ran shouting, "Wu Fu, kill it quickly." Wu Fu asked in confusion. "Huh, spiritual energy has attributes?" the little girl replied. "You don't know that, idiot?" A Meng said as she ran. "Then how did you beat those demon beasts before, using pure spiritual energy?" he said awkwardly. "Yeah, I've always done it that way," the little girl cried out. "Use the formless to shape form, use nothingness to create all things, gather spiritual energy to refine everything and convert it back to the 5 elements." Wu Fu was still bewildered. "Use the formless to shape form, use nothingness to create all things." As he spoke, the soul-stealing beast was somehow right behind him. It swallowed Wu Fu whole. A Meng panicked when she saw this. "Swallowed? No way," she shouted. "Wu Fu." Inside the beast, Wu Fu slowly sank into darkness. He closed his eyes tightly, deep in thought. "So this world is much bigger than I imagined. Even a low-level demon beast can defeat me. If I keep going like this, how can I ever reach the heavens beyond?" Suddenly, the sword on his chest began to glow. Wu Fu slowly opened his eyes and asked himself, "Spirit sword." He reached out as if to touch the sword. He thought, "Do you want to say something to me?" His other hand also reached for the spirit sword, just like Wu Fu. He murmured, "Who are you?" A girl's figure flickered, calling out, "Fuer." Wu Fu asked blankly, "Who are you?" The girl spoke. "I've been waiting here for you to arrive." She smiled softly, her body drifting away like cotton. Outside, a Meng shouted anxiously, "Wu Fu, the soul-stealing beast is still trying to swallow you, but something seems to be making it unable to bear it." Finally, the beast struggled to spit Wu Fu out. He was flung far away, and a Meng ran over, calling his name. She shook him vigorously and said, "Great, you're not dead yet. Wu Fu, wake up." A Meng shouted loudly, "Wake up." Meanwhile, Wu Fu was slowly opening his eyes, asking himself, "Who? What's that shaking in front of me?" He reached out and touched a Meng's chest, thinking, "So soft." The little girl's face flushed bright red. Wu Fu, still dazed, thought, "What's so soft?" Suddenly, a Meng punched him in the face. The little girl scolded angrily, "You bastard, if it weren't for you protecting me, I'd cut off your hand." Just then, the soul-stealing beast was slowly approaching, letting out a vicious roar. It charged at the two, and a Meng sighed, "Not good, we can't escape in time." Wu Fu suddenly spoke, "Don't worry, it can't digest me." The little girl was momentarily stunned as he raised his sparking sword and said, "Perfect time to test out my new power." Wu Fu sensed the beast closing in. He closed his eyes tightly, and a flame emerged, enveloping the sword. Wu Fu struck a pose and slashed a graceful arc, forming a line of fire that split the entire forest. The flames blazed with overwhelming force. A Meng observed and thought, "Such strong spiritual energy." The beast took Wu Fu's attack. She wondered, who is he to possess such power? Part of the forest was burned away by that move. Wu Fu looked at his sword and muttered, "So this is the power of the spirit sword, and I haven't even used 20% of its strength." Suddenly, Ali walked out and said, "So you're not dead yet?" Wu Fu turned around and said, "It's you." A Meng looked surprised. "Ali, how did you get here?" He glanced at her. "You really know how to cause trouble," the little girl retorted angrily. "That's your fault. I know you hate outsiders. He's someone I brought. If you want to drive him away, then drive me away too." Wu Fu asked Ali seriously, "Since you can come here, that means you can take us out, right?" He remained silent, staring at his sword, then suddenly froze. "This sword?" Ali squinted, thinking, "Who is this kid? Forget it. I'll deal with this after we get out." He stepped forward and said, "Follow me." Wu Fu asked, "We're leaving now?" Ali turned back, frowning. "The hopeless forest is dangerous at night. Do you want to become a demon beast's dinner?" Hearing this, a Meng said angrily, "Hey, he doesn't know that. Why are you so harsh with him?" He turned away again, pretending to be indifferent. "He's just a slave. Why are you so upset?" The little girl pouted. "If you hit a dog, you have to consider its owner. Since you said that, I have to stand up," he thought to himself. "Dog? Am I a dog?" Ali asserted. "Only I can take you out of here. After all, I'm recognized as the strongest warrior in the tribe." A Meng curled her lip. "Here he goes again. Ignore him. Wu Fu, let's go," he replied. "Okay." He turned and shouted angrily, "Hey, at least let me finish talking before you leave." But Wu Fu and a Meng pretended not to hear. He commented, "This Ali seems cold and serious toward others. He's not that strong either," the little girl added. "It's all just a front." A Meng continued, "He's been like this since childhood, first putting on a majestic, cool act. Handsome, but actually he's a narcissist. We grew up together, so I'm used to him. I just don't like it when he frowns." Ali was stunned when he heard her call him a poser, narcissist, and chatterbox. Meanwhile, Wu Fu muttered, "I really want to see how strong he is." Suddenly, a sound came from the trees. The three looked up together. A Meng asked, "What's wrong with him?" Ali suddenly noticed something. A shadow was flying down from above. It slammed into the ground, and the three felt the earth shake and dust fill the air. They stood on higher ground to observe. Wu Fu asked, "Why did this demon beast suddenly fly over?" Ali replied, "Probably a beast in the middle of a fight." He commented unexpectedly, "So vicious." Meng added, "It's common in this forest." Suddenly, Ali shouted, "Black python beast!" A sharp claw clung to the tree trunk. The black python beast slowly emerged, and Ali asked in confusion, "Why is a black python beast here?" Wu Fu turned to Meng and questioned, "Black python beast, is it strong?" he added. "The black python beast and my black gold wolf beast are both high-level demon beasts, and this one seems to be of an even higher rank." He continued, frowning, "Recent demon beast activity has been frequent. It might be related to Derek. We should leave quickly to avoid complications," the little girl acknowledged. The black python beast was biting its prey when it suddenly raised its head. Ali shouted, "Not good, it seems to have sensed us." Ali felt the killing intent from the beast and lowered his head, calculating, "That shouldn't happen." Suddenly the beast pounced, opening its massive mouth to swallow everything, but the three had already dodged swiftly. Meng exclaimed, "This is probably the longest night I've ever experienced." Wu Fu asked the little girl, "Why is it chasing us?" Ali interrupted, "I'm afraid it's not chasing us but you." He was surprised. "Chasing me? Do I have candy?" he replied helplessly. "I think we beastmen can hide our aura but you can't, so the problem is you, right?" Hearing this, Wu Fu leapt far away. He nodded and said, "Since it's after me, let me lure it away first. You two find a safe place to hide." Meng looked up at him and asked, "Hey, what are you trying to do? Are you crazy?" Wu Fu said calmly, "Don't worry, I have a plan." The black python beast followed him. Wu Fu jumped continuously between branches and the beast chased madly. Wu Fu muttered to himself, "It really came after me. It must be the spirit sword inside me attracting them, one after another all coming for me." Suddenly the beast's body glowed and it crouched down, slamming into the ground. The ground immediately felt the impact of its power. Wu Fu struggled to avoid the effect, thinking, "Elemental skill." Suddenly, the beast's claw reached for his back, but only grabbed rock because Wu Fu had dodged before the attack. The beast rampaged, destroying the surroundings to find him. At that moment, Wu Fu was hiding behind another rock. He calculated, as expected of a high-level demon beast, its strength is extraordinary. The beast raised its glowing claw again. Wu Fu observed and thought, "It really craves the spirit sword." It thrust its claw fiercely at his shield, piercing through it. He assessed himself, "Not enough spiritual energy, I'll have to try." The beast's claw was about to touch Wu Fu. It roared while gathering power. The beast drove its claw into the rock, but Wu Fu leapt up. It glanced at him and used its power on the rubble. Wu Fu was slightly startled as the beast hurled rubble at him. He regained his composure and said, "Deal with it." From the spirit sword he conjured a blazing flame. Wu Fu swung his sword at the incoming rubble. The slash created a massive explosion. Dust filled the air and he said calmly, "You think this is enough to finish it?" The beast emerged from the dust. Wu Fu was slightly surprised. "Still alive? Why is it so smug?" "Because you're weak." He was even more surprised. "You can talk," the beast replied, "in the hopeless forest. All high-level demon beasts can talk, but where did you get that thing?" Wu Fu said coldly. "That's none of your business. I'm curious why you're all so desperate for it." It laughed. "A fool like you, I really wonder why it chose you as its master." He also laughed and replied, "But it chose me, didn't it?" The beast pointed at Wu Fu and raised its voice. "But your current talent isn't worthy of using it. You can only access a fraction of its power," he thought in surprise. "What?" the beast continued. "It has existed for 10,000 years. It's mysterious and unfathomable power. A brat like you can never hope to control it." Then it charged at him, roaring, "So the only way is to kill you and make it mine." The beast leapt, slamming into the ground. It raised its hand and froze. The beast asked itself, "Gone," Ali spoke up. "I thought you were something special." Wu Fu was surprised. "It's you." Ali took off his cloak and said, "Go rest over there. Let me show you what a true strong person looks like." The beast said, "Since when are beastmen on such good terms with humans?" Ali said sternly. "A talking demon beast, truly a rare sight." The beast raised its claw and said, "Too bad." It slashed a claw strike at him and roared, "This is the last time." Ali frowned, already ready with the blade on his back. He slashed, cutting through the beast's claw strike. He leaped toward it. The beast was momentarily startled and Ali coldly delivered a sharp slash, cutting into its body. The beast's body was enveloped in a halo, and it said arrogantly, "Don't think you can break through my defense." It unleashed its power, and Ali flew in, saying, "You can bully that kid who knows nothing about spiritual energy attributes, but against me." He leaped high and shouted, "Don't be delusional." Ali gripped his dagger and dove down. "Reform the gourd for me." It steadied itself against his relentless attacks. Ali swung 2 slashes in an X shape, and the black python beast met his blade precisely. Dust filled the air. Wu Fu covered his face, marveling at the intensity of the spiritual energy. Ali landed beside him and said, "See, this is the difference between humans and beastmen." "You hesitated," he interrupted. "It's also the difference between you and me. That black python beast has been completely taken down by Ali, lying limp on the ground." Wu Fu asked him, "But how come you were kind enough to come back?" Ali replied, "Isn't it because—" Before he could finish, Meng jumped over and hugged Wu Fu tightly, cheering, "Great, you're okay." Wu Fu turned to ask her, "Why are you here too?" Ali quickly pulled Meng away and said, "Get off me. It's all because of you. Who told you to run off alone? He replied petulantly. If you had stepped in earlier I wouldn't have had to run. He put on airs and said, the strong always make their move last. Wu Fu pressed. So you were watching everything from the sidelines from the start. Meng said crossly, you should wake up to that too. As a servant, how could you abandon your master and run away? He hesitated and replied. Well, I'm not that little girl who's afraid of the cold. She said it's because you can't grasp attribute spiritual energy at all, that you couldn't beat it. Ali chimed in. I never thought you'd be this weak. Meng kicked his leg and complained. Say a little less. This is all your fault anyway. Now we need to get out of here quickly. Wu Fu agreed. Meng is right, Warrior Ali. Please lead the way. Ali turned around and said, you've used up too much spiritual energy now. Let's wait until you've recovered a bit before we set off. He quickly interjected. It's the long night in the hopeless forest now. It'll be a while before dawn. He nodded and replied. That's right. There are many demonic beasts around this time. Let's find a place to rest first. The three of them arrived at a cave. Wu Fu closed his eyes and pondered. Ever since he came here, everything had been heading in directions he couldn't predict, including the so-called attribute spiritual energy. Wu Fu thought of the girl who called him Fuer. He mused to himself, who is she? Why did she say those things to me? And what is the origin of the star sword? Meng walked over, holding wild fruits, she asked. Only wild fruits are edible. How's your recovery? He replied. Much better, thank you. Meng added, I'm sorry, I thought I could get you out quickly. Wu Fu answered. It's okay, go on. Thanks to you, I've realized some things too. The girl ate a wild fruit and said, you're from the outside world, so you must know about the heaven beyond, right? Wu Fu raised a question. Why do you want to go to the heaven beyond? The girl responded, I want to find someone. He silently observed Meng as she continued. But the tribe has rules, we can't leave without the tribe's approval, Wu Fu replied. I see, so that's why you keep joining the beast fights. Meng went on. But some people don't want me to leave, and the heaven beyond isn't easy to reach either. The girl suddenly said firmly, no matter what I have to go. He patted her head and said with a smile, if you want to go, how about I take you? I have to go to the heaven beyond anyway. Meng shouted angrily, you're mine, so of course you have to take me, and stop patting my head. Wu Fu quickly soothed her. All right, got it. Hearing their conversation, Ali said irritably, you've recovered enough, let's go, it's almost dawn, we need to set off quickly. Meng and Wu Fu replied timidly. Okay, okay. The scene shifted, it was already light. Wu Fu exclaimed, I didn't expect it to be so beautiful in the daytime. Ali chimed in. The other side of the hopeless forest is our tribe's sacred ground. He scanned the area. We're not here for sightseeing. The daytime is very short, we need to get to a safe place quickly. He then nodded in agreement. In the forest, Wu Fu suddenly asked, by the way, what did you mean last night by use the formless to shape form, use nothingness to create all things, gather spiritual energy to refine all things, transform spiritual energy back to the 5 elements? Meng hesitated. You really? She condensed a stream of energy in her hand and asked him. What is this? Wu Fu blinked and replied, energy. Meng clenched her fist and said, never mind. Energy exists between heaven and earth, gradually forming the 5 types of spiritual energy, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Over tens of thousands of years, she continued explaining. They complement each other, give rise to and overcome each other, forming all things, including the 5 attribute spiritual energies within our bodies. Meng said, in ordinary people, the 5 types of energy are in balance. Only a few can use this spiritual energy. Hearing this, Wu Fu silently pondered, the night body monster and that demonic beast were both beasts with their own attributes. The spiritual energy I used had no attributes, so I couldn't harm them. The girl added, but your physique is a bit strange. If you had no attributes, the soul-devouring monster wouldn't have been unable to digest you, and in the end you destroyed it. He muttered to himself. That was thanks to the Star Sword's power, right? Like that demonic beast said, the Star Sword does have a mysterious force. Wu Fu spoke up. Can you teach me how to use these 5 attribute spiritual energies? What? Meng stammered. How can I teach you with my level? Suddenly Ali spoke up. How about I teach you instead? The two turned to look at him in surprise. Ali continued, my level should be enough to teach you. Wu Fu and Meng immediately looked puzzled. He said in a provocative tone, what? Unwilling or scared? Do you think I'm that petty-minded person? He said worriedly. I'm just curious why you're suddenly so kind, just curious. He replied seriously, it's better than letting you be a burden, at least giving you the ability to protect yourself. Hearing this, Wu Fu thought to himself, so you look down on me. This feeling really sucks. Ali said confidently, Meng is under my protection. You save yourself, the girl shouted angrily. Hey, I'm very strong, who needs your protection? He replied coldly, don't you know your own abilities? Anyway, I promised your mother I'd protect you. Even if you don't like it, you have to face reality. Meng suddenly said quietly, you're always like this. Wu Fu said politely, Then I'll trouble you. Ali turned and walked away, saying, I just want you to leave here alive. He repeated, Then I'll trouble you. He observed and said, Many demonic beasts blend attribute spiritual energy into their surroundings to hide their presence. We do the same, Wu Fu interjected. So that's how a Meng could approach me silently. Ali nodded and continued. The stronger a person's spiritual energy, the harder it is for others to detect their hidden presence, he exclaimed. Interesting. So how long will it take me to learn? He held up 2 fingers. Wu Fu guessed. 2 hours, 2 days, or 2 months, Ali replied seriously. 2 years, he shouted in surprise. No way, that long, he said contemptuously. Your spiritual energy is quite pure. Such pure spiritual energy is rare in the world. The advantage is that you can destroy anything with pure energy alone. The downside is that you'll be in danger when facing those with overly strong attribute spiritual energy, Ali continued. The 5 elements give rise to and overcome each other. Your spiritual energy isn't among them, but in the end it still returns to them. So you must find the spiritual energy that corresponds to you. Wu Fu rested his chin and thought. The spiritual energy that corresponds to me. Ali condensed spiritual energy in his palm and said, What corresponds to me is metal, while a Meng currently corresponds to fire. Hearing this, he asked himself, How do I find the spiritual energy that corresponds to me? He replied. Perception, Wu Fu asked back. Perception, he nodded and explained. You need to perceive the kind of spiritual energy you absorb from the 5 elements of all things. That's the one that corresponds to you. He frowned in confusion. Is that so? A Meng spoke up. This isn't easy. Ordinary people take 3 or 4 years to find it, Ali added. Even if you find it, you might not have strong enough spiritual energy to use it. That's why most people can only engage in simple spiritual energy combat. Wu Fu thought to himself. Isn't that describing me? Ali said seriously. But last night when you fought the black python beast, you faintly revealed a bit of it, which is why its armor cracked. That shows you still have ability, you just lack perception now, he mused. That was me borrowing the Star Sword's power. Could the Star Sword be hiding some spiritual energy I don't know about? Wu Fu spoke up. So I have to start from the basics now, but it seems there's no time. He blinked lightly and continued. What can I perceive? Ali closed his eyes and responded. Perceive the only 5 types of spiritual energy flowing between heaven and earth. Perceive them, then use them. Wu Fu rested his chin and thought, perception. To be honest, isn't my Star Sword also about this kind of perception? I always feel like it's trying to tell me something. Outside it was raining. Wu Fu stood dazed, soaked through. Meanwhile, Ali used spiritual energy to hold back the rain. He said, It seems you really are weak. You can't even unfold a spiritual energy shield. I could perceive spiritual energy when I was 10. Found my corresponding spiritual energy at 11, he continued to boast. Passed the trial at 14, becoming the youngest warrior in the tribe. The chieftain said my talent is rare in a century, and if I had the chance, I could go to Ponglai for further study. A Meng quickly suggested, Let's find a place to shelter from the rain. Wu Fu nodded in agreement. Ali shouted angrily, Hey, why aren't you listening to me? The scene shifted. In a derrick nest in the hopeless forest, a sphere of spiritual energy was condensing. Derrick absorbed spiritual energy in beast form, slightly shrinking, then stretching and transforming into human form. A respectful voice sounded. Old man, so it's you? On the other side, Wu Fu unconsciously turned to look back. A Meng asked him, What's wrong? Wu Fu replied, Nothing. It got dark after the rain stopped. Strange, he thought to himself. Why did I feel like I was being watched just now? Ali spoke up to explain. The internal living conditions of the hopeless forest vary. There's nothing strange about it. Wu Fu asked back. Why are they different? He said. I remember it was mentioned in the reference books, Ali continued. Because this hopeless forest fell from the sky, he asked in confusion. Fell from the sky, he slowly recounted. I heard it was tens of thousands of years ago. Our tribe's ancestors saw it fall from the sky with their own eyes. This history is carved on our tribe's sacred stone. Wu Fu raised a question. From the sky, Ali explained. Logically, how could there be another continent in the sky? So the most likely possibility is, he interrupted. You mean the heaven beyond? He replied. That's the only possibility. The heaven beyond has always been a mysterious and unfathomable place. Ali looked at his palm and said, The spiritual energy in this forest is stronger than elsewhere, so strong that I can use it on my own, circulate it on my own, and survive on my own. Such powerful spiritual energy could only come from the heaven beyond. Seeing him silent, he said, These things are useless. Rest and recover first. The night is still long. I'll go patrol the area. Wu Fu silently pondered. It seems there's still a lot I don't know. Does the Star Sword have secrets I haven't uncovered? He placed his hand on his chest and asked himself, And who is that woman? She doesn't feel unfamiliar to me, like I've seen her a long time ago. That unsettling power, what are you trying to tell me? A Meng yawned and just rolled over and fell asleep. Wu Fu looked at her and sighed, really like a cat, Suddenly, Ollie grabbed him and said, "Hey, what are you doing? If you can't sleep, come with me." Wu Fu asked in surprise. "What?" Ollie smiled and said, "Didn't you say you wanted me to teach you how to use spiritual energy?" He said seriously. "The night is long, so I can find you a perfect place." He asked flusteredly. "Where are we going?" Ollie responded. "Of course, to a place that will scare you." He asked doubtfully, "Is it okay to leave a Meng here?" He replied, "I've hidden her with spiritual energy. No one will find us." The two of them walked to another part of the hopeless forest. Wu Fu asked Ollie, "What is this place?" He replied, "This is the dead water." Ollie explained, "It's the safest and most dangerous place in the hopeless forest. It's a living pool that reflects the evil within one's heart and devours any life. The bottomless water will make you indulge in it and become its food." He raised an eyebrow. "So," suddenly Ollie pushed him. Wu Fu lost his balance and fell into the water with a splash. As Wu Fu struggled, he said calmly, "Do you think you'll become its food?" The water pressure gradually swallowed him. Ollie stood above with a sly smile and said, "It's over. Now I have to think about how to explain this to a Meng." Wu Fu sank to the bottom of the pool. "Is that guy trying to kill me?" He sank deeper and deeper, the darkness below devouring him. Suddenly he broke free from the water. Wu Fu fell into another space beneath the pool. He asked himself in surprise, "Where is this?" Wu Fu wondered. "How did I fall from the pool to here?" He looked at the suspended water layer above and sighed. "I almost thought I was dead." Suddenly footsteps sounded. Wu Fu spoke up. "You are," the doppelganger said with an evil aura. "Of course I am you." Wu Fu asked back in surprise. "Me? I'm sure I don't have a twin brother, right?" The doppelganger replied. "I am the incarnation of your inner self." Wu Fu said mockingly, "So you were born from me, which makes me your dad." He gritted his teeth and said, "Even at a time like this, you're still in the mood for jokes." Wu Fu taunted fearlessly. "Am I supposed to wet my pants in fear?" The doppelganger showed an evil expression and said, "It's this attitude of yours that makes you fail time and again. What's strongest, what never lose, just empty talk. And you waste your energy on some weaklings. You're pretty stupid." Wu Fu's face darkened and he said coldly, "Say that again and I'll really get angry." The doppelganger sneered. "Ridiculous. I'm telling you I showed up today to take your place," Wu Fu said seriously. "Take my place." Suddenly, it appeared behind Wu Fu and said, "The dead water reflects a person's inner self. It's precisely because of your weakness and incompetence, your weakness and arrogance, that I came into being. And my appearance is in accordance with heaven's will." Wu Fu immediately swung his fist back to hit it, frowning and shouting angrily, "I think you're asking for a beating." But his fist missed. It laughed triumphantly. "That's right. You have to go all out to kill me." The doppelganger clenched its fist, a look of contempt in its eyes. "Today either you kill me or I kill you. Understand, weak Fu?" Wu Fu said seriously. "I don't think you're anything special. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish." He lifted his foot and kicked the doppelganger hard in the face, shouting angrily, "Die!" The figure born from Wu Fu's inner self was sent flying. He felt something was off and wondered to himself, "Strange, why does it feel so soft when I hit it?" The fake Wu Fu pushed himself up from the ground on his knees. "You finally noticed." His expression turned dangerous. "You've had your turn. Isn't it my turn now?" Even Wu Fu himself was surprised. His fists were imbued with spiritual energy, yet the impostor still managed to stand. The fake rose to his feet, a dense aura of blood and malice swirling around him. He sneered, "I thought your fists were something special, but it turns out you're nothing. You can't even master elemental spiritual energy, and you think you can defeat me?" As he spoke, his eyes suddenly widened, pupils contracting. What a delusional fool! He charged at Wu Fu with incredible speed, and before he could react, Wu Fu was struck and sent flying. Though he managed to block with his arm, he couldn't help but wince as he looked at the point of impact. What strength! At that moment the impostor appeared above him, seemingly out of nowhere, ready to stomp on his head. Wu Fu snapped to attention. Too fast, the violent collision kicked up dust, shrouding everything in a haze. The impostor continued moving at breakneck speed. Witnessing his speed, Wu Fu grew anxious. He couldn't see him at all, let alone keep up. The impostor's figure flickered in and out of sight, and as he closed in from a distance he taunted, "Can't see me, can you? You can't even sense anything. You really are useless." Wu Fu's nerves were frayed by his movements, leaving him with no choice but to mutter helplessly, "Damn, no time, can't dodge." Another violent collision sent dust billowing again, obscuring everything. Wu Fu was hit, struggling to rise from the ground as he faced his opponent. The impostor stood there, sneering with red-rimmed eyes. "Not only do I understand spiritual energy, but I can wield all 5 types effortlessly. You're the same as me, but you're too stupid to figure it out." Faced with his mockery, Wu Fu remained calm. "Even without those things I can still beat you." The impostor's smile grew more dangerous. "Looks like you haven't had enough suffering. Fine then, I'll go all out." Wu Fu struggled to his feet, raising one hand to his chest. Now he had to rely on the spirit sword. But nothing appeared in his hand. He pulled it back in surprise to check. The impostor had already closed in, raising his hand to strike. "You can't summon the spirit sword." The imposter's words left Wu Fu utterly shocked, his face frozen. How is that possible? The spirit sword won't summon. As the imposter struck the ground, dust filled the air. He laughed smugly. The spirit sword was temporarily sealed by this dead water, later bound by the celestial expanse's Jia clan. Wu Fu was knocked to the ground. How do you know? The imposter's face darkened. His smile twisted, his eyes turning vicious. Me, I was activated by dead water, so I inherited some of its memories and know a few things, unlike you who doesn't even know your own origins. Wu Fu arched his back off the ground, showing little emotion. You're only this strong because you rely on my power. Don't get cocky. As he spoke, the imposter stomped him hard into the ground. With one foot on his head, the imposter leaned down, gloating. Sure, I rely on you, but that doesn't stop me from replacing you. And wasn't it you who begged me for help long ago? Begged this power that shuns the light to make you stronger? His face was buried in the rubble. The imposter spread his hands, using his ability to create something. Looks like you've forgotten that unforgettable memory of seeking it. He looked down at Wu Fu, eyes red, gripping the sharp object he'd just created. No matter, you won't get a chance to remember her now. With that, the object plunged straight toward his head. The imposter's earlier attack had left Wu Fu in a daze, and he slowly lost consciousness. A urging voice rang out. Hey, hey, wake up, wake up. A faint light emerged with his thoughts, so noisy, who's shouting in my ear, I'm dead. Can you let me rest in peace? Wu Fu jolted awake instinctively, eyes wide. He struggled to sit up, now completely naked, facing a floating sword. Kid, you're finally awake. He stared at the sword in confusion. The sword boomed. What are you looking at, kid? He pinched his face hard. No pain. It's a dream. After pinching, he cupped his chin and let out a long sigh. I knew it. How could a spirit sword talk? The sword spoke again, its tone laced with sarcasm. This isn't a dream. You're in your own consciousness space, kid. Did you get beaten, stupid? Wu Fu was still puzzled, scratching his face as he looked at the sword. So you can really talk? The sword sighed. That's not the point. But Wu Fu insisted on an answer. So why can you talk? He asked calmly. And wasn't I killed by that dark version of me? Why am I in a consciousness space? The sword was exasperated by his barrage of questions. Kid, you're asking too much at once. Wu Fu lay back down. If you won't talk, I'll just lie here. His stubbornness left the sword no choice. Fine, fine, I'll tell you everything. It looked down at him. Kid, you haven't changed a bit, Wu Fu demanded from below. Make it as short as possible. The sword proudly recounted its feats from above. That fake almost killed you. I saved you. Aren't you going to thank me? Wu Fu looked confused. So you're a conscious sword. He stood there, one hand on his chin, the other bent at his waist. The sword immediately answered his doubt. A spirit sword is just a soul weapon. How could it have consciousness? But what? At that point, the sword couldn't hide its frustration, revealing the crucial thing he needed to do to survive. That's not the point. The point is, if you don't break through now, you'll really die in the water. Hearing this, Wu Fu could only smile bitterly. But I can't seem to beat him. The sword offered a solution from above. You can borrow my power. But I'm temporarily sealed by dead water's spiritual energy. I need a drop of your blood to unseal me. However, contrary to its enthusiasm, Wu Fu hesitated. This sounds like a trap. The sword sensed his attitude and grew angry. Hey kid, don't be ungrateful. My power isn't something you can just borrow. If you weren't so pitiful, I wouldn't bother. Wu Fu explained his hesitation below. But borrowing your power would just prove that guy right, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that make me a coward? The sword didn't know what to say. He mentioned the imposter he'd just fought. He was also manifested by borrowing your spiritual energy in dead water. Your heart once craved his power. Wu Fu cupped his face uncertainly. He said something like that too. And there's that her he mentioned. He clenched his fist, his eyes filled with resolve. How do I get out now? The more I think about his words, the angrier I get. The sword answered with a question. Didn't I just tell you? Wu Fu turned aside, suspicious. Did you? I feel like you have another way. Hearing this, the sword quickly looked away, as if his words had hit a sore spot. I don't know. Kid, you're pretty sharp. He put on an air of giving up. Fine, I'll just wait here to die. I can't do anything anyway. His attitude infuriated the sword. No way. If you die, how can I? It seemed the sword had let something slip, making Wu Fu even more suspicious. He looked at it, and the sword quickly defended itself. I'm your sole weapon. If you die, I die too. Wu Fu still doubted the sword. Really, you don't have some other scheme for me? This made the sword uncomfortable. Anger flared within it. You doubt your own soul weapon? He looked at it skeptically. But you never spoke before. You don't seem like the same spirit sword, the sword quickly explained. That's because you weren't strong enough before. Wu Fu clenched his fist slightly, voicing his feelings. I don't think so, and I feel like I've been missing something, the sword asked, puzzled. What? Where did your spirit sword come from? His gaze sharpened. And it feels like you have a big background. Those beasts all want you. The sword avoided his eyes. It glanced away. Maybe I'm just too powerful. Shouldn't you, as the user, know better? He stated firmly. I used to know, but now I'm not so sure. The sword immediately asked, with a hint of provocation. Want to know? Wu Fu raised his eyes, a slight smile on his lips. Would you be kind enough to tell me? The sword repeated. Then just do as I say, use your blood to unseal me. It hovered in the air, repeating, just one drop of blood and you can get out and beat that evil avatar. How about it? Isn't this the best way? Faced with the sword's coaxing, Wu Fu couldn't help but doubt. So from what you're saying, there's a worse way? The sword seemed a bit guilty in the face of his questioning. Wu Fu looked up. What? The sword turned away, avoiding his gaze. No, nothing, if only this kid were a bit dumber. Not getting a satisfactory answer, Wu Fu sat down. If you won't say, we'll just stay here. The sword was startled and turned back. Are you kidding? The consciousness space won't last much longer. If this continues, we're both done for. Without further ado, he laid out his terms. Then you'd better tell me the good way or we're both finished. The sword cursed angrily. Kid, are you bargaining with me? How dare you turn the tables? Despite the sword's scolding, he remained calm. Instead of all this talk, just tell me the better way. I'm sure you don't want to waste time here with me. Spit it out and we'll be done quickly. The sword looked at him, thinking, this kid after all carries that clan's bloodline. Can't let him die yet. Once we're out, I'll slowly lure him in. Wu Fu propped himself up with one hand and raised the other in a demanding gesture which annoyed the sword. I just want to get out now and beat that guy to a pulp. He clenched his fist, his eyes sharp, his self-absorbed demeanor off-putting. The sword kept watching him, its thoughts growing resigned. Even if his bloodline hasn't fully awakened yet, his power is still strong. He just hasn't learned the method. Seriously, why are you all so troublesome? Am I your nanny? Wu Fu was silent, starting to ponder the sword's words. And what he said, when did I ever beg for that power? Who is she? I have no memory of it. Suddenly the sword turned to him and spoke. Kid, stand up, I'll tell you, but just this once, never again. Seeing the sword finally give in, Wu Fu couldn't resist a jab. You've decided, the sword immediately replied. I'm helping myself. Since I'm in a good mood, listen up. It began to explain. You have enough spiritual energy, but you lack returning fire. That is, converting your spiritual energy into elemental spiritual energy. That's a matter of your emotions, he agreed. Right, that Birdman and the Avatar said the same. The sword continued analyzing his situation. Right now, all your spiritual energy is gathered in your dantian, while your elemental spiritual energy is scattered throughout your body, unable to coalesce, let alone form stronger elemental spiritual energy. It concluded, so what you need to do now is disperse it throughout your body. Wu Fu raised a hand to feel his body, puzzled. Disperse it throughout my body? He stood still, sensing the flow within. The sword thought helplessly above. This damn genius bloodline with such strong spiritual energy, it's a bit overwhelming. Then it spoke again. Normally, a person can only master one type of elemental spiritual energy, because strong elemental spiritual energy requires continuous supply from the whole body. Wu Fu closed his eyes to feel more clearly, his ears still following the sword's guidance. But your avatar can master it. That means you can also perceive, listen, and use your spiritual energy to explore everything around you. He suddenly opened his eyes. I see it, but his current state wasn't enough. The sword continued guiding. Seeing isn't enough. Focus, transform the elemental spiritual energy you see. His gaze shifted downward to a massive energy ball beneath him. The sword immediately warned, use your spiritual energy to swallow it and give it to me. Hurry. Cracks began to appear in the space. Damn, the consciousness space is collapsing. Dead water's power is seeping in. The cracks multiplied and Wu Fu noticed. The sword urgently warned, Wu Fu, if you don't swallow it, you'll die here with me. Forget about your throne as God King. The cracks grew clearer. In another space, ripples spread across the water's surface inside the dead water. In that space, the imposter Wu Fu stood before his fallen body. From now on, I'll replace you, kill everyone, and become the strongest God King. He looked up, eyes fixed on a direction, a slight smile on his lips. Now it depends on whether dead water's power can erode and consume the spirit sword's power. Then I'll be invincible. Wu Fu's body suddenly stirred. The sharp object the imposter had stabbed into him twisted, but the imposter didn't notice. He stood calmly. Where to start the slaughter? The beastman tribe. Wu Fu struggled up from behind, his voice startling the imposter. I almost died. The imposter spun around, unable to hide his confusion. How did you? Wu Fu looked up at him, his expression mysterious. Your dad came back from hell to deal with you, you rebellious son. The imposter stood opposite Wu Fu. How is that possible? Did you see him? Wu Fu looked at him calmly. Who? You seem scared. Is that why you wanted to kill me? Unlike his calm demeanor, the imposter exuded intense killing intent. He gripped his energy sword tightly. Enough talk. I can kill you once and I can kill you again. No one's here to save you this time. Wu Fu's eyes sharpened. I'm afraid you won't get that chance. With that, the two charged at each other at terrifying speed. Their violent collision shook the lake even more. The ripples grew larger and denser. Aloe stood on the shore watching the water and couldn't help but remark, making such a big commotion. That guy's really going all out. Hope this doesn't alert Derek. Below, two energies, one blue and one red, clashed continuously. Wu Fu and the imposter kept fighting, exchanging blows with taunts. "Why aren't you fighting back? Didn't you say you wanted to beat me, you useless waste, just like before? Kid, all you do is cry." As Wu Fu fought, he kept wondering, just like before, how do one person after another seem to know my past? Suddenly the sword from before reappeared, but this time in a spirit-like form. It immediately warned, "Brat, get serious. If you get distracted again, you'll really die. If you want to die, fine, but don't drag me down with you. And have you already forgotten everything I taught you?" Its appearance surprised the young man. "Why are you out?" The fierce clashing of blades continued, and the sword's voice went on. "It's just a projection released through your power. Only you can see it. Stop asking questions and get in there. As my disciple, getting beaten this badly is shameful." Wu Fu suddenly became extremely serious, his expression darkening slightly. Water spiritual energy also appeared around him. "Who's your disciple?" the imposter suddenly said. "How is this possible?" His fierce attack directly struck the imposter, making him cry out in pain. The imposter was knocked back, utterly shocked by his current power. He's actually mastered such powerful water spiritual energy. No way, did he really meet that person? Wu Fu condensed a massive force from the water spiritual energy and launched it at the imposter. However, the imposter quickly sensed it and leaped to dodge. But it wasn't over yet. His water spiritual energy continued its relentless assault. The imposter suddenly realized the situation was dire. What? A force wreathed in burning flames was hurtling straight toward him. The imposter only now understood the truth. Had he already started setting traps with water spiritual energy when he attacked me earlier? The power transformed into a long spear, piercing directly into his body. He gritted his teeth in agony, sensing the fire spiritual energy. Wu Fu pressed one hand against the imposter's body. "You may have inherited my power, but you didn't inherit my brains," the imposter stubbornly insisted. "How did you master it so quickly?" "Impossible." He looked down at him with contempt. "Nothing is impossible. Since I could spawn a rebellious son like you, can't I defeat you? Before you die, tell me what you know, and I'll let you die comfortably." The imposter's body suddenly emitted a deep purple aura. Looking extremely dangerous, he sneered, "Defeat me? You probably don't even know your own situation right now." A massive force erupted, forcing him to leap back to dodge. The imposter roared, "Even if I die, I'll take you to hell with me." The sword spirit beside him sensed the situation and spoke. "The power has gone berserk. How can a mere phantom control the power of dead water?" Wu Fu added from the side. "Disgusting," the sword spirit immediately warned him. "But you need to be careful. He's burning all his spiritual energy to fight you to the death. Don't die again." The imposter lay there, his body now half human, half ghost, utterly terrifying. "Why did you abandon me? Don't you need my power? Didn't I kill those people for you? I was the one who saved your mother." Wu Fu hesitated when he heard him mention his mother. "Mother?" The sword spirit beside him loudly warned him not to listen to his nonsense, to kill him quickly so they could leave. He still stood there motionless, as if something was charging madly toward him. A violent collision happened instantly. The imposter stood before him, his body completely deformed. One of his arms had grown massive with sharp claws. He mocked, "Pathetic. No wonder your entire clan was wiped out. No wonder you couldn't protect your mother. In this state, can you really inherit the spirit sword?" Wu Fu was sent flying, pinned against the wall. He sat there, his face expressionless. "Spirit sword. If I get out of here alive, you need to explain everything to me," the sword spirit asked. "Explain what?" His gaze turned sharp and cold. "Who am I, really?" Wu Fu looked at his own hands. "Right now I can only convert spiritual energy into water and fire types. That guy is power manifested from dead water. Why is the spiritual energy black, and why does it emit such a rare aura?" The imposter was wildly swinging his massive arm, but Wu Fu remained calm. The black spiritual energy didn't look like any of the 5 elemental types. The sword spirit beside him immediately explained, "Dead water devours a lot of spiritual energy, and with all the resentment here, it forms black spiritual energy. That power is nasty. Be careful." Suddenly he burst forward, tearing through space and shattering the ground below. The imposter felt extreme pain, unable to resist, only able to howl in agony. His hand continued to summon weapons. Wu Fu hurled the weapon in his hand forward with force. The collision once again threw space into chaos, accompanied by billowing dust. The imposter tried to attack him, but he had already leapt above him. "Too slow," the imposter said angrily. "If ordinary spiritual energy won't work, I'll amplify it tenfold." But before he could resist, Wu Fu was behind him, hurling 2 more sharp weapons at him. The weapons pierced through the imposter's body with force, making him cry out in pain, but it seemed the weapons inside him were being crushed by his power. Wu Fu looked down, seeming to notice this too. The moment the weapons were ejected from the imposter's body, he quickly sprang back to dodge. Although Wu Fu swiftly avoided the imposter's counterattack, he couldn't fully escape its impact. One side of his body was injured, blood gushing out. "It hurts. Ordinary wounds don't hurt this much. This pain feels like it's burning my heart. Truly vicious," the sword spirit immediately warned him. "I told you to be careful. Getting hit by this stuff is no joke. Lucky you dodged, or it would have corroded you." Wu Fu doubted himself. Is it my imagination? Is he getting weaker? And the black spiritual energy is clearly more distinct. Sensing he didn't understand his own state, the sword spirit explained, "That's because you've gotten stronger. Your resolve has made it so the dead water can't manifest the darkness in your heart. So he's weaker too. All thanks to me." "Brat," he asked doubtfully, "can't this thing be eliminated?" The sword spirit continued to answer his questions. "Where there's light, there's shadow. Besides, some things in this world can't be eradicated unless the world itself is destroyed." The impostor was knocked to the ground by him, shouting, "It hurts," after the explanation. The sword spirit concluded, "So that's also a part of you." After hearing this, Wu Fu stated clearly, "Disgusting." Wu Fu gripped his sword tightly and walked forward. The sword spirit walked beside him, continuing, "Since you want to live, you have to acknowledge the darkness within. Don't think about perfection. That's just fool's talk." It floated beside him, urging, "End it, then get out. Bury that darkness deep in your heart and keep living." After saying this, the sword spirit thought, "You are their son after all. In the end, only you can completely save me, right? I can finally be freed from the eternal curse. Not a bad deal." Bubbles appeared on the water's surface. Orly looked down, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Finally out, he still stood on the shore, watching the bubbles grow larger as something rose from beneath the water. It was Wu Fu. He climbed out of the water, exhausted. "After I dealt with that guy, the illusion broke and I got swallowed by the water, almost drowned." Orly still stood motionless. "Didn't expect you to have some skill actually making it back alive." Wu Fu hadn't left the lake yet. He smiled faintly. "If I didn't come back alive, how would you explain it to a Meng?" He looked up and asked. "Hey, did you really want to kill me?" Orly stood on the shore and immediately answered his question. "I don't need to use this method to kill you. Besides, didn't you ask me to help you? If you couldn't pass this trial, you'd be dead. A Meng might remember you for 2 years at most, then she'd forget you." Wu Fu rested one hand on the shore, still half submerged. "Well, sorry, I made it back alive." Orly looked at him, hesitating. "Your spiritual energy," he noticed it seemed stronger and a bit strange. "What did this guy go through down there?" Orly turned and left, and Wu Fu immediately followed. The two kept exchanging words. "Since you're fine, let's head back. A Meng must be getting impatient. Speaking of which, is a Meng's father a human cultivator? Why are you asking so much? What's it to you? She said she wants to go to the outer heavens. Only cultivators can go there. If I go to the outer heavens, maybe I can help her. She once saved me out of kindness." Orly frowned, answering displeased, "I'm telling you, once we get out, you leave the Beastman tribe and a Meng won't go with you. You'd better keep your mouth shut or I'll kill you," Wu Fu reluctantly replied. "Fine, fine, fine." His current demeanor made Orly suspicious. This guy is strange. He's so against a Meng going to the outer heavens. Is there something behind it? His expressionless face and demeanor made Orly want to ignore him. "Whatever, it's none of my business. I'd better find my brothers and head back to the outer heavens." The sword spirit appeared before him again. "The outer heavens you're going to, isn't it the same one as before?" he asked in surprise. "Why are you out again?" It immediately replied. "I finally get to see the outside world, so of course I want to look around." The sword spirit spoke again. "Besides, having your master here can help you," Wu Fu retorted. "Shut up. I never said you're my master." Their exchange caught Li Kei's eye. She reached out a hand forward. "So it's that old geezer reduced to this state, caught by a human. And this human, his spiritual energy feels familiar. Could he be the old geezer's sacrifice?" Her expression turned extremely dangerous. "A sacrifice? I'd love to try it." In the forest shrouded by trees and darkness, a Meng shouted angrily, "Damn it, running away from me again. Has that Orly already killed Wu Fu?" Suddenly the little girl sensed an abundant flow of spiritual energy. "No way, strange. The spiritual energy in the forest of no hope is off." She didn't realize she was in danger. Something was approaching her from behind. Just as it got very close, she turned around. Orly and Wu Fu were walking through the forest when they suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream. Orly immediately recognized the voice. A Meng. He and Wu Fu moved quickly. A Meng. They both rushed toward the direction of the scream. Suddenly, Wu Fu seemed to sense something. When they arrived, a Meng was already hanging suspended. He wondered, "What is this?" A voice came from the figure standing before them. "Good evening, little cuties." Orly immediately recognized the face, and he was now drenched in cold sweat. "You're Li Kei. How is that possible? Did the commotion at the pool disturb her?" Wu Fu also recognized the woman before him as Li Kei. "Is that the beast I saw? The spiritual energy is too strong. I'm a bit scared." Li Kei stood beside a Meng whose body was tidally bound by tentacles. "This little cutie has something nice hidden away." Her face suddenly flushed. She licked her lips. "I really want a taste." Wu Fu couldn't help but shiver. Sweat kept pouring down. Orly lowered his head, one hand held in front of him, speaking to Li Kei with a tone of respect. We didn't mean to disturb you, please spare us this once. Meng was tightly held by Li Ke, her entire face pressed against her enormous chest. She struggled, her body still bound by tentacles. Let me go, your chest is too big. Li Ke stroked her face. Don't be so scared, I'm not going to kill you. Wu Fu remained silent, deep in thought. Though she's a woman, that oppressive aura is unmistakable. If she lets loose, we might all die. Li Ke lowered her head slightly, her expression darkening, daring to hide inside someone else's body. If it weren't for, her gaze suddenly turned terrifying, her pupils contracting. Then I'll come see you myself. She stared straight at Wu Fu as if trying to see through him with her power. Another space suddenly appeared, with a massive vortex. Wu Fu couldn't help but sense something was off. By now he was somehow inside that space. Is this a consciousness space? But he immediately realized it wasn't his own. I've been pulled in, a voice came from the figure standing behind him, sending a chill down his spine. Long time no see, he turned around in surprise. Standing behind him was Li Ke. She sneered, fool, I wasn't talking to you. In the dark space, Li Ke grinned slightly. I was talking to that guy on you. Hearing this, Wu Fu seemed to understand, and his expression grew more alert. The only one on me is the spirit sword. Is she talking about the spirit sword? Do you know the spirit sword? Li Ke answered his question. Kid, who doesn't know the spirit sword? I'm talking about its original owner. Remember back during the God-King War in the Outer Heavens. That guy used the spirit sword to seize the throne. No one dared to call themselves king after that. He listened to her words, a series of thoughts flooding his mind. The owner of the spirit sword. Did someone use it before me? But aren't soul weapons supposed to recognize only one master? In the space, Li Ke stood not far from him, facing him. But the spirit sword appearing again means the God-King War is about to erupt. A kid like you has some skill, or why would he protect you like this? Wu Fu's eyes sharpened, and he asked seriously, the God-King War. And who is he? Li Ke had somehow come behind him, pressing close. Her voice made his body stiffen. Of course it's me. An old flame, a startled voice rang out. Li Ke, you can't touch. It seemed some power sensed her presence, releasing a massive force. Li Ke's hand was burned by that power, and she lowered it. You're so heartless. She lowered her head, her voice turning cold. You tell me not to touch, but I'll touch anyway. The released power immediately enveloped Wu Fu's body. He didn't understand what was happening for a moment. The mysterious being within that power shouted, what does it have to do with me? Night still shrouded the vast space, eerily quiet. Wu Fu couldn't help but look helpless. Dragged into something unrelated to me for no reason. What bad luck. He sat down on the ground. Li Ke sat not far from him, staring intently at him. Even after all these years with his body gone, his power hasn't weakened. Instead, it hides within the spirit sword. And this kid, being able to withstand this power, is no simpleton. I thought he was some sacrifice. Now it seems he has some plan for this kid. Li Ke sat on a stone platform under a large tree. She commanded, come here. Let's talk. Wu Fu was puzzled. You captured me just for this? Ah. She crossed her legs, assuming a superior posture to threaten him. Of course not. I just find you a bit strange, so I'm curious what other good things you have. Come here and let me see. Otherwise I'll cut off your neck. Wu Fu could only force a bitter smile. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill us, so you won't kill me? Li Ke crooked her finger, signaling him to come closer. But before he could get up from the ground, he was pulled forward by a powerful force. Li Ke used his fingers to lift Wu Fu's chin, causing his face to turn pale. If I kill you, how will I find out that person's motives? Wu Fu's face reddened, and his eyes grew tense. This position was too dangerous. Li Ke's full chest pressed against him, making him feel embarrassed, and his body stiffened momentarily. She continued, besides, I don't want to anger him. She lowered her face and made a suggestion. Kid, do you want to go to the celestial realm? How about we make a deal? Wu Fu's face darkened upon hearing this. A deal? Why does everyone want to make a deal with me? Do I look that easy to push around? Li Ke stood before him, smugly laying out her terms. I can let you go and even help you get to the celestial realm, but you have to trade your body for it. The moon was slowly rising, casting faint light through the dense canopy. Elsewhere in the forest, Ao Li was carrying a Meng and moving quickly. Ao Li, where are we going? Aren't we going to save Wu Fu? I'll take you to the temple first, then we'll find him. Ao Li didn't look back at Meng. His gaze stayed forward. Don't worry, we'll find him alive or dead. Meng gripped his arm tightly. It's all my fault he's in this. If he dies here, I'll never forgive myself. Ao Li's expression was resolute upon hearing this. Don't worry, I won't let you be sad. Elsewhere, a startled cry rang out. My body. Wu Fu shook his head repeatedly with a grimace. I am not that kind of person. His reaction made Li Ke grin. Look at you, seems like you're still a rookie, huh? Wu Fu awkwardly turned his head away. None of your business. He crossed his arms over his chest, his cheeks flushed as he looked away. I won't agree. Kill me if you want, but I won't accept such a disadvantageous deal. Li Ke puffed out her full chest. Why would I kill you? I can't kill you either. I just want to study you. Wu Fu's eyes grew puzzled at her words. Study what? He pointed at himself, and Li Ke continued, from the surface to the depths, from the outside to the inside. Wu Fu raised his hands to protect his body, looking pitiful. No way, he shook his head while cursing inwardly. Damn it, Li Kai still sat cross-legged on the large stone platform, making suggestions as he sat fearfully on the ground. You're not very likable, but I like it. Since that's the case, let's make a bet. If you win, I'll let you go. If you lose, you're mine. But as soon as he heard her proposal, he immediately asked, bet on what? I realize my situation now. I don't have the right to refuse. Li Kai admired her own hands while stating her terms. I keep a toy in the temple. It just woke up from hibernation not long ago. That guy is a bit mischievous. If you can kill it and bring back its head, I'll let you go. Wu Fu seemed skeptical after hearing the conditions. Is it that simple? But Li Kai was very confident. If it were simple, I wouldn't bet with you. Kid, arrogance will get you killed fast. Wu Fu seized the opportunity to seek answers to his questions. Can you tell me about the Star Sword, and about the War of the Divine Kings? Li Kai still didn't look at him. I'll remind you, wait until you bring back its head. Besides, your companions are heading to the temple now. If you don't go, they'll be torn to pieces, he asked seriously. Where is the temple? He quickly moved through the massive canopy. The reminder sounded again. Tonight will be long, and it's a full moon. That guy will become very powerful. You're so strong, don't disappoint me. It was then that the Star Sword's aura appeared. Let's go quickly. I'll take you out of here. Wu Fu looked at it. Why didn't you show up earlier? The Star Sword quickly replied. She's troublesome. I didn't want to get tangled up with her. Forget it. The most important thing now is to leave here. He jumped from the air to the ground. No, his expression turned serious, his eyes sharp. And we can't leave here anymore. In the deep forest, surrounded by massive ancient trees and dense canopy, a roar echoed. Wu Fu looked in the direction of the sound. Such a powerful beast. The Star Sword is enraged. It must be Li Kai's doing. She's clearly targeting you. But he immediately reminded, not me, you. As soon as the words fell, a row of sharp fangs lunged at him and the Star Sword from afar. He condensed a sword in his hand with his power, and with a flash of sword light he struck the beast directly. One blow split the beast in two, but there was more than one. 3 more beasts appeared and lunged at him. The Star Sword praised, you can now control spiritual energy proficiently. You can't handle this beast, but then it complained slightly. However, within a few strikes, Wu Fu had sliced the group of beasts into pieces. He exhaled, and the Star Sword reminded him, you've been using spiritual energy all day. It keeps warning you that the beasts behind are definitely strong. Even if your spiritual energy is abundant, this consumption isn't sustainable. Wu Fu realized this too and said seriously, looks like we have to run. His words surprised the Star Sword. Run! As soon as he spoke, a fiery red ring appeared under Wu Fu's feet. The ring rapidly expanded outward, seeming to contain immense thrust. In an instant the ring erupted violently. The thrust of the flames successfully propelled him and the Star Sword into the sky. Where are you trying to fly to? I don't know. A streak of light cut through the silent night sky. Eventually, the light landed in another area of the forest, the violent impact kicking up dust. Elsewhere, Li Bei observed with her power, grinning with interest. This little brat might just stir up my territory. Damn, I should have kept him. In a space surrounded by trees, a surge of energy rose. Wu Fu had just landed, the violent impact creating a large depression in the ground around him. He lay on the ground, eyes closed, a slight smile on his lips, sweat pouring down. Finally landed safely, the Star Sword scolded. What safe landing? If it weren't for his extraordinary body, he'd be dead by now. He struggled to stand up from the ground, responding to the sword's scolding. But I was being chased by a group of beasts. Give me a break, okay? Though startled, the Star Sword dutifully reminded him. Even so, the commotion just now was too loud. What if it attracts more beasts? Get up and find a safe place to rest and recover your strength. Wu Fu put his hands on his hips. Maybe we have to go to the temple. But where is it? His words startled the Star Sword. You don't know where the temple is, and you're just charging in blindly? He pointed in a direction and suggested, let's go that way. The Star Sword shouted at him. Stop wandering around, isn't that where we just came from? The atmosphere grew tense. The Star Sword stood in front of Wu Fu and said loudly, if you want to die, don't drag me with you. Suddenly, a low growl came from a sharp mouth. Wu Fu immediately turned around, his eyes tense. A massive figure appeared, blocking him and the Star Sword. The thing before them seemed extraordinary. Too big. The appearance of the massive beast threw the surrounding area into chaos. It looked at him and demanded, Brat, are you the one disturbing me? Sharp fangs lunged in attack. But it wasn't over. The beast slammed down a powerful punch, its force like lightning. Too strong. If this continues, we're done for. The beast's eyes suddenly grew confused. Where did you go? Where is he? Wu Fu was somehow already standing majestically on the beast's head, startling it. Hey, I'm right here. How can you be so powerful yet so slow-witted? He looked down with a smile. You can find me like this, what would the single dogs think? His words successfully enraged the beast, which roared madly, You bastard, I'll kill you. However, its powerful jaws and sharp fangs missed him and instead plunged straight into a large tree. The violent impact left the beast's head dizzy. At that moment the Star Sword beside Wu Fu urged, Finish him quickly, then head to the temple." The beast, even angrier from the missed attack, continued to shout. "That cunning bastard, come out, fight me fair and square, don't play that disappearing act." Wu Fu hadn't gone far. He was standing right on its shoulder. "I'm right on your shoulder." Discovering him on its shoulder, it was startled and fell silent. It stared wide-eyed at him, standing on its body on guard. "When did you get up there? I get it, you're trying to ambush me, aren't you? I won't fall for it again." Listening to the beast's self-directed drama, he couldn't help but laugh. "You're hilarious." The Star Sword was also very surprised by his progress, but it still worried whether this guy could suppress his spiritual energy, especially since he could dodge the Black Dragon Beast's attacks. Able to move silently, he could already use spiritual energy. His rate of progress truly impressed me, but is continuing like this really good for me? Wu Fu directly asked the beast. "That guy." Faced with his straightforward question, the beast raised its head and turned away. "Do you know where the temple is? I won't tell you unless you beat me." As soon as he said that, Wu Fu punched it, twisting its face to the side and making tears stream down. A pained cry echoed through the forest. In the depths of the dark forest, only filled with dense trees, a voice that had just seized control rang out. "Now can you lead the way? Maybe you don't have the right to refuse now." Wu Fu sat before the beast, which was lying on the ground, and urged, "Get up. I haven't even used my full strength. Don't play dead." The Star Sword was amazed by his power but didn't show it, though inwardly it marveled. Is this the bloodline power of a certain clan? The vast forest and rolling mountains were still shrouded in darkness, with only a full moon hanging in the sky casting light. "Why do you want to go to the temple? It's dangerous now. There's a very powerful guy inside." By then, the beast had let him stand on its head. He asked doubtfully, "What do you want with him?" "Kill him." Wu Fu didn't beat around the bush. His determination was clear on his face. Of course, the Star Sword was also surprised. "Are you really going?" He glanced at the Star Sword and reminded, "If I don't go, a Meng will be in danger. Besides, do you think Li Ge will let me off? What if she gets furious and takes it out on the beastman?" The Star Sword immediately warned. "She's indeed a two-faced person. Now she really won't let you go." He looked at it with cold eyes. "I think she won't let you go either. I've already been dragged into this by you." The Star Sword sensed his attitude and quickly pleaded. No, now I'm one with you. Your business is my business. We're family." He turned his head and reluctantly replied, "Is that so?" Then he faced it and fired off a series of accusatory questions. "When I was captured earlier, why didn't you come out to help me? Maybe then I wouldn't have had to run around everywhere." Wu Fu was still standing on the beast's head when a dazzling golden light lit up from another part of the forest. Seeing the light, he immediately recognized it as Ao Li's spiritual energy. He stood on the beast's head and commanded, "Go, let's hurry over there." Elsewhere, Ao Li asked worriedly, "Meng, are you okay?" Ao Li glanced, his expression contemplative. "There's a divine stone in the temple. No beast dares to approach it. Why are there so many beasts now? No way." Meng was now completely stiff, her face full of fear and cold sweat. "Let's go quickly." Ao Li was confused. Meng, her face grew more panicked, her pupils contracting. "Maybe we can't go there now." At the temple entrance, a pair of blood-red eyes and a threatening voice came. "Submit quickly." Ao Li's face darkened as he recognized the thing before him. A dragon. His eyes grew tense, pupils constricting, sweat pouring down. How can there be a dragon in the forest of despair? The thing in the temple looked terrifying. With 4 deep blood-red eyes, Meng hid fearfully behind Ao Li, her hands gripping his clothes tightly. Its spiritual energy has enveloped the entire temple. The surrounding beasts are also under its control. It's dangerous. Let's get out of here quickly. Ao Li gritted his teeth, helpless, but his gaze still didn't leave the temple. If that's the case, it's probably too late to leave now. The beast in the temple had a form that was both dragon-like and snake-like, radiating an astonishingly powerful force. A huge sound echoed again from the depths of the forest. The beast Wu Fu had defeated suddenly sensed the anomaly in the forest. It stopped. "I'm not going." Wu Fu was puzzled. "What?" It lowered its head to explain its concern. "A very terrifying monster lives there. My kind went to challenge it to gain power and ended up shattered. Beasts without enough spiritual energy get controlled by it. It has taken over the temple, probably because it got the power of the divine stone." Wu Fu crossed his arms, his expression contemplative. "A monster that you beasts call a monster. How powerful is that guy?" The beast shouted upon hearing this. "So spare me, I haven't even found a wife yet." It covered its face with its hands, tears streaming down. "I'm so strong, yet I'm still alone?" Wu Fu jumped down from the beast's head in surprise. "All right, you can go. You've already led us here. I won't hold you back from continuing your lineage." As soon as Wu Fu left its body, it immediately ran off. "Goodbye, I'll cheer you on from behind." He could only sigh helplessly. "That guy runs fast." He stood on a branch of a large tree, the Star Sword still close by. This is probably an animal's instinct, able to sense dangers that ordinary people can't predict. Hearing the Star Sword's words, he immediately denied it. "I'm not an ordinary person either. Let's first see what kind of monster it is." In another corner of the forest, Ao Li and a Meng were also hiding on a branch of a large tree. Ao Li asked a Meng with concern if she was feeling better. She supported herself with her hands, looking exhausted. Much better, my heart felt like it was about to explode just now. That spiritual energy was too powerful. Ao Li looked toward the temple with confusion. How did it appear here? A Meng followed his gaze. I don't know. And it defies the power of the divine stone. Did Li Ke put it here? She looked on while voicing her thoughts. The temple was safe because of the divine stone's power, which can control all beasts. Can this monster defy the divine stone's power? Ao Li joined the analysis. I don't know. The important thing now is how to get out of here. Look at its purpose. Why has it summoned so many beasts? A Meng sensed the anomaly in the surrounding space. She closed her eyes. It seems to be communicating with the other beasts through its mind. Let me feel it. A voice echoed through the space. My subjects, let me rule over this forest of despair. Submit to me, invaders, and die. But a Meng's investigation was soon discovered by the beast in the temple, which was incredibly audacious. Its threatening voice startled her. Perhaps due to the mental shock, she spat out a large mouthful of blood. Ao Li called out in worry, a Meng? But she had no time to explain and urged urgently. Let's go. A huge shadow approached the two from under the tree. No sooner had a Meng's warning ended than they were discovered. Ao Li tightly hugged a Meng and quickly leapt to higher ground to evade the pursuit of the massive beast that was coiling up the tree trunk. Damn it, in the blink of an eye the beast caught up with them. It stared at the tiny creatures before it with gleaming eyes and threatened, invaders, don't think you can escape. Ao Li looked back in terror, sensing a powerful spiritual energy emanating from the beast's deep, dangerous eyes. That spiritual energy made Ao Li's heart feel as if it were being squeezed. His face turned pale with pain and his arms dropped, letting himself fall freely. Damn it, I'm about to lose consciousness. A Meng, whom he was holding tightly, gradually slipped from his grasp and disappeared from his sight. A Meng, she was still falling freely through the air when suddenly something moved rapidly towards her from a distance. A hand reached out and caught a Meng by the shoulder just as she was about to lose consciousness completely. Wu Fu pulled a Meng into his arms and looked down at Ao Li with a provocative gaze. Long time no see, you're not about to die, are you? Ao Li's face darkened upon hearing his words. Who said I'm about to die? His eyes suddenly lit up with determination. Let's have a fight. Let's see who takes that beast's head first. Wu Fu turned and leaned a Meng against a tree trunk. I was just thinking the same thing, but I think you should deal with those minions first. Leave this one to me. Ao Li immediately objected. Why should you get to do it? Without further ado, Wu Fu proved his point with action. He released a layer of fire spiritual energy that enveloped his entire body. Ao Li immediately sensed his power upon seeing it. Fire spiritual energy, incredibly pure fire spiritual energy. This guy can actually use spiritual energy freely now. Sensing that Ao Li had perceived his strength, Wu Fu glanced back slightly. Then I'll leave this side to you. With that he quickly departed, leaving Ao Li, who was still somewhat hesitant. He lowered his head, his hair covering his expression, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Why is everyone like a Meng? As he muttered to himself, a beast had already approached the spot where a Meng and Ao Li were. It opened its massive mouth to attack, but before it could harm anyone, it was struck by the damage Ao Li inflicted. He stopped bickering with Wu Fu and instead felt somewhat satisfied. This is good too. A Meng is safest by my side. By now, a Meng was completely unconscious, her face etched with exhaustion. Ao Li stood there watching over her while also taking care of these troublesome creatures. On the other side, Wu Fu was facing the massive beast from the temple. In comparison, he was as small as a grain of sand. The spirit sword was somewhat surprised when it saw the beast and blurted out, "This beast." Wu Fu couldn't help but wonder, "What's wrong? Do you recognize it?" Just by looking at it, it seemed incredibly powerful, unlike the other beasts in the Forest of Despair. Its power was also extraordinary. The spirit sword immediately answered and shared its speculation. I don't recognize it, but dragon-type beasts have long been extinct. They no longer exist in this world. This beast might have been created by Li Ke by fusing other beasts together. He asked in confusion. Fusing, the spirit sword continued to explain. That's right. Back when dragon-type beasts were wiped out coupled with human competitiveness, fusion beasts later emerged. They would seek out the bones of dragon-type beasts and recreate them through fusion. To create this beast, are you sure? He asked again. So it's a fusion monster? The spirit sword didn't deny it, but also cautiously warned him of its power. Although it's a fusion monster, it still retains the residual essence of a dragon-type beast, inheriting the dragon clan's ability to command the spiritual energy of all beasts. Looking at the massive and terrifying beast before them, even it couldn't believe what it was seeing. I never thought Li Ke could create something like this. Wu Fu drew his sword, holding it tightly in his palm. How interesting. I've never seen a beast like this before. Then, straightening his back, he faced the enormous beast and shouted, "Come on." The beast lunged to attack. Wu Fu charged forward with his sword as well. The collision of two immense forces created a powerful shockwave. The beast's four eyes grew brighter. It stepped back, concentrating its power into a single point, preparing to strike him. The beast's powerful attack formed a straight line of light tearing through space as it shot out. Wu Fu was momentarily sent flying, but he wasn't injured. When he landed, a ring of light surrounded his body. Incredible. If I hadn't had protective spiritual energy just now, I would have been torn to shreds, the spirit sword remarked. It's surprised by your ability. You can use the spiritual energy of techniques now, he replied boredly. Yeah, a little. I can't use my spiritual sword anymore. At this rate, how am I supposed to cut off its head? Hearing his complaint, the spirit sword quickly suggested, use another method like your soul weapon. Where is your soul weapon? Wu Fu finished listening and looked at it. Isn't it you? Elsewhere in the forest, a Meng lost her balance and tilted to one side. She opened her eyes. Ao Li, before she could even see her surroundings clearly, she was startled by a huge object. A Meng immediately looked up. What is that? A creature floating above her head, covered in a bunch of eyes. She was so frightened that she screamed. Just then, Ao Li jumped down from somewhere. A Meng, you're awake. She turned around upon hearing his call. Ao Li, the beast opened its huge mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged wildly to attack. Facing the beast's fierce assault, Wu Fu remained calm. Want to eat me? You'll have to see if you have what it takes. He turned and swung his sword with immense power. The beast was not to be outdone and continued to counterattack. It slammed its head hard into the ground, shaking the surrounding earth. It continued its frenzied attacks on him, but he moved quickly, dodging its violent strikes. There was no fear in his eyes. Instead, they were very calm, as if he knew victory would be his. The beast lunged again, its mouth wide open as if to devour him. But he jumped aside just in time. As soon as his body hit the ground, he quickly turned and delivered a powerful sword strike. The beast couldn't block in time and took the hit directly, but it seemed unharmed. Wu Fu seized the opportunity and leaped onto its body. He tightened his grip on his sword, pointing the tip downward, his expression cold. Die. The sword immediately pierced into the beast's flesh. It writhed in pain, its entire elongated body shooting upwards in agony. The sword was still firmly embedded in the beast's body by Wu Fu. Sensing the beast's condition confirmed his thoughts. Got it. It seems only a soul weapon can actually hurt it. Ao Li and a Meng stood not far away, observing Wu Fu's battle with the beast. His skills are incredible. That beast feels like a toy in Wu Fu's hands to be played with however he wants. Despite the favorable situation for Wu Fu, a Meng still felt a sense of unease. Her eyes darkened slightly. Why do I keep having a bad feeling? The beast continued to struggle in pain. Wu Fu took the opportunity to leap away from its body. He was incredibly excited at this moment. Still want to play it out to the end? The beast continued its fierce attacks, but he dodged them easily. The beast's attack missed, slamming into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Wu Fu landed lightly and stood aside to observe. It seems only spiritual energy can threaten it. This beast will definitely be wary of my spirit sword from now on. Ao Li approached from behind, not missing the chance to mock his ability. Still haven't finished it off after all this time. You're really weak. Unfazed, Wu Fu glanced at him lightly. It's just a slippery loach. Just stand aside and watch, the spirit sword reminded him. Kid, this beast already knows the power of the spirit sword. It can only keep dodging your attacks. Wu Fu showed no fear, his tone even carrying confidence. Don't worry, I already have a plan. As soon as he finished speaking, the beast suddenly lunged at him with incredible speed. Wu Fu seemed to understand its intention. I see. Trying to drain my energy, do you think you can do that? Then dust flew everywhere. The dust grew thicker and thicker, obscuring what was happening. Wu Fu gripped his sword tightly with both hands and raised it high. He dove down from a height. The thick dust acted like a curtain, concealing the progress of the battle, with only parts of the beast's massive body visible. In another corner, a Meng quickly jumped down to where Ao Li was. She said loudly, Ao Li, why aren't you going to help Wu Fu? This beast is strange. Wu Fu can't handle it alone. Ao Li remained motionless. What's so strange about this beast? It's just a slightly bigger mongrel. If you're worried, I'll go save him if he's in danger later. Ao Li's indifference made a Meng very angry. How can you still be so arrogant? I told you there's something wrong with that beast, really. I'm telling you, if anything happens to Wu Fu, I'll hold you responsible. Ao Li was still observing the battle, puzzled by Wu Fu's attack style. What the hell is this guy doing? The beast is clearly dodging attacks, and he's still swinging wildly like this. I shouldn't have let him handle this beast. In midair, a powerful beam of light shot out, slicing across the beast's body. The light struck the ground violently. Ao Li was stunned by the sight. Defeated, as the dust gradually cleared, Wu Fu was forcefully driving his sword into the ground. The beast suddenly turned its head to look at him. He returned its gaze with a meaningful look. Did you think you were my target? The sword suddenly glowed, releasing powerful spiritual energy. Immediately, countless massive tree roots erupted from the ground. Those enormous roots quickly coiled around the beast's body. The spirit sword was also incredibly surprised. "Kid, how did you do that?" Wu Fu had no time to deal with it and casually replied, "I'll tell you after I take this beast's head." On the other side, Li Ke was still observing the battle through her own abilities. Wu Fu's fighting style intrigued her greatly. After all, it's a beast created by fusion. Its intelligence is a bit lacking, but it knows how to use the spiritual energy of the Forest of Despair. This guy is really clever, mobilizing such a huge amount of spiritual energy. No wonder that thing is hiding inside him. What exactly is this guy? Switching to the battle scene, the massive tree roots were still violently constricting the beast's body. Even Ao Li, who was watching, couldn't believe Wu Fu's ability. He frowned. First it was fire and water spiritual energy. Now he can use wood spiritual energy. In such a short time from then until now he's become so proficient. Maybe this guy really can help Meng find that person. Meng, standing beside him, was also stunned, her mouth wide open. "Great, my chances of going to the outer heavens are even better now," Wu Fu announced from a distance away from the beast. "All right, game over." He tightened his grip on his sword. The sword slowly carved a gash into the beast's flesh. Wu Fu looked at it confidently. Struggling in vain, it's useless, but its eyes suddenly widened and a force enveloped its body from somewhere. Meng and Ao Li looked up, countless flying above their heads. Ao Li quickly warned, "Wu Fu, get away from that beast, it's absorbing the spiritual energy of all the beasts here." He still held his sword tightly, determined. "Then I definitely can't leave here. Break for me." The massive tree roots could no longer hold the beast, which had absorbed more spiritual energy. Smoke and dust rose again, spreading to where Meng and Ao Li were standing. Wu Fu landed on the ground near them. He wondered, is there going to be a second round? The beast had become even more ferocious. A pair of wings had grown on its body. Meng warned worriedly, "Wu Fu, Ao Li, that beast is stronger than before." Be careful. However, contrary to her concern, the two young men before her were full of disdain. Wu Fu spoke, "Stronger than before, I just think it's got an extra pair of wings." Ao Li chimed in, "What a coincidence, I was thinking the same thing," Wu Fu immediately suggested. "Ao Li, let's have a contest to see who takes its head first." Ao Li grinned smugly. "You're definitely going to lose." At this moment, Li Ke was feeling incredibly excited, her dangerous eyes full of interest. "Little brats, how do you plan to fight?" "Ah, thinking of the beast I refined, and she is the one who knows it best. The beast I fused from countless materials the first time was one thing, but now it has absorbed the spiritual energy of all the beasts, and it happens to be a full moon night. Do you think you can just kill it easily?" How naive. Wu Fu and Ao Li leapt up simultaneously to attack the enraged and frenzied giant beast. Ao Li charged with his sword, a long trail of light wrapping around the beast's elongated body. Ao Li shouted, "The spirit beast's carapace is too hard, I can't break through." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Fu rushed in from somewhere. "Then wait here. Leave the rest to me." The beast released its attack with a blue orb of light. Wu Fu used his sword to swiftly slash the orbs away. A dazzling golden light was violently shot out by him. The attack aimed directly at the beast's wings, but was immediately shattered by them. Wu Fu propped himself up with one hand on the ground and looked up, his face showing no surprise. "Regeneration speed? You beasts all seem to like this kind of power." Ao Li approached from behind. "This level of attack won't kill it." Wu Fu heard him and turned around. "What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to wait there?" Ao Li suddenly put his hand on his shoulder and laughed. "Don't be mad. Your speed is too slow, so I came to help you." No sooner had Ao Li finished speaking than Wu Fu rushed out before he could finish. He delivered a powerful sword strike. The sword edge struck the beast directly, causing a part of its body to break off. It howled in pain. Wu Fu immediately discovered the beast's weakness. So if it's completely severed, it can't regenerate. Then he delivered several more sword strikes straight at the beast. It writhed in agony before collapsing to the ground. Wu Fu landed lightly. "This looks much better." Meng saw Ao Li return and exclaimed in surprise, "Ao Li, why are you back? Go help Wu Fu." Ao Li looked to the side and replied, "He's enough on his own." He let out a long breath. "You win this time, but just this once." The massive beast was finally defeated, lying before him. At this moment, Wu Fu seemed to radiate the aura of a victor. "Blame it on me being too strong. I'll take your head." Then, with a single horizontal slash, he accomplished his goal. Li Ke saw the outcome of the battle through her ability orb. The fused dragon beast seems to be nothing special after all. She rested her chin on one hand and grinned. "Say, should I tell that kid something interesting?" The sword in Wu Fu's hand trembled slightly. He immediately noticed and raised it, asking, "What's wrong? You're shaking." "Strange, why do I feel like there's something terrifying? Could it be because of Li Ke?" Meng ran over from behind, interrupting his thoughts. "Wu Fu, are you injured?" "Let me see," he replied softly. "Don't worry, that beast is just big, it can't hurt me." He glanced at Ali, who stood a few steps away. "Any questions?" Ali immediately asked. How could you hurt that beast? And what about that massive wood spiritual energy? Meng also asked curiously. Yeah, Wu Fu, how did you manage those vines from the wood spiritual energy? Wu Fu raised the sword in his hand and explained. This sword is my soul weapon, so it can hurt that beast. As for the vines, he looked at the sword in his hand. Didn't you say the forest of despair is full of spiritual energy? Ali seemed to realize something. Could it be? He quickly confirmed. But that alone couldn't produce so many vines, so he extended his hand, revealing a light seed. Look, this tiny light seed grew rapidly. Meng exclaimed in surprise. Wu Fu, how did you do that? He held the light seed up to his face. I have you to thank for that. Remember what you said to me. Turn the formless into form, turn nothing into everything, gather spiritual energy to refine all things, and transform spiritual energy back into the 5 elements. Ali, standing there, immediately thought, perhaps the time had come. Wu Fu stood beside the beast's head he had just cut off. How am I supposed to bring such a huge beast head to Li Ke? The Star God Sword immediately shouted. Bring it, you've already saved the people. Now get out of here quickly. He held his chin with one hand, casting a suspicious glance at the Star God Sword. Ever since I met Li Ke, I felt like you've been urging me to leave. Don't you want anything to do with Li Ke? Are you afraid of her? The Star God Sword immediately denied it. What are you talking about? Why would I be afraid of Li Ke? He still stood motionless beside the beast's head. The Star God Sword hurriedly explained. She's just a madman who's lived for tens of thousands of years. What good is there in getting involved with her? I'm doing this for your own good, so stop dawdling and take your companions and leave. Meng and Ali stood beside him. Wu Fu glanced at the Star God Sword again, his resolve strengthened. The more you say that, the more curious I become. I have to go see. He turned to look at the two behind him, pointing at the beast's head. I'm going to take this to Li Ke later. What are you two going to do? Meng replied cheerfully. Do you even need to ask? Of course, I'm coming with you. He pursed his lips, waved his hand, and opposed her opinion. What are you going for? Go back with Ali. Meng angrily scolded him. You're my slave, trying to abandon your master and run away. Don't dream about it. You can't stop me, Meng. He helplessly turned to look at Ali. What about you, coming along? Or, before he could finish, Ali quickly replied, I can't let Meng be in danger. He could only force a bitter smile. I understand, let's go together. The three of them moved together and soon arrived before Li Ke. She was still occupying that large stone platform. Not bad. I thought it would take you a few days to deal with that toy. Wu Fu stepped in front of the other two and replied, Didn't expect me to finish it so quickly. Li Ke waved her hand and blew out a breath, and the massive beast head behind the three instantly exploded. Wu Fu's eyes widened, utterly shocked by her power. Terrifying, just a gust of wind could destroy such a huge head. Ali frowned, his gaze more alert. As expected of a beast that has lived for tens of thousands of years, Meng beside him couldn't help but feel scared. So terrifying, I should have let Ali take me back. Li Ke held her chin with one hand, leaning back slightly, a faint smile curling at the corner of her mouth. All right, ask whatever you want, and I'll answer within my knowledge. Meng hid behind Wu Fu, who fearlessly fired off a series of questions. What exactly is the Star God Sword? What was the War of the God Kings? And who is that person inside the Star God Sword? Li Ke's brow furrowed slightly at his barrage of questions. So many questions, truly greedy, but I like it. She extended her hand and began answering his questions. The Star God Sword is a very powerful thing. It has been passed down to the mortal world since I was born. I don't know the specifics. Some say the Star God Sword contains the power of the universe. Whoever obtains the Star God Sword can become the master of the universe, he asked seriously in return. So that's why so many people want the Star God Sword. He pondered inwardly. But before his rebirth, why hadn't he discovered its power? He never imagined the sword in his hand held such strength. Ali, standing behind him, also heard what Wu Fu wanted to ask. He thought to himself, it seems he can now tell him the truth about Meng. So the War of the God Kings was a war fought over the Star God Sword. He remained very serious, but the corners of his mouth drooped slightly. You could say it's only part of it. The War of the God Kings was a group of people. Li Ke continued to explain. Those powerful cultivators started a pointless war to claim the title of the strongest. As for the appearance of the Star God Sword, it only made the war more exciting. What scared kid? He glanced at the Star God Sword beside him, which quickly made an excuse to leave. So hurry up and unseal it. Let me teach you how to become a God King. You two keep chatting. I'm going to rest. The Star God Sword suddenly startled as if realizing something. It turned back and saw Li Ke's dark face. Wu Fu watched it stammer, and before it could finish speaking, the Star God Sword slipped away. Wu Fu continued to ask, why is he so afraid of you? Hearing this question, Li Ke's gaze became dull. Because that guy once courted me. Wu Fu was still somewhat skeptical after hearing her answer. That's not enough to make him this scared, even by Beast Clan standards. Lady Li Ke is a beautiful and charming woman. Could it be because of her beast identity? Li Ke tilted her head and grinned. How could it be such a shallow reason? The main reason is, as she spoke, she lifted one leg revealing her lower body, and her gaze also moved downward. I'm the same as you. Li Kei's words and actions were like a thunderbolt, stunning Wu Fu and Ali. Meng naively asked Ali, the same as what? Ali was also helpless. You're still young, don't worry about this kind of topic, got it? He covered his mouth and coughed a few times. I see, Li Kei, one last question. Where is the heaven beyond the heavens? Li Kei extended her hand and looked at him, smiling. Aren't you in the heaven beyond the heavens right now? He asked in confusion. What does that mean? Li Kei snapped her fingers and the space around Wu Fu instantly changed, leaving him momentarily stunned. This is Li Kei leaned against a huge tree, one hand on her chest, the other holding a globe. Just a trick. But it's useful to explain it to you. The globe left Li Kei and she slowly approached Wu Fu. Meng saw the globe and exclaimed, that ball is so beautiful. Li Kei began to analyze. This planet is called Earth, a restricted small world with very little spiritual energy. Wu Fu looked at the person before him and couldn't help but think, she figured it out. Li Kei crossed her arms and continued. This universe is vast. Besides that small world, there are 9 other planets with life and spiritual energy. As far as I remember, these planets are called the 9 realms beyond the heavens. Ah, look at you. The one before you now is the planet we're on. Named Furry. Meng's eyes widened at Li Kei's explanation. Are we inside this ball right now? How interesting. In contrast to the little girl's curiosity and excitement, Wu Fu clearly showed helplessness. What's so interesting? This is all basic knowledge. Ali, who had been silent, finally spoke up. So the other worlds are called the heaven beyond the heavens. Li Kei didn't deny it. Pretty smart. Meng suddenly shouted. Then how am I supposed to find that person? Wu Fu glanced at the little girl. So Meng came to the heaven beyond the heavens to find someone, Li Kei answered her. Right now, the heaven beyond the heavens doesn't refer to a specific place. Finding one person among countless worlds is indeed harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Ali stepped forward and bowed his head respectfully. Lady Li Kei, can you tell me where Lian Lai is? Li Kei pointed to the planet closest to her. This planet is Lian Lai, the closest to Furry. Ali asked again. How do I get there? Seeing Oli's demeanor, Meng immediately shouted impatiently. Ali, what are you doing? Wu Fu said nothing, seeming to understand everything. I see. Li Kei reached out and pointed in a direction in the forest. Go north through the Forest of Despair and you'll find a snow-capped mountain that pierces the clouds. There's a gate there leading to the outside world. But that gate won't necessarily take you directly to Lian Lai, Wu Fu asked doubtfully. Is there something wrong with the gate? Li Kei replied indifferently. I don't know. As far as I remember, cultivators who pass through this gate are randomly teleported to other worlds. Wu Fu was startled by the answer and reconsidered. I see, no wonder last time Luo Shi, that Fatty and Erha went with me, but I ended up here. It seems the Ascension array is the gate to other worlds. He looked up at the starry sky, worried about which world Luo Shi and the others had been sent to. In another world, Luo Shi swung her sword with force, and a beast's head fell to the ground, blood flowing continuously. Meng ran over from behind and asked worriedly, Sister-in-law, are you okay? Luo Shi turned her head slightly. Just a small beast, no need to worry. Any news about Wu Fu? Meng quickly answered her question. No, he gave a thumbs up and encouraged happily. But don't worry, Brother Fu is blessed and outstanding. Even if we're not by his side, he'll be fine. Luo Shi clenched her fist. Yeah, worrying won't help. What I'm worried about now is whether I can stay by his side. Her words left Meng speechless. She reached out and clenched her fist. Back on Earth, every time Wu Fu faced danger or a strong enemy, I could only watch, completely unable to help. Now that I'm in another world, I realize there's always a sky beyond the sky and people beyond people. Even the cultivators at the nascent soul stage in this world are more skilled at using spiritual energy than we are. Meng asked blankly. Sister, you mean? Luo Shi looked down at her clenched fist. This is our chance. No longer standing silently behind Wu Fu. Without Wu Fu, during this difficult storm we must become stronger, strong enough so that when we see Wu Fu again, we can be his true helpers, not burdens. Meng also raised a hand in a gesture of determination. Sister-in-law is right, I'll train hard from now on, and when the time comes, I'll make Brother Fu see me in a new light. Wen Feng walked over from a distance holding a small beast in her arms. I didn't expect that in just a few days little sister could skillfully use water-attributed spiritual energy. It's hard to believe you're a cultivator from a small world. Luo Shi pointed to herself. It's all thanks to Sister Wen Feng's help. Without the careful guidance of the clan elders, how could I have improved so quickly? Wen Feng immediately replied. Little sister's achievements are all your own, so there's no need to be modest. The master leads you in, but cultivation is up to the individual. She showed a polite smile and asked curiously, You're my sworn sister, so it's only natural for me to help. Speaking of which, I just noticed that both of your mindsets seem to have changed. Have you made some kind of decision? Luo Shi blushed and stammered, and Wen Feng chuckled. Is it about that boy you think about day and night? Luo Zai's face turned even redder. She remained silent. Wen Feng turned to ask Meng Meng, by the way, Wang Fatty, how's your training been lately? He scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Well, not much progress. You need to step it up. Wen Feng looked up, her gaze fixed on a distant direction. Wu Fu, I must get to know him if I have the chance. In the deep forest surrounded by dense trees, even the slightest sound was amplified. Wu Fu reached out and rubbed his nose, frowning in confusion. Can cultivators catch colds? Wu Fu and Meng were sitting in front of a fire. Meng asked worriedly, what's wrong, did you catch a chill? He shook his head repeatedly in response to the little girl's question. Meng looked at him and asked, is everything Lady Li Ke said true? Wu Fu answered her with a firm gaze. After all, she's a beast that's lived for tens of thousands of years. Her words can be trusted. After saying this, he fell into thought again. Thinking back now from his rebirth to the present, aside from what happened on Earth and in his memories, things after Ascension were completely different. Was it because he didn't follow the standard procedure? Or was it because 30,000 years was too long, causing him to forget important information? Or perhaps he lost his memory during Ascension. He glanced at Ali, who was leaning against a tree behind him. Ali, don't you have anything to tell us? He didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Why did you ask about Lian Lai? Does it have something to do with Meng? Meng turned to ask Ali. Ali, is that person in Lian Lai? Ali replied briefly, yes. After getting Oli's answer, Meng shouted, you knew, why didn't you tell me? Wu Fu immediately spoke up in defense. Don't be angry now. Ali must have a reason for not telling you. In the vast dark forest, only 3 small figures remained. Wu Fu asked, I want to ask, is the person Meng is looking for her father? Ali didn't hide the truth and said, the person Meng wants to find is indeed her father. When mentioning this person, Oli's expression became even more serious. He was also the master who raised me. Wu Fu was surprised. As if he understood something, he made a thinking gesture, connecting the previous events and concluding, no wonder you get so worked up about anything related to Meng. So she's your sworn sister? Meng crossed her arms and said stubbornly, I don't recognize him as my brother. She turned her gaze away, avoiding the eyes of the other two. He didn't help me when I was bullied, and he even hid my father's whereabouts from me. Wu Fu understood the problem and suggested, if you want to resolve the misunderstanding, just tell the truth. Going back to the past, in the same vast dense forest, curses rang out continuously. Doesn't this beggar watch where he's going? Ali was just a child back then, covered in wounds of all sizes. He was so exhausted that he could only lean against a tree waiting for an unknown fate, not even knowing what would happen next. My body feels so heavy, hungry and tired. Am I about to die? On his scarred face, heavy eyes held a few tears. Yeah, wouldn't dying be better? That would solve everything. Just as he was losing consciousness, 2 figures appeared in the distance. This child is on his last legs. Let's help him quickly. Then darkness descended, and Ali completely lost consciousness. When he woke up again, the first thing he saw was a pair of ears. Ali jolted awake and found he wasn't alone. There was also a little girl. A voice came from a distance. Meng, don't disturb your brother's rest. The woman standing before him at that time was Meng's mother. She approached and asked with concern, awake, how do you feel? Her face radiated gentleness and kindness. Perhaps because he hadn't eaten for days, his stomach let out a protesting growl. At that time, the innocent Yaming asked her mother, Mom, why is there a strange sound coming from the little brother? The woman replied cheerfully, Yaming, that's your brother's stomach growling. She reached out a hand to welcome Ao Li. Come here, we're just about to eat. Ao Li felt the warmth radiating from the woman and couldn't hold back his tears. Seeing this, Yaming asked curiously, Mom, is the little brother reigning? The woman asked with concern. What's your name? Where are your parents? He answered. My name is Ao Li. As he said this, he lowered his head. I'm an orphan. I don't know where my parents are. The woman turned back and asked, Ain, do you think it would be a bother to add another set of chopsticks to our home? The man was skillfully cutting food with a knife. That man was Yaming's father. He turned around, holding the knife in his hand. When we're not around, he can protect Yaming. And so, Ao Li had a real home. That day, laughter and joy echoed from the simple cabin in the forest. Yaming, from now on you must listen to your elder brother. Call him brother. Great, I have a brother now. Back to the present, Ao Li was still telling his story. After that, I was raised by my adoptive parents and no longer had to wander. After Wu Fu heard the whole story, he understood. So that's how it was. Ao Li continued his story, but life is unpredictable, and a storm descended. He recalled the day disaster struck when Yaming's mother suddenly fell gravely ill. Her father went to Lian Lai to save her, but in the end she didn't make it until his return. As he spoke, Ao Li's face was filled with determination. I carried my mother's final wishes with the help of the clan leader. We managed to survive. Wu Fu listened to the story and couldn't help but empathize. He never expected they had gone through such things. Then Yaming spoke up, her small face now darkened, her expression unclear. So I've always wanted to go to the outer heavens to find my father and ask him why he didn't come back at the final moment. Did he abandon us? Yaming asked doubtfully. How do you know father is in Lian Lai? Ao Li leaned against the tree trunk looking at the girl and explained, strangely enough, there seems to be a connection between father and me. This connection tells me that perhaps father is in Lian Lai. Yaming fumed with anger. That old fox, why did he only tell me that father went to the outer heavens? Ao Li quickly explained. Because relying solely on our strength to go to Lian Lai to find father is nothing but a wild fantasy. Besides, you are my only family, and I can't let anything happen to you. Yaming asked curiously, so you fabricated an outer heavens that doesn't exist? Ao Li continued. That's why every time the beast arena was held I tried my best to stop her, to make her back down. Hearing this, Yaming lifted her chin, turned around and looked stubborn. Want me to give up? No way, Wu Fu watched. Then why did you change your mind? Ao Li still stood there, but now his gaze was fixed on him. Because of you, don't you understand? He then explained the reason. You have a very special talent. From the moment you left the dead water, you were able to control the spiritual energy of 4 attributes in a short time, even all attributes, and that soul guiding device, with you by her side, Yaming will definitely be safe. Wu Fu crossed his arms and replied impatiently, are you treating me as Yameng's shield? Why should I help you? His attitude made Yameng's anger flare up. What? You are my servant. Isn't it only natural to help your master? Ao Li approached him. I'm begging you. Yaming will find out the truth sooner or later. The road to Lian Lai is very dangerous. Even a cultivator like father is trapped in Lian Lai. I can't protect Yaming alone. He grabbed his shoulder, looking pleading, but his face was full of killing intent. So please, Wu Fu, we need your strength. His demeanor made him a bit scared, cold sweat breaking out. Is this how you beg someone? Wu Fu didn't refuse in the end. He let out a long sigh. Fine, having 2 powerful fighters like you going with me to Lian Lai isn't a bad thing. Yameng cheered. I knew Wu Fu would care about his master. He turned around, his mind swirling with thoughts. Everything happening now stemmed from an unknown direction, and since leaving the dead water his body had become increasingly difficult to control. Helping them was also helping himself. If something went wrong, that guy named Ao Li might not be able to help me. At this moment, in the temple, several members of the beast tribe were already there. One of them spoke up. Chieftain, is the divine stone all right? The old chieftain, leaning on his cane, replied, The divine stone is perfectly fine. Have you found anything? The other beastmen began to report. Before them lay the corpse of the giant beast that Wu Fu had defeated. The beast's body was cut perfectly, a single fatal blow, and the residual spiritual energy clearly belonged to Ao Li. This beast was strange. Whether it was its aura or the aura at the wound, it was likely the work of the intruder the wolfman mentioned. The old chieftain gritted his teeth. Where is that cowardly wolf? In another part of the forest, Wu Fu was lying on the ground with his eyes closed. A loud shout rang out. Fu? A vortex suddenly appeared on the ground where he was resting. Wu Fu jolted awake, looking around to observe the situation. What's going on? That voice just now. At this moment, he found himself in a space similar to the dead water. Spiritual energy could circulate, but the spirit sword couldn't be used. Could it be? A figure approached from behind. Yes, just as you thought. He immediately recognized who it was. The imposter from the dead water was now appearing before him. We meet again. Wu Fu still faced him calmly. A thought flashed through his mind. He's still alive. The imposter looked at him dangerously. What's wrong? Not happy to see an old friend? He faced him. Let me guess. You must be wondering why I'm still alive. He countered with a question. What do you want this time? Planning to replace me again? The imposter smiled sinisterly. Don't forget, we are symbiotic, helping and restraining each other. Replacing you is only a matter of time, but not now. I'm only coming out now to answer some of your questions. Wu Fu was puzzled. Answer? I don't think I have any questions that need your answers. The imposter grinned, his eyes bright. Are you sure you don't need my help? Don't you want to know why everything so far is different from your memories of your past life? Wu Fu answered firmly. No, and what does it matter if it's the same as my past life memories or not? My goal will never change. The imposter's smile grew wider. Ambitious, ambitious. Too bad you lived so miserably in your past life. Wu Fu shot him a cold glance. What do you mean? The imposter emphasized. What do I mean? He gritted his teeth angrily, rushed over, grabbed his collar, and asked. You were reborn, and all you remember is becoming a god king, the person who has been waiting for you to save them. Have you forgotten? Wu Fu felt uneasy. What are you talking about? I haven't forgotten anything. Becoming a god king and seeking revenge have always been my top priorities. The imposter let go of his collar. Is that so? It seems you really have forgotten. He pushed him away. Get lost. Wu Fu was pulled backward by the force and the imposter said indifferently, You're not welcome here. He was dragged away by the suction, still shouting, Wait, explain yourself clearly. The space closed and the imposter turned his back to him. Before you go, let me give you a friendly reminder. Don't trust the words of that guy in the spirit sword. A hand rested on his shoulder from behind. Foor. The woman behind him placed her hand on the imposter's shoulder. He replied expressionlessly, "Don't worry, Mom, I will definitely save you, and then destroy the God King's hall." Wu Fu sat up abruptly, fine beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. What exactly does that guy mean? Have I really forgotten something? Damn it, next time I see him, I'll make him spill everything. He was startled by Yemeng's shout. "Wu Fu, what are you mumbling about over there?" Ao Li had already prepared for the next step, urging him. "Since you're awake, let's hurry up and go. The first step to reaching Lien Lai is to leave the Forest of No Hope and get Yaming recognized by the tribe." The three prepared to embark on the next leg of their journey. Wu Fu asked doubtfully, "Wasn't it enough when I helped Yaming that time?" Ao Li replied, "That time was considered cheating, making it hard for Yaming to gain the tribe's recognition." He glanced at her helplessly, not expecting that after all this time she still hadn't become a recognized beast tribe member. Yaming looked at him with red-rimmed eyes. "What, is that a problem?" He then said, "All right, let's set off." He still couldn't stop thinking about what the imposter had said. Although he didn't know what the guy meant, he would find the truth one day. Someone outside the forest shouted, "Chieftain, we found Ao Li and the others." The old chieftain walked over. "They're out," he urged. "Let's go and ask what's going on." Wu Fu, Yaming and Ao Li emerged from the forest. Yaming cheered happily. "Great, we're finally out. I, Yaming, have finally passed the trial of the Forest of No Hope through my own efforts." Wu Fu didn't say a word, but kept judging in his mind. Her efforts? Wasn't it me and Ao Li who did it? Ao Li glanced at him and couldn't help but sigh. Yaming really found a good helper. This slave is excellent. Yaming stood with her hands on her hips, beaming with joy. "I really want to tell someone about my heroic deeds," a voice sounded, interrupting her joyful demeanor. "Then tell me about your heroic deeds." Wu Fu was a bit surprised, and Yaming seemed even more astonished. The old chieftain greeted them. "Long time no see, little lioness." Yaming happily opened her arms and ran towards him. "Grandpa Chieftain." But instead of a warm hug, she grabbed him by the collar and said angrily, "You old fox, you dared to trick me. The outer heavens isn't a place." He couldn't fend her off and could only beg for mercy. "Easy, easy, you're choking me." Ao Li saw all her actions and loudly reminded her, "Yaming, don't be disrespectful. The chieftain was also thinking of your well-being." Yaming let go of the old chieftain, turning aside reluctantly. "Fine, let's say it was for my own good." As soon as the old chieftain was free from Yaming, he immediately questioned, "Is this the outsider who broke into the Forest of No Hope?" Yaming suddenly shouted, startling him. "Wu Fu is not," the old chieftain then ordered Ao Li. "Ao Li, take Yaming to the back. I have something to say to this young man." Now only Wu Fu and the old chieftain were left. He stood before him and explained, "I don't think we have anything to say to each other. I just accidentally got lost. I didn't mean to break into the Forest of No Hope." The old chieftain didn't deny it, but continued to probe. Yes, but I heard you are Yemeng's slave, cheated in the beast arena, and even hit someone." He slightly opened his eyes. "Someone finally took you out of here. Not only are you ungrateful, but you also broke into the Forest of No Hope." Yaming looked back worriedly, and Ao Li comforted her. "Don't worry, the chieftain won't make things difficult for Wu Fu." On this side, Wu Fu didn't refute the old chieftain's accusations. "Say what you will, you're all in cahoots anyway." He chuckled. "You have quite a temper." Then he called over another beastman. "That wolf, tell me honestly, is this the person who helped Yaming cheat in the beast arena, then hit you and broke into the Forest of No Hope, right?" The beastman grinned smugly. "That's right," Hawk, standing behind the old chieftain, stated smugly. "This is the outsider who cheated in the beast arena, helped Yaming defeat my 8 tigers. When I mentioned checking the issue, he even hit me." He deliberately framed Wu Fu. "And later, when I led him out of here, he ignored my advice and recklessly entered the Forest of No Hope. This caused Yaming and Ao Li to have to go in and find him." The old chieftain asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" Wu Fu remained silent. The old chieftain smiled slightly. "Then don't blame me, young man," he ordered another beastman. "Rick." Wu Fu rotated his wrist, seemingly ready for the upcoming battle. "Looks like I'll have to fight and then find a way to leave." Rick stepped forward and directly pressed Hawk's head to the ground. Wu Fu was also surprised by his action. Hawk, pinned to the ground, struggled to speak. Chieftain," the old chieftain looked down at him contemptuously. "You wolf, do you think I'm that foolish, that I would believe what you said?" At this moment, only he and the old chieftain remained in the space. He stood a few steps away, hands behind his back. "That strange beast that appeared in the temple, you killed it, right?" Wu Fu replied calmly. "So what if I did, so what if I didn't?" The old chieftain turned to look at him. The power emanating from him was immense. "Nothing. Just wanted to say that your strength is impressive, but you'd better show a bit more respect." Wu Fu was also surprised to discover this. This suppression, this old fox is actually a supreme realm expert. His conversation with the old chieftain ended. Ao Li then approached him. "What happened? What did the chieftain say to you?" He didn't even look at him. "Nothing much, I just didn't expect your chieftain to be a supreme realm expert." Ao Li was puzzled. Supreme Realm Expert, what are you talking about? Wu Fu finally glanced at him. What, you didn't know? He immediately began to explain in detail to Ao Li. It's actually a division of cultivation realms. According to the standards of cultivators, that old fox chatting and laughing with Yameng is at the Supreme Realm. Ao Li nodded as he listened. In all my years with the Beast Tribe, I've never heard of using realms to divide strength. Interesting. Wu Fu continued his analysis. The realms of cultivators are, in order, Qi refining, profound understanding, transformation, nascent soul, void return, unity venerable, spirit condensation, spirit transformation, tribulation transcendence, venerable God, supreme, saint supreme, and finally God King. I'm only at the venerable realm now, far from that old fox. The two turned in the same direction simultaneously. Ao Li asked, I didn't expect the division of strength to be so complex. What realm do you think I am? Facing Ao Li's question, Wu Fu said directly, making him look at him with scrutiny. Who knows, you Beast Tribe have a unique ability to condense and conceal your spiritual power, so I can't tell. His gaze was still fixed on what was ahead, but that old fox was completely different. In his eyes now were the backs of the old chieftain and Yameng. In a small room in another world, Luo Shi was focused on cultivating her power. The door suddenly opened and a foot stepped in. Wen Feng pushed the door open. Why is this beauty only burying herself in cultivation? Not going out for a walk is a waste of this good weather. Luo Shi was drawn by her voice. Sister Wen Feng, why are you here? Wen Feng then leaned down to caress Luo Zai's cheek, making her feel shy. I know you're doing this so you won't become a burden to that little lover in the future. But you also need to understand that cultivation requires rest. Learn from that chubby guy, he's a natural-born hedonist. Luo Shi tilted her head to dodge. No need, Sister Wenfeng. Luo Zai's face was now bright red. What if you push yourself so hard that you fall into a demonic deviation? Wenfeng stated the reason she had come to find Luo Shi. I came to see you today because I have good news. Luo Shi instinctively pressed further. Good news? Wenfeng mentioned a place called the Secret Realm in the Lian Realm. Father said that in a few months, secret realms all over the Lian Realm will open, and many cultivators will go there for trials. She announced cheerfully, Father also told me to be sure to bring you and Xiao Mu along, to see if we can encounter any opportunities. Luo Shi quickly declined. How can I? Wenfeng looked at her with confusion. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Luo Shi spoke with embarrassment. Sister Wenfeng, ever since I came here, old Fatty and I have already received so much kindness from everyone, we haven't repaid it yet. And now there's such a great opportunity, I really don't have the face to accept it. Hearing this, Wenfeng pulled her along without a care. Don't you want to surprise your little lover? Don't hesitate, come with your sister. Yes. As soon as she stepped outside, Luo Shi thought to herself, when we meet again, Wu Fu, I believe I won't just be silently by your side like before. The scene shifted to the Beastman tribe. At that moment, the Beastman chieftain was speaking with great enthusiasm. Next, to celebrate a Meng becoming our tribe's strongest Beastman warrior. Cheers, everyone! Upon hearing this news, the beastmen in the tribe quickly became overjoyed. The next second, the chieftain softly confirmed with a Meng once more. From today onward, a Meng, you are a warrior recognized by the tribe. In the distance, Ao Li keenly noticed something. What's wrong, Wu Fu? Wu Fu slowly responded. I really don't quite get used to this. He gently comforted. Don't say that. You also had a part in a Meng becoming like this. Have a drink. No matter how much Ao Li urged him to drink, he refused without hesitation. I won't drink. I'm a bit sleepy. I'm heading back first. The moon was already hanging high in the pitch-black night sky. Wu Fu's house sat on a high branch in the vast forest. Inside, he was lying on the bed talking to himself. Thinking about it now, this Beastman technique of focusing the mind and concealing energy is truly powerful. Not only can it approach a target silently, but it can also hide one's own strength. I need to find a chance to secretly learn this focusing and concealing technique. As soon as Wu Fu finished speaking, the Beastman chieftain suddenly appeared and spoke. If you want to learn, I can teach you. His appearance made Wu Fu jump up in alarm and question him. When did you get here? The chieftain explained slowly. I came while you were thinking. If you want to learn the Beastman's focusing and concealing technique, I can teach you. Hearing this, Wu Fu grew suspicious. There it is again, the focusing and concealing technique. There's no such thing as a free lunch. You must have some motive for teaching me. To gain his trust, the old man gently explained the reason. Don't worry, I won't harm you. Ao Li and a Meng have already told me everything that happened in the hopeless forest. I didn't expect you to agree to help them find their father. Teaching you the focusing and concealing technique is my way of thanking you. Even so, Wu Fu remained very vigilant. I don't believe you're that kind-hearted. His attitude made the chieftain laugh heartily. You're so wary. You must have been deceived quite a few times before, huh? His laughter puzzled Wu Fu. What's so funny, you old fox? Seeing this, the chieftain finally decided to tell the truth. Don't worry, I came to you with only good intentions, if there is any motive. It's curiosity. He quickly seized on the key point in his words. Curiosity, the next second the chieftain said calmly. That's right. I'm very curious to know how long it will take for someone who possesses such a powerful soul weapon and has mastered the 5 elemental spiritual energies to master the focusing and concealing technique. After hearing his statement, Wu Fu thought to himself, how does this old fox know I have a soul weapon inside me? Was it when he patted my shoulder earlier? After a while, the chieftain spoke calmly. Since you're so confident, I'll start teaching you now. First, release all your spiritual energy and soul weapon. All of it. As he focused on releasing his dense spiritual energy, the old man added, Don't worry, I've already sealed off the area around here. No one will discover you, the chieftain observed carefully and sighed. So this is the spirit sword. After living so long, I'm finally fortunate enough to see it with my own eyes. Before the old man could say more, Wu Fu asked, Old fox, what's next? The chieftain immediately instructed, Simplify the complex. Slowly condense all your spiritual power and soul weapon into a single point. Don't leave anything out. He quickly followed suit. It seemed this task was a bit strenuous for Wu Fu. He broke out in a painful cold sweat. Wu Fu's impatience made the chieftain scold angrily. Brat, didn't I tell you to take it slow? Despite the chieftain's shouting, he still struggled to endure. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out in Wu Fu's mind, clearly that of the old fox. I told you to take it slow, but you rushed to condense it all at once. Do you think focusing and concealing energy is ordinary cultivation? The voice startled him. What's going on? It turned out to be the inner demon. If that old fox hadn't protected your body in time, you might have died from your body exploding due to instantly condensing spiritual energy, but I really would have liked to see you blown to bits. Wu Fu snorted disdainfully. Then you would die too. The inner demon replied without hesitation. Right. In that case I would indeed lose my life too. He grinned and continued. That's why I'm here to help you, isn't it? In the past you wouldn't have had it this way. Meanwhile, the chieftain standing by Wu Fu's bed sighed. So young and reckless. I clearly told him to take it slow. Good thing I managed to control the spiritual energy entering his body in time, or the consequences would have been unthinkable. He spoke slowly. If he can't wake up now and circulate his spiritual energy again, then the spiritual energy that entered his body will become very chaotic and will eventually kill him. As soon as the chieftain finished speaking, a stream of pure spiritual energy appeared, enveloping his hand. The next second, this force violently expanded outward. This scene surprised him. What's going on? Why is Wu Fu's spiritual energy being released outward? Has he woken up? The chieftain observed Wu Fu closely and continued thinking, no, he hasn't woken up. And it's not because of the soul weapon inside him. How is this person releasing his spiritual energy? It turned out that within Wu Fu's divine sense, the inner demon was calmly instructing him. All the spiritual energy in your body has been released again. Now you must find a new place to condense it. Suddenly, the inner demon asked curiously, Do you want to condense the spiritual energy into your consciousness space? Wu Fu replied calmly. Is there a problem? The inner demon became even more curious. Aren't you afraid I'll use this spiritual energy to replace you? Wu Fu didn't answer. Just gently snapped his fingers. Instantly, the space within Wu Fu's divine sense trembled violently. Then he replied with extreme confidence, Why should I be afraid? This is my consciousness space. And besides, if you wanted to replace me, you would have done it while I was unconscious. Why bother pulling me into the consciousness space? Seeing Wu Fu's attitude, the inner demon snorted coldly. You sure know how to talk, but what's the point of this? Is it to show off your ability to control spiritual energy? Before he could answer, the inner demon continued, Now that there's spiritual energy inside, why not change it a bit? Besides, the 5 elemental spiritual energies complement each other. I'm just using the attribute energies to strengthen the power. It seems that's all there is to it. The focusing and concealing technique is nothing special. Suddenly, Wu Fu realized, right, the power of the spirit sword hasn't been completed yet. As soon as he thought of this, he immediately summoned the spirit sword to observe. Wu Fu was suddenly curious. What's wrong? Is there something unusual about the spirit sword? It seemed the inner demon already knew the reason. When I condensed the spiritual energy, I drew a part of its power, he explained with his arms crossed. To outsiders now, this spirit sword is just an ordinary soul weapon. There won't be another incident like in the hopeless forest, right? Then Wu Fu suddenly pondered. You drew a part of the spirit sword's power. He questioned the inner demon. How did you do that? Even so, the inner demon still answered vaguely. You'll find out in time. For now, I'll just say this. Unless you use the spirit sword's power at full force, you won't have to worry about anyone coveting it anymore. These words infuriated Wu Fu, and he couldn't help but grab the inner demon by the collar. Wu Fu roared, I don't want that. Tell me quickly, what secrets does the spirit sword hold? What's the use of that purple water? And who is that female voice that occasionally lingers in my ears? The inner demon's voice remained steady. The purple water is what I used to seal that guy. Otherwise, why do you think he hasn't shown up for so long? His face was full of displeasure. What about the remaining questions? He acted mysteriously. Once you find the owner of that voice, you'll naturally know everything. I'm going back now. As the inner demon gradually faded away, Wu Fu squinted and cursed. Bastard, just you wait. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer next time I come back, you'll be in trouble. His figure dissipated like a wisp of smoke before his eyes. Though he had left, the inner demon still grinned and muttered to himself. It seems he hasn't forgotten that person. Mother, we'll meet again soon. Seeing Wu Fu wake up, the chieftain spoke. It seems you've already learned the concealing technique, he gently scolded. Kid, you were too impatient. You can't condense everything at once. If I hadn't helped you in time, you would have exploded and died. This time I was too hasty. Ignoring the chieftain's words, he curiously examined the dense spiritual energy in his hand. But is this really the focusing and concealing technique? It feels like something is missing. Hearing this, the old man gently instructed. Now slowly spread all the spiritual energy you've condensed throughout your body, and then interact with the natural spiritual energy. Remember, don't absorb it, just interact. Do it with your heart, and then try to merge with the natural spiritual energy. As the chieftain guided him, Wu Fu quickly followed suit. All things have spirit. Here, spiritual energy is dominant, not only representing the essence of the beastman but also containing the spirit of plants, trees, mountains, and rivers. Under the influence of spiritual energy, these things will promote each other, forming an ideal cultivation environment. The spiritual energy generated between them is called natural spiritual energy. Feeling the power within him, he thought to himself, is this the ultimate focusing and concealing technique? If I had had such an opportunity in my past life, maybe I would have become a divine king long ago. Sensing that he had grasped what he had said, the chieftain sighed inwardly. It seems Wu Fu's learning of the focusing and concealing technique while unconscious was no accident. I didn't expect that with just one sentence from me he could achieve this. Next, Wu Fu's pure spiritual energy filled the entire room. The chieftain asked curiously, "How do you feel, young man?" He quickly replied, "Unprecedentedly comfortable. Why is that?" Instantly, he explained, "All things are part of nature. Spiritual energy has never belonged to cultivators. Now you've turned what wasn't yours into something completely yours. In other words, it has become an inseparable part of you." Hearing the chieftain's words, Wu Fu agreed. Indeed, using spiritual energy now is like breathing. As long as I want, the attribute of the spiritual energy will change directly. After a while, the old man didn't hold back his praise. It seems what you said earlier wasn't an exaggeration. Not only did you master the focusing and concealing technique in one day, but even the most talented Ao Li would only manage to interact with natural spiritual energy in a day. After fully mastering the technique, he spoke gratefully. "Thank you." As the chieftain turned to leave, he advised, "This is all your own achievement. Well, it's late, I won't disturb you. The path of cultivation is long. Remember not to be too impatient." Then he gave Wu Fu a suggestion. "Oh, by the way, if you want to go to the outer heavens, I'll tell you a good place. Go to the snowy mountains in the north. You might encounter some good fortune, but I'm afraid you won't believe me." The chieftain said slowly, "I'm old now. I'm a Meng's grandfatherly chieftain, but I can't help her find her father." His voice echoed in the room. "You not only helped a Meng pass through the hopeless forest but are also Ao Li's companion. That's why I believe you can take a Meng far away." After the chieftain left, Wu Fu muttered to himself, "This old fox is quite straightforward, but I didn't expect that thanks to him I could break through to the spirit convergence realm." He thought to himself. Wu Fu broke through from the Venerable realm to the spirit convergence realm in just a few days, which is much faster than in my past life. Could the focusing and concealing technique be the key to breaking through the spirit convergence realm? Thinking this, he then denied it. Impossible. If the focusing and concealing technique could break through the spirit convergence realm, then all beastmen would be at the spirit convergence realm or higher. That would be terrifying, Wu Fu kept pondering. In any case, a Meng couldn't possibly be at the spirit convergence realm. Ao Li, on the other hand, might be. Then he muttered to himself, "It seems coming here wasn't a waste. Although it's still far from my past life memories, I've broken through to the spirit convergence realm early and learned the focusing and concealing technique. This increases my chances of seizing the Divine King's throne and taking revenge, but I didn't expect to leave here tomorrow. I wonder where Shu Tingting and the others are." The scene shifted to a forest where Tingting appeared. It turned out she had just killed a monster. "I thought it would be tough, but it was so easy." Then Jin Song's hearty laughter rang out. "Isn't that because Miss Shu has become stronger?" Hearing this, Tingting continued with pleasantries. "I owe this to Grandpa Lu's careful guidance. Without Grandpa Lu's pills and advice, how could I have become like this? He suddenly let out a long sigh. Why thank me, you should thank Dr. Li instead. Instantly, Dr. Li spoke up. Miss Shu's achievements are all her own doing, I have no merit. Nevertheless, Ting Ting still respectfully cupped her hands in thanks. Even so, I must thank Dr. Li. Without Dr. Li's timely treatment I would have died from accidentally eating that beast's spiritual fruit. Jin Song's tone became very helpless. That's right, it was also my fault back then. I didn't expect that fruit was meant for beasts. Without Dr. Li's timely rescue I wouldn't know how to explain to Wu Fu. Dr. Li continued to be polite. Not at all, it was all due to Miss Shu's great fortune. I only helped a little. The main credit goes to Taoist Lu's pills. Without Taoist Lu's pills I couldn't have saved Miss Shu. After conversing with Jin Song and Dr. Li, Ting Ting's eyes became extremely confident. Just wait, you big brute, when the time comes I'll definitely make your eyes pop out. At this moment, on the cold snowy mountain in the north, Auric's voice echoed through the vast space. I didn't expect you to have already learned to concentrate your energy, Wu Fu immediately replied. All thanks to that old fox, he said in a deep voice. Now your aura has merged with nature, and spiritual energy seems unable to affect you anymore. You look like an ordinary person, but in reality you're a beast lurking in the dark. Even I could easily become your defeated opponent. Hearing this, he curled his lips and sighed. I never thought I'd be stronger than the strongest warrior of the beastmen. Lord Auric, I truly feel honored. Auric quickly seized on the key point. Stronger than me. Ridiculous. I only said it's possible, and that's if I don't go all out. If I give it my all, dealing with you would only require Nanjiao, Wu Fu retorted without backing down. 5 moves to deal with me, Auric, there's a limit to boasting. As if provoked, he gritted his teeth and taunted. If you don't believe me, we can try right now. Without hesitation, he agreed in a tone full of gunpowder. Fine. Just as the atmosphere between them was heating up with anger, a Meng's scolding voice rang out. What are you two doing so early in the morning? Have you forgotten the purpose of our coming here today? We finally had such a good mood and you two ruined it. Auric quickly defended himself. You misunderstood. We weren't arguing, we were just bonding. Hearing this, Wu Fu chimed in. That's right, bonding, not fighting. As soon as he finished speaking, the little girl suddenly noticed the collar around his neck. The next second, a Meng demanded loudly. Auric, didn't I tell you to take off Wu Fu's collar? Why haven't you done it yet? Auric replied matter-of-factly. Forgot, without hesitation. Wu Fu snorted coldly. I think you forgot on purpose. After a moment, Auric changed the subject. Let's put the argument aside for now. I heard from the chieftain that passing through here leads to the door Lord Li Ke mentioned. So that's it, just like on Earth. This diversion left Wu Fu completely speechless. Then Li Ke suddenly appeared and spoke. Are you ready to leave, Frey? Her appearance surprised him. Li Ke, why are you here? With just one question from Wu Fu, Li Ke understood. It seems you've forgotten our agreement. He fell silent immediately. Not letting Wu Fu stay silent for long, she threw something down. Take this. As he examined the item closely, a Meng had already asked curiously, Lord Li Ke, what is this? Li Ke replied matter-of-factly. Do I need to say it? It's obviously essential for going to Ponglai. Otherwise, did you think you could get there? Wu Fu immediately became curious. Didn't you say you didn't know? In an instant she had approached him. That was a lie. I was testing you back then. Since you kept the agreement, consider this a gift from me. Don't think I've been messing with you all along. I value this agreement greatly, Wu Fu replied calmly. I see, I didn't expect you to still remember it. Hearing this, Li Ke snorted. You smooth-talking brat. I won't see you off then. The door is right here. If you want to ascend, do it now before I change my mind. From behind, Auric spoke respectfully in thanks. Thank you, Lord Li Ke. As if wanting to tease him, she advised, Wu Fu, when you have time, learn from Auric and show some respect to your elders. The next second, a dense spiritual energy emanated from the spot Li Ke had indicated. A Meng was immediately drawn to it. Wu Fu, look, Wu Fu remained calm in tone. Time to ascend. Then he gently took the little girl's hand. This action made a Meng's eyes widen in surprise. The scene brought a gentle smile to Auric's face. Seeing this, the little girl turned to him and beamed brightly. Amid the wind and snow, a Meng said slowly, Goodbye, Frey. Father, we're coming to find you. Just then, in Ponglai, a Meng's startled cry suddenly rang out across the vast sky. Although Auric was also free-falling from the air, he still tried to reach for the little girl. A Meng, hold on a little longer. In stark contrast to them, Wu Fu spoke calmly. Look at you two so frantic. Ignoring his attitude, a Meng shouted. Wu Fu, look at that thing. Following her direction, Wu Fu's eyes widened in surprise. As if he couldn't believe what he saw, he silently marveled to himself. That is, Wu Fu quickly rushed in that direction and called out, Star Sword. As soon as it appeared, the Star Sword complained, You ruined my sweet dream. How are you going to make it up to me? He immediately said, Stop bickering. Look at that thing. Hearing this, the Star Sword also looked ahead. That is, after observing for a while, it began to analyze. Overall, it looks normal, but it's surrounded by evil energy. Wu Fu immediately seized on the key point of evil energy. While he was still circling around, a Meng's shout rang out, "Wu Fu, watch out!" As soon as she spoke, their figures collided in midair. Caught off guard, Wu Fu was sent flying and landed face first on the ground. While a Meng laughed happily, he asked in a deep voice, "Did you do that on purpose?" The next second, the little girl quickly replied, "No, let me help you up." As soon as he stood up, Wu Fu realized this was Ponglai. "I wonder if Shu Qingqing and Luo Shi are here." The little girl gradually became serious. "That's right, this is where my father is." Behind them, Auric was curiously examining the leaves in his hand. "These plants all have spiritual energy." In an instant, he continued to speculate. "Everything here is covered by forest. My spiritual energy seems to have weakened too, probably due to the influence of the trees here. But then again, being covered by such a huge forest, could we be trapped here?" Wu Fu also analyzed the situation. "So far, we're not sure where in Ponglai this is, but judging by the situation, we might be far away. That vine plant." Hearing his uncertain tone, a Meng turned around curiously. "Does Wu Fu not know either?" Wu Fu replied helplessly. "Who do you think I am?" Then the little girl suddenly said sadly, "I don't know where father is." Sensing a Meng's low mood, Auric quickly comforted her. "It's okay, we'll definitely find your father." Immediately after, the heart in Wu Fu's chest pounded violently. This abnormality surprised him. This feeling, Wu Fu thought while clutching his chest in pain, "What's going on? My heart is beating too hard." Seeing Wu Fu like this, a Meng asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" Wu Fu didn't answer, but began to think to himself, "This is the first time I've had this strange feeling." It was a sensation Wu Fu had never experienced on Earth or in Frey. Was it an illusion, or something else? He seemed more convinced of his speculation. "There must be something here." After a moment, a Meng called out, "What are you standing there for? Let's go." Her voice immediately drew Wu Fu's attention. As soon as he turned his head, he warned urgently, "A Meng Aurak, danger!" Unbeknownst to them, a demon beast had already appeared behind the two. At the critical moment, Auric quickly blocked the demon beast's attack for a Meng. Seeing this, Wu Fu's expression changed, and he rushed to the demon beast without hesitation. The next second, Wu Fu waved his hand to summon power. Damn it! His attack instantly pierced through the demon beast's chest, sending it to its death. Afterward, a Meng shouted anxiously, "Auric, Wu Fu, come quickly and look at Auric." Despite being seriously injured, Auric still comforted her gently. "A Meng, don't be afraid, I'm fine." A Meng replied worriedly, "How can you be fine? Don't talk. Wu Fu can definitely save you." After just one look, Wu Fu discovered that the demon beast's spiritual energy had seeped into Auric's bloodline. Hearing this, a Meng choked out, "I understand. I won't let myself get close to either of you." After a while, in the forest where they had taken shelter, Auric seemed to be saved. Letting out a heavy sigh, in an instant, Auric thanked Wu Fu gratefully. "I feel much better. Thank you." Hearing this, Wu Fu thought to himself, if Wu Fu hadn't already learned to concentrate his energy, channeling spiritual energy into the body while also absorbing the surrounding energy, he probably wouldn't have made it. Then the three prepared to set off again. Suddenly, Wu Fu heard a strange sound. "Let's go check it out." He, Auric, and a Meng quickly flew toward the source of the sound. In an instant, they landed where Salang was sitting on the ground in terror. In front of him was a huge demon beast. Salang kept shouting for help. "Help, save me, I don't want to die." Despite this, Wu Fu was in the mood to provoke Auric into a bet. "Auric, how about we compete to see who kills that demon beast first? Let me see if you've fully recovered." He immediately agreed, "Just what I wanted, but don't blame me if you lose." As soon as Auric finished speaking, the two rushed forward at incredible speed. The demon beast also let out a deafening roar in response. Then it threw a punch with astonishing force, cracking the ground around it. Seeing this, Wu Fu silently marveled. The demon beast's perception is also sharp. Even though I used energy concentration, it still found me. But that's all. Just as Wu Fu was thinking, the demon beast had already prepared its next attack. It struck at him fiercely, but fortunately Wu Fu dodged in time. He taunted, "With that kind of power, you want to kill me? Dream on." The next second, Wu Fu quickly closed in on the demon beast. He flew high into the sky to test its strength. Without hesitation, Wu Fu boldly landed on the demon beast's head. A look of obvious concern appeared on his face. Stiff. From behind, Auric flew over in time to mock Wu Fu. "You're losing your touch." His voice drew the demon beast's attention. Just as Auric charged in to attack, it reacted swiftly and blocked his strike. Auric's expression changed at the demon beast's sharpness. Fortunately, Wu Fu spotted its weakness. "I see," he understood. In an instant, Wu Fu gripped the star sword and said, "Then watch closely." He struck the demon beast with a clean, lightning-fast slash. Just as he landed on a nearby branch, Wu Fu thought, "This forest is too strange. The demon beasts are unusually agitated. A beast at this level can't even control its own desires." Hearing this, the star sword speculated, "Maybe something is influencing them." As soon as it finished speaking, strange sounds kept coming from all around. As the demon beast's arm was about to reach him, Wu Fu said as if expecting it, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Then it charged at him fiercely. Without hesitation, Wu Fu swung his sword in a decisive strike. The demon beast was sent flying with a loud crash. Despite this, he remained highly alert, thinking, it's too strong, there's something else. As soon as Wu Fu finished speaking, obvious movement appeared under the tree where he was perched. The next second, another demon beast appeared and knocked him flying. Wu Fu gritted his teeth and thought, that's it. Before he could act, the demon beast plunged straight into the ground. Seeing this, Wu Fu quickly approached the hole it had burrowed into. Hiding like this, he pressed his palm to the ground and summoned power. Good spiritual energy. With Wu Fu's words, spiritual energy immediately surged into the huge cave. In an instant, the demon beast leaped out from behind him, as if trying to ambush him. Realizing his plan to lure it out had succeeded, Wu Fu curled his lips in satisfaction. Then he decisively swung his sword, delivering a clean slash to the demon beast. Despite having just executed an incredibly fearsome move, Wu Fu's face showed no change. On the other side, Meng asked worriedly, Auric, could something have happened to Wu Fu? Auric comforted her softly. Don't worry, he's fine. As soon as he finished, a very suspicious sound suddenly came, and then, Auric stood seriously in front of Meng. Meng, be careful. There's movement. In the silent atmosphere, the sound grew clearer. As he expected, the ferocious figure of a demon beast appeared again. Facing this, a startling sharpness flashed in Auric's eyes. As it pounced, he was already ready to fight. In an instant, Auric unleashed a series of slashes at incredible speed. By the time he returned to his original position, the demon beast had been cut into 100 afterimages. It was completely destroyed before it could react. After a moment, Wu Fu walked over slowly. Looks like that side is taken care of too. Hearing this, Auric replied bluntly, that's right, you're late. Too lazy to argue, Wu Fu calmly described the strangeness of those demon beasts. The demon beasts in Ponglai Forest are more powerful than those elsewhere. Then he also agreed, this lurking sense of danger, other than in the hopeless forest, this is the first time I've felt it. As soon as Auric finished, Wu Fu advised, be careful. Standing beside them, Meng asked curiously, do you mean this forest is very dangerous? As if afraid she might be scared, he gently affirmed, I'll protect you. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. These words made Meng immensely happy. Although Auric had always protected her in Frey was still Meng's territory. That Auric continued to do so in Ponglai was truly reassuring. Then, Salang's pained voice rang out. The commotion made Meng curious. He's awake. Maybe he knows the secrets of this forest. Her unusual excitement made Auric suspicious. Meng seems different from when she was in Frey. Or am I seeing things? After waking up, Salang spoke in a grateful tone. Thank you all for saving little Salang's life. It's getting dark soon, and it's not safe to stay here. If you don't mind, why not spend the night at my place? Wu Fu scrutinized him carefully and asked suspiciously, you don't look like a cultivator. Why are you here alone? In an instant, Salang explained, I'm a villager from Ponglai village at the foot of the mountain. I accidentally came here while hunting and was surrounded by that wolf that was foraging. I don't know where that demon beast came from. Luckily, you all arrived in time to save me. Pausing for about 2 seconds, he continued, I can see you're all extraordinary. You must not be from Ponglai village. What brings you here? Auric looked displeased at the question. That's none of your business. But afraid of being misunderstood, Salang quickly defended himself. Benefactor, you misunderstand. My father is the village chief of Ponglai village. If you have any matters, he might be able to help. I see it's getting late. Safety first. Let's leave here first. His eager attitude made Meng curious. You seem very afraid of this forest. Hearing this, Salang said nervously, you don't understand. The demon beasts in this forest aren't just the ones we saw. There are hundreds, even thousands of them. Salang said softly. I'm not sure exactly what's going on. It might be related to the sky tree. Anyway, it's very dangerous here. Hearing this, Wu Fu quickly grasped the key point. What is the sky tree? He then immediately shared what he knew with the other person. I only heard my father mention it. He said it's a path to another world and many cultivators want to go there. We should go down the mountain. If it gets dark, we'll all die. It seemed Wu Fu already had a plan in mind, and he agreed to set off. Let's go then. As he followed Shiro, Wu Fu thought to himself, maybe that village chief knows something. The sound of their 4 footsteps echoed through the silent forest. Seeing the dense pile of white bones, Ao Li said suspiciously, this kid isn't trying to pull something, is he? This fog has me completely disoriented. Hearing this, Meng also spoke up worriedly, Wu Fu, you need to protect me later. Little Shiro, are you sure you're not lost taking us back to the village? The little girl's question made Shiro burst out laughing, forgetting to tell them something. His sudden laughter startled Meng. This guy is terrifying. Why is he laughing? As if sensing the little girl's fear, Shiro gently explained, don't be afraid. This is a protective formation, the pride of our village. Follow me and we'll be at the village soon. Actually, once you enter this formation, you're safe. Our village can only stay free from demonic beasts because of it. Look, we're almost there. After a while, following his guidance, they arrived at Ponglai village. A Meng looked around curiously and gave her assessment. "It's much poorer than our village." The little girl's words made Shiro sigh helplessly. "Don't even mention it. This place used to be as bright as day even at night. The shops on the street could stay open from evening till dawn. But ever since the big shot of the Zhao family went mad, there's been no peace here. That's why it's like this now." Before a Meng could answer, he shouted loudly, "Dad, I'm back." As soon as he heard Shiro's voice, Uncle Wen responded with concern, "You're finally back. I was just about to send someone to find you." Then he curiously sized up Wu Fu, Ao Li, and a Meng. He immediately introduced them warmly. "They are my saviors. If it weren't for them, I probably wouldn't have made it back." In an instant, Uncle Wen spoke respectfully. "Please have a seat. I have no way to repay you for saving my life. This place is too poor to offer much hospitality. I can only—" Before he could finish, Wu Fu interrupted and politely declined. "No need. We just came to ask a few things." Suddenly, a Meng interjected. "I'm starving. How about we eat first? But I'm afraid Wu Fu might leave." The old man quickly invited them. All right, I'll have them prepare something right away. Why don't you honored guests rest here for now and we'll talk tomorrow?" Finally, he agreed. "That works." After a while, Wu Fu asked curiously, "So what exactly is the Sky Tree?" Inside the house, Uncle Wen explained calmly, "I've heard that the Sky Tree was born at the same time as Ponglai. It's extremely tall and vast. Immortals reside within the tree. Cultivators must pass the trial of the secret realm to ascend through the Sky Tree, but as you can see, the area around the Sky Tree is extremely dangerous. A mortal like me can't even get close." After hearing this, Wu Fu began to ponder. As soon as he arrived in Ponglai, he felt something was off about that tree. It wasn't just dangerous, it even felt familiar. After all, the village chief was just a mortal. It was already impressive that he knew this much. Suddenly, Wu Fu latched onto another key point. "Wait. The secret realm." The old man's expression darkened as he replied. "The secret realm is a trial ground managed by the Zhao family. Cultivators who enter can double their training speed. But unfortunately, only those connected to the Zhao family can enter." The Zhao family's bad reputation left a Meng confused. "The Zhao family again? Are they that powerful?" Immediately, Ziling couldn't help but complain. "They're not just powerful, they're cruel. The Zhao family is coming to collect taxes again in 3 days. This is already the 6th time this month." As soon as he finished, Uncle Wen scolded loudly, "Shut up. This is village business. Don't make things difficult for our guests." The old man and Shiro's back and forth amused Wu Fu. He thought to himself, "This village chief is pretty cunning. He's clearly trying to use us to deal with the Zhao family. That's fine. I want to see how many bullies are in the Zhao family anyway." The next second, Uncle Wen tactfully said, "We appreciate your kind intentions, honored saviors. But the Zhao family is the most powerful force in Ponglai. If you oppose them, everyone will be in danger." Knowing full well what the old man was up to, Wu Fu just smiled faintly and replied, "No need to say more. As long as we wipe out the Zhao family, we can enter the secret realm, right?" Hearing these words, Jifei kicked the door open and stormed in. "How dare you? Let me see who wants to destroy the Zhao family." His rude entrance made Wu Fu and Ao Li frown in displeasure. Then Uncle Wen, sweating profusely, shouted, "Oh no, the scourge is here. Everyone go, let me take the blame." Even at this moment, a Meng still asked in confusion, "He kicked down your wall. Why should you take the blame?" The old man explained urgently, "You don't understand. He's the bully of Ponglai village. Ever since he acknowledged Zhao Tianlong of the Zhao family as his godfather, he's become even more tyrannical. No one in the village can control him." Meanwhile, Ziling stepped forward and cursed, "Wang Jifei, don't go too far." Jifei sneered disdainfully, "Shut your dog mouth. Drop the Zhao family's name." In an instant, his attack was already heading for Shiro. Fortunately, Wu Fu's hand blocked it in time. He stood firm and taunted, "What stray dog is this trying to bite the moment we meet?" It seemed Wu Fu's words had angered him. "Kid, you've got some strength, but you're still green." Just then, Uncle Wen quickly warned, "Be careful, benefactor. This scoundrel has already been in the secret realm." Wu Fu asked in confusion, "So what?" the old man said loudly. "Once you enter the secret realm, your attacks become several times more powerful. Not only that, but the secret realm also hides many rare treasures and strange techniques." This useful information made Wu Fu even more interested. "Interesting. I definitely have to check out that secret realm." Jifei was further enraged by his arrogant attitude. "Want to go to the secret realm? Survive first." In Uncle Wen's yard, a battle between Wu Fu and Jifei, with a huge disparity in strength, erupted with a tremendous noise. The sound made the old man lose confidence. "It's over. Looks like I overestimated them. Whether they can even reach the secret realm is doubtful." Before Uncle Wen could despair for long, Wu Fu's agile figure suddenly appeared. It turned out Jifei's attack had been easily blocked by him. Even so, Jifei stubbornly sneered, "I didn't expect anyone to take my hell fist head on. Not bad, but that's all. You're too weak to hurt me." His excessive confidence puzzled Wu Fu. "Guys like you, all flash and no substance, are really strange." "But you lost. Ji Fei was still dazed, not understanding what had happened when his arm was already a bloody mess. What, you're talking nonsense? The next second Ji Fei's agonized screams echoed throughout Ponglai village. Wu Fu taunted mercilessly, too weak. If you don't turn red, you're not even qualified to draw your sword in front of me. Ji Fei gritted his teeth and threatened, you've offended the Zhao family today. Just wait to die. The threat didn't scare Wu Fu at all. In that case, why shouldn't I just kill you? Instead, it was Ji Fei who turned pale and trembled with fear at Wu Fu's ruthlessness. Seeing this, Wu Fu flashed a contemptuous smile and said, I won't kill you. I just want you to deliver a message to the Zhao family for me. Send someone stronger to fight me. Uncle Wen's heart tightened. He had originally wanted to ask Wu Fu for help, but now they were in big trouble. Then a Meng spoke up to comfort him. Uncle Wen, are you okay? Seeing his worried expression, she asked, is it because the house was destroyed? Don't worry, we take responsibility for our actions. We'll definitely help you fix the house, the old man quickly said politely. I appreciate your kindness, but to repair this house we need to go deep into the mountains to find materials. As you all know, the forest is dangerous. You've already helped me too much. I really don't dare to trouble you any further. Then the little girl pouted and said dismissively, it's just some demonic beasts. They're nothing to us cultivators. As if waiting for a Meng to say that, Uncle Wen immediately handed over a talisman. That's good. Take this protective talisman. With it, you can move freely through the formation. After a while, the three of them set off. On the way into the mountains, a Meng marveled, this talisman is truly amazing. That fog is nothing to me now. Suddenly, Ao Li asked, did you guys hear something? The little girl quickly replied, no. Are you too nervous? As soon as a Meng finished speaking, a strange sound suddenly echoed from within the fog. It seemed Wu Fu had heard it too. Something was approaching. Just as he and Ao Li had said, a pair of bright eyes suddenly appeared before them. Back in Ponglai village, Uncle Wen was stroking his beard, lost in thought. I feel like I forgot to tell them something. I can't remember. I'm getting old and useless. Shiro immediately chimed in. Dad, could the benefactors have run into that rhino? Although startled, Uncle Wen strongly denied it. No way. That rhino shouldn't be there under normal circumstances. Still, he was a bit worried. But there was a lot of commotion in the forest last night. Maybe it wandered over there. While Shiro was still thinking, the sky gradually darkened. That rhino was already there when we set up the formation. We didn't drive it away back then, and who knew it would become such a big problem later. I just hope the benefactors are lucky enough to survive. Back in the forest where Wu Fu, Ao Li, and a Meng were fighting, Ao Li forcefully summoned his power, Golden Qi. Seeing this, Wu Fu also used his Earth Qi without backing down. As Shiro had feared, the rhino had appeared, blocking their path. Seeing it, Wu Fu's face lit up with extreme excitement. That stupid thing is over here. In the distance, the rhino was already poised to charge at Wu Fu. It lunged at him with incredible speed. He immediately dodged and counterattacked. With just one move, the rhino was taken down. After their victory, Ao Li warned in a deep voice, I didn't expect such great danger to be hidden in this fog. We need to be even more careful from now on. After a moment, he continued, this forest is full of danger, but with danger comes opportunity. I wonder what's really in here. Wu Fu replied with an extremely excited tone. Maybe there's some earth-shattering secret. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying sound came from behind them, echoing through the silent forest. Ting Ting was also quickly drawn to the noise. What's that sound? She guessed worriedly. Could it be that the villagers of Ponglai village have encountered a wild beast? Immediately, Ting Ting flew into the air to observe the situation. After a moment, she shouted, found it. The next second, Ting Ting yelled loudly, how dare a weak little demonic beast act so recklessly? Her shout made a Meng look up curiously. Fortunately, the little girl managed to dodge Ting Ting's attack in time. Even so, she didn't give up and summoned more weapons. A Meng quickly retreated to get a clear view of Ting Ting's movements. The two of them moved rapidly, as fast as lightning. Meanwhile, Ao Li appeared in time to protect the little girl. Sensing his strength, Ting Ting thought to herself, he can match me. He must not be from this world. Ao Li also speculated, able to block my golden qi. Are you from the Zhao family? Ao Li's sudden appearance annoyed Ting Ting, who cursed. Hey, just because you have backup you think you're something? Don't put on such a fake act. A trace of killing intent flashed across his face. Who we are doesn't matter, but you attacked my Meng, and you will pay the price. Ignoring Ao Li's words, she swung her dagger and thrust forward. It seemed Ting Ting suddenly sensed something and her eyes widened in surprise. At that moment his grim figure was right behind her. Just as she turned around she was shocked to find that Ao Li had somehow circled behind her without her sensing a thing. At this critical moment Wu Fu suddenly walked over and shouted, "Shoo Ting Ting." Ting Ting was also startled. Wu Fu? Ao Li stopped his attack just in time. An acquaintance? Seeing him she was overjoyed. Wu Fu. Ting Ting's embrace made a Meng see stars with anger. Who is she? Ao Li fanned the flames. I don't know. Maybe Wu Fu's old flame. Without time to respond to the little girl, Wu Fu stammered, I can't breathe. Can you let me go?" After they had explained the situation to each other, the sky gradually brightened. Then Wu Fu summarized lightly, "That's roughly the situation." Ting Ting slowly outlined the key points. "So you mean when you were ascending due to some special reason you got separated from Erha and Luo Shi, ended up alone in a place called Furui and met them there?" As for Meng, she wasn't interested in this story. She squinted her eyes and stared intently at Ting Ting. "Is this Wu Fu's girlfriend?" After a moment, Meng came to a conclusion. "A lowly and a mature woman," the little girl muttered to herself. "Wu Fu, since when did you start liking lawless?" Wu Fu slowly asked. "Didn't Master come with you?" Then Ting Ting replied softly, "I came here to gather herbs." He didn't follow. After about 2 seconds, she continued, "At first I thought I'd never see you again. I almost lost my life when I first got here. I had no idea what was happening. It was all woods around me. Luckily, I met a doctor who came into the mountains to collect herbs. Otherwise, my master and I would have died long ago." As soon as Ting Ting finished, Wu Fu suddenly asked himself, "I wonder where Luo Shi and Fatty Wang are." Hearing this, she asked in surprise, "You don't know where Luo Shi and Fatty Wang are either?" Then Wu Fu sighed helplessly. "We ascended together, but I ended up in Furui alone. I don't know where the other two went." Ao Li, who was standing nearby, asked curiously, "Is that Luo Shi also Wu Fu's companion?" He quickly cleared up his confusion. "Like Shu Ting Ting, she's also from Earth." The next second, Meng grinned and remarked, "I didn't expect you to have so many companions." Wu Fu replied matter-of-factly, not forgetting to taunt, "Of course, that's still 10,000 times better than some people." Ao Li was immediately provoked. "Wu Fu, who are you talking about?" As if anticipating what was coming next, the little girl quickly stepped in to stop them. All right, you two, stop arguing." After a while, Wu Fu started to get information from Ting Ting. "By the way, Shu Ting Ting, judging by your appearance, you haven't been here long either, have you? Can you tell me about this place?" She didn't hide anything and said directly, "You mean Ponglai? Actually, although my master and I live here, we only know a few things. We don't know much about Ponglai." He became even more curious. "What about that tree?" After thinking for a moment, Ting Ting calmly speculated, "I've heard the villagers talk about that many times. It seems to have a very long history. I think it might also be a part of Ponglai, but the demonic beasts nearby have become so strong, probably because of it." As soon as she finished, Ao Li understood. "I see, so it's not what we thought," Ting Ting also replied. "Although it looks huge, it gives me an uneasy feeling, but it seems only cultivators can sense it. Judging by the villagers' reactions, they seem to take it for granted." After learning about the forest, Wu Fu raised another question. "So the Zhao family the village chief mentioned, you don't seem to know much about them either." "I don't know the Zhao family, but to the villagers, they're wealthy nobles from Ponglai with vast lands. They seem connected to Ponglai village and have been frequenting the area lately." At this, Xingxing bluntly complained, "Though my master and I are here, we've only seen the Zhao family show up once or twice, probably here to collect money. Not good people either." Meng nodded in agreement. "Exactly. When we were there, some guy named Zhao came knocking, but Wu Fu sent him running. Lucky for him, he wrecked the village chief's house, so we had to go into the forest for wood. But it looks like Wu Fu has absorbed all the wood here. We can fix it with spiritual energy later." Wu Fu then pressed on, asking where the master was. Walking slowly, she replied, "I don't know how he's doing. Seems he's become in laws with Li Dafu from Ponglai village, spending all his time on alchemy. Guess he found a kindred spirit." Amid Meng's surprise, Qingqing exclaimed, "But speaking of which, Wu Fu, you've hit the jackpot, haven't you?" The next moment, she eagerly stared at Meng, the strange being. Qingqing's familiarity made the little girl snap in annoyance. "Hey, don't be so rude. Stop touching my ears." Still smiling, she replied, "What's the harm? Let big sister have a feel." As if tickled, Meng grew angrier. "Who's your sister?" Their bickering left Ali speechless. All right, stop it. There's fog ahead." The scene shifted to Ponglai village. Harsh footsteps echoed everywhere. Jifei had returned. "Is that all you've got? Do you look down on the Zhao family?" Wenshu knelt in terror, begging for mercy. "Please, sir, speak slowly. Calm your anger," he ordered unreasonably. "Ungrateful wretch." Guards dragged this old man out. It seemed Jifei was taking revenge. "How dare you injure me? Today I'll show you the price of defying the Zhao family." As he spoke, Wu Fu's contemptuous voice rang out. "Are you talking about me? Good thing you're back in time. What, healed and forgotten the pain?" Though stammering in fear, Jifei remained stubborn. "Brat, let me tell you. I'm not afraid of you. Today I'll teach you a lesson. You'll learn that the Zhao family and I are not to be messed with. And I've figured out why I lost last time." Seeming to grasp the key, he said confidently, "Isn't it because you have that divine weapon? Without it, you can't break my defense." Jifei's astonishing stupidity intrigued Wu Fu even more. "Fine, I won't use it. Let's see how strong you are." Greed flashed across his face. If Jifei could get that sword, both the Zhao family and that brat would bow to him, without hesitation. Jifei charged with determination. I'll kill you. Wu Fu stood firm, mocking, you're too weak. The next moment he swung his arm forward. Ji Fei clearly didn't realize who he was facing. I suggest you think twice. This is Zhao territory. Hand over that sword nicely, Wu Fu advised gently. In life, don't covet what isn't yours. As he spoke, he closed in with lightning speed. Then Wu Fu quickly retreated as if he had a plan. He provoked Ji Fei. I'll give you one more chance. Get lost. Hearing this, Ji Fei sneered contemptuously. The strange expression caught Wu Fu's attention. Ji Fei had prepared a bottle of strength-boosting pills. As he drank it, veins bulged on his face. Curious, Wu Fu observed from a distance as Ji Fei erupted. After a closer look, Wu Fu recognized it as a pill that enhances spiritual energy. In a short time it could break through limits, but with severe side effects. In an instant the power around him became a terrifying vortex. Unnoticed, Ji Fei was now very close, making Wu Fu's eyes widen in surprise. Then he attacked Wu Fu directly, yet Wu Fu calmly remarked, surprising, you actually pushed me back. Ji Fei viciously added a killing move. Where are you running? His thick arms slammed down hard. Suddenly Ji Fei halted as if blocked by some force. Sweating, he stammered, when did you? Anticipating this, Wu Fu replied calmly, that's why I said you're too weak. Ji Fei was now tightly bound by the power Wu Fu had released. He gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it. Wu Fu continued to taunt. Serves you right, can't even see such a simple trap. Ching Ching's surprised voice rang out. Master, why are you here? Jing Tong replied softly. I came looking since you hadn't returned, didn't expect this. Then he greeted Wu Fu calmly. Young friend, we meet again. Seeing Jing Tong, Wu Fu silently called out, Master. Wu Fu's composed attitude drove Ji Fei mad. Don't get cocky too soon. He burst with energy, breaking free from the binding spiritual energy. Die? Annoyed by Ji Fei's noise, Wu Fu glanced irritably. Wu Fu radiated extreme annoyance at his persistence. Then with a smirk he said, I was going to spare you, but it seems you don't want that. In an instant, Wu Fu struck Ji Fei without hesitation. Though hit, Ji Fei grew even more bloodthirsty. His body suddenly enlarged, and with one punch he sent Wu Fu flying. Seeing this, Jing Tong offered help. Wu Fu, let me assist you. But Wu Fu calmly refused. No need, this is one-on-one. Then Ji Fei charged again swiftly. With lightning speed, he launched a series of attacks at Wu Fu. Fortunately, Wu Fu summoned his power in time. Die! Wu Fu decisively slashed Ji Fei countless times. Suddenly his eyes went wide in shock. Not only did Ji Fei not fall from Wu Fu's attacks, but he grew even larger. As a dark force emanated from him, Ji Fei stubbornly taunted, didn't expect that trash, today I'll kill you here. As he finished, Wu Fu understood. Enhanced recovery? Then I'll make sure you can't recover. He immediately delivered a fatal blow with his spiritual sword. Ji Fei stammered in disbelief. You have no morals, Wu Fu replied matter-of-factly. You used pills, so why can't I use a weapon? Though torn in half, Ji Fei still tried to intimidate him. I'm telling you, the Zhao family won't let you off. They'll avenge me. As he wished, Wu Fu turned to the two Zhao henchmen and ordered, go back and tell the Zhao family he killed him. His name is Wu Fu. If you want revenge, come find me. It has nothing to do with anyone else. They fled in panic, but still shouted threats. You wait, our master and young master will settle this with you. Wu Fu's calm voice rang out. It's getting late. I'll help fix the house. He immediately pressed his hand to the ground, checking the house's condition. After a moment he began summoning spiritual energy. In an instant his dense spiritual energy appeared, quickly surrounding and repairing the house. The sight secretly amazed Ali. This kid, without any teaching, knows Furry Star's construction technique? Xingxing, standing aside, was lost in thought. Is Daquan getting stronger? Her face suddenly turned serious. She had wanted to grow strong to stand with Wu Fu, but the gap seemed too wide. Then Xingxing comforted herself. That's right, he's Wu Fu, the unbeatable Wu Fu from Earth. After a long while the house was fully repaired. Wu Fu sighed in relief. Done. As if waiting for this moment, Ali immediately pressed him. Wu Fu, how did you? This is Furry's SSS-level construction technique. Without hesitation he replied teasingly. Really? I saw it once in the Hopeless Forest and found it convenient, so I remembered it. Ali fumed inwardly. Kid, you make it sound so easy. It had taken him 2 years to learn. In Ponglai town the sky had darkened and the moon hung high. Meanwhile Wu Fu sat by the fire deep in thought. Memories flooded his mind. The Wu Fu of this life could no longer feel joy or sorrow. Was it because of what happened tens of thousands of years ago? Perhaps. In his fragmented memories he struggled to find. Beyond the desire for revenge, he found that all sad memories had been consumed by vengeance. The next moment, Xingxing suddenly walked over and patted his shoulder. Hey, don't sit here alone. Get up. He immediately refused. No need, you guys have fun. Ignoring his reply, she eagerly pulled him up. Come on, everyone's waiting for you. The scene shifted to the Zhao residence where Tianlong was roaring in fury, exuding dark energy. Die, die. Just then a Zhao henchman reported, Master. Hearing the voice, Tianlong turned angrily, but fearing to lose control he pushed the henchman away. Then he slowly stepped out. What is it? Is it about young Master Zhao? The henchman, more terrified, recounted. We just received word that Zhao Jifei was killed while collecting money in Ponglai village. Shocked, Tianlong exclaimed, Killed by whom? Sweating, the henchman replied. Someone named Wu Fu, according to those who returned. He's with 2 beast-eared people who appeared in Ponglai a few days ago. Calming down, Tianlong asked. Beast-eared people? A calculating look appeared in his eyes. Interesting. In an instant he ordered. Notify them. I want to see Wu Fu. The henchman quickly obeyed. Yes, pale-faced, he thought. What's wrong with the master? Ever since the mistress died, his temperament has changed completely. Like a different person. At the village entrance, Salang shouted. Trouble, Wenchu scolded. What is it? Always so flustered, can't you be steady? Without answering, he urgently called. Brother Wu, this? Seeing the box in Salang's hand, Wenchu stammered in fear. This is, his face turned pale. Benefactors were in big trouble. Wu Fu was still confused. What's this? Just a box. What's so scary? After a moment, Wenchu explained sorrowfully. Benefactor, you don't understand. In our Ponglai village, receiving this token means an invitation to the Zhao residence. No one returns. Before, there were benefactors like you. A long-eared good person went to the Zhao residence and never came back. Ali immediately caught the key point. You said that person had ears like ours. A guess flashed through his mind. Could this Zhao family be connected to a Meng's father? Suddenly, 3 hidden darts shot from the box, heading straight for Wu Fu. As he prepared to counter, something else caught his attention. A dazzling light flashed from the box. Fortunately, Ali noticed in time. Watch out for the Zhao family's ambush through the box. He blocked it. A small but sharp silver needle. Then Wu Fu stepped forward, picked up the letter and spoke. It seems the Zhao family has a big misunderstanding about us. Hearing this, Ching added, No kidding. The letter's content appeared. Meet at the Zhao residence tomorrow at 7 p.m. I have what you want. After reading, she asked curiously, Are you going? Wu Fu replied without thinking, with both a letter and a silver needle. If I don't go, they won't let it go. As he finished, Ali spoke up. I'll go with you. A Meng also hurriedly said, I'm going too, worried the little girl might get hurt. He sternly instructed, A Meng stays in the village, but a Meng seemed determined. No, didn't the village chief just say that long-eared person was also invited to the Zhao residence? Maybe, the little girl tried to persuade Ali. I'm also a beast man who passed the trial. Why can you go and I can't? After a moment, Wu Fu said to Wenchu, Village chief, do you know the way to the Zhao residence? Lead the way. He immediately replied, Yes. The scene shifted to the Zhao residence's grand ornate mansion where an elegant figure was under the hot spring. It was Luo Shi enjoying a bath. When a restless hand approached her, she exclaimed in surprise, Sister, what are you doing? It's Wen Feng, she replied matter-of-factly. What do you think I'm doing, checking if our Luo Shi has been eating well? When Feng's hands continued to roam, unable to bear the rudeness, Luo Shi pushed her away hard. In her panic, she shoved Wen Feng into the water. Worried, Luo Shi observed. After a long silence, she urgently called out, Wen Feng, are you okay? As if waiting for this, Wen Feng lunged and teased, I can't breathe, I need mouth to mouth. Luo Shi grew even more embarrassed. Wen Feng, if you keep this up, I'll ignore you. Still, Wen Feng reveled in playing the bully. Beautiful lady, would I have the honor of inviting you shopping tomorrow, to see the heroes of the Zhao family in the city? People gathered in a lively crowd. Luo Shi wore new clothes, looking stunning, like a lecher. Wen Feng showered her with praise. So beautiful, that brat is truly blessed. No, I must have you before him. Her aggressive attitude made Luo Shi both shy and angry. Wen Feng, you're at it again. Really, if you keep this up, I'll ignore you. Then she returned to a normal tone. Wen Feng, the money for the lipstick earlier. This immediately made Wen Feng teary-eyed. What do you mean? Are you trying to cut ties with me too? Seeing this, Luo Shi quickly explained. No, it's just, she thought to herself, Luo Shi just cares too much about Wen Feng and doesn't want her to lose out. The next moment Wen Feng spoke sincerely. Because of this identity, no one dares to get close to me. Since my father's regime grew crueler, even fewer dare. My brother only knows how to practice martial arts from morning till night, so no one plays with me. But then you came. Heaven must have taken pity on me and sent you to my side, yet you're always focused on cultivation. Today, we finally get to go out and have fun, and I want to give you the best things in the city. Luo Shi felt even more guilty. Sister Wen Feng, I'm sorry. Before she could finish, Wen Feng interrupted her. Let me take you to the most famous restaurant in the city. The chef there has unparalleled skills, so everyone wants to try it. It seems Zaire has noticed something. Sister Wen Feng, is something on your mind? The sky at this moment looked exceptionally serene. Before they knew it, Luo Shi and Wen Feng had arrived on the upper floor of an ancient building. At the same time, Ching's voice rang out. That's probably the Zhao family's place, as Xiao Salang said. Wu Fu strolled along slowly and replied, Probably. She complained bluntly. What's this? I thought it would be some dragon's den or tiger's lair. Turns out it's just an old building. Is Xiao Zilong that scared? He wouldn't dare come into the city with us. As Ching finished speaking, a Meng let out a painful scream. It turned out the young girl had bumped into an elderly woman. The old woman asked softly, Young lady, are you all right? The next second, the old woman curiously grabbed a Meng's ear. What's this, so cute? The young girl angrily pushed her away. Hey, don't touch me randomly. But Meng seemed to have lost control of her strength, causing a loud noise. The city folk, seeing this, whispered in fear, "How does that little girl have so much strength? Is she a demon beast? A demon beast?" Then they fled in panic. "Help, a demon beast is here, run, the demon beast is killing people." The commotion caught Luo Zai's attention. "What's happening?" As the two looked down, Meng's figure had already appeared. Wen Feng immediately lunged to attack. "How dare you, a mere little demon beast, act wild on the Zhao family's turf?" But unexpectedly, Meng's eyes widened in surprise. Fortunately, Li appeared just in time to block the attack for her. Sensing trouble, Luo Shi prepared to help. "Sister Wen Feng, I'll assist you." As she spoke, Wu Fu and Qing Qing simultaneously called out to Luo Shi. Luo Shi was astonished by the familiar voices. Their appearance seemed to startle her so much she nearly slipped. In an instant, Wu Fu caught Luo Shi, making her unable to believe her eyes. "Wu Fu, is it really you?" Luo Shi hugged Wu Fu tightly in excitement. "Wu Fu, do you know how worried I was when you didn't come with me to Ponglai? I feared something had happened to you, but I comforted myself that you'd be fine. Where did you go?" Wu Fu apologized softly. "I'm sorry, something came up back then." Hearing this, she grew even more anxious. "You're not allowed to leave me again from now on, okay?" This scene made Meng secretly jealous. Wu Fu has so many people who like him, it's great to have him around, while she only has Li. Suddenly, Qing Qing's shy voice rang out. "Hey, that's enough hugging." Luo Shi still sighed softly. "Qing Qing, you're here too, that's wonderful." Though a bit embarrassed, Qing Qing replied, "Why yeah." After a moment, Wen Feng walked over with a stern face. "Luo Shi, who are they?" After hearing Luo Zai's explanation, she shot Wu Fu an unfriendly glance. "So you're the one who's been troubling Luo Shi?" Without hesitation, Wen Feng immediately pulled out her double whips and challenged him. "Let me see what kind of man dares to teach me a lesson." The next second, a terrifying explosion occurred where Wu Fu stood. Fortunately, he quickly created a barrier to block the attack. Wen Feng challenged him in a low voice. "Brat, draw your weapon. You're insulting me like this. That move used at least 40% of my power, yet Wu Fu broke it head-on. It seems your skill is unfathomable. I'll have to be careful from now on." As if teasing a child, Wu Fu chuckled in response. "I'm afraid I'll ruin those beautiful whips of yours." His calm demeanor infuriated Wen Feng, who retorted sharply, "Is all your skill just in your mouth?" Before her whips could even approach, Wen Feng's eyes widened in shock. Somehow Wu Fu's spirit sword was already at her throat. "I lose." He quickly sheathed his sword and said, "It's getting late, we need to hurry to the Zhao residence." The familiar name piqued Wen Feng's curiosity. "You're going to the Zhao residence, then?" Wu Fu glanced at her lightly. "Yes. Do you know where it is?" Luo Shi immediately introduced him. "Wu Fu, her name is Zhao Wen Feng. She's the eldest daughter of the Zhao family." Wen Feng suddenly remembered. "Could it be that you're the guest my father is hosting tonight?" He replied with certainty. "Yes, do you know the way?" Like a true guide. Her expression changed instantly. "Yes, how rude of me. Distinguished guests, please follow me." Meng whispered secretly to Li, "If this young lady finds out we're here to settle scores, will she regret leading the way?" His face also showed a look of amusement. "Who knows?" After a while, they were led by Wen Feng to the Grand Zhao residence. She calmly ordered the gatekeeper, "Go report to my father. The honored guests have arrived." As if pre-instructed, he quickly replied, "The master is busy. Please wait in the hall for a moment." As soon as they stepped inside, the familiar bark of Erha rang out. The next second, Meng excitedly shouted, "Brother Fu!" His appearance surprised Wu Fu, and Fatty and Qing Qing blurted out in disbelief, "Xiao Ha." After a moment of emotion, Meng complained helplessly, "We agreed to ascend together, but where did you go?" "Luckily, Miss Zhao kept Luo Shi and us here." Wu Fu held Erha, thinking to himself that Luo Shi and Xiao Ha's cultivation seemed to have improved a lot. This Zhao residence seemed quite interesting. Wen Feng interrupted his thoughts. "All right, don't just stand there, you must be tired from the journey. Let me take you to your rooms to rest." As they followed her lead, Meng asked Wu Fu, "Brother Fu, how did you know we were at the Zhao residence, or were you looking for Luo Shi?" Before Wu Fu could answer, he started acting out. "You're prioritizing romance over friendship." "My heart is broken." This made Luo Shi uncomfortable, and she scolded, "Wang Meng, don't talk nonsense. Wu Fu and I just met by chance." Meanwhile, Wen Feng had already taken Meng to her place. "Meng, you stay in this room and Li next door." Li immediately agreed. "Okay," Meng suddenly demanded, "I want to share a room with Li." Seeing this, Li curiously asked Wen Feng, "Is that allowed?" She replied very considerately, "It's normal for a little girl to be unaccustomed to a new place. You're very important to her, and she relies on you." Without hesitation, he affirmed seriously, "She is very important to me." Li's decisiveness made Wen Feng's heart ache. "You're important. The lonely figure of Fei Long stood before an old wall, eyes closed, focusing his mind. The next second a small leaf fell before Fei Long. As if sensing the slight movement, he suddenly opened his eyes, and then the leaf was cleanly cut in half. With the wind it drifted down under Fei Long's gaze, yet he still muttered calmly, "Still not good enough. How long must I wait until—" Then Wen Feng's respectful voice sounded. "Big brother, it's time to eat." Fei Long quickly replied. "Is that Wen Feng?" he asked. "Wen Feng, has father made any new moves lately?" She answered slowly, "Still the same as before." The answer didn't surprise Fei Long. "Is that so?" A resolute look flashed in his eyes. "Mother, Fei Long will avenge you." After sitting down, Fei Long started a conversation. "Is that girl from outside named Luo Shi?" Wen Feng grumbled sulkily. "Big brother, don't mention other girls in front of me." His childishness made him laugh. "You're something else, aren't you two good friends?" Wen Feng rolled her eyes at him angrily. "Even so, don't provoke me." The scene shifted to a distant room. Luo Shi leaned in curiously. "What are you thinking about so intently?" In an instant Wen Feng spoke. "Nothing. You don't have to go to that banquet, right?" Luo's eyes tone was very confident. "If it's Wu Fu, he can definitely handle it." Wen Feng grew even more curious. "You seem to trust that person a lot." Hearing this, Meng Meng quickly interjected. "Sister Wen Feng, Luo Shi is right. Back on Earth, Wu Fu was so strong he had no rivals. With our strength, we're just burdens by his side." Meanwhile at the banquet, a Meng curiously observed her surroundings. "What are those maids carrying? It looks delicious." Tianlong also fell into thought. "Is that kid Wu Fu the one who killed Zhao Jifei? I can't even see through his strength." Ching Ching speculated inwardly. "This Master Zhao doesn't seem like a good person." In a dull atmosphere, a maid entered with a dish and announced, "This is a specialty of the Zhao residence. Please enjoy." Ching Ching wasn't fooled but grew more vigilant. "It looks nice, but it seems to emit a strange aura." Then she politely praised. "I've long heard of the Zhao family leader's reputation. Seeing you today, you're truly extraordinary. The dishes are remarkable, and even the serving maids are exceptional. Wu Fu, how long are you going to stare at her chest?" Tianlong showed a kind smile and replied, "Ha, young lady, you flatter me. If you like the Zhao residence's dishes, I welcome you anytime." His words made Wu Fu curl his lips, thinking very vigilant. Tianlong suddenly had a doubt. "Why aren't you young friends eating? Is the food not to your taste?" he warmly invited. "Miss Shu, please try it. It's delicious." Tianlong's enthusiasm left Ching Ching speechless. She had only casually complimented him. And she didn't mean the dish was good. This, just as Ching Ching was still suspicious, the sight of a Meng eating heartily tempted her. "Is it that good? Then Ching Ching will eat too." Sensing the plan was half successful, Tianlong showed a satisfied smile. "Those two girls ate, but these two boys seem tough. Still, I have a way." The next second he clapped his hands loudly as if signaling someone. Tianlong called in two more maids to serve. One maid said gently to Wu Fu, "Sir, shall I feed you?" Ching Ching suddenly called out to Wu Fu. Wu Fu suspiciously eyed the maid beside him. "This aura is exactly the same as Zhao Jifei's. This Zhao residence is indeed not simple." Behind Ali, a beautiful maid was also attentively serving as if ready to tear off the facade. He bluntly questioned, "Is this how the Zhao residence treats honored guests?" Tianlong no longer hid his intentions. "A mere minor immortal dares to touch my Zhao family's people. Watch me deal with you today." He quickly touched the small table in front of him. The next second, Ching Ching went wild as if controlled. A Meng was no exception. Her abnormality worried Ali. "A Meng," he gritted his teeth and demanded. "What did you do to a Meng?" As if losing his composure, Ali immediately lunged at Tianlong to attack. "Anyone who touches a Meng must die." Just then the maid from earlier quickly blocked him. Her sudden appearance made him widen his eyes in surprise, and in an instant, Ali was sent flying by her punch. The two maids were in the same state as Ching Ching and A Meng. They suddenly became filled with strength as if they had just drunk a power enhancer. When one maid lunged, Ali noticed, "Wu Fu, be careful. These people aren't normal." He frowned, preparing to summon his power. The next second, Ali was surrounded by dense spiritual energy. The gold spiritual energy didn't back down, and Wu Fu immediately acted. The water spiritual energy followed Ali's power and timely surrounded one maid. The other maid was also tightly bound by Wu Fu's water spiritual energy. He quickly added new earth spiritual energy. Their overwhelming power made Tianlong incredulous. While he was still stunned, Ali had already appeared behind him. "Now it's time for us to settle accounts." Tianlong seemed not to have anticipated this. "When did you—" Not only Ali but Wu Fu had also unknowingly closed in on him. As if unable to believe it, Tianlong's eyes widened, and in an instant the two were very close to him. Nevertheless, Tianlong still tried to summon power to resist. "Who exactly are you people?" Just as he was enveloped by a surge of spiritual energy, Tianlong said in a deep voice, "Two young friends, 2 against 1 isn't fair. Let me see your skills today." His power was deafening, blasting the entire room apart. The pressure pushed both Wu Fu and Ali back. He still asked confidently, "Don't tell me you think you can win one-on-one." Tianlong replied matter-of-factly. We'll find out by trying. Though still pondering, Wu Fu boldly provoked. The other's cultivation is probably at the tribulation crossing stage, while I'm only at the spirit condensation stage. Even though I'm 2 stages behind, with the spirit sword's help, I can still beat him. Then let me play with you. Ali shouted impatiently. Wu Fu, this is the Zhao family's turf. Don't show off. Hearing this, Wu Fu calmly replied, it's fine, just consider it practice. The next second, Tianlong began to emit dense spiritual energy. Not to be outdone, Wu Fu quickly summoned water spiritual energy to counter. Then Tianlong summoned a fire dragon. Wu Fu immediately countered with a water dragon. Their collision produced a terrifying explosion. After the exchange, Tianlong laughed heartily, seemingly satisfied. Young friend, you're indeed talented at a young age. That's enough probing, he asked eagerly. I see you two have extraordinary skills. Are you here for the Zhao family's secret realm? Ali's tone remained harsh. So what if we are? Tianlong laughed and explained his wish. Young friends, you misunderstand. I just want to make a deal with you, he repeated as if not understanding. A deal. The next second, Tianlong began to state, exactly. Countless people covet the Zhao family's secret realm day and night, but few can walk out of it. Ali grew more confused. What does that mean? Finally, he got straight to the point. Simply put, the Zhao family will take you into the secret realm, and you retrieve something for me. Hearing this, Wu Fu immediately grasped the key point. That thing can't be simple, can it? Tianlong praised without hesitation. Young friend, you're indeed sharp. A hint of impatience toward the old man's scheme flashed in his eyes. Bullshit. If it were simple, wouldn't someone at your tribulation crossing stage be able to get it back? What's in it for us? This question left Tianlong speechless in surprise. Wu Fu continued to press. Or do you want us to work for free? Then he couldn't help but laugh. Young friend, you're quite humorous. Don't you know, the reason so many cultivators want to come to the Zhao family's secret realm? Once inside the secret realm, cultivation speed is much faster than outside. Those with high comprehension can break through in less than 2 days. Saying this, Tianlong lowered his voice temptingly. And once you enter the secret realm, you can gain cultivation power. What do you think? Yila, who had been silent, suddenly interjected. Do you mean there are many cultivators in the secret realm? The old man immediately confirmed without hesitation. That's right. Before Wu Fu could react, he agreed. All right, I'll go. A thought flashed through Yila's mind. Since arriving at Ponglai, that power had been getting closer. Perhaps Meng's father was also in the secret realm. His eagerness made Wu Fu cast a sidelong glare. Kid, do you know what negotiation means? Right now, that old man needs us to ensure his survival before he agrees. Calm down and ask some more important questions. I can agree to you, but you must tell me what's actually in the secret realm. Also, how do we leave the secret realm? After a moment, Wen Feng calmly announced, I'll take you to the secret realm. Luo Shi suggested worriedly. Sister Wen Feng, this is dangerous. Why not let a servant take us? Seeing her undisguised concern, Wen Feng replied gently. Even a mosquito can go to such lengths for someone they love. I'm just entering the secret realm to improve my cultivation. Compared to you, what am I at this point? I still have no plan. I won't say more. On the way into the secret realm, Meng, full of curiosity, said to Sister Wen Feng, your father's martial arts are so powerful, why doesn't he go into the secret realm himself to get the item? She immediately replied, didn't father tell everyone, a person can only enter the secret realm once in a lifetime? This seemed to clear up Wu Fu's doubts. So that's it, he can't go in. Recalling the scenes inside the secret realm, Wen Feng warned seriously. Don't fully trust my father's words. The secret realm is definitely not as simple as he says. She began listing things to be careful about. First, anything in the secret realm can be eaten. Eating a little can enhance cultivation, but if you eat too much, you'll be devoured by the realm's power and trapped forever. Second, the so-called core is the deepest part of the secret realm. Moreover, the paths in the secret realm are extremely complex and treacherous. If you're not careful, it's easy to get lost. Even with cultivation as high as my father's, you might not find the core and bring it out. Saying this, Wen Feng calmly concluded. Finally, the secret realm is not as peaceful as you think. It's unpredictable and very dangerous. As soon as she finished, Meng grumbled angrily. Feeling like your father was deceiving us, Wen Feng's eyes flickered. Not deception, but exploitation. You must have a purpose for coming to the secret realm, right? You'll achieve your goals, but the accompanying danger is always lurking. Wu Fu approached, his voice sounding, I understand. If you feel uneasy, you can stay at Zhao Mansion and wait with Erha. Erha and the other dog are still enjoying their romance. The sound of the room echoed through the empty corridor. The candle flame flickered in the wind as Tianlong descended the stairs to the basement. Footsteps echoed and then stopped in front of a room. Tianlong sat closer to Yuyan. Don't go, I just said the wrong thing. Yuyan leaned against the bed, her gaze fixed on the person opposite. Yinger, my time is running out. How is Feilong? He's much more diligent than before, Yuyan said softly. Really? Then I'm relieved, Tianlong replied. It seems my decision was right. He brought up the past. Was it really the right choice to deceive Feilong that day? Feilong tightly hugged someone's body and shouted loudly. Mother, what's wrong with you, mother? Don't sleep, he gritted his teeth in anger. Whoever you are, I'll kill you. The figure of a young Tianlong appeared. The weak cannot protect those around them. Tianlong's eyes held a trace of regret. This is a tradition passed down through generations, something we must complete. While I'm still clear-headed and haven't been devoured by the secret realm's spiritual energy, wasn't that the plan from the start? Yuyan placed her hand on his. If Feilong finds out about the tradition, he will never inherit the family. Tianlong lowered his voice gently. I'm sorry for making you lie with me. Her voice was calm. You don't need to apologize. Everything was my decision. It's because of me and Feilong that it's come to this. Only if Feilong harbors hatred for you can he change his fate. Wen Feng and Feilong sat under the moonlight talking. Brother, tomorrow I'll go to the secret realm with them. Do you have anything to say to me? Feilong said softly. My little Wen Feng has grown up. She seemed a bit saddened by the impending separation. Take care of yourself while I'm away. Feilong gave a reassuring smile. I know, I can't fall until I've avenged Mother. This is the amulet Mother gave me. Take it and come back safely. Elsewhere, shouts came from a room. Don't go, Father. Yila saw that Ameng seemed uneasy and called out to her. Ameng, a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Dreaming again? Could Father really be in the secret realm? The scene shifted. At the entrance of the Zhao family's secret realm, a group raised questions. The entrance is here. We'll use the key to get in later. Don't worry. Suddenly, a golden energy cloud burst forth with a flash, and a pitch-black door surrounded by dazzling golden light opened, exuding a mysterious aura. The door slammed shut with a whoosh. A voice of reprimand sounded. What is this? How annoying! Flames blazed on his hand. The murmurs of the crowd echoed in the cave. Stay away from that pile of mud. This is mud. What is mud? Wen Feng's voice was cold. Simply put, the Zhao family's secret realm is actually inside the belly of a giant beast, Wu Fu then suspected. Is it its stomach acid? There were some strange-looking things on the ground, and Wu Fu noticed them all. Before he could observe closely, they pulled out an eye growing on it from somewhere. Wu Fu's face turned purple. Everyone, be careful. There's something in the soil. Yila used his gold spiritual energy. With a loud bang, white smoke filled the air, and those strange things began to dart out rapidly. Qingqing couldn't hide her fear when she saw them. What is this? It looks disgusting. Wu Fu's eyes widened. These eyes seemed to be part of the secret realm. Even if shattered, they quickly combined with the remaining parts to form new eyes. Suddenly they kept expanding until a certain limit, then exploded and disappeared. Almost all of these creatures exploded simultaneously, becoming as mushy as water. Wu Fu watched them warily. This thing is too dangerous. This abnormal situation must mean something. Everyone, stay alert. Then he continued to observe the surroundings. The space inside was almost changing. After those eyes shattered, the space began to shake and lose balance. Were those eyes used to balance this space? Shouts from the crowd rang out, and everything was almost collapsing. Watch out! In the chaos, someone hurriedly called his name. Wu Fu. Wu Fu shouted to everyone, leave here first. See you later. Luo Shi seemed to see something. Wu Fu, look over there. It was split by the earlier tremor, divided into two paths. Those round creatures were gradually spreading to where Wu Fu and the others were. Urgency was evident in the voices of the three. They've gone into that path. What about Wang Meng and Shu Qingqing? Hurry and follow. The scene shifted to another side. Yila used his ultimate technique to channel his power. Earth's spiritual energy. He was sinking deeper and deeper but was powerless. Damn it, no good. Wu Fu could easily use spiritual energy of all attributes, but Yila couldn't even use a bit of Earth's spiritual energy to solidify this swamp. Ameng stood on high ground and shouted, Yila. Seeing him, she asked with concern, Ameng, are you okay? Ameng said worriedly, wait a moment, I'll think of a way to save you. Yila warned her. This collapsing cave seems to be heading straight for us. Be careful not to fall. His thoughts surfaced. He never thought he'd have to rely on Ameng. Suddenly, a loud noise came and Yila seemed to notice something. Ameng's voice came, Yila, I'm coming to save you. Ameng's foot suddenly got caught on a stone. She lost balance and fell with a thud, and the thing in her hand dropped below. It flew straight toward where Yila was standing. His eyes flickered. It turned out to be a large stone, and with it he managed to bounce out. Ameng scratched her head awkwardly. This thing is too heavy, she stammered, asking Yila. Yila, are you okay? He nodded in response. How could I be okay? After getting free, Yila wanted to find Wu Fu. This secret realm is dangerous everywhere. Let's go meet up with Wu Fu. Footsteps echoed in the cave as they moved. The three stopped simultaneously. Luo Shi spoke. It seems there's light in the right passage. Wen Feng added. The left passage looks dangerous, dark and damp. Wu Fu's fingers traced the cave wall. Luo Shi didn't understand what he was doing. What are you doing? Wu Fu answered her doubt. The soil on the right path seems different from the swamp soil we saw in the hall. Luo Shi also felt it looked familiar, as if she'd seen it somewhere but couldn't recall at the moment. Then Wu Fu noticed something. Wen Feng, seeing his familiarity with the place, asked puzzledly, "Have you been here before? It seems to recognize you." But he confirmed, "First time." They found that those mysterious eyes had no ill intent, instead seemed to be guiding them. "It seems those eyes mean no harm, as if they want us to follow them." Then when the three arrived at a junction with two forks, Wen Feng asked the other two, "Want to take the left path?" Luo Shi replied, "I'll follow Wu Fu." In the end, Wu Fu decided, "Let's go left." Doubt surfaced in his mind. Neither path has any spiritual energy, but the soil on the right is different from the left. If he were alone, he would definitely choose the right path. Maybe he could encounter some opportunity and danger. But with Luo Shi and Zhao Wen Feng in this situation, he had to ensure safety. Wu Fu tentatively asked Luo Shi and Wen Feng, "Do you hear any sound?" A question arose. "Is it the sound of flowing water? Could there be a river in this secret realm?" Because it was too dark around, he used a small flame for light, and the three arrived at another place. Their surprise was evident. They didn't expect such scenery in the secret realm. In the mysterious cave, brilliant light shone from clusters of eyes, making the scene dreamlike, like a mythical world. Yeah, it's probably beautiful because it's hidden in the secret realm. If it were outside, it would likely have died long ago. Wu Fu observed the surroundings. "Why did those eyes bring us here?" In another place, Yila's voice echoed in the cave. "We've been walking for so long and still haven't found Wu Fu. Do you think we're lost? Don't be afraid. I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you." He frowned slightly. "That Wu Fu, as soon as we entered the secret realm, he separated us and left no clues along the way. Really unreliable. I was hoping you could help Meng find her father." Meng voiced a question. "Is my father really here?" Yila thought from the moment they entered the secret realm, his connection with his father had disappeared. He patted Meng's head and said, "Even if father isn't here, we still need to work hard to get stronger. You've been recognized by the tribe as the strongest beastman." The little girl nodded with a worried expression. Suddenly, a strange sound came from afar. Yila drew his sword and shielded Meng. The little girl asked puzzledly, "That sound seems to be coming from inside." Yila slashed fiercely at the crack ahead, and it gradually opened into a passage. He widened his eyes in surprise. The little girl tilted her head. "Did we get out?" Suddenly shouts came. "Help me," Meng asked. "Is father behind this wasteland?" In another scene, in a cherry blossom forest, Ching looked around blankly and blurted out, "Where is this?" Meng, sitting beneath her, made a sound. "It seems like some passage in the secret realm." Ching suddenly realized and said flusteredly, "Sorry." He clapped his hands and teased her. "It's my honor to be your cushion. Have you gained weight lately?" The scene shifted to Wu Fu's side. Wen Feng and Luo Shi were gliding on a river inside the cave. Luo Shi said, "Sister Wen Feng, I didn't expect you to know such a spell." She smiled and replied, "Not at all, it's just a trick. Back then our ancestors traveled far and wide, often encountering large lakes or seas. To save time they learned this spell of moving with paper boats from a wizard." Suddenly Wu Fu sensed something wrong beneath the river. He frowned and shouted, "Everyone be careful, there seems to be something under the water." Bubbles rose from the surface, and a bony hand reached out and grabbed Luo Zai's foot. Wen Feng immediately noticed a bone spirit surfacing, trying to pounce on Luo Shi. Fortunately, Wen Feng swung her whip and shattered the bone spirit into pieces. She asked Luo Shi with concern, "Are you okay?" She shook her head gently and replied, "I'm fine, watch out behind you." Other bone spirits tried to climb onto the boat, two of them lunging straight at Wu Fu. He immediately struck water spiritual energy. With one move he cleared the bone spirits. Wu Fu clasped his hands and chanted, turning the formless into form, turning nothing into everything. The once turbulent river suddenly calmed, but moments later it became rough again and began to shake violently. A transparent hand reached out from the riverbed, wrapping around the small boat. Wen Feng rested her chin on her hand and teased, "Your lover has gone to great lengths to protect you." Hearing this, Luo Shi shyly hit her a few times. "Sister Wen Feng, how can you joke at a time like this?" Many rocks rose from the river and the small boat drifted downstream, unfortunately hitting one. Due to the impact, Luo Shi slipped and fell. She screamed in terror. "Help!" Wu Fu saw she was in danger and jumped into the river without hesitation. He reached out and said, "Luo Shi, grab my hand." She also reached out to Wu Fu but couldn't reach. Suddenly he shouted, "Luo Shi, dodge the rock behind you." Despite the warning, she couldn't avoid it in time, and her head hit the rock hard. Luo Shi fell unconscious and sank into the river. Wu Fu reached out and grabbed her hand. He held her tightly, swimming while shouting, "Luo Shi, wake up." Wu Fu thought to himself. It seemed the impact had damaged her meridians. Without any hesitation he leaned down and gave Luo Shi mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. On the shore, Wen Feng swung her whip and said, "Wu Fu, grab the rope." He immediately reached out and grabbed it. She pulled hard to bring them both up. Wu Fu suddenly felt a chill all over. He rolled his eyes downward and saw countless blood-red eyes in the river staring at him and Luo Shi. Wu Fu shouted, "Pull Luoxi up first." Wen Feng pulled Luoxi onto the shore with effort. Wu Fu was surrounded by a group of strange fish. He said, "I don't have time to play with you." Wu Fu said sternly, "Get lost." Wen Feng shouted, "Wu Fu." Luoxi seems to have stopped breathing. Hearing this, he immediately jumped up from below and said, "Quick, take off Luoxi's clothes." After Luoxi's clothes were removed, Wu Fu said to Wen Feng, "Leave the rest to me." He raised his voice and instructed, "I'll leave the things at the bottom of the lake to you." She frowned and threatened harshly, "If anything happens to Luoxi, I will never let you off." With that, she turned and left. Wu Fu placed his hand on Luoxi and a brilliant energy immediately flowed into her body. Not long after, Luoxi coughed up water and regained consciousness. Seeing this, Wu Fu stopped. She spoke with difficulty. "Wu Fu," you asked gently. "You're awake." Luoxi struggled to sit up, frowning as she rubbed her head with her hand. "What happened to me?" Wu Fu quickly supported her and said, "Don't move," he continued. "You hit a rock just now, the impact scattered your internal true energy, and your back is also injured. Let me heal you now." Wu Fu released energy from both his palms. As soon as he placed his hands on Luoxi's waist, she was startled. Luoxi's face instantly turned bright red. Seeing this from afar, Wen Feng shouted loudly, "Wu Fu, are you done yet?" Hearing her voice, Luoxi asked blankly, "Sister Wen Feng?" Meanwhile, Wen Feng was fighting a group of strange fish. She shouted worriedly, "Sister Wen Feng, I'm coming to save you." But Wu Fu grabbed her hand and stopped her. Because she was suddenly pulled back, she clearly felt her chest tremble. It was then that Luoxi realized she was only wearing a thin shirt. Blushing, she crouched down, covering her chest with both hands. Luoxi turned her head and asked Wu Fu, "Did you see everything?" But there was no one beside her. On the other side, Wen Feng was fiercely battling the strange fish. Suddenly, a sword light slashed horizontally, and she looked at Wu Fu in surprise. He stepped forward and said, "Now it's time to settle our scores." On the Peach Blossom Prairie, Meng Meng spoke up. "Do you think we've flown to another planet again?" He raised his hand to stroke his chin and continued, "Look, the secret realm Lei appeared in was damp, dangerous, and eerie. It was full of disgusting eyes, but now look at these flowers and grass. They're clearly two completely different states." Ching Ching pouted and scolded, "Shut up. Why am I so unlucky to be traveling with you?" The two were walking through a cherry blossom forest. Meng Meng smiled and said, "Since we're here, what's the use of complaining? Since you're so idle, why not think about where to eat tonight?" Hearing this, she replied angrily, "Eat, eat, eat. That's all you know. You've been with Wu Fu for so long, why haven't you learned any of his good qualities?" He was silent for a moment, and Ching Ching shouted, "Hey, do you have any manners? I'm talking to you." Suddenly, a vine lashed out from somewhere. Meng Meng pushed Ching Ching aside and yelled, "Watch out!" His eyes showed obvious concern. It wasn't just one vine but four that struck simultaneously, binding Meng Meng's hands, feet, and neck. The vines tightened abruptly, pulling him in four directions. Meng Meng cried out in pain. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Ching Ching rushed over with a hammer, shouting, "I'll help you." She swung hard, and the hammerhead slammed into Meng Meng's stomach. He yelled in fright, "Aim more carefully." The vines lashed out again, wrapping around the hammer's body. With a sudden yank, it snatched the hammer from Ching Ching's hand. It coiled around the hammer handle, and then smashed it fiercely toward her. Ching Ching immediately jumped up to dodge, but she didn't notice another vine coming from behind. Fortunately, Meng Meng reached out and blocked that vine. He bravely stood in front of Ching Ching, holding a piece of torn vine in one hand and gripping the attacking vine tightly with the other. She blushed and asked, "How did you?" He replied with a smile, "After arriving at Ponglai, although I haven't broken through yet, I've learned a lot of spells by following Sister Wen Feng, so I've gained some power." The scene shifted. Blood dripped from the small sword. Luoxi asked, "What are you looking at?" Wu Fu looked at her seriously and said coldly, "Nothing, let's go." Luoxi looked back in fear. The strange fish in the river had all been killed by Wu Fu. Wu Fu and Wen Feng walked out of the cave together. Seeing the scene before her, Wen Feng beamed a brilliant smile. Outside the cave was a vast sky, and opposite them was a protruding cliff. She spoke up, "I didn't expect our Zhao family's secret realm to be so magnificent, but the two mountain peaks are so far apart. How do we jump across?" This Wu Fu stepped forward and said, "We can try using earth spiritual energy." He pressed his palm to the ground, created a block of earth spiritual energy and threw it toward the opposite side. The earth spiritual energy block just hung in the air. Luoxi asked in surprise, "Is there an invisible bridge here?" Wen Feng chimed in, "If that's the case, we'll have to test it to find out." She threw her hairpin toward the cliff wall, but it quickly fell due to the world's gravity. Seeing this, Luoxi looked astonished. "What's going on?" Wu Fu said, "Let me try." He stepped onto the cliff wall, and his foot immediately stood firmly in the air as if there were an invisible step. Wu Fu thought to himself, "Just as I suspected." He walked to the middle and said, "This bridge seems to have consciousness. It won't be dangerous. This should be a spatial bridge." Wen Feng questioned, "A spatial bridge with consciousness? What does that mean?" He explained, "Everything has space. If it can allow us to pass in this form, then it must have other forms to carry other things." Luoxi blinked and asked, Do you mean that what we see isn't real but some form of space? After a while, Wen Feng seemed a bit dizzy. The three were walking on the invisible bridge, preparing to cross the mountain peak. On the other side, Luoxi spoke worriedly. Sister Wen Feng, are you okay? She replied. I'm fine, I'm just a little afraid of heights. When they reached the other side, she breathed a sigh of relief and said, We finally made it. Suddenly, Wen Feng spotted the hairpin from earlier. She picked it up, looked at it, and exclaimed in surprise, My hairpin. Luoxi thought for a moment and said, Wu Fu, is this the spatial bridge you were talking about? I understand that means my hairpin didn't fall into the abyss but came here in a form we can't see. Right, he replied. You could put it that way, but this discovery probably isn't good news for us either. Suddenly a sound came from above. A flock of flying bird beasts swooped down, aiming to attack the three. Wu Fu warned loudly, Watch out, they're flying bird beasts. The three immediately entered a defensive stance and quickly dealt with them. Wen Feng wondered, Strange, the flying bird beasts don't seem that formidable. Luoxi spoke up. Are we really heading toward the center of the secret realm? Wu Fu asked her. What makes you say that? Wen Feng chimed in. My brother said that the closer you get to the center of the secret realm, the more powerful the monsters become. But these flying bird beasts are nothing compared to the monsters we encountered at the bottom of the lake. Hearing this, he asked again, Brother, what else did he say? She thought for a moment and replied, He said that although the secret realm has only one entrance, it has many exits. As long as you find patterns that look like exits, you can get out. Luoxi raised a question. Sister, do you mean we can leave any time? Wen Feng responded. You could put it that way. Suddenly, something fell from the sky, followed by a series of objects. They landed around Luoxi, Wen Feng, and Wu Fu. Wen Feng asked, Are these the flying bird beasts we just killed? He also replied doubtfully. Really? Suddenly, the figure of a long-haired man in white occupied the space, appearing in Wu Fu's mind. He frowned and wondered, Is this me? Could it be a memory from a past life? His gaze swept downward. Below the cliff wall was a dark, dense forest. Wu Fu pointed and said, Look, there's a forest beneath the cliff. Luoxi questioned him. A forest? What forest? Where is there a forest? You must be seeing things. Wu Fu thought to himself, Can't they see it? Suddenly, a dark shadow pushed him from behind. Wu Fu involuntarily fell forward. Wen Feng and Luoxi saw him fall into the abyss and shouted, Wu Fu. He felt the dark shadow smiling. Wu Fu gradually descended to the bottom of the valley. There he saw floating bubbles. Inside the bubbles were images of some people. He silently asked, This is. Wu Fu reached out and touched a bubble. He suddenly saw two people looking at him and laughing. Wu Fu shook his head hard, trying to clear his mind. The bubbles contained some strange things. He held his head, recalling that feeling. A monster vaguely appeared, opening its huge mouth to devour Wu Fu. A sharp sword light flashed. Wu Fu swung his sword, directly slashing at the monster's head. He stabbed repeatedly at its eyes. Then came a continuous flurry of sword strikes. He sliced the blocking monster into pieces. Ahead there was another silk-spinning spider. Wu Fu swung his sword and slashed. Immediately, a group of spiders fell from above. He quickly chanted a spell. Earth spiritual energy form. The surrounding earth and stones immediately formed a cocoon wrapping around Wu Fu. He ignited a flame in his palm and said, Fire spiritual energy, your turn. Instantly, the flames surged, burning all the spiders outside the earth cocoon. However, a pair of eyes emerged from the darkness. A spider that had slipped through the net had somehow already crawled into the cocoon. It leapt over and bit his shoulder. Wu Fu felt a sharp pain. The scene shifted. Outside, thunder rumbled. Meng Meng spoke up. I have a feeling that Wu Fu must be condensing spiritual energy. Ching Ching chimed in. Let's go check it out. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Want to leave? You'll have to ask me first. On the other side, Wu Fu was suspended in the air, his long sword held high, surrounded by lightning. He shouted, Star Sword Art. Wu Fu continued slashing through the air. A bolt of lightning tore through the clouds, striking down with immense ferocity, its power seeming to incinerate everything. Suddenly a voice rang out. Being defeated by you is my destined fate. Since that's the case, I'll gift you a portion of my cultivation. The road ahead is long. Take care. Wu Fu was slightly stunned, and a vast spiritual power enveloped him. Wu Fu thought, the spiritual power is too strong, I must absorb and refine it quickly. Suddenly he felt something was wrong. Wu Fu's spiritual power was being drained. He thought, it's absorbing my spiritual energy. Wu Fu silently recited to himself, Formless transforms matter, the 5 elements refine matter, ascending levels open and close, the spirit resides within man. He struggled to close his eyes and concentrate. After some time, Wu Fu slowly opened his eyes. He spread spiritual energy throughout his body and said, Let me see your power. Wu Fu looked at the surging spiritual energy in his palm, clenched his fist and slammed it hard into the ground. Instantly, his fist blasted a large hole in the ground. Wu Fu looked at his hand and marveled, Not bad. The 5-element spiritual energy seems to have merged into one. On the other side, Wen Feng spoke up. Luoxi, this abyss is really dangerous. Be careful, Luoxi immediately replied. I know, Sister Wen Feng, there must be another passage below this abyss. Otherwise I can't explain why I jumped down from above but can't see Wufu's shadow. Wait for me here. Once I find Wufu, I'll come back up to meet you," she replied gently. "Luoxi, I understand your worry for Wufu, but Wufu is so strong, not to mention whether you can find him. Even if you do, we'll just be a burden to him. How about?" Luoxi tightened her grip on the rope and said, "Sister Wenfeng, don't say any more. I appreciate your kindness. I'd rather die in the abyss than watch Wufu fall and do nothing." With that, she grabbed the rope and swung down the cliff wall. Wenfeng watched her and smiled, saying, "What a devoted person. I wonder what my brother is doing right now." For the sake of one man, Luoxi didn't hesitate for a second before throwing herself into the dark, endless abyss. Talk about rare devotion, but the Zhao family's secret realm is no playground. From those creepy staring eyes and river-bottom monsters to this bottomless pit, deadly traps await them at every turn. Will Luoxi find Wufu safe and sound? What kind of ancient monster is lurking at the bottom of that abyss waiting for them to knock on its door? And don't forget Wenfeng's cryptic words about her brother. The real bloody storm within the Zhao clan might have only just begun. All the breathtaking battles and shocking secrets will be unveiled in Part 2, so stay tuned. Once Part 2 is released, the playlist link will be updated immediately in the description or pinned in the comment section. Don't forget to drop a like, subscribe to BALA Manhua Recaps and turn on the notification bell to be the first to watch. See you all in the next video.